Gu Xiaomai never expected that she would actually travel through time. She had thought she was definitely going to die this time. She was a food blogger, not very famous, but doing well enough. Her life was comfortable. A few days ago, her uncle called. He said the holidays were coming and things were too busy. He didn't have enough workers and hoped she could help watch over a seasoning warehouse in the suburbs for a few days. The job wasn't hard. She just needed to keep an eye on the trucks and handle the accounts. Gu Xiaomai agreed right away. After all, she could film her cooking videos anywhere, as long as there was a kitchen. Besides, her uncle was her only family left. Her parents had died in a car accident when she was little, leaving her alone in the world. It was her uncle and aunt who took her in, raised her, and supported her through college. Even though she had moved out now, when her uncle needed help, she didn't hesitate. Her uncle owned a chain of supermarkets, with many warehouses for different goods. Most of them were in remote areas because the rent was cheap and the space was large. But she didn't expect such bad luck. After only a few days of work, a rare, continuous heavy rain began to fall. Worried that the rainwater would flood the warehouse and ruin the seasonings, Gu Xiaomai was struggling to move sandbags to block the entrance. But before she could finish, a mudslide came rushing down from the mountain. When she opened her eyes again, Gu Xiaomai heard people talking outside. This girl is lucky to marry Butcher Zhang. He may be older and already has a son, but she'll get to eat meat every day. We've found her a good match. That's right. Being able to eat meat every day is a real blessing these days. I think she's just not willing to give up, still dreaming of marrying that scholar, huh? That Zhou Yushan is heartless. Our third brother treated him so well when he was alive, and now that he's passed the exam, he wants nothing to do with Xiaomai. He's afraid we'll cling to him. He's already gotten close to a rich merchant's daughter in town. The whole family moved away yesterday. Why would he ever look at a country girl like Xiaomai? Our third brother spent so much money on his studies, and in the end, he only became a village teacher. We never got any benefit from it, and now we still have to raise his daughter? Mother, that's not fair. Old Madame Gu watched her sons and daughters-in-law arguing endlessly, feeling more and more annoyed. When her third son died, no one wanted to take care of his daughter, saying she only ate but never worked. The girl had been spoiled by her father since childhood and had never done any farm work. For a farmer's daughter, what use was it to only know how to read and write? A woman couldn't take the imperial exams anyway. She was so weak that even a breeze could knock her down, and she never helped with any chores. It was like raising a young lady from a rich family at home, so it was natural that the other family members felt resentful. The old couple had already done their duty by raising her until she was 15. They had repaid their debt to their third son. Since she couldn't marry into a scholar's family, they should at least get some betrothal money in return. After all, they couldn't have raised her for nothing. The butcher Zhang from town was willing to pay 10 taels of silver to marry her as a second wife. For a village girl, that was already a great fortune. Some even wanted to marry him, but couldn't. He only liked her for her youth and good looks. But who would have thought that this girl would be so ungrateful and try to end her life by jumping into the river? Whose face was she trying to disgrace? The more old Madame Gu thought about it, the angrier she became. Finally, she said harshly, "This matter is settled. I'm taking that 10 taels of silver as the betrothal gift. Watch her closely. Don't let her cause any more trouble." Inside the room, Gu Xiaomai, who had just regained consciousness, heard everything and sighed inwardly. What kind of disastrous situation had she landed in? She touched her forehead, and memories of the girl who shared her name appeared in her mind. So, the original Gu Xiaomai had truly lived a hard life. Her mother had died giving birth to her, and her father, a poor scholar who taught in the village, had raised her alone. They weren't rich, but they had enough to eat. Because of her father's status, Gu Xiaomai was different from other village girls. While others worked in the fields or did housework, she learned to read, write, compose poems, and paint. Her father had even chosen a promising young man among his students to be her future husband. The original Gu Xiaomai thought she would live a peaceful and happy life. But when she was 13, her father suddenly fell seriously ill and passed away, leaving her alone and helpless, forced to live with her grandparents. Her grandparents didn't like her. They thought she was proud, fake, and not down to earth. But when they thought that if she really married a scholar one day, the whole Gu family could live a better life, they decided to keep raising her. Finally, when she was 15, 19-year-old Zhou Yushan passed the scholar's exam. Gu Xiaomai thought her hard days were finally over, but unexpectedly, Zhou Yushan broke off the engagement, making her the laughingstock of the whole village. The Zhou family even packed up and moved to the county overnight, as if afraid she would come after them. Gu Xiaomai was unwilling to accept it. The Zhou family had lived poorly before, and her father had waived their tuition fees. Because Zhou Yushan was his future son-in-law, her father often tutored him personally. Without her father, Zhou Yushan would never have passed the exam. But what could she do now? She couldn't even find the Zhou family anymore. What hurt her most was that her grandparents sold her for 10 taels of silver to a butcher old enough to be her father, as his second wife. It was a humiliation to both her and her late father. Already heartbroken from the broken engagement, Gu Xiaomai couldn't take it anymore and jumped into the river. That was when the modern Gu Xiaomai came into this body. After sorting everything out, she could only shake her head. How miserable. Although she too had lost her parents, at least her uncle and aunt truly cared for her. But this girl's relatives, none of them had ever treated her with real kindness. No wonder she had been so desperate. Being promised to that butcher was the final blow. No, she couldn't just accept this fate. She would never marry that old, fierce man. So, despite her weak body, Gu Xiaomai forced herself out of bed. She had to fight for herself. Just as she stepped outside, she heard some noise at the gate. A clean-looking boy of about 15 or 16 stood there and asked, "Excuse me, is Gu Xiaomai here?" Old Madame Gu was the first to react, her face unfriendly.
"Who are you? What do you want with our Xiaomai?"
The boy replied politely, "Mr. Gu was once my teacher. I heard some things and came to visit his daughter. My name is Xie Yan, from the neighboring Lihua village." Xie Yan stood there calmly and confidently. Although his clothes were faded and patched, his eyes were steady as he looked at old Madame Gu, waiting for her reply. When old Madame Gu heard that he was once her third son student, she glanced at his poor appearance and was ready to refuse him. But before she could speak, a clear voice came from inside the house. "I'm Gu Xiaomai. I'm here." When Gu Xiaomai reached the doorway, she saw the young man standing at the gate. Her eyes lit up instantly. He was so handsome, like green bamboo standing in the snow, giving off a clean and calm feeling. His eyes were as clear and deep as a winter pond. His nose was straight, his lips lightly pressed together, and his dark hair was tied neatly behind him. There was a quiet steadiness about him that seemed beyond his years. When she heard that he had been her father's student, joy rose in her heart. She didn't know why he had come, but as long as there was even a small chance, she couldn't let it slip away. So when she heard old Madame Gu's words, she stepped out at once. Seeing Gu Xiaomai in person, Xie Yan finally felt relieved. It was good that she was still alive. Compared to a few years ago, she had grown taller and more mature. Perhaps she no longer remembered him. The last time he saw her was at their teacher's funeral. His teacher had been kind to him, and now that the teacher's daughter was in trouble, how could he stand by and do nothing? So, after hearing the news, Xie Yan borrowed money from almost everyone in the village until he managed to gather 10 taels of silver. Even if it only gave her one more choice, it was worth it. At least he would have no regrets. Even if he met his teacher again in the afterlife, he could face him with a clear conscience. When old Madame Gu saw Gu Xiaomai come out, she grew uneasy and quickly said, "You're still not fully recovered, child. Don't stand in the wind. Go back inside. This doesn't concern you." Hearing that, Xie Yan spoke directly, "Miss Gu, I heard that your family is looking for a husband for you, so I came to offer myself. Your father was my teacher, and I owe him much. I'm willing to take care of you for life. As long as I have food to eat, you will never go hungry. Would you be willing to marry me?" Xie Yan felt uneasy inside. He had always known that the teacher loved his daughter dearly. Even though Xie Yan later stopped studying at the Gu family's home, he had heard that the teacher had found a good marriage match for her. But after that man passed the exam, he broke his promise and married someone else. What a heartless thing to do. The teacher had truly misjudged him. If the teacher were still alive, with Xie Yan's current family situation, he would never be considered a good match for her. He didn't have much hope in his heart. He only wanted to do his best to help her. Hearing his words, old Madame Gu was no longer nervous. Instead, she laughed angrily, put her hands on her hips, and scolded, "Where did this poor boy come from? Since you know we're finding a husband for Xiaomai, you must have heard, without 10 taels of silver, no one can marry her. Look at your patched clothes. You think you can afford a wife? Keep dreaming." Xie Yan said nothing. He took out a heavy money pouch from his sleeve and said seriously, "I've already prepared 10 taels of silver. As long as Miss Gu agrees, this money will be yours." His action stunned everyone in the Gu family. 10 taels of silver was no small amount. For most families, 2 or 3 taels could last a whole year. This poor young man, who could barely afford decent clothes, actually had 10 taels of silver. They had clearly underestimated him. Gu Xiaomai was also deeply surprised. She hadn't expected Xie Yan to go this far for her. Just because her late father had once taught him, he was now doing everything he could to help her. What a kind person he was. Compared to Zhou Yushan, Xie Yan was like a true savior. Gu Xiaomai felt a rush of joy. This was her chance. Compared to the butcher Zhang, she would much rather marry Xie Yan. He was young, handsome, and a scholar. At that moment, some of the original owner's memories came back to her. A few years ago, her father had mentioned that Xie Yan was very bright and talented, the most gifted student he had ever taught, someone with the potential to become a top scholar. Unfortunately, fate had not been kind to him. At a young age, his family suffered a great misfortune, and he could no longer continue his studies. Back then, her father had even gone to Lihua village several times to persuade him to keep studying and had lent him money to pay for his father's medical treatment. The kindness he mentioned must be this. So, Gu Xiaomai truly thought he had great potential. Marrying him would be much better than marrying the butcher Zhang. This should be her best choice now, right? No one in the Gu family truly cared for her. It would be better to marry and leave, so they would stop scheming against her. When the old Madame Gu saw the money pouch, her attitude changed at once. She only cared about the betrothal silver. As for who Gu Xiaomai married, it made no difference to her. Since someone was willing to come forward on their own, it saved them the trouble. She immediately smiled and said kindly, "Oh, the betrothal silver is ready? That's wonderful. Come in, let's talk slowly." As she spoke, she walked towards Xie Yan and reached out to grab the money pouch. Gu Xiaomai saw this and quickly shouted, "Xie Yan, put the silver away." Xie Yan hadn't thought much of it at first. The money was meant for the Gu family anyway, but when he heard Gu Xiaomai's warning, he quickly put it away. The old Madame Gu's hand froze midair, her face darkened with anger, and she scolded Gu Xiaomai, "You foolish girl! Why are you shouting? That silver will be mine sooner or later. You refused the butcher, and now you don't want this one either? At least he's young." Gu Xiaomai walked to Xie Yan's side and said seriously, "Of course I'll marry, but this 10 taels of silver can't be given to you like this."
What do you mean by that?
Hearing that she was willing to marry, the old Madame Gu sighed in relief. As long as she agreed, that was enough. Gu Xiaomai sneered inwardly. She disliked this old woman and her greedy family. They really thought she was easy to bully. Since they were heartless, she wouldn't be kind either. She had read plenty of novels in modern times and knew how annoying such relatives could be. So, she decided to cut ties completely, to write a letter of separation and avoid future trouble. Looking at the old Madame Gu and the others behind her, Gu Xiaomai said firmly, "In normal families, the betrothal gift is only 2 taels of silver. Even in wealthier families, it's just 5. But you want 10 taels. How is that any different from selling your granddaughter? Since that's the case, let's stop pretending. Today, we'll write a letter to cut all family ties. From now on, we'll have nothing to do with each other." One hand gives the contract, the other gives the silver.
How about that?
As soon as the words were spoken, old Madame Goose started shouting, "You ungrateful child! We raised you all these years, and what's wrong with asking for 10 taels of silver as a betrothal gift? Look at you, spoiled and pampered, never done a day's work, and now you want to cut ties with your own family? Just because your father passed away, you're giving up on your whole family? Without your family's support, who will respect you? If you're ever treated badly by your husband's family, you'll have nowhere to turn. Gu Xiaomai, have you really thought this through? If you write this letter today, even if you come back crying later, I won't let you in." At that moment, many neighbors had gathered at the Gu family's gate and along the walls to watch the commotion. The noise had drawn everyone from nearby. Hearing the argument, the villagers of Xinghua village shook their heads and began to talk among themselves. Has Gu Xiaomai lost her mind? She's cutting ties with her own family. Won't she have no one to rely on after this? With a family like the Gus, what's there to rely on? They're more trouble than help. I think Gu Xiaomai is brave. The Gu family really went too far. Who asks for 10 taels of silver as a bride price? That's basically selling their granddaughter. Since Master Gu passed away, no one's there to protect her anymore. What a pity. If you ask me, marrying that poor scholar isn't worth it. She'd be better off with the butcher in town. At least she could eat meat every day. All you think about is food. That scholar is quite handsome. If it were me, I'd choose him.
Ha!
Can good looks fill your stomach? Didn't you see his clothes? So many patches. Even the poorest family in the village dresses better than that. With him being so poor, where did he get that much silver? Could he have stolen it? Not likely. Maybe he borrowed it. He seems like a good young man, grateful and responsible. This whole scene reminds me of Scholar Zhou. Our village finally had a scholar, and then he moved away. What a shame. Listening to the villagers' chatter, Xie Yan also thought Gu Xiaomai's decision was wise. Writing the letter of separation would protect them both. It was clear there was no real affection left between her and her family. He hadn't expected her to think things through so carefully. Just as Xie Yan was still in shock, Gu Xiaomai suddenly turned to the neighbor watching by the door and said, "Aunt Lu, could you please go and invite the village head here? I'd like him to be a witness." Aunt Lu, who had been watching the commotion, nodded quickly and ran off to fetch the village head. Before long, the village had arrived. After hearing what had happened, he sighed helplessly. Both sides had their faults, and the 10 taels of silver for the engagement gift were indeed too much. It was understandable that Gu Xiaomai wanted to cut ties. Her parents had already passed away. Old Madame Gu and the rest of the Gu family cared more about the 10 taels of silver, so under the village head's witness, they wrote a letter to officially end the family ties. Once she received the letter, Gu Xiaomai was satisfied and told Xie Yan to hand over the silver. She tucked the letter safely into her clothes and said to him, "Wait for me a moment." Then she went back to her room to pack. She didn't have much, just a couple of changes of clothes, but she carefully packed all the keepsakes her father had left behind, filling a large bundle. Gu Xiaomai called Xie Yan in to help, and together they carried the things out. Old Madame Gu, afraid she might take something from the house, insisted on checking. When she saw that Gu Xiaomai only carried her father's belongings, she finally let her go. They were mostly books, brushes, and ink, things no one else in the family could use, so they didn't care. And so, Gu Xiaomai and Xie Yan left the Gu household with their bundles. The villagers, seeing that the excitement was over, slowly dispersed. When they had walked out of the village and were alone, Gu Xiaomai stopped and looked seriously at Xie Yan. "Xie Yan, thank you for today. I'll find a way to repay you." Xie Yan shook his head and replied earnestly, "There's no need to be so polite. From now on, we're family. We'll help each other. I mean what I say. I'll take good care of you." Though his own family lived a hard life, he was determined to protect her. "All right, I believe you." Gu Xiaomai looked at his handsome face and felt her heart lighten. As they walked, she asked, "Is your family easy to get along with? Will they dislike me?" Xie Yan walked beside her, patiently introducing his family. "They're all easy to get along with. My father used to be a bodyguard, but 7 years ago he was injured and lost the use of his leg. Now, he can only stay in bed most of the time, though he still likes to keep busy by weaving baskets to sell and help with the household expenses. My mother is gentle. Besides taking care of my father, she also helps others with sewing, washing, and cooking. I have a pair of younger siblings, twins, 10 years old this year. They can already help with some chores at home. We have a few acres of poor farmland. Life is a bit hard, but we manage. However, there's one thing I need to be honest about. As he spoke, Xie Yan thought of the large debt he owed, and his heart grew uneasy. Gu Xiaomai paused, then smiled and asked, "Go on." "The 10 taels of silver I just gave your grandmother were borrowed from people in the village. We'll have to pay it back slowly." Xie Yan didn't dare meet her eyes, afraid she might be upset. After all, no one would be happy to start a marriage already in debt. Gu Xiaomai smiled. She had already guessed as much. His clothes were so worn that it was clear his family wasn't well off. It would be impossible for him to produce 10 taels of silver all at once. Borrowing made sense. Still, she was curious and asked, "It's impressive that you managed to borrow that much. Who did you borrow from?" Xie Yan answered honestly, "All from people in our village. When they heard I needed the money to marry you, they all chipped in to help. One family gave 200 coins, another 500. Our Lihua village is close to Xinghua village. Many of the children here once studied under your father. Everyone remembers his kindness, so they wanted to help." Hearing this, Gu Xiaomai was deeply moved. She hadn't expected the people of Lihua village to be so kind and sincere. Even though they had already paid tuition when sending their children to her father, they still helped his daughter years later. Though she hadn't yet arrived in Lihua village, Gu Xiaomai already felt fond of its people. They had shown her great kindness. Compared to her family and neighbors in Xinghua village, she truly preferred this place. After Xie Yan finished speaking, he noticed that Gu Xiaomai didn't seem angry at all. She just walked quietly, with a faint smile on her lips that he couldn't quite understand. When she saw him looking at her, Gu Xiaomai said firmly, "I understand. From now on, I'll help you repay the 10 taels of silver." Hearing this, Xie Yan finally felt relieved. He knew that with such a good teacher, his daughter couldn't be a bad person. The two of them walked quickly toward Lihua village. When they reached the entrance, Xie Yan ran into several familiar faces. The women carrying bamboo baskets teased him with smiles. "Yan, this must be Mr. Gu's daughter. She's really pretty. You're a lucky one." "That's right. She's beautiful, like a fairy from the heavens. So fair and lovely. Hurry and take her home to settle in. Girl, come visit us sometime. What a perfect match. Handsome young man and lovely girl. You two should live happily together. Don't mind what others say."
Exactly.
Yan, take your wife home. When you get married, don't forget to invite us to the wedding feast." Xie Yan laughed and replied politely to the women, while Gu Xiaomai stood beside him, feeling a little shy. It was the first time anyone had teased her like that, so she could only smile without saying a word. After all, in her previous life, she had been single for more than 20 years. She never expected that after accidentally traveling to this era, not only did she get a second chance at life and become younger, but she also ended up with such a gentle and handsome husband. It felt like fate had given her a wonderful surprise. She really had luck on her side. Although she still didn't know what she looked like now, judging from everyone's reactions, it wasn't hard to guess that this Gu Xiaomai must be quite good-looking too. Along the way, Xie Yan greeted many neighbors politely. It was easy to see that he was well-liked in the village. Lihua village itself was filled with warmth and harmony. People carried hoes or bamboo baskets as they headed to the fields, smiles brightening their faces. Life was hard, but Gu Xiaomai could feel the simple joy and steady rhythm of a hard-working, thriving village. When they arrived at the Xie family's home, Gu Xiaomai finally understood why Xie Yan's clothes were covered with patches. It was because this family was truly poor. The courtyard was quite large, but the house could only be described as bare and empty. There wasn't a single extra piece of furniture. Poverty was written all over the place. As soon as Xie Yan entered the yard, two small figures ran out of the house. They were a pair of twins, a boy and a girl, both with bright, curious eyes fixed on Gu Xiaomai. Xie Yan introduced them. Xiaomai, this is my sister Xie Yao and my brother Xie Mo. Then he said to the children, Yao, Mo, this is your sister-in-law. Greet her. Xie Yao looked at the beautiful young woman in front of her and said sweetly, Hello, sister-in-law. You're so pretty. Gu Xiaomai looked at the 10-year-old girl and felt a warm fondness. Xie Yao was adorable, though she looked a bit thin and pale, probably from not eating well. She was small for her age, more like a 7 or 8-year-old. In her previous life, Gu Xiaomai had only one older brother, so suddenly having younger siblings felt new and interesting. Smiling, she gently patted Xie Yao's head and replied, Hello, Yao. You're very pretty too. The little girl blushed and smiled shyly at the compliment. Compared to his sister, Xie Mo was much quieter. He looked at Gu Xiaomai cautiously and said softly, Hello, sister-in-law. Gu Xiaomai nodded and replied kindly, Hello, Xie Mo. Just then, a woman in her 40s came out from behind them. Her face looked tired, but her eyes showed a trace of comfort as she looked at the couple. When her son had said he wanted to borrow 10 taels of silver to marry the daughter of teacher Gu, she had strongly disagreed. For their family, 10 taels was a huge amount of money. It might take years to repay. Besides, Miss Gu had once been engaged to a newly appointed scholar. She couldn't imagine that such a girl would choose her son. Their family was struggling just to survive. What kind of young woman would willingly marry into such hardship? Even the neighbors in the village didn't want their daughters to marry into the Xie family. Although everyone usually helps out, when it comes to a child's lifelong happiness, no one wants their daughter to suffer. Their family's burden was truly heavy. Even though Yener was an excellent young man, arranging a marriage for him was still very difficult. When Yener had just turned 15, she had asked a matchmaker to find a bride for her son, but none of the matches were satisfactory. The good families looked down on them, and the ones who didn't, she couldn't accept. So, nothing ever worked out. That was until the Gu family ran into trouble. It was the first time she heard her son mention marriage, and it was because he wanted to borrow 10 taels of silver for a betrothal gift. When she first heard it, she thought it was unbelievable, 10 taels of silver. What kind of decent family would ask for such a large betrothal gift? But her son insisted. He wanted to repay Mr. Gu's kindness, and since her husband also supported him, she finally agreed. Besides, she wasn't someone who forgot kindness. She remembered that when her husband was injured, Mr. Gu had kindly given them 2 taels of silver for medical treatment. They had indeed received his help. Although they later repaid the money, the kindness had never been returned. She was gentle and timid, unable to manage the household well. Over the years, it was thanks to Yener, her eldest son, that the family managed to get by. She often felt guilty. If she had been stronger, her son wouldn't have had to work so hard in the fields and give up his beloved books. Mr. Gu once said that Yener had great talent for studying, and she always blamed herself for holding him back. Because of this guilt, son Sueju tried to be more understanding toward Gu Xiaomai, the girl her son wanted to marry so much. She forced herself to smile kindly and said, So, you must be Xiaomai? From now on, we're family. Yener, take Xiaomai to settle in. Xie Yan nodded and introduced her. Xiaomai, this is my mother. After you've settled down, I'll take you to meet my father. His legs aren't very strong. Yes, mother, Gu Xiaomai replied naturally. I'll go with Yener to put away our things, and then we'll come to serve tea to you and father. Her gentle way of calling her mother surprised not only son Sueju, but also Xie Yan. He hadn't expected her to accept their poor family so easily. All right, you two go settle down first. When Sun Sueju heard her son call her mother, her heart was filled with mixed emotions. Her son, Yener, was finally getting married. And after seeing Gu Xiaomai in person, the worry in her heart finally eased. The girl's eyes showed no trace of arrogance, only sincerity and gratitude. She must be a good child. Xie Yan led Gu Xiaomai to his room. As he set down the bundle, he explained, This is where I usually stay. I hope you don't mind. I know it's not proper for you to stay here before we're officially married, and I'm sorry for that. But there's no extra room in the house right now. If you like, you can take the bed, and I'll sleep on the floor. Don't worry, before we're married, I won't do anything inappropriate. Perhaps afraid she might misunderstand, Xie Yan raised his hands and swore to the heavens as he spoke. Gu Xiaomai looked at his nervous face, his cheeks turning red as he made his vow, and found it quite endearing. What a shy and honest young man. He was blushing so much already. To Gu Xiaomai, a woman from the 21st century, such innocence was rare and precious. After all, back in college, many of her classmates had started dating and quickly crossed boundaries. Some boys even bragged about how many girlfriends they had dated, which she found disgusting. So, she truly appreciated someone as sincere as Xie Yan. Looking at him, Gu Xiaomai said seriously, I believe you, Xie Yan. Since I chose to come home with you, it means I want to live a good life with you. We've just met and don't know each other well yet, so we can take our time to understand one another. No need to sleep on the floor, it's cold. The bed is big enough. We can each take one side. All right, then I'll help you tidy up. Xiaomai, I'll work hard to repay the money and earn enough for our wedding. Don't worry, I'll make sure we have a proper ceremony and give you a rightful place as my wife. Xie Yan knew she was educated and understood propriety. Letting her stay like this without a proper wedding was unfair to her, so he was determined to earn enough money soon. To be honest, he didn't even have enough silver for a wedding right now. After tidying up, the two of them went together to meet Xie's parents. Gu Xiaomai served them tea, which meant she was now officially part of the Xie family. Xie Qingshan had been bedridden for a long time and needed medicine regularly. He often felt he was a burden to his children. Now, seeing his son married made him very happy, especially since the bride was the daughter of his benefactor. His eyes were full of kindness as he looked at Gu Xiaomai. After the couple left, Xie Qingshan quickly said to his wife, Suizhu, please bring me some more willow branches. I'll weave a few more baskets so that when Yan goes to town, he can sell them for some extra coins. She nodded. I'll help you. It's spring now, and there are plenty of willow branches. Let's make good use of the time. Then the two of them sat down and began weaving together. When Xie Yan and Gu Xiaomai came out of the main room, he said to her, It's been a long day. You must be tired. Go rest for a while. I'll cook, and I'll call you when it's ready. All right, she replied. She looked around the quiet yard and asked curiously, Where are Mo and Yao? I haven't seen them. They probably went out to gather willow branches. Don't worry, they'll be back by mealtime, Xie Yan said as he carried a bucket to the well to fetch water. Hearing this, Gu Xiaomai understood. She had noticed earlier that the room was full of willow branches and finished baskets. Xie Yan had mentioned before that his father made and sold them from his bed. Xie's parents lived in the main room, which had an outer section with two small beds and a square table, likely where Xie Mo and Xie Yao slept. There were no lazy people in the Xie family. Everyone worked hard to make life better, and Gu Xiaomai believed they wouldn't stay poor forever. At that moment, she really needed to sit down and gather her thoughts, so she followed Xie Yan's advice and went to rest. Xie Yan's room was in the side wing, but it was quite spacious. Unlike the poor families in Xinghua village who lived in mud and straw houses, the Xie family's home was built of blue bricks. It was just a bit old from the years. From what she could tell, when his father had worked as a bodyguard, the family had lived quite well. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to afford Xie Yan's schooling. Later, the family lost its main support and gradually fell into ruin. After sitting on the bed, Gu Xiaomai looked around the room and felt quite satisfied. If nothing unexpected happened, she would be living here for a long time. The conditions here were actually much better than those at the Gu family's house. Back then, the old lady of the Gu family had bullied her, an orphan, and made her live in the oldest and most broken room. The biggest problem with the Xie family now is poverty. Sitting on the bed, Gu Xiaomai began to think about how she could earn some money in this era. In modern times, she had been a food streamer. Other than cooking and making videos, she didn't really know much else. Maybe she should go back to what she was good at, selling food. She was confident in her cooking skills, but what should she sell? The Xie family was so poor that they probably didn't even have good ingredients. Even the best cook can't make a meal without rice. Just then, a familiar image suddenly flashed through her mind. Wait, wasn't that her uncle's warehouse? Why was she seeing the warehouse now? What was going on? Could it be? A bold idea came to her. Could the warehouse have traveled through time with her? Thinking this, Gu Xiaomai decided to test it. She closed her eyes, silently repeated a phrase in her mind, and suddenly found herself inside the warehouse. Seeing the huge warehouse stretching out before her, Gu Xiaomai was overjoyed. She silently thanked her uncle again and again. Her uncle's warehouse mainly stored seasonings, grains, and cooking oil. For her current situation, this was as good as finding a mountain of gold. With this warehouse and her cooking skills, she was sure she could build a good life in this ancient world. To test whether she could take things out, Gu Xiaomai picked up a bag of brown sugar from a shelf and silently repeated the phrase to leave. Sure enough, her mind returned to her body, and at the same time, she found a bag of brown sugar in her hand, something that clearly didn't belong to this era. Seeing that she could really bring things out, Gu Xiaomai was thrilled. This was amazing. So the stories and novels were true. Time travel really came with special gifts, even magical spaces like this one. This space was her greatest advantage in this new world. With this, after traveling to this unfamiliar era and going through so many things, her restless heart finally began to calm down. No matter where you are, being able to fill your stomach is the most important thing. So, Gu Xiaomai put the brown sugar back into the storage space, lay down on the bed, and prepared to take a short nap. Once she relaxed, she quickly fell asleep. By the time Xie Yan called her to dinner, the sky had already darkened. Xie Mo and Xie Yao had also returned. Everyone sat around the big table in the main room, planning to eat while there was still some light left. The Xie family's dinner was simple: brown rice porridge, coarse grain buns, and a small plate of pickles. That was their meal. Seeing the two Xie children eating happily, Gu Xiaomai felt embarrassed to complain. Having food at all was already a blessing, so she quietly sipped her porridge. To call it porridge was generous. It was more like thin soup. The rice grains in the bowl were so few that she could probably count them on one hand. Sun Suizhu noticed her daughter-in-law only drinking porridge and not eating the bun. Thinking she might be shy, she broke a coarse bun in half, handed it to her kindly, and said, "Xiaomai, have some bun.
Don't be shy.
This is your home now. Eat as much as you like." Xie Qingshan looked up, saw her unease, and quickly added, "Yes, Xiaomai, eat more." Although Xie Yan didn't speak, he pushed the basket of buns closer to her. Little Xie Yao, being sweet and serious, said, "Sister-in-law, you should eat more. You're too thin." Gu Xiaomai felt a warm feeling in her heart. The Xie family truly was a loving one. She hadn't eaten much simply because she wasn't used to the food, but everyone's kindness left her no choice. She forced herself to eat half a coarse bun, even though it scratched her throat a little. Back in the 21st century, people also ate coarse grains for health, but those expensive healthy grains were nothing like the rough, dry ones of this time. And when the whole table was filled with nothing but coarse food, anyone would find it hard to bear. So, after finishing the meal, Gu Xiaomai made an important decision. She would earn money as soon as possible to improve the Xie family's meals. If she kept eating like this, she would want to die in less than 3 days. It was just too hard on her stomach, an insult to her as a food blogger. Such disrespect. Still, she needed the right chance to explain where all the rice, flour, and seasonings in the storage came from. Otherwise, if they suddenly appeared out of nowhere, she was afraid the Xie family would think she was strange. Even if they didn't, she knew it was unwise to show off wealth. While Gu Xiaomai was deep in thought, she suddenly heard Sun Suizhu say, "Yener, tomorrow is the 10th day of the month. There will be a market in town. Take the baskets we've woven and sell them, then buy some white flour. Since Xiaomai has joined our family, it's a big event. We should celebrate with a nice meal." Xie Yan nodded and replied, "All right. I also need to deliver the books I copied to the bookstore owner, so I'll go tomorrow." When Gu Xiaomai heard there would be a market, she immediately looked up. This was her chance. Smiling, She asked Xie Yan, "There's a market in town tomorrow? Can I go with you? I'd like to take a look too." Xie Yan thought she wanted to buy something and nodded, but then added, "You can come, but the town is quite far. It's several miles away. Won't you get tired?" Although Xie Yan had known her when they were younger, they hadn't been close. Still, he couldn't help but feel that Gu Xiaomai seemed different now. As a child, she had been quiet and preferred staying indoors, often reading alone in the teacher's study. She didn't like crowds and rarely smiled like she did now. But people change as they grow up, so it wasn't that surprising. Gu Xiaomai waved her hand confidently and said, "It's fine, just a few miles. I can handle it." "So it's settled. We'll go to the market together tomorrow." Hearing this, Xie Yao cheered, "Yay. That means we'll have something delicious to eat tomorrow." Xie Mo glanced helplessly at his overly excited sister, but said nothing. Still, the sparkle in his eyes showed that he was looking forward to it too. After all, they were still children, and the most important things in their day were eating and playing. Xie's parents felt happy seeing their children so cheerful. It had been a long time since the family had enjoyed a good meal. After dinner, night had fallen. Xie Yan helped his mother clean up the dishes, then went back to his room to rest. In this time, people worked at sunrise and rested at sunset. Once it got dark, everyone went to sleep, not only because there was no nightlife, but also to save lamp oil. For farming families, the only evening pastime was probably spending time together as a couple. But for now, that wasn't suitable for her and Xie Yan, so it was better to just go to sleep. When Xie Yan came in, he said to Gu Xiaomai, "There's hot water in the kitchen pot and some cool water in the bucket. Mix them and wash up."
All right.
When Gu Xiaomai came back, she saw that Xie Yan wasn't asleep. He was sitting at the desk under the small oil lamp, writing quickly. Curious, she walked closer and saw that he was copying a book. When Xie Yan noticed her looking, he quickly explained, "Xiaomai, you should go to sleep first. I have to hand this book to the shopkeeper tomorrow, and I still have 2 pages left. I'll sleep after I finish."
Don't worry about me.
Normally, he wouldn't copy books at night. It used too much lamp oil. But he had been busy these past few days, so he had no choice but to make up for it now. Gu Xiaomai looked at his neat yet strong handwriting. His words, like himself, had the calm and upright spirit of bamboo. Seeing how hard he worked, she couldn't help asking, "How long does it take to copy such a thick book? And how much can you earn?" Xie Yan replied, "It takes about half a month to finish. I still have to work in the fields, so I can only copy during my rest time. The shopkeeper promised me 500 coins. Tomorrow, we'll have money to buy what you need, so don't worry." 500 coins? That's quite a lot. No wonder scholars are respected here. Copying books can earn so much. Gu Xiaomai was surprised. She knew that many strong men only earned 30 or 40 coins a day doing labor, so this book copying job was indeed a good one. Xie Yan smiled and explained, "It's true, but copying books isn't something I get to do often. Sometimes, I can't find any work for a month or 2. I've known the owner of the study for many years. He likes my handwriting, so he's willing to let me copy books for him. I'm really grateful to him. Without this job, life for my family would be even harder. Also, when I copy books for others, I get to learn new things. It's like an extra reward." As he spoke, Xie Yan looked a little sad. Gu Xiaomai knew he was missing the days when he used to study. She could tell how much he loved and valued those books. He must still want to keep learning, right? Thinking of this, Gu Xiaomai suddenly remembered the bundle she had brought with her. She quickly went to open it and carefully took out her late father's belongings, placing them one by one on Xie Yan's desk. There were books, brushes, and even an inkstone. It seemed these were all things left by her father, the old teacher. She had brought them all with her. Xie Yan gently touched the inkstone. He had seen it when he was a child, sitting on his teacher's desk. Time had passed, and now everything was different. No wonder the bundle had felt so heavy. It was filled with these treasures. As she unpacked, Gu Xiaomai explained, "These were my father's things. No one else in the Gu family studies, so they thought these were useless and didn't stop me from taking them. From now on, they're yours. Only with you can they truly be put to good use." It's like giving a sword to a hero. Although Gu Xiaomai didn't really understand much about brushes and inkstones, she could tell that her father's things were better than the ones Xie Yan was using now. She was also surprised by how hard he worked. From what her mother had said, Xie Yan managed the family's small fields, sold bamboo baskets at the market, and took care of his younger siblings. Yet he still found time to copy books and earn money. And he didn't treat it as just a job. It was his only chance to read and write, to keep learning. His love for learning deeply moved Gu Xiaomai. Compared to him, she felt like she had so much more to learn. In her previous life, she had so many good opportunities to study, but she never cherished them. It felt like she just drifted through college without putting in any real effort. This thought made Gu Xiaomai feel quite embarrassed. That's why she really admired his love for learning. Not to mention, he was a true genius. She planned to do business in this ancient world, especially in food. Once her business grew big and successful, it would surely attract jealousy, so she needed someone powerful to rely on. If Xie Yan could pass the exam and become an official, wouldn't he be her strongest support? The more Gu Xiaomai thought about it, the more she felt her plan made sense. Besides, it was such a pity for someone so talented to be held back by poverty. Unlike her, she was born to shine in the world of food. Xie Yan hadn't expected her to give him the teacher's belongings. He was deeply moved and looked at her sincerely, saying, "Thank you. It's nothing. If my father knew I gave these things to you, he would be very happy too." After tidying up, Gu Xiaomai went to bed. She thought she wouldn't be able to sleep, but to her surprise, she slept soundly and didn't even notice when Xie Yan went to bed. When she opened her eyes, the space beside her was empty, and the blanket was neatly folded. He had clearly been up for a while. Seeing the bright sunlight outside, Gu Xiaomai quickly got up. When she stepped out, she realized the whole Xie family was already awake. She was the only one still sleeping. Even 10-year-old Xie Yao and Xie Mo were sweeping the yard. By the well, Xie Yan was washing clothes. When he saw her, he quickly said, "Xiaomai, you're up. Go wash up. There's food waiting for you in the kitchen." Gu Xiaomai looked at him with slight annoyance and said, "Why didn't you wake me up?" Really, everyone else was already busy, even the children. It made her look lazy, and since she had just arrived at the Xie family's home, she wanted to leave a good impression. Xie Yan smiled gently and said, "It's fine. There's still time. You're not used to things here yet, so I wanted you to rest a bit more." Since he said that, Gu Xiaomai couldn't argue. After all, it wasn't his fault. It was her own problem. So she quickly ran into the kitchen to wash up and eat. Breakfast was about the same as yesterday. Gu Xiaomai ate a little, then went out with Xie Yan. Although Xie Yan was thin, he had done farm work since childhood and was quite strong. He wasn't the kind of weak scholar who couldn't lift anything. He stacked the bamboo baskets and trays his family had made, placed them on a carrying pole, and set off with Gu Xiaomai. They chatted as they walked, so the road didn't feel boring. Soon they arrived in town. Since it was market day, the streets were crowded, and villagers lined the road selling all kinds of goods, fresh vegetables, wild herbs from the mountains, small stools, and more. As they walked along, Gu Xiaomai was dazzled by all the sights. After walking for a while, Xie Yan finally found a good spot. They set down their things and began setting up their stall. While helping arrange the baskets and trays, Gu Xiaomai asked, "How much are we selling these for?" "The small baskets are 2 coins each, and the larger ones are 5, Xie Yan replied. "But they don't sell easily. It depends on luck. On a good day, we might sell 10 or so. Once, I sat here all day and only sold 3. He smiled shyly, a little embarrassed. Gu Xiaomai didn't mind and stayed to help him.
They were quite lucky that day.
After a short while, an older woman came by to look at the baskets. Her vegetable basket had a hole in it, so she needed a new one. Seeing that their work was good and the price fair, she happily paid for 1 basket and 1 tray. Now that Xie Yan had 7 coins in hand, he worried Gu Xiaomai might be bored sitting there, so he said, "Xiaomai, take these 7 coins and walk around the market. Buy yourself something to eat if you like. You don't have to sit here with me." Gu Xiaomai shook her head and said, "I'm not hungry, and I don't feel like walking around." Don't you still need to deliver books to the shopkeeper at the study hall? Why don't you go ahead? I'll watch the stall. It looks quiet right now anyway. Xie Yan thought for a moment and decided it was fine. If he delivered the copied book to the shopkeeper early, he might get more copying work. Although the shopkeeper liked his handwriting, such a big study hall surely had more than one scholar helping with copying. Sometimes, good jobs went to whoever arrived first. Still, he felt uneasy about leaving Gu Xiaomai alone. It was her first time in town, and if something unexpected happened, what would he do? Seeing his hesitation, Gu Xiaomai said, "I'll be fine on my own. Maybe I can even sell a few more baskets. Go ahead, I'm not a child. We're the same age, remember?" Seeing how determined she was, Xie Yan agreed. They were indeed both 15, though he didn't know why he always treated her like he used to treat Yaoer, carefully and protectively. So, Xie Yan took the copied book to the study hall, while Gu Xiaomai stayed behind to watch the stall. After he left, Gu Xiaomai stood up, stretched, and began her own performance. She had noticed earlier that Xie Yan's way of selling was too plain. He just set the goods out, sat down, and waited for customers. No wonder business was slow. That was why she had sent him away on purpose. She wanted to test whether modern selling methods would work in ancient times. She didn't want to do it in front of him, though. He might think she was strange or start questioning who she really was. And if her plan didn't work, it would be embarrassing. Now that he was gone, she could do whatever she wanted. Even if she made a fool of herself, no one here knew her anyway. After all, she was a food live streamer. She was used to talking to people and had a thick skin. So, Gu Xiaomai put on her bright professional smile, showing 8 neat teeth, and called out in a cheerful voice, "Dear uncles, aunties, grandpas, and grandmas. Our family's handmade baskets and tubs are on special sale today. 5 coins for a basket, 2 coins for a tub. Spend 10 coins or more, and you can join our lucky draw. The grand prize is 5 pieces of rock candy, the second prize is a basket, and the third prize is a tub. 2 people will win the grand prize, 3 will win the second prize, and 5 will win the third prize. Even if you don't win, it's fine. There's also a souvenir prize, a little grasshopper toy that every child loves to play with. If you happen to win the grand prize, that's real luck. It's a piece of sweet rock candy, even tastier than malt candy. You can take it home and let the children have a taste. There's only a limited amount, so it's first come, first served." In this era, everyone sells goods in a similar way to Xie Yan, so when Gu Xiaomai started calling out her sales pitch, she quickly drew a crowd. Baskets are something every household owns a few of. They're useful for carrying things or vegetables. They're common items in ordinary homes. But after years of use, they wear out, so people need to replace them. Some hadn't thought about buying new ones, but after hearing Gu Xiaomai's lively pitch, they realized their baskets could use an update. Besides, she looked pleasant, had a sweet voice, and wore a warm smile. She answered everyone's questions patiently, whether they bought something or not, always speaking kindly, calling older women auntie or granny, which made them very happy. Even those who hadn't planned to buy anything thought it wouldn't hurt to take a basket home. It would come in handy sooner or later. Her lottery idea was especially fun. Candy was a rare and expensive treat. For just 10 coins, people could buy a basket and also have a chance to win a prize. Even if they didn't win, their children would still get a little grasshopper toy. Although most people didn't know what rock candy was, the young woman said it tasted even better than malt candy. The mothers with children were all very interested. Soon, Gu Xiaomai's stall became lively and crowded. She kept smiling the whole time, giving everyone a warm and cheerful feeling. Her first customer was an older woman who bought 2 baskets. Gu Xiaomai then brought out the raffle box she had prepared earlier and let the woman draw a prize. It was something she had made before she came to this time, originally for her fans, but now it was being used by her new customers. The woman was very lucky. She drew the third prize, which was an extra basket for free. Even though she didn't win the grand prize, getting a free basket was still a good deal, so she left feeling very happy. Soon, more people came to buy things and try their luck, until finally, an elderly man won the grand prize. Gu Xiaomai kept her word. She quickly took out 5 pieces of rock sugar from the basket behind her and handed them to the old man. Of course, the basket was just for show. She had actually taken the sugar from her storage space. Facing the crowd confidently, Gu Xiaomai said, "I always keep my promises. Look, 5 pieces of rock sugar, absolutely real. I bought them from a peddler in the county town. I originally wanted to give them to my younger siblings, but since everyone is being so supportive today, I'll share them as a little treat." At first, the onlookers were doubtful. How much could that old basket be worth? And sugar was such a rare thing. Could this young woman really be so generous? Giving away sugar just to sell baskets? Was there really such good fortune in the world? But when they saw her actually hand over the sugar, everyone was surprised. Still, since most had never seen rock sugar before, they weren't completely convinced. Someone urged the old man, "Sir, try it. Is it really sugar?" The old man came to his senses, picked up a piece, and put it in his mouth. Soon, he tasted a gentle sweetness. It wasn't sticky at all, and the flavor was refreshing. He nodded in amazement and said happily, "It's sweet.
Truly sweet.
And it tastes even better than malt sugar, not sticky at all." Gu Xiaomai smiled and said kindly, "Grandpa, just let it melt on your tongue. Don't bite it. It'll last a while. Or you can dissolve it in water to make sweet syrup at home." She patiently explained how to enjoy the sugar, her face full of warmth, showing no sign of regret for giving it away. The old man was overjoyed. He carefully wrapped the sugar in a handkerchief, tucked it into his sleeve, picked up his basket and vegetables, and got ready to leave. As he walked away, he laughed and said, "I'm heading home to let my grandson try this. He'll be so happy. There are 4 pieces left, enough for several days."
Thank you, child.
With that, he hurried off, still smiling. Seeing this, the others couldn't help but feel tempted. After all, who didn't have a little one at home who loved sweets? Soon, everyone started rushing to buy baskets, hoping to win the grand prize too. Gu Xiaomai's stall quickly became lively. She was busy collecting money, handing out baskets, and letting everyone draw lots for prizes. It was such a busy scene. When all the baskets were sold out, people still hadn't had enough of the lottery. Only 2 people won the top prize, each getting 5 pieces of rock sugar. The others received smaller prizes or souvenirs. Still, everyone enjoyed the excitement of the draw and found it great fun. Even after the baskets were gone, someone curiously asked, "Miss, will you come again? Will there be more lotteries? I'd love to try again." He had won a second prize today, a free basket, basically a buy 2, get 1 free deal. He felt so lucky and wished such good things could happen every day. Gu Xiaomai smiled and said, "There will be more lotteries from time to time. Don't worry." Hearing that, everyone left happily, hoping to meet her again someday and win some sweet treats for their children. That day, thanks to Gu Xiaomai, the children of Chunshui town enjoyed delicious rock sugar, sweet and delightful. After everyone left, Gu Xiaomai packed up her stall, sat by her carrying pole, and happily counted her copper coins while waiting for Xie Yan. She was truly happy today. Who would have thought that rock sugar, something so common in modern times, would become such... That day, thanks to Gu Xiaomai, a bag of rock sugar only cost a few coins in her time, nothing special at all. But here, it was a rare and precious treat. And she had plenty of it stored in her space warehouse. The thought made her feel incredibly lucky, almost as if she had suddenly become rich. Back in modern times, she hadn't even liked rock sugar that much. She only used it when cooking dishes like braised pork or making sweet pear soup. No one would eat it as candy when there were so many other kinds of sweets available. But here, everyone loved it. Today, she had used just 10 pieces of rock sugar to attract so many customers to buy her baskets. It was truly amazing. As she thought about it, Gu Xiaomai suddenly began to miss modern snacks. The food these past 2 days had been really poor, so it wasn't her fault for craving something better. While thinking, she finished counting the copper coins. Xie Yan carried over 15 baskets and 40 small ones on a shoulder pole. They earned a total of 155 coins. Just right, not more or less. Before Gu Xiaomai could sigh about how hard farmers work to earn money, she heard a startled voice beside her. Xiaomai. Where are the baskets? Xie Yan had just returned the copied book to the shopkeeper and received 500 coins. The shopkeeper mentioned that a gentleman admired his handwriting and wanted him to copy a family code, offering 1 tael of silver. It was an important task for that gentleman, as he planned to place the book on his family altar, so he wanted someone young with neat handwriting. He had been waiting for some time and asked the bookstore to recommend Xie Yan. 1 tael of silver was a good amount for Xie Yan, and he was truly tempted, so he agreed. He spent some time waiting for the gentleman at the bookstore, which made him return late. While there, he had felt uneasy, worried that Gu Xiaomai might run into trouble alone at the stall. As soon as he received the family code, he hurried back. But to his surprise, he was still too late. In front of their stall, not a single basket was left. Only Xiaomai was there, crouching sadly, doing something he couldn't see clearly. His first thought was that their stall had been robbed. Before Gu Xiaomai could answer, Xie Yan rushed to her side in panic. Looking her over carefully, he asked with concern, "Was the stall robbed? Are you all right? You're not hurt, are you? Please don't argue with any troublemakers. If the goods are gone, let them go. Nothing is more important than your safety." Xie Yan had heard that a few spoiled young men in town often bullied others and caused trouble. He had never met them before, but now, on the first day he brought Xiaomai out, something like this seemed to have happened. He blamed himself. He shouldn't have left her alone to deliver the book. Gu Xiaomai hadn't expected him to misunderstand, but she still felt warm inside. It was really nice to be cared for like this. This feeling made Gu Xiaomai think that Xie Yan really was like her family in this world. She wasn't alone anymore. Seeing the worried look on his face, Gu Xiaomai smiled and explained, "Xie Yan, you're back? What are you thinking about? What bad people? We sold all our baskets and trays. Look, here are exactly 155 copper coins, not a single one missing. Here, see? I did great, didn't I?" There was a hint of pride in her voice. She felt like a real business genius. That lucky draw idea really worked. This time was a bit rushed, but next time, she would prepare better and make it grander. She knew many modern marketing tricks that she could use when she opened her own shop one day. They might be old-fashioned, but they always worked. People's minds hadn't changed much through the ages. Thousands of years of experience had taught her well. Everything in her head was the result of generations of wisdom. Hearing her words, Xie Yan widened his eyes. He looked at the empty stall, then at the pouch full of coins, still finding it hard to believe. He even stammered a little. The business was that good? Yes. Not long after you left, many people came to buy baskets. They sold out so fast we didn't have enough. Next time, we should make more. Father and mother's craftsmanship is really amazing. Gu Xiaomai handed the pouch to Xie Yan and asked, "How did things go on your side? Did the shopkeeper pay you?" "Yes, everything went well. He not only paid me 500 coins but also found me a new job, copying a family rule book for a wealthy gentleman. It pays 1 tael of silver." Xie Yan was excited. He had never imagined earning a tael of silver so easily. Gu Xiaomai glanced at the thick family rule book and shook her head in amazement. Such a big family must have so many rules, impressive. But she also thought that life in a rich family wasn't easy, with so many rules to follow. In comparison, a farmer's life had its own blessings. At least it was free and simple, without so many restrictions. After Xie Yan finished speaking, he counted out 300 coins from his pouch, then handed the rest to Gu Xiaomai and said, "I'll use these 300 coins to pay off our debt. You keep the remaining 200 along with the 155 you already have. From now on, you'll manage our household money. Whatever I earn, I'll give it all to you." Gu Xiaomai was truly surprised that Xie Yan wanted her to handle the money. Feeling a bit uneasy, she quickly said, "Me? That doesn't seem right. I just joined the family." "There's nothing wrong with it," Xie Yan replied. "Father isn't well, and mother is too gentle to manage these things. I used to take care of the money, but now that we're married, it's only natural for you to do it. With your help, I can relax a little."
Thank you, Xiaomai.
Xie Yan believed that Gu Xiaomai was a blessing to their family. He had sold baskets and crates at the market many times before, but never as quickly as today. Even the matter with the study room had gone unusually well. He was sure all this good fortune came because of her. With her managing their money, he believed their days would only get better, and they would soon be free of debt. Since he had said so much, Gu Xiaomai didn't refuse again. If he wanted her to manage the money, she would do it properly. She smiled sweetly and said, "All right, I'll keep it then. Since we've earned some money today and sold everything, let's go to the market and buy some food. Yaoer is still waiting for us to bring something tasty home." "All right, I'll follow your lead," Xie Yan said with a smile. He packed up their things, lifted the carrying pole, and walked with Gu Xiaomai toward the market. He didn't know why, but ever since Gu Xiaomai came into his life, the days didn't feel as hard as before. Maybe it was because every morning, the first thing he saw was her bright, cheerful smile. At that moment, Xie Yan felt deeply grateful for his decision. Even though marrying her had brought him a heavy debt, seeing her happy face made it all worthwhile. He looked up at the distant sky and seemed to see his late teacher smiling down in approval. Gu Xiaomai carried 355 coins and walked proudly toward the market. This was her first time shopping since coming to the ancient world. Since Xie Yan trusted her and let her manage the household, she had to be careful with money and not let him down. So, Gu Xiaomai decided to use all the money-saving skills she had learned in her previous life. As a food video creator, she often stocked up on ingredients. She needed a wide variety of dishes, so she could record more cooking videos for her followers to watch and learn from. Because of that, Gu Xiaomai had become very good at bargaining and finding the best deals. Whether online or in person, she could always buy the best ingredients at the lowest prices. It was something she had always been proud of. Lost in thought, she and her companions soon reached the busiest part of the market. The weather was nice, and many people had come to town for the market day. Gu Xiaomai strolled slowly, looking around with curiosity. In modern times, she had loved visiting open-air markets, but since she lived in the city, she rarely had the chance. Sometimes she would even drive to the suburbs just to experience one. The feeling was completely different from shopping in a supermarket. It was full of life and warmth, and she loved that. To be honest, after graduating, she had worked for less than a year before quitting. She really didn't like the so-called respectable office jobs. They were dull, and the small company leaders always formed cliques. Even at work, people had to take sides. And then there were those who did nothing but relied on connections, making everyone else uncomfortable. In the end, Gu Xiaomai couldn't stand it anymore and quit. After that painful experience, she decided to find a career she truly enjoyed. That's how she discovered the world of food video creation, a flexible and creative job. At first, she was nervous and discussed it with her uncle and aunt. To her surprise, they fully supported her. Her uncle and aunt were open-minded and had a loving relationship. They believed she would succeed because her cooking was genuinely delicious. They both loved her food, and since their family owned a chain of supermarkets, they thought that once she became successful, she might even help the family business someday. "It's okay even if I fail. As my uncle said, at worst, you can come back and help your cousin." He'd be thrilled to know that. With the support of her uncle and aunt, Gu Xiaomai threw herself into her work without any distractions. It turned out they had good judgment. After just 1 year, she had become a famous food streamer with millions of followers. What a pity! Her career had only just begun when it was suddenly interrupted. The more Gu Xiaomai thought about it, the more unwilling she felt. No, she couldn't just give up. Even though she had somehow ended up in this ancient dynasty, she wouldn't abandon her passion for food. She might not be able to be a streamer here, but she could open a restaurant. One day, she would have her own place, and even open a chain of restaurants, creating her own food brand in the Great Zhou dynasty. But for now, she needed to solve a more basic problem: food. After all that running around, she was really hungry. She hadn't eaten much in the morning, so she hurried to buy some ingredients and go home to cook something tasty. The Xie family was poor. Even though she had earned a few copper coins, she still had to spend carefully. So, Gu Xiaomai decided to buy only the most basic ingredients. After that, She could quietly move some food from her secret storage space into the house. If she suddenly had too much, people might notice, but adding a little at a time wouldn't draw attention. When she checked the kitchen that morning, she found the oil jar almost empty. The family only had coarse grains like millet, brown rice, and bean flour. Since her mother had said they could eat a bit better today, Gu Xiaomai decided to make something finer. She went to a stall selling pork heads and planned to buy 3 pounds of pork fat. Without oil, nothing tastes good. This was a necessary expense. The pork fat cost 35 coins per pound, so 3 pounds cost her 105 coins. Her heart ached as she paid. After handing over the money, Gu Xiaomai noticed some large bones on the stall. They had been cleaned well, with only a few bits of meat left on them. She asked Uncle, "Are these big bones for sale too?" The uncle who sells pork looked at the young girl with a gentle smile and a kind voice. He liked her cheerful attitude. Remembering that she had just bought 100 coins worth of pork fat in one go, he smiled and said, "Sell, miss. If you want it, just give me 5 coins, and you can take it all." Xie Yan followed behind, feeling a bit uneasy about her wanting to buy large bones. He quickly said, "If you want to eat meat, let's buy a pound of lean meat. It costs about 20 coins. The bones don't have much meat left on them." Gu Xiaomai refused and directly looked at the uncle, saying, "Thank you, uncle. Here are 5 coins. I'll come back to buy from you next time. All right, here you go. Take care, miss, and walk safely." After they took the meat and left, Gu Xiaomai looked at Xie Yan and explained, "I'm planning to make bone soup. Why buy meat? Tonight, we're not eating meat. We'll have scallion pancakes. Let's go buy some plain flour." "Oh, I see." Xie Yan followed behind Gu Xiaomai. He didn't know much about these foods she mentioned. Usually, either he or his mother cooked at home. His mother's cooking wasn't very good. She mostly just made porridge or steamed buns to eat with pickled vegetables. He learned from her, trying different ways to cook corn porridge, brown rice porridge, and mixed grain porridge. Since Xiaomai said the bone soup was good, it must be really tasty. Her family's life was much better than theirs. She had eaten delicious food and probably knew how to cook better than him. He believed Xiaomai's words. So, the two of them went together to the rice shop and bought a bushel of plain flour, spending 110 coins. Gu Xiaomai's money was almost gone, leaving her with only 135 coins. Her heart felt heavy. But thinking about the fragrant scallion pancakes and bone soup for dinner, she felt it was worth it. They put the bought items into the poles Xie Yan carried and headed home. In this great Zhou dynasty, common people usually ate twice a day, morning and evening. They ate around 9 in the morning and again after 4 in the afternoon. For modern people like Gu Xiaomai, this was very hard, especially since their meals had no oil or fat. How could they survive so many days like this? But with their current conditions, they really couldn't afford 3 meals a day. Right now, the most important thing is to earn money. Xie Yan carried a shoulder pole and walked slowly beside Gu Xiaomai. He watched her face change from excitement to sadness, unpredictable and hard to read. He was also a bit confused and wanted to ask her something, but in the end, he held back. Later, Gu Xiaomai noticed Xie Yan. Seeing his thin body carrying a shoulder pole almost 20 jin heavy, she felt a little sorry and said, "How about we swap? I can help share the load." "Are you tired?" "It's okay, I'm not tired. We're almost home. I can do it. Let's go." Xie Yan shook his head. As a man, he believed he shouldn't let a girl carry the load and rest instead. "If you feel tired, you can switch with me. I can carry it too." As someone who often works with a spatula, she had good strength. Although she had never carried a shoulder pole before, Gu Xiaomai thought it wasn't difficult. But when they finally reached home, Xie Yan didn't give her a chance to prove herself. Before they even reached the door, Gu Xiaomai saw Xie Yao and Xie Mo standing far away, looking around. Their mother said they would improve the family's meals today, so her older brother and sister-in-law would bring back delicious food. She was very anxious and eager to see them. When Xie Yao saw them, she immediately ran over happily, shouting, "Big brother, big sister-in-law, you're back." Although Xie Mo didn't come over, Gu Xiaomai saw a look of surprise in his eyes. "Yes, let's go home." She patted the heads of the two little ones and led them inside, one after the other. Sun Sueju heard the noise and hurried out. Seeing that the basket and basket on the shoulder pole were gone, she asked happily, "Yener, did you sell everything?" Seeing his mother's happy face, Xie Yan was also affected. He smiled and replied, "Yes, everything is sold. Thanks to Xiaomai, it's all her credit." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone in the Xie family looked at Gu Xiaomai with surprise. They couldn't believe she had sold things, and so well too. Before, when Yener went alone, he never sold everything. Even when he was lucky and sold more, there were always some leftovers. Today was the best day they had ever had since they started making baskets. This was a big happy event for the Xie family. They sold the basket so they could buy good rice and flour to improve the kids' meals. So, Sun Sueju was really happy. Seeing her mother-in-law looking at her so warmly and the two little ones staring at her intently, Gu Xiaomai felt a bit shy. She smiled awkwardly and humbly said, "It's just good luck. There were many people at the market today. I bought pork fat and white flour. Mother, can I make scallion pancakes and bone soup tonight?" "Yes, yes, do as you like." "Xiaomai, you're truly a blessing to our family." Sun Sueju really thought so. The girl smiled every day, making everyone feel happy. Thanks to her, Yaoer and Imoer could also enjoy pancakes made with fine flour and bone soup today. It's really wonderful. She felt she was not capable and couldn't do things well. These children had suffered because of her. Otherwise, she wouldn't look so pale and thin. She felt very guilty about this. But she was a sensible person. She couldn't manage the household well, and she didn't interfere much. Her son and daughter-in-law could do whatever they wanted, and she wouldn't say much. Although she couldn't help them much, she would never hinder them. Having a daughter-in-law like Xiaomai was a blessing for the Xie family. When Yaoer heard they would have scallion pancakes and bone soup tonight, she immediately jumped up, excitedly spinning around Gu Xiaomai, cheering. "Wow, that's great. We'll have scallion pancakes and bone soup tonight. Awesome. Awesome." Although she didn't know what scallion pancakes and bone soup tasted like, they sounded delicious. Yaoer was really looking forward to it. She used to think eggs were the best food in the world. She wondered if these two dishes might taste even better.
Xie Yan was so excited, Gu Xiaomai smiled happily.
It was wonderful. This kind of joy from looking forward to good food was exactly what she loved most. Then, Gu Xiaomai looked at Yaoer and said, "Ayao, can you help me light the fire?" After saying that, she happily jumped and followed Gu Xiaomai into the kitchen. Xie Mo, seeing that he couldn't be of much help, followed his mother back to the room to learn how to weave baskets. Xie Yan went into the house to talk with his father for a few words, then came out. He said goodbye to Gu Xiaomai and left the house. He needed to go to Zhang Ye's house in the village to return some copper coins. The 10 taels of silver he borrowed earlier were all lent by kind villagers, each giving a little at a time. Although no one gave much, he had to repay each family slowly. Zhang Ye's family didn't lend him much, only 300 coins. So, Xie Yan decided to pay back those 300 coins first. After all, his old friend was doing his best alone. After Xie Yan left, Gu Xiaomai began to show her skills in the kitchen. First, she washed the big bones thoroughly, then put them into the pot to boil. Next, she started preparing scallion pancakes. While she was free, she turned her head and saw the young girl Xie Yao sitting seriously by the stove, tending the fire. She was 10 years old, a little thin, but her features were lively and adorable. Gu Xiaomai's heart was instantly touched. A girl who is both pretty and cute and well-behaved. Who wouldn't like her? At this moment, Gu Xiaomai silently vowed to herself that she would raise Yao to be plump, cute, and very obedient. She was just too adorable. Suddenly, she remembered the rock sugar used during the daytime lottery. Taking advantage of Yao not paying attention, Gu Xiaomai took out a piece from her space, then tiptoed over and squatted down in front of her. "Yao, open your mouth," she said softly. Although Xie Yao didn't know what her sister-in-law was up to, she obediently opened her mouth. Gu Xiaomai quickly placed the rock sugar inside. When Xie Yao reacted, she could already taste a faint sweetness in her mouth. The last time Xie Yao had candy was a long, long time ago. She remembered that when her father returned from a courier trip, he would bring her sweet candies to eat. So, almost immediately, her eyes sparkled with joy as she looked at Gu Xiaomai and said happily, "Big sister, it's candy." "Yes, it's candy. How is it? Is it sweet?" Gu Xiaomai teased her.
Sweet.
"It's delicious. Thank you, big sister." Xie Yao was so happy she couldn't contain her excitement. She felt even closer to her sister-in-law and decided she should make sure to keep the fire burning brightly in the stove. Gu Xiaomai knew that no child dislikes eating sweets. So she took out 2 pieces of rock sugar and said to her, "Here are 2 more pieces. Later, I'll give one to your brother to try. This is a reward for you. Your sister-in-law bought it for you in town. Thanks to your help in tying the grasshoppers before, today's sales are so good. Thank you, big sister-in-law. We're happy to help the family." Xie Yao smiled mischievously and happily took the sugar, looking at Gu Xiaomai with admiration and affection. Gu Xiaomai patted her fluffy little head and then went back to her own work. The green onions were pulled from Xie's backyard vegetable garden. Every family in the village grows some common leafy greens. Now it's spring, and the young onion shoots are tender and green, looking very fresh. Gu Xiaomai mixed some clarified butter, chopped the green onions, and prepared dough to make several small pancakes. Then she started cooking them in the pan. She added some modern seasonings to the green onion pancakes, all taken directly from her space. The young girl was busy tending the fire, not paying much attention to Gu Xiaomai's actions. The pork fat hadn't been rendered yet, so Gu Xiaomai used the leftover oil from Xie's oil jar. After cleaning the jar, it wasn't enough, so she took some oil from her space as well. Since everything was mixed together to make food, they couldn't really tell what was what. When the aroma of the green onion pancakes wafted out, Xie Yao was stunned and lifted her head to look at the pot. The round pancakes inside were golden on both sides, crispy and crunchy, with a hint of green from the chopped onions, looking very appetizing. The smell alone made Xie Yao's mouth water. She stared in amazement at Gu Xiaomai flipping the pancakes, swallowed, and asked, "Big sister-in-law, these green onion pancakes smell so good." "They must taste great." Gu Xiaomai also took a deep breath, feeling the familiar aroma. She nodded with satisfaction, thinking this was the kind of food normal people ate. She then told the little girl, "It's fragrant, right? Eat more later. Enough to fill you up. Big sister Yao, go get a clean basket to hold the pancakes, okay?" Xie Yao was so happy after hearing her sister-in-law's words, her eyes forming little crescent moons as she smiled. She immediately ran off to get a basket. When Xie Yan returned, the courtyard was filled with a wonderful aroma. It wasn't just the smell of scallion pancakes, but also a faint scent of meat. That was the smell of the rich bone broth cooked by Gu Xiaomai. Sun Suizhu had already noticed the smell coming from the kitchen. She took a deep breath and couldn't help but say to Xie Qingshan nearby, "Husband, Yenner's decision this time was right. I never knew our family's food could taste so good. You all used to eat my cooking every day, and I really feel sorry for you." At this moment, Sun Suizhu finally realized how poor her cooking skills were. Even when the family was well off before, she had never made meat or dishes as delicious as this. She always thought that all food just needed to be put in a pot with some water and salt to cook. Once it was cooked, it was ready to eat. She had always done it that way. Even when she occasionally ate at restaurants outside, she thought that good food was normal for business owners. She never seriously thought it was because her cooking was bad. No wonder her children were always so thin, whether the family was rich or poor. Xie Qingshan listened and smiled kindly, comforting her. "You're doing pretty well. We haven't gone hungry, right? It's also about talent. I'm not a good cook either, so don't worry." He had known this for a long time, but he didn't mind. His wife was already the best wife in the world. Just because his leg was injured and he couldn't move well, she never left his side and always took good care of him. For that, he felt his life was complete. When Xie Yan arrived, Gu Xiaomai's last pancake was just coming off the stove. The bone broth was ready too, sprinkled with a final handful of chopped scallions, and it was time to eat. As soon as the eldest sister-in-law called for dinner, Xie Mo ran into the house to set the table and chairs, and Xie Yao also came to help in the kitchen. They had been waiting eagerly to eat because the smell was so tempting and delicious. Their stomachs were already growling with hunger. Xie Yan also went into the kitchen to help. Seeing how many scallion pancakes and bowls of bone broth Gu Xiaomai had made, he was very surprised. He never expected her cooking skills to be so good. The appearance and taste look very delicious at first glance. After the whole family sat down at the table, Sun Suizhu sincerely said, "Thank you for your hard work, Xiaomai, for preparing such a big and tasty meal for us." Earlier, when cooking, she also went to the kitchen to help, but Gu Xiaomai sent her out, saying she could handle it alone and to let her do her own work. Seeing her daughter-in-law's skilled knife skills and quick movements, Sun Suizhu knew she was experienced. So, she didn't insist on staying. Gu Xiaomai smiled and said, "It's nothing. We're family, so we should help each other. Parents, thank you. I love cooking, so from now on, let me do the cooking at home, okay?" After saying that, she looked seriously at them. She was really tired of the food cooked by the Xie family. She had noticed that neither Xie Yan nor Xie's mother had any talent for cooking. They could only cook the food until it was done, nothing more. So, to avoid hurting her stomach, she decided to take over the kitchen from now on. And she wasn't lying. She truly loved cooking. Otherwise, she wouldn't be a food streamer. "All right, I'll listen to you. Let's eat quickly before it gets cold." Sun Suizhu nodded, then gave Gu Xiaomai a piece of pancake and put it in her bowl. Xie Yan also nodded and said, "Okay, then from now on, you cook, I'll wash the dishes. No problem." "Perfect, I don't like washing dishes, I just love cooking." Haha. And so, everyone in the Xie family enjoyed what they thought was the most delicious meal of their lives. The scallion pancakes were crispy on the outside and soft inside, with a strong onion aroma. The bone broth was fresh and flavorful, milky and rich. Drinking a sip made them feel extremely comfortable all over. Then, at the dinner table, Gu Xiaomai heard everyone praising her loudly. The last sentence was spoken by Xie Mo as he looked at Gu Xiaomai. Previously, Xie Mo was a bit aloof and didn't often talk to Gu Xiaomai, but after this meal, Gu Xiaomai could clearly feel that his attitude toward her had softened a lot. Haha, indeed, there are no children who don't crave treats. Winning over their stomachs is the most direct and effective way. I guarantee that within 3 months, these 2 little kids will definitely be won over by me. After modestly saying a few words, Gu Xiaomai asked about the main matter. "Did you return the 300 coins to Grandpa Zhang?" "Yes, I returned it, but..." Before Xie Yan could finish, Sun Suizhu immediately asked nervously, "What happened to Grandpa Zhang? Did something happen?" "Mom, don't worry. When I went to pay him back, I only exchanged a few words when Grandpa Zhang suddenly fell ill. He fainted at home, and I quickly called the village doctor. He arranged for Uncle Nio from the village to take him to the town clinic. The village doctor said Grandpa Zhang has old health issues. It looked serious, but it's not a big deal. The clinic has ways, an injection and some herbal tea, and he'll wake up. He just needs to rest for a few days. He sent someone to follow him, so there's no danger." Seeing that everyone at home was worried, Xie Yan quickly explained the whole story. When Xie Qingshan heard that Grandpa Zhang was fine, he relaxed and continued eating, saying, "Grandpa Zhang has a hard life too. No family at home. Luckily, you met him, or I can't even imagine what might have happened." Gu Xiaomai, curious, asked, "What about his family?" Xie Yan explained, "He never married and has always lived alone. It seems he came from somewhere else. Someone introduced him to others, but he didn't pursue it. No one knows why." Xie Yan also found it strange, but couldn't do much about it. That was Grandpa Zhang's own choice. All he could do was visit him more often when he had free time, to prevent something like this from happening again. Sun Suizhu then said, "Good that he's okay. Good that he's okay." But, as soon as she finished speaking, Xie Yan hesitated again, making everyone tense up once more. Xie Yan continued to explain to everyone. Unfortunately, Grandpa Zhang had already promised the Yang family in the village that he would help prepare a celebration for their wedding tomorrow. He agreed to work with Uncle Lu on the feast. Now that Grandpa Zhang is sick, only Uncle Lu is left to do it. Tomorrow is the wedding, and time is tight. The village had just hurriedly went to find a cook, he added. Xie Qingshan sighed and said, "That's just how it is. Health is more important. I hope the village head is lucky and finds someone to fill in." Hearing this, Gu Xiaomai's eyes lit up. A cook? Isn't that just her skill? She blinked curiously and asked Xie Yan, do you get paid for helping with the wedding feast? Yes, you do. The village head's uncle said that besides giving 100 coins as a gift, they also give a thank you gift. I think that's the rule, but I don't really understand. Xie Yan rarely took part in such lively events, so he didn't know much about it. He only heard the village head mention it just now. Gu Xiaomai became even more interested and immediately volunteered. Wow. How about me? Do you think they would want me if I go? As you say, as soon as Gu Xiaomai finished speaking, 3 voices spoke at once, full of disbelief. She then realized that besides a Yao and Amo, her parents and Xie Yan were all staring at her in shock. But Gu Xiaomai was not afraid. She answered seriously, "Yes. Mom, Dad, Xie Yan, can I help with the wedding feast? Is that okay? Or do you think my cooking isn't good enough? That I shouldn't help?" Sun Chuizhu was the first to react and quickly explained, No, Xiaomai. We didn't mean that. It's just that the wedding feast is different from our usual cooking at home. It's not just a few dishes. The Yang family's son is getting married and many relatives and friends will come. It will be quite busy, and it will take a whole day. I just worry you'll get tired. In Sun Chuizhu's eyes, Gu Xiaomai was a delicate girl who had studied hard, and she was quite thin. Helping with the feast is a tough job, and they usually only men do it. So she was really surprised. Why did the daughter-in-law make such a request? Xie Yan quickly agreed and said, "We definitely think your cooking skills are good, but this work is not easy. We're worried you might not be able to handle it and get too tired. I'm fine. I have good strength. Don't judge me by my thin appearance. I am very strong." Xie Qingshan listened to her and suggested, "Since that's the case, Yenner, why don't you take Xiaomai to ask the master? I think Xiaomai's cooking is really good. Just look at how delicious the scallion pancakes and bone soup are today." Having Xiaomai cook is a blessing for those attending the celebration tomorrow. Hearing her so determined, Xie Yan knew she wouldn't give up without trying. Since her parents didn't oppose, he agreed and said, "After dinner, I will go with you to the master's house to ask if he has found a suitable person." "Okay, it's settled then." Gu Xiaomai was very happy. She wanted to see what a wedding banquet in the Great Zhou dynasty looked like. She also wanted to use this chance to show off her cooking skills, preparing for her future food stall. Plus, she could take the opportunity to borrow some ingredients from the storage. Didn't the Yang family plan to give a gift? She could add some of her own. Anyway, the Xie family wouldn't go to the Yang family to ask about it directly. She truly put a lot of effort into making sure everyone would enjoy good food. Cooking was her strong suit, and she was confident in her skills. So everything was decided. After the Xie family finished eating and drinking, Xie Yan washed the dishes and then took Gu Xiaomai out. It was already dark outside, and everything was hard to see. So Xie Yan carried a lantern and walked shoulder to shoulder with her toward the master's house. The villagers went to bed early, so they had to hurry, or else people might have already gone to sleep. The dirt road in the village was bumpy. Even if Gu Xiaomai was careful, she accidentally stepped into a hole and cried out in surprise. Both of them were startled. Fortunately, Xie Yan reacted quickly, caught her, and she didn't fall. Xie Yan felt a little worried and said, "Be careful, watch your step." "Yes, I'll be careful." "This road is really hard to walk at night," Gu Xiaomai replied, sounding a bit upset. The lantern didn't make much difference. It couldn't light up the way clearly. If it weren't for the fear of scaring Xie Yan, she would have taken out the powerful flashlight from her space warehouse. She bought it especially before coming to the warehouse, just in case something unexpected happened at night. But this is ancient times, and she couldn't use it freely. Hearing her voice sound so sad, Xie Yan suddenly felt uncomfortable. He didn't know why he felt that way. He just thought that this expression shouldn't be on her face. She should always look happy and bright. So, Xie Yan paused, hesitated for a moment, then stepped in front of her, squatted down, and said, "Let me carry you. I'm used to this road. I won't step on anything. Don't worry, I won't drop you." Gu Xiaomai was surprised. She didn't expect that just by casually complaining, Xie Yan would want to carry her. What a gentleman! At first, she felt a little embarrassed. After all, she had hands and feet, and it seemed a bit spoiled to ask someone to carry her. But then she remembered that he was now her nominal husband. God finally gave her a boyfriend, and she had to use her rights. What's wrong with her husband carrying her? He's not a stranger. Besides, there's not a single ghost here. No one can see them. What's there to be afraid of? Gu Xiaomai really hated walking in the dark. After struggling a bit, she decided to relax and be carried comfortably. She smiled and said, "Although it makes me seem a bit delicate, I still prefer you carrying me." "Thank you, Xie Yan." After saying that, Gu Xiaomai jumped onto Xie Yan's back, wrapping her arms around his neck and holding him tightly. Xie Yan felt her better and handed her the lantern so she could hold it and light the way. He then wrapped his arms around her legs, carrying her steadily forward. Gu Xiaomai was lying on his back, clearly feeling his strong arms and back. Due to years of hard work in the fields, Xie Yan was not at all weak. Carrying a girl like Gu Xiaomai, who weighed over 90 jin, was easy for him. He was tall, about 1.73 meters, and he was only 15, still growing. He would definitely grow taller, probably over 1.80 meters when he was an adult. She liked tall, slim, good-looking, scholarly types. In modern terms, she liked a handsome young man. Xie Yan perfectly matched her ideal look. It's not her fault for being attracted to him. He had delicate features, clear skin, dressed in a way that made him look slim, but he was muscular underneath. I'm getting sidetracked. She hasn't seen him without his clothes yet. Although they had slept on the same bed before, they were both wearing night clothes. She hadn't seen Xie Yan shirtless. While she was lost in her thoughts, Gu Xiaomai quietly turned her face to look at Xie Yan. His side profile was also very handsome. The lantern's dim light made it hard to see clearly, but because of that, it created a soft, blurry beauty. Oh, yes, like the feeling of admiring a beauty under a lamp. Xie Yan was focused ahead and didn't notice Gu Xiaomai watching him. Right now, his heart was also very restless. He had never been so close to a girl before. Although he was trying to ignore it, their skin was touching, and they were so close. Spring was getting warmer, and since they weren't wearing thick clothes, it made his feelings even stronger. He couldn't help but have wild thoughts. Xie Yan knew this was wrong, so he quickly recited a calming spell in his mind. He wanted to stay clear-headed. So, he silently recited the spell while admiring the handsome young man beside him. Both of them were busy with their own thoughts, silent. When they reached the village chief's house, Gu Xiaomai finally got off Xie Yan's back. Compared to Xie Yan, Gu Xiaomai looked calmer. Xie Yan also wanted to shift his attention, so he knocked on the door a few times. Soon, someone responded inside. The village chief knew they were coming and immediately came out of the inner room. Seeing Xie Yan, he quickly asked, "What's going on?" "Xie Yan, you came so late in the evening. Is something wrong?" The village chief knows Xie Yan well and trusts him to be steady and reliable. If it weren't urgent, he wouldn't have come out so late after dark. Xie Yan immediately explained his purpose. "Village chief, have you found someone to replace Grandpa Zhang?" "No, not yet. It's too late now. I plan to go to the town early tomorrow morning with the Yang family to ask around. If we can't find anyone, we might have to pay a high price to get someone from the county to help. No matter what, we can't delay the child's happy event, right?" The village chief was also worried. This matter happened so suddenly, no one expected it. Finding someone at the last minute is not easy. Xie Yan and Gu Xiaomai looked at each other and smiled, seeing an opportunity. Then, Xie Yan continued, "Village chief, if you don't mind, how about letting my little sister try? She's good at cooking. This is her scallion pancake she made tonight. Please try it." As he spoke, Xie Yan took a scallion pancake wrapped in oil paper from his pocket and handed it to the village chief. Gu Xiaomai didn't know when he had hidden the pancake, but this way is better. Let actions speak louder than words. The village chief listened and looked at Gu Xiaomai. He thought Xie Yan was being a bit reckless. His young wife looked delicate and gentle. Could she really handle a pot and spatula? Plus, the chef at the banquet and the one cooking at home are different. The banquet chef has to prepare many dishes for a large crowd, which isn't easy for an ordinary person. But since Xie Yan handed him the pancake, he looked at its appearance. Really good, and it smelled quite nice. He had already eaten dinner, but now, smelling the pancake, he suddenly felt hungry. So, he didn't refuse and took it. He was going to try it. If it wasn't good, he would just say no. This was an important matter, and he couldn't joke about it. But what he didn't expect was that after just one bite, he was so surprised he couldn't speak. He took another bite, swallowed, then took another. Soon, the entire pancake was finished. Only after eating it did he realize he had unconsciously eaten the whole pancake himself. When he realized this, Li Zheng's face immediately turned red with embarrassment. Luckily, he has a dark complexion, so it wasn't obvious. It's really unbelievable. He's already quite old, yet he still feels like a child craving treats. Something feels off. But he has to admit, this young wife, named Gu Xiaomai, is quite skilled. She managed to make a simple scallion pancake taste so delicious. That's rare. However, he still feels a bit uneasy. She's too young and a woman, so he needs to ask more. Xie's family, are you sure you can handle the wedding feast? There will be plenty of meat dishes and fish. Can you cook those too? But just good at making noodles isn't enough. A wedding is a big celebration. We can't serve the guests just ordinary food. We need some dishes that are presentable and special. Seeing Uncle Li Zheng look uncertain, Gu Xiaomai confidently reassured him. I can do it, Uncle Li Zheng. You can trust me. If I weren't confident in my skills, I wouldn't come here to show off. Alright, since you say so, I believe in you and Xie Yan. I won't look for someone else tomorrow morning. Come help us. Li Zheng Lu Qinghe thought for a moment and agreed to the Yang family's request. He still felt responsible for this matter. Since she's so confident, she must have some real skill. Also, Xie Yan isn't unreliable. If he's willing to bring his wife here, it shows he trusts her abilities. First, time is tight, and it's hard to find a good chef. Second, there's already another chef for the wedding feast. Gu Xiaomai can just fill in for old man Zhang. It should be fine. Having received Li Zheng's approval, Gu Xiaomai and Xie Yan were very happy. They happily said goodbye and went home. On the way back, Xie Yan carried Gu Xiaomai on his back. She kept talking happily, clearly in a good mood. Xie Yan just carried her, listened to her chatter, and responded from time to time. They arrived home surprisingly quickly. For the first time, he felt the road was so short. After returning home, Xie Yan placed the pork fat she bought today from the town into a wooden barrel and hung it in the well. Xiaomai said she would process the pork after finishing the wedding feast, worried it might spoil if left in the kitchen. The well's low temperature is perfect for keeping it fresh. After completing these tasks, everyone washed up and rested. Gu Xiaomai went to bed early that night because she knew tomorrow would be busy. She wanted to rest well so she could work at her best to prepare delicious food. Since arriving in this era, her family's poverty meant ingredients were very limited. She hadn't enjoyed a good meal in a long time. Today's scallion pancakes and bone soup were just small experiments, not satisfying enough. As for tomorrow's wedding feast, at least there would be enough meat, chicken, duck, and pork. Gu Xiaomai felt excited. Her cooking skills finally had a chance to shine. That night, she slept very soundly. The next morning, at dawn, Gu Xiaomai got up. Xie Yan took her to find the village chief. Then they went together to the Yang family's place. At first, the Yang family was surprised to see such a young wife, but since the village chief vouched for her, they didn't say much and agreed happily. Xie Yan told Gu Xiaomai, "Go ahead, I'll come pick you up when it's almost over." "Okay, you go back quickly, don't worry about me." Gu Xiaomai nodded and waved him off. Seeing this, she felt a bit like a child needing care, even though she was actually older than him. Even Yang's wife smiled and teased, "You're really newlyweds, so reluctant to part? Maybe a Yan should stay and help with the work. We'll pay him too." "Mother, you're joking." "I'll go now," Xie Yan replied. After he left, Yang's wife took Gu Xiaomai to the tent set up specially for the wedding. In the Zhou dynasty, the tradition was to hold the feast at noon. Guests sat in the large courtyard to eat. Yang's courtyard was already filled with 8 big tables. There were about 15 tables in total. For a rural area, this was already very lively. The Yang family had been preparing for today's wedding for a long time. Besides Old Man Zhang, they also invited a top chef from the town restaurant to oversee the cooking so that friends and relatives could enjoy the meal to the fullest. As Gu Xiaomai entered the tent, her eyes lit up because she saw many ingredients. There was pork, lamb, live fish, and whole, cleaned chickens, along with many other ingredients. It was clear that the Yang family valued this daughter-in-law very much and had spent a lot of money on the celebration. According to Xie Yan, the Yang family are carpenters with a family tradition. They run a shop in Qingshui town and live better than ordinary farmers. That's why the wedding feast was so grand and well-funded. Besides the 2 main chefs, the Yang family also invited some village women to help with washing and cutting vegetables. They arrived early at dawn. So many ingredients had already been prepared. Aunt Yang reminded Gu Xiaomai, saying, "Chef Li from the town restaurant hasn't arrived yet. Xiaomai, you'll cook over here at this stove later." Previously, Uncle Zhang said he would make 6 dishes, and Chef Li will also make 6 dishes, each serving 15 portions. But the dishes must be different. He can decide what to cook, and you can use any ingredients here freely. Do you think that's okay? Because the person had changed, Aunt Yang was a bit worried and explained carefully. Gu Xiaomai nodded seriously and said, "Okay, Aunt Yang. Don't worry, I understand. I will make sure the guests at the wedding feast have a happy and delicious meal today." "Good. With your words, I feel more at ease. Xiaomai, I must tell you, you're one of us villagers, so I trust you more. When Chef Li arrives later, if he says anything unpleasant, don't take it to heart. He has a bad temper, but we have no choice. We need him to do this for us, and we're the ones asking him to come." Aunt Yang had attended many weddings and funerals nearby, so she knew well what kind of person Chef Li was. But in Springwater Town, there weren't many chefs capable of preparing a big feast. Even though she knew he was arrogant and rude, they had to endure it. In the past, Uncle Zhang had worked with him several times. Each time, he ignored Li's sarcasm and didn't take it seriously. This was the first time Wheat met Chef Li, so Aunt Yang was a bit worried, afraid she might have a conflict with him later. They were preparing for a happy event and wanted everything to go smoothly when welcoming the bride, without any unnecessary trouble. When Gu Xiaomai heard this, she knew that Chef Li was probably difficult to get along with. But it didn't matter. She didn't plan to interact much with him. She would just make some dishes. He wouldn't know how to cook, no need to discuss. She cheerfully said, "Don't worry, Auntie. I understand. On such a happy day, I won't take things to heart. You can rest assured." Good. With your words, I feel at ease. I'll leave it to you. I'll go greet the guests in front." After a brief chat with Aunt Yang, Gu Xiaomai liked her quite a bit. She was pretty, sweet-talking, straightforward, and clear-headed. No wonder Xie Yan wanted to marry her, borrowing money everywhere. Her taste was truly good. After Aunt Yang left, Gu Xiaomai started choosing ingredients. The women helping her were villagers from Lihua village. Knowing she was Xie Yan's wife, they were very friendly. Gu Xiaomai talked openly with the women, and soon, the atmosphere became quite cheerful. Soon, she decided on 6 dishes to prepare. Squirrel mandarin fish, yearly abundance. Cumin lamb, joyful and prosperous. Sweet and sour ribs, good luck. Mapo tofu, prosperity. Stir-fried seasonal vegetables, spring in the garden. Egg and leaf soup, jade rui soup. They were tasty and sounded beautiful. She was also sure that Chef Li would know how to make these dishes, since they were modern recipes. Unless he was from another time, he wouldn't be making these dishes. Once she made her decision, Gu Xiaomai stopped worrying about him and started busying herself. First, she prepared all the ingredients. Her speech was pleasant, and her words sweet, which made the women helping her very happy. Everyone was eager to help her. Moreover, when she was stirring and cooking, her movements looked very skilled, just as good as Chef Li. Everyone thought highly of Gu Xiaomai. About 15 minutes later, Chef Li, who had come from the town, finally arrived late. Moreover, he also brought along an apprentice to help him. Although the Yang family didn't say anything, they would definitely give some wedding gifts to their own apprentice later. It wouldn't be right not to, and they would be rude otherwise. If the small restaurant in town was doing well, he wouldn't have come to this remote countryside to be a chef. Fortunately, his apprentice had been trained well enough to run the small restaurant on his own, so he had time to come out and earn some extra money. Having him here to oversee the wedding banquet was a blessing for them. But what surprised him was that the person cooking with him today was not old man Zhang, but a young girl who looked very inexperienced. This made Li Dishishi feel very uncomfortable. He wondered, what does the Yang family mean? Where did they find this young girl to cook with him? And what about old man Zhang? Thinking this, Li Dishishi asked, "Hey, little girl, where's old man Zhang? Why didn't he come?" Gu Xiaomai looked up. Seeing Li's chef staring at her with confusion and anger, she guessed what he was thinking. She lowered her head to focus on her work and replied indifferently, "Grandpa Zhang is sick. I'm his neighbor, here to help him." "Chef Li, I've heard of your great reputation." After saying that, she turned away to do her own things and ignored him. Li Dishishi felt very uncomfortable seeing this girl not respecting him. Why does a young girl with yellow hair dare to look down on him? Does she really think that doing 6 dishes makes her equal to him? What a proud child. But this girl was quite pretty. Li Dishishi considered himself someone who appreciated beauty and didn't get angry at pretty women. He then moved closer to Gu Xiaomai with a sneaky thought and asked, "Little girl, why don't you call me master? I'll take you as my apprentice. I can teach you all my cooking skills. I have a restaurant in Chunshui town. If you learn well, I can let you be the head cook there." How about that? Li Dishishi was very confident. He thought that a village girl who hadn't seen much of the world would easily be tempted with a little kindness. Who wouldn't want to live in the town instead of staying in this poor, remote place? When he just arrived, he came by donkey cart, and the road was very difficult to travel. Whereas the bustling town, the women helping out, including aunts and sisters-in-law, saw how shameless Chef Li was and secretly cursed him. Their eyes also showed concern when they looked at Gu Xiaomai. However, to everyone's surprise, Gu Xiaomai refused very firmly. "There's no need. Chef Li, you should focus on what dishes you need to cook today." Li Dishishi saw she was unmoved and felt angry, but he knew better than to bother her further. It was obvious she didn't want any trouble with him. So, he returned to his own stove. This girl doesn't realize her limits yet. It's better to focus on cooking first. When she sees that he's much better than her, she will listen to him. Women usually like strong men after all. Humph. If she doesn't show respect, she will regret it later. He planned to teach her a lesson when the time came. Gu Xiaomai didn't even glance at Chef Li and focused on cooking her own dishes. After about an hour, she finished all her preparations. Someone from the Yang family came to deliver a message, saying the guests had all taken their seats and it was time to serve the food. Gu Xiaomai then started stir-frying on high heat. Chef Li was surprised when he saw her cooking. Her movements were very skillful, clearly from an experienced hand. It seemed he had underestimated her. She really had some talent. He couldn't slack off now. If he was beaten by a young girl with bright hair, where would he put his face?
Gu Xiaomai had a plan.
She knew exactly which dishes to serve, the right timing, and the cooking methods. Everything was clear in her mind.
Soon, the dishes started coming out.
The Yang family helped serve the food. When they learned that Gu Xiaomai's dishes had such beautiful names, they liked them even more. They served the dishes while singing cheerful songs like "Joyful and Prosperous" and "Good Luck is Coming." The relatives visiting the Yang family had never heard such interesting dish names before. Seeing the dishes, which they had never seen made this way, they whispered to each other, "Hey, this dish sounds interesting. It's called Joyful and Prosperous. It fits the occasion. Haha, I want to taste what it tastes like. This dish is so beautiful. What's it called? Year after year, there is fish? Not bad, not bad. That's lamb, right? So it's called Joyful and Prosperous. That's a good name. It tastes great, too.
Try it."
It's the first time I find lamb so delicious. Yes, what spice is that? I've never had it before, but it pairs so well with the lamb. It's really tasty. I haven't tried it either. It smells so good, and there's no strong lamb smell at all. The chef Yang hired this time is really talented. Try this fish. It's sweet and sour, and it even has a nice shape. It looks so pretty. This tofu is also good. Very satisfying. Today, eating at the Yang family celebration is such a blessing. It's really wonderful. Yes, and these ribs surprisingly sweet and sour. It's the first time I've had ribs like this. Delicious. Mom, I want to eat ribs too. They smell so good. Dad, I want to try that red fish. It tastes so nice. Grandpa Dog Egg also wants a piece of fish. Boo-hoo, he's drooling just thinking about it. Ha-ha, Uncle Lee, give your grandson a piece of fish. This kid is so funny. Exactly, so adorable. Today, many children came along with the elders to the celebration feast. Gu Xiaomai noticed this and paid special attention while cooking. She made 2 sweet and sour dishes that no child could resist. As expected, the squirrel fish and sweet and sour ribs were especially loved by the women and children. Meanwhile, Chef Li's dishes, under Gu Xiaomai's excellent performance, looked quite ordinary, just typical big fish and meat. In Li Daxiao's view, these rural folks haven't seen much of the world. They usually can't afford meat, so how could they tell good from bad? As long as there's plenty of oil and meat, they'll like it. He even chose fattier cuts of meat, since fatty meat is expensive and can make people feel so satisfied they forget everything. If it weren't for Gu Xiaomai's dishes today, maybe no one would think much of Li's cooking. But today, the contrast between the dishes was just too obvious. Everyone loved the food, which was tasty and full of flavor. People were so hungry that they started drooling and almost finished the dishes as soon as they were served. Some dishes were even gone before people could take a third bite. The popularity was obvious. Chef Li's dishes had plenty of meat, but they looked ordinary. After tasting the delicious food earlier, his dishes seemed dull and unremarkable. They also felt greasy, which made some people feel a bit sick. By the second half of the banquet, most of Chef Li's food was left untouched on the table. Most of the guests were from nearby villages and were farmers. Only a few, like the Yang family, ran shops in town. They wouldn't waste food. Even though they didn't think Li's dishes matched the others, they still ate everything, chatting and laughing happily. The Yang family noticed everything and could tell who was a better cook. Aunt Yang was very surprised. She didn't expect that Xiaomai's cooking skills were better than those of the chefs in Qingshui town. She also liked how Xiaomai named her dishes, all wishing for happiness and unity. It was a lovely blessing for the newlyweds, and she liked it very much. Her thoughtful gesture was very clever. Li Daxishi didn't expect that the country folks wouldn't like his food. The apprentice told him that most leftovers on the table were his dishes. The girls' dishes had been quickly snatched up. It was impossible. He refused to believe it. He decided to check himself when the last dish was served. When Xiaomai's tofu was served, Li saw it being eagerly grabbed by everyone. Soon, the plate was empty. Meanwhile, Li's dishes were only eaten after Xiaomai's food was finished, and there was nothing left. Seeing this, Li felt like he had been slapped hard. His face felt hot with shame, and he was very embarrassed. However, he couldn't scold the guests, calling them blind and foolish, so he angrily returned to the cooking shed. When he saw Gu Xiaomai again, Li Daxia's face looked even worse. He clearly disliked her, his eyes not quite right, and his nose not quite right either. Finally, feeling very upset, he paid the bill to the host and left Lajayakan early. After Chef Li left, the women helping in the kitchen burst into laughter and said to Gu Xiaomai, "Xiaomai, you're really impressive. This is the first time I've seen Chef Li look like that. Serves him right. You don't know, he used to pick on Uncle Zhang many times. Now it's his turn. It's because he's not as skilled. Xiaomai, your cooking is so good. When you served the dishes earlier, I saw everyone finished everything. Yes, and the plates are so clean they don't even need washing. Haha, and the names of the dishes are so nice too. This time you've also avenged Uncle Zhang. If Uncle Zhang finds out, he'll probably be so happy he'll laugh. That was so satisfying. Look at how arrogant Chef Li was before, and now, seeing him like that, serves him right. He's just a bully who's afraid of the strong. Xiaomai is better than him, so he slunk away. Listening to their jokes, Gu Xiaomai also felt happy and modestly said, "Auntie, you're exaggerating. As long as everyone likes the food, that's enough." Chef Li's cooking really wasn't very good. Who would have thought that such cooking skills could still open a restaurant in town? This made Gu Xiaomai more confident about her own plans for the future. Around the afternoon, during the shun hour, Xie Yan arrived. Gu Xiaomai quickly went to say goodbye to Aunt Yang. Aunt Yang was very pleased with her performance today and gave her 150 coins as a gift. She also told her to take 2 pounds of pork and a prepared chicken home, saying it was to add some dishes to her family. She knew that Xie's family was having a hard time. When Xie Yan was collecting money earlier, she borrowed a silver coin or two. She knew they still owed debts and probably didn't have much money for meat. Gu Xiaomai didn't expect there would be such a pleasant surprise. She thanked them repeatedly. Xie Yan carried pork and chicken behind her, listening to her talk about funny things that happened during the meal, and a smile appeared on his face. "Xie Yan, you don't know how much Chef Li annoys me. I heard from the kitchen helpers that he used to look down on Grandpa Zhang and always mocked him when they worked together. He relies on having a restaurant in town and looks down on village cooks. I used to think he was really capable, but it turns out he's just SOSO, and his cooking isn't even that good. Did you see his face when he saw everyone liked my food but not his? He looked so unhappy. Haha, it's hilarious. It's driving him crazy." Gu Xiaomai really felt happy today. Seeing Chef Li get so angry and puffing his cheeks made her very pleased. What kind of person is he? Cooking a few dishes is not a big deal. Running a restaurant is nothing special. Without the grains farmed by hardworking farmers, he's nothing. And he dares to look down on workers. Just wait. She would open her own restaurant someday, and she wouldn't be so arrogant like him. Xie Yan smiled gently, looking at Gu Xiaomai with great tenderness. He watched her hate injustice and saw her proud smile after helping Grandpa Zhang, and he found her very adorable. He had heard of Chef Li before. After all, nearby villages and towns often have celebrations, and their village had invited him several times. This person was indeed very arrogant and rude, which made people dislike him. He didn't expect that Grandpa Zhang, who used to work with him, was also bullied by him. That was really too much. Grandpa Zhang never mentioned him, so it seemed the old man didn't want to cause trouble and had endured silently. As for his restaurant, he had never been there. He had visited the town many times before, but never passed by that place. When he went to pick up Xiaomai today, Chef Li had already left, so he didn't see what he looked like. But from Xiaomai's description, he probably wasn't a kind person. Since Xiaomai said his cooking wasn't good, her small restaurant's business probably wouldn't be very good either. So, Xie Yan agreed with her and said, "Indeed, he's very annoying. You did the right thing. Now he should realize that there's always someone better, and there are always people above him. The people of Pear Blossom Village aren't fools. They can tell right from wrong and don't take advantage of others. However, Xiaomai, after this incident, your cooking skills will surely become known in the neighborhood. What if someone asks you to prepare a banquet again? Isn't that a good thing? If someone asks me, I'll accept. I feel happy about it. It means I can earn some money and also improve our family's meals. Why not? Or, do you think going out and showing myself embarrasses you?" After saying this, Gu Xiaomai stood firm, hands on her hips, looking angrily at Xie Yan. She had already made up her mind. Doing a few more banquets would help her start her food business. Then, it would be easier to use rice, flour, and oil from the warehouse when needed. He's just a scholar and wouldn't check her accounts. When Xie Yan heard her misunderstanding, he quickly explained, "No, I didn't mean that. I just think preparing banquets for others is hard work. Look at you today, busy most of the day, and you didn't even have time to eat. I'm worried you'll get tired. I won't stop you from doing what you want just because others might gossip. Whatever you want to do, I support you." For some reason, Xie Yan felt that Gu Xiaomai was very serious at this moment. It was as if he had even a tiny thought of controlling her, she would leave him. A strange feeling of unease grew in his heart. When Gu Xiaomai heard this, her face finally looked better. She thought if he was really that old-fashioned and believed women should stay at home to take care of the family, she wouldn't want to stay at the Xie family. At most, she would return the 10 taels of silver and leave. The world was big, and she still believed she could find a place in the great Zhou dynasty. Since he didn't have that idea, she decided to stay at the Xie family for now. The family was kind, and she liked them. At least, she needed to pay back those 10 taels of silver. After all, Xie Yan owed her that money. Gu Xiaomai smiled and said, "Since that's the case, let's go home and cook something delicious." "Xie Yan, I really enjoy cooking, and I love seeing people finish my food and feel happy. That makes me happy too. Doing what I love doesn't feel tiring." "And who said I didn't eat? Just now, I took some food from the stove. I'm not stupid. I wouldn't work hungry while cooking for others." "Yes, I understand. Let's go." After returning to the Xie family, Xie Yao saw her eldest sister-in-law bringing back lots of meat and a chicken, and she was very excited. She noticed that since her sister-in-law came to their home, life had been getting better each day. In the past, the Xie family rarely ate meat, maybe once every 1 or 2 months, but recently, they had just enjoyed a big bone soup yesterday, and today she brought back so many delicious foods. Because of this, Xie Yao admired her sister-in-law more and more. She thought, "Now I get to eat meat with my sister-in-law." Since this thought appeared in her small heart, it started to grow wildly. The young girl was very perceptive. She immediately ran back and brought a small wooden stool, placing it in front of Gu Xiaomai and said eagerly, "Big sister-in-law, you've been busy all day. You must be tired. Sit here, and I'll help you massage your shoulders." Hearing this, Gu Xiaomai was very happy and immediately sat down politely, saying, "Yaoer is so thoughtful. My shoulders are a bit sore. Please help me relax them." "Sure, I'll make sure you're satisfied." Xie Yao responded happily and started massaging her sister-in-law right away. Although she was small, she was skilled at massaging shoulders and legs. She used to help her father with leg massages and her mother with shoulder massages. As long as she made her sister-in-law happy, there would definitely be tasty food in return. Watching her sister-in-law enjoy the massage, Xie Mo, standing nearby, looked at his obedient little sister with disdain and muttered, "Flatterer, he didn't want to flatter others like that." So, he picked up a broom from the yard and slowly swept the courtyard from a distance, occasionally listening in on their conversation. Gu Xiaomai was so comfortable being massaged by Xie Yao that she hummed happily and reminded Xie Yan, "Xie Yan, go get the pig fat hanging in the well. We need to make lard later. We're out of oil at home." "Okay, I'll go now." Xie Yan immediately went to the well to get it. After relaxing for a while, Gu Xiaomai started making lard, with Xie Yao, her little helper, tending the fire. Watching the white pig fat slowly melt and produce a lot of oil, leaving only crispy, fragrant oil residue, Gu Xiaomai felt a deep sense of achievement. The smell of homemade pork fat is still the best. Nowadays, people buy vegetable oil from the supermarket, but Gu Xiaomai still thinks that stir-fried vegetables taste better with pork fat. Gu Xiaomai casually pinched a piece of pork crackling and fed it to Xie Yao, who was tending the fire. Then she saw the young girl's face light up with a happy smile and praised cheerfully, "Smells so good, big sister-in-law. Your pork crackling is especially delicious." "Haha, it does smell good, right? This, with some wild vegetables and steamed buns, is really tasty. Maybe we can make steamed buns with wild vegetables tomorrow? It's spring now, everything is coming back to life. There should be shepherd's purse, right?" Gu Xiaomai loves eating shepherd's purse with pork crackling buns. She even filmed a video about it before, and it was very popular. But back then, she bought her shepherd's purse from the supermarket, and it was very expensive. Now, here in this vast land, there must be wild shepherd's purse growing everywhere. Thinking of this, Gu Xiaomai felt excited.
Wow.
Free shepherd's purse, and it's fresh, picked by herself. When Xie Yao heard her mention shepherd's purse, she immediately pounded her chest and replied, "Yes, it's on the mountain. We used to go picking it often." Big sister-in-law, do you want to pick some shepherd's purse?
Sure.
That would be great.
Let's decide on that.
We'll save the pork crackling for making buns tomorrow.
Tonight, let's eat that chicken.
I think I'll make a big plate of chicken and some noodles too, meat and carbs, perfect. Gu Xiaomai talked to herself and quickly decided what to eat tonight. Although Xie Yao had never tried big plate chicken before, she thought it sounded delicious and nodded enthusiastically, showing her approval. Gu Xiaomai and Xie Yao were busy in the kitchen, while Xie Mo was outside sweeping the yard. Xie Yan went to the backyard to loosen the soil and plant vegetables. It was the season to grow leafy greens. He had brought some seedlings from Grandma Lin's house on the main street before, and he needed to plant them quickly. They would grow soon. Then, the family could enjoy fresh, juicy vegetables every day. Xie's parents were still inside weaving baskets, chatting happily. Smelling the delicious aroma drifting in from outside, they felt that life was getting better and better. On that evening, the Xie family had a very rich dinner. It was the first time they tried a dish called big plate chicken. They cooked an entire chicken which Gu Xiaomai stewed. The chicken wasn't very big, probably about 2 jin, roughly 1 kilogram. Without the bones, it wasn't much weight. 6 people eating it felt a little tight. But she also cooked a lot of noodles, made with a mix of white flour and bean flour. The noodles were smooth and chewy, coated in a rich, flavorful sauce, delicious beyond words. Everyone in the Xie family ate happily and felt very satisfied. They hadn't realized how long it had been since they last enjoyed such tasty food. This big plate chicken was even more fragrant and delicious than yesterday's scallion pancakes and pork bone soup. They discovered that chicken could be cooked so well. After frying, the chicken was crispy on the outside and tender inside, soaking up the savory sauce perfectly. The noodles had a great bite, and Sun Sueju even thought they tasted better than the chicken. Everyone in the family praised this dish highly. Gu Xiaomai also ate happily, though she felt a little regretful. If only there had been potatoes, the dish would have been perfect. Unfortunately, it seemed that potatoes hadn't arrived in this era yet. She had only been here a few days and hadn't seen this crop. Last time at the market, she didn't see anything similar, not even sweet potatoes. But there were peanuts. She wasn't sure exactly what era this was, as it didn't quite match the history she learned in modern times. Perhaps it's a fictional setting. Their clothing and hairstyles looked more like those from the Ming Dynasty. The next morning, after breakfast, Xie Yao carried a basket and came to find Gu Xiaomai, saying she wanted to go up the mountain to pick shepherd's purse. Xie Yan was a bit worried and decided to go along too. Xie Mo also insisted on joining, saying he wanted to gather some firewood for the family. In the end, the 4 of them decided to go together. Behind Lihua village, there was a large mountain range stretching endlessly. Usually, people from nearby villages would go to the foot of the mountain to pick wild vegetables or gather firewood. After rain, mushrooms would grow on the mountain, which could be cooked in soup or stir-fried, delicious options. Xie Yao had also gone picking with other girls from the village before, so she was very familiar with the mountain behind the village. When they left the house, Xie Mo and Xie Yao led the way ahead. Both of them were excited about the oil residue and shepherd's purse buns their older sister-in-law mentioned. The brother and sister each carried a basket, planning to see who could pick more during their little competition. Gu Xiaomai followed behind them, walking toward the back mountain while enjoying the scenery around her. Honestly, this place has clear mountains and clean water, beautiful views, fresh air, and a much better environment than modern cities. It really feels like a place untouched by pollution. Green mountains and clear waters are truly valuable. After about 15 minutes of walking, they reached the foot of the back mountain. Xie Yan explained to Gu Xiaomai, "This whole mountain range is connected. The land here in Lihua village used to have many pear trees, which is why it's called that. But later, for some reason, the trees were abandoned and no longer grown. Still, the name stuck." "I see. Let's go up the mountain and take a look," Gu Xiaomai said, immediately catching up with her brother and sister. Soon, they heard Xie Yao cheer. "Older sister-in-law, come quick. There's a big patch of wild shepherd's purse here. It looks very fresh." Coming, Gu Xiaomai replied. She ran over quickly and saw a nice patch of wild shepherd's purse. The Xie family members started picking it right away. With 4 people working together, they quickly gathered enough for their family to make buns. Gu Xiaomai didn't expect to find so much wild shepherd's purse so easily today. Just as they were about to head back, Gu Xiaomai suddenly heard a strange sound. She immediately said, "What's that noise? Did you hear it?" Hearing her, everyone fell silent, not daring to make a sound, afraid of disturbing something. Sure enough, after quieting down, they all listened carefully. Xie Yao swallowed nervously, a little scared. Is that a cat's cry? There probably aren't any monsters in these mountains, right? She had been here many times with her friends before, but she never knew there were wild cats in these mountains. That sound was really creepy. Xie Mo also nodded in agreement and said, "Yes, it sounds just like a cat's cry, and the sound isn't close, so it should be coming from the forest." Xie Yan nodded, indicating he also heard it. It really does sound like a cat. Gu Xiaomai is a person who loves small animals very much. The kitten's cry sounds sad and pitiful. Maybe it's in trouble and needs help from humans. So, she immediately made a decision and said, "I'll go see what's wrong. Wait here for me." After saying that, she followed the sound forward. The sound wasn't close, but it wasn't far either. Otherwise, they wouldn't hear it. Gu Xiaomai thought that since it was so close, there shouldn't be any danger. She wasn't going deep into the forest. Seeing her walk alone into the woods, Xie Yan couldn't rest assured. He quickly told his younger siblings to wait here, then followed her. After walking a few hundred meters into the woods, Gu Xiaomai listened to the cry getting closer and started to look carefully around. At that moment, she also saw Xie Yan coming after her. She didn't say anything and let him join her in searching. Soon, they followed the sound and found its source in a thicket of thorny bushes. There, they saw a mother cat lying still, no longer moving. 2 tiny kittens were circling around her, anxious and crying. The sad cry was coming from them. Xie Yan crouched down to look carefully and then said, "It seems someone set a trap on this mountain." The cat accidentally stepped into it and got caught. Since it couldn't free itself for a long time, it bled too much and died. These 2 should be her babies, crying desperately here. Gu Xiaomai crouched down and gently touched the 2 kittens' heads, feeling pity and said, "How sad. They lost their mother so young." "Xie Yan, can we open this trap? I want to bury this mother cat. Can we take these 2 kittens back? They obviously aren't weaned yet. Living alone in this forest, they probably won't survive more than 3 days." It's so pitiful. Hearing Gu Xiaomai say this, Xie Yan was stunned. She was really too kind, caring even about the lives of tiny kittens. If it had been my old self, I definitely wouldn't have gotten involved in such trivial matters. They are struggling to feed themselves. Where would they find extra food to feed a cat? But at this moment, I hesitated. Seeing Gu Xiaomai's wet, pleading eyes, I couldn't bring myself to say no. I nodded and said, "Okay, step back 2 steps." After that, Xie Yan began examining the animal trap. He noticed it was just a little bigger than a normal mouse trap. Quickly, he freed the cat's leg from the trap. Today, he was carrying a small hoe because he went up the mountain to dig wild vegetables. Gu Xiaomai found a spot, and Xie Yan started digging a hole. Together, they buried the mother cat. Then Gu Xiaomai carried the 2 kittens back home. When they returned to the place where they had been digging vegetables, Xie Yao and Xie Mo saw the 2 adorable kittens and were very interested. Each of them held 1 kitten, and they headed back together. The kittens had pretty coats. One was a tabby, and the other was a big orange cat. But now, they looked very thin and small, which was really sad. When Gu Xiaomai held them earlier, she could tell they had been hungry for a long time. They didn't have much flesh on their bodies. They were still very small, probably not even a month old, so they couldn't eat much else. The Xie family was very poor, and they didn't have milk or anything similar. What could they feed the kittens at home? If it were modern times, at least they could buy formula for them. What a pity. Thinking about this, Gu Xiaomai shared her worries. Xie Yan listened and said, "How about boiling some rice water for them? I saw that little children in the village used to drink that." Gu Xiaomai nodded and said, "There's no better option right now. Let's cook some when we get home and try it." Just as she finished speaking, Xie Yao, who was holding a small yellow cat in front, suddenly asked, Big sister-in-law, can the kittens drink goat milk? Aunt, who has many sheep, and a while ago, 2 ewes gave birth. Sister, who even took me to see them. If the kittens can drink it, I can ask sister who for some. Gu Xiaomai didn't expect that there were people raising sheep in Lily Village. If they had access to goat milk, that would be the best. So, she quickly replied, of course I can drink it. Sheep's milk is the best. But, isn't it quite expensive? Maybe we should buy some from them. Haha, big sister-in-law, what are you talking about? No one wants that sheep's milk even if it's free because it smells strong. People in our village don't like it. Before, Aunt Hu's family had plenty of sheep's milk, but they couldn't finish it all, so they just threw it away.
We don't need to buy it.
If I ask Aunt Hu, she will definitely give some. I'll go there once we get home. Hearing her sister-in-law's words, Xie Yan couldn't help but smile. Sheep's milk smells very bad, and she wondered how the little lambs managed to drink it. But if it could save the lives of the little cats, that would be wonderful. Gu Xiaomai never expected that people in this era disliked sheep's milk so much. Yes, it does smell strong, but it can be processed to remove the smell. Plus, it is very nutritious and is one of the closest milk products to mother's milk. Modern parents who raise pets or babies often buy it specially. It costs much more than cow's milk. Cow's milk is good too, but it is cold and can harm the stomach and spleen. Drinking too much can upset a child's digestion. However, people in this era seem to ignore sheep's milk completely. Thinking about the sheep's milk that was thrown away, Gu Xiaomai felt very sad. Suddenly, a bright idea came to her. It was like she had discovered a business opportunity. Yes, they don't like sheep's milk because it smells strong and is hard to swallow. But she knows how to remove the smell. Later, she could turn sheep's milk into delicious drinks. And drinking it regularly could also improve skin and make one look better. It would be very good for children too. With such low costs, how could she not make money? Most importantly, her warehouse already had all the seasonings she needed, and she didn't even need to buy sugar. It was a perfect business plan. After making up her mind, Gu Xiaomai asked enthusiastically, Yaoer, are you close to that Aunt Hu? Yes, Aunt Hu is 2 years older than me. She's 12 now. She often takes me to play, and I even helped her herd sheep. What's wrong? Big sister-in-law. Xie Yan looked at her sister-in-law and felt a bit suspicious. She didn't know what she was planning, but she thought her sister-in-law seemed a little too happy. Could it be because the little cats are going to be saved? That's why she's so excited and thrilled. Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaomai quickly said, Okay, then later when you go to the Hu family to ask for some sheep milk, ask for extra. Besides giving it to the kittens, I have other uses for it. Sure, no problem. But big sister-in-law, what are you going to do? That sheep milk is really very strong and smelly. The smell is so bad it makes people want to vomit. Xie Yan thought about the smell of the sheep milk and felt very disgusted. She pouted her little mouth a few times, clearly showing she disliked it.
Don't worry about that.
Once I make it, you'll see. I don't know if it will work yet.
Let's just decide on that.
Let's go home quickly. Gu Xiaomai smiled mysteriously, teasing them. When the 4 of them got home, Xie Yan immediately went to the Hu family to ask for sheep milk. Xie Yan also seemed to like the kittens very much. He gave them some warm water to drink, then played with them nearby. Occasionally, he looked toward the door, clearly worried about the little cat's food. Sun Suizhu saw them picking wild vegetables on the mountain and also bringing back 2 kittens. She was quite surprised but didn't say anything when she heard Gu Xiaomai wanted to raise them. Her daughter-in-law was capable, earning so many delicious things for the family. Raising 2 kittens was nothing special. When they grew up, they could even help catch mice around the house. That was good. Moreover, seeing Emoer's expression, it was obvious he liked animals very much. So, she had no reason to oppose it. After Gu Xiaomai returned, she went into the kitchen to knead the dough. Xie Yan took the freshly picked wild vegetables to the well for cleaning, picking each one carefully to prepare for later. Just as she finished kneading the dough, Xie Yan came back from the Hu family with a big basin of sheep milk. She was carrying a large basin of milk. The funniest part was, her nose was blocked by 2 cloth pieces, as if she really disliked the smell of the sheep milk and was afraid it would bother her. Only after placing the basin of sheep milk in the kitchen did Xie Yan run outside, remove the cloths, and breathe in the fresh air deeply. Gu Xiaomai and Xie Yan saw this scene and couldn't help but smile. This little girl was so adorable. It was clear she really hated the smell of the sheep milk. Gu Xiaomai looked at the milky, white liquid with a big smile in her eyes. The little girl was really helpful bringing back such a large bowl for her. Thinking of the two hungry kittens, Gu Xiaomai quickly found a small broken bowl, scooped some goat milk into it, and offered it to the cats in the yard to try. As soon as she set the bowl down, the two kittens pounced on it like hungry ghosts. They didn't mind the goat smell at all, quickly licking and drinking. One of the kittens even put its head into the bowl, getting its mouth and nose wet, but that didn't stop it from drinking happily. This scene was both sad and funny at the same time. They must have been starving, which is why they acted like that. Xie Yan was even more worried and kept talking to them. Hey, don't rush. There's more. Drink slowly, don't choke. Xiao Huang, don't take Xiao Hui's spot. Just drink here. They hadn't finished the first bowl, so Gu Xiaomai filled another one. This time, the two little cats finally ate their fill, and their bellies visibly rounded. Only then were they satisfied. After that, they went to the yard to enjoy the sunshine. Xie Mo played with them using a blade of dogtail grass, and everyone was happy. Xie Yao also watched them closely, not wanting to look away. They were still young and loved small animals. The kittens were so cute. How could anyone not like them? It was perfectly normal. Xie Yan watched his younger siblings with a gentle smile and didn't stop them. Since he wasn't busy now, he let them play. Soon after, Xie Yan went to the kitchen to cook with Gu Xiaomai to make steamed buns. One cut vegetables, the other kneaded dough. One rolled out the wrappers, the other wrapped the buns. One lit the fire, the other steamed. They worked together very well, showing great teamwork. When the buns were ready, it was just noon. Today, they had been busy picking shepherd's purse on the mountain. The small amount of food they ate in the morning was already gone. Gu Xiaomai suggested, "These buns are best when they're fresh out of the steamer. How about we add another meal at noon today? Let's try my shepherd's purse and pork crackling buns." Xie Yan, who was tending the fire, nodded in agreement. Everything was made by Gu Xiaomai, so she decided what to do. With delicious food, how could everyone refuse? Although no one in the family had ever mentioned it before, he knew that even when hungry, everyone would endure until lunchtime, or just drink some water to satisfy their hunger. He heard that wealthy families in the county town ate 3 meals a day. Today, they decided to try it too. So, the Xie family unusually added a noon meal, cabbage and wild vegetable buns. Gu Xiaomai used only white flour to make the buns. The buns were plump and white, with beautiful folds, looking both cute and delicious. Xie Mo and Xie Yao were very happy to hear there was food for lunch today. They obediently went to the well to wash their hands. The freshly steamed buns were packed together, steaming hot and fragrant. Gu Xiaomai smiled and said, "Parents, Yan, younger sibling, come try my homemade buns. How do they taste?" Xiaomai, you should also eat. You've worked so hard." Sun Suizhu first handed her daughter-in-law a bun and placed it in her bowl, then picked up one herself to taste. Seeing this, everyone else also started eating. Gu Xiaomai took a bite. The fresh aroma of the cabbage first hit her tongue, followed by the savory scent of the oil residue. The cabbage was blanched and finely chopped, green and white. The oil residue was chopped into small pieces, each still crispy. When chewed, they made a crunchy sound, and a little oil seeped into the cabbage. The dough also absorbed the juice from the filling, with a hint of the unique sweet aroma of flour. It was truly delicious. Gu Xiaomai thought these buns were even tastier than the ones she used to make in modern times. They were more flavorful. Maybe it was because she picked the wild vegetables herself, or perhaps because they were truly wild and grown naturally. It made the taste even more authentic. Or maybe she hadn't enjoyed this springtime delicacy for a long time. The freshness made her want to swallow her tongue. It wasn't just her feeling this way. Everyone's surprised and happy expressions showed they also loved these wild vegetable buns. Xie Yao, blowing on her hot bun, couldn't help but take a bite and exclaimed, "This is so delicious, so fragrant. Sister-in-law, your cooking skills are amazing. My brother marrying you is truly a blessing for our family. Hee hee, our whole family is enjoying the good life." "Yes, Xiaomai, your cooking skills are amazing. I never knew wild chives could be prepared like this. We used to eat them before, but only in cold salads, always feeling a slight bitterness. But what you made is no bitterness at all, and it smells so wonderful." Sun Suizhu also praised generously. After eating several meals cooked by her daughter-in-law, she no longer wanted to cook herself. Compared to Xiaomai's skills, everything she used to make seemed so plain. It's almost like pig feed. The same wild chives, but the taste can be so different. Xie Qingshan didn't speak, remaining silent, but kept eating buns to show his attitude through actions. Xie Mo's expression wasn't as exaggerated as Xie Yao's, but he ate quickly, one after another, clearly very satisfied. Seeing Gu Xiaomai looking at him, he awkwardly but honestly said, "It's delicious. Sister-in-law's cooking is really good." Xie Yan was the most generous with praise. After finishing a bun, he looked at Gu Xiaomai and said, "It's really tasty. Who knew that adding some wild vegetables to the oil residue could make such a delicious dish? Xiaomai, you're really impressive. I feel like I've married a treasure." After saying that, his eyes held a faint, almost imperceptible gaze on Gu Xiaomai. At first, he just wanted to repay his master's kindness, but over time, he felt that Gu Xiaomai was like a treasure chest, full of surprises every day. She was completely unpredictable, and looking at her bright, confident smile, he couldn't help but be drawn to her. Everyone enjoyed the delicious wild chive and oil residue buns, chatting and laughing, creating a very warm atmosphere at the table. Maybe because of the aroma of the oil residue, two little cats from outside the yard ran in, meowing around the family. Xie Ya watched their cute behavior and laughed happily, explaining, "You're still too young to eat meat. When you're hungry, just drink milk. Meowing around me won't help." Unfortunately, the little kittens didn't understand human language. They were so greedy they even reached out with their paws to grab people, making Gu Xiaomai laugh and cry at the same time. After finishing the meal and tidying up, everyone went their separate ways to do their chores. Xie Yan went to the bedroom to copy books, while Xie Mo and Xie Yao played with the kittens in the yard. Xie's parents went inside to weave baskets. Gu Xiaomai returned to the kitchen and started to deal with a large bowl of goat milk that Xie Yao had brought back from whose house. After setting aside enough for today and tomorrow, Gu Xiaomai poured the rest of the goat milk into a pot to heat. To remove the strong smell from the goat milk, it's actually quite simple. The smell comes from many branched-chain fatty acids, especially oleic acid, which is 3 times higher than in cow's milk. Eliminating these compounds can effectively reduce the smell. The best and easiest way is to add some jasmine tea or green tea while boiling the milk. The tea not only absorbs the smell, but also adds a light tea fragrance to the milk. Fortunately, her spice storage had some tea leaves, so Gu Xiaomai took some out to try. She learned this method from a video before but had never tried it herself, so she didn't know if it would work. But that's okay, she would find out soon enough. After taking out the jasmine tea from her storage, Gu Xiaomai wrapped it in a piece of cloth and put it into the goat milk to boil together. Once it boiled, she removed the tea bag. She poured the goat milk into a bowl and added some white sugar. Adding sugar can also help remove the smell and improve the taste. Of course, the sugar was also from her storage. To avoid suspicion from the Xie family, Gu Xiaomai poured the sugar into a small ceramic jar and placed it in the kitchen. She had already come up with a reasonable explanation for the sugar's origin. If they asked, she would explain it to everyone. After finishing this, the goat milk's temperature was just right. Gu Xiaomai picked up a bowl, blew on it, and carefully smelled it. It seemed the smell was gone. It should work well. Curious, Gu Xiaomai took a sip and found the milk was fragrant, smooth, with a faint sweetness blending perfectly with the goat milk. It was rich and delicious. There was no more smell at all. The internet really doesn't deceive me. Gu Xiaomai loved the taste of this goat milk so much. She decided that from now on, she would drink a bowl every day. Not only would it boost her nutrition, but it would also help her look better. It seems that without sugar, honey could be added, and the taste should also be good. However, the Xie family currently does not have honey, and her warehouse's honey is not easy to take out casually. She will wait for a better opportunity in the future. Right now, the most important thing is to find out how much goat milk the Hu family has. She thinks she might work with the Hu family. Maybe her first business in this ancient time will be related to goat milk. Thinking of this, Gu Xiaomai feels excited. She quickly walks out of the kitchen and calls to the two children still playing in the yard. Yaoer, Mo, come here. I have something tasty. The two children were playing with a kitten when they heard their sister-in-law's words. Their eyes immediately lit up. Although they just finished lunch and aren't hungry, they can't resist their craving. They already know how good their sister-in-law's cooking is. If she says it's tasty, it must be really good. After Xie Yan ran over, she asked excitedly, "What's so tasty, sister-in-law? Look over there. 1 bowl of goat milk each. Do you want to try it?" Gu Xiaomai smiled and pointed at the bowls of goat milk on the stove, looking at Xie Yan with a funny expression. When Xie Yan heard it was goat milk, her face immediately fell, and she pouted in dislike. "Ah, goat milk? Well, never mind. I really can't stand that taste." Xie Mo also took a small step back when he heard this. He didn't like that taste either. Gu Xiaomai wasn't upset. She looked confident and continued to promote. "My cooked goat milk isn't greasy at all, and I added sugar, so it's sweet. Want to try? Children in this era can't resist sweet things." Sure enough, when Xie Yan heard it was sweet, she hesitated and asked, "Really? Is it really sweet?" "Yes, really. Even more real than pearls. Want to taste?" Under Gu Xiaomai's persuasion, the two each picked up a bowl of goat milk and sniffed it. Sure enough, the strong smell was gone, replaced by a special aroma, a faint fragrance. She wondered how her sister-in-law cooked it. "It's so amazing." While thinking, Xie Yan took a small sip. As soon as she tasted it, she was shocked, her eyes wide open and round. She couldn't imagine how the previously unpleasant, strong smell of mutton flavor had turned into such delicious milk. Sweet and fragrant, not at all gamey. If goat milk is like this, she could drink 10 bowls without getting tired. Before she even put down her bowl, Xie Yan eagerly gave Gu Xiaomai a thumbs up. "This taste is just too delicious." This really surprised her. She never thought that the foul-smelling goat milk could turn into such a tasty drink. Xie Mo's eyes also lit up, showing he liked it too. Seeing both of them enjoy it, Gu Xiaomai finally relaxed. It seems that people in this era have similar taste to hers, and they are quite open to drinking goat milk. Watching the two children still wanting more, Gu Xiaomai happily filled them another bowl and even added 3 more bowls, planning to let Xie Yan and her parents try it too. When she carried the tray into the room, Xie Yan, without needing any prompting, became the best spokesperson for the goat milk. She kept saying how good it tasted, sweet, fragrant, and not at all gamey. Seeing her enthusiastic description, everyone else also took some to taste. Sure enough, just as she said, it was not at all gamey. Xie Yan, being very perceptive, immediately pointed out the secret. "There's a fainty aroma and sweetness in this milk. Did you add sugar? Where did the sugar come from?" In the Great Zhou dynasty, sugar was very precious and expensive. Ordinary families like theirs couldn't afford it. How could she have sugar at home? Last time they bought things at the market, he knew everything, but Gu Xiaomai hadn't bought any sugar. After asking, everyone looked at Gu Xiaomai. Xie Yan had previously been fed a piece of rock sugar by her older sister-in-law, so she knew she had sugar. But she was young and only knew to eat it, not where it came from. Hearing his question, Gu Xiaomai nodded and replied, "Yes, I added sugar. It's delicious, right? As for the sugar, it's just good luck. Do you remember the last time you went to the study to exchange books? Back then, there was a food stall at the market holding a lottery. I couldn't resist my craving and bought some treats, then entered a lottery. Surprisingly, I was so lucky that I won a big prize, a large jar of candy, which is now kept in our kitchen cupboard. You can enjoy it for a long time. If you don't believe me, go take a look." Gu Xiaomai said this while pointing outside to the kitchen, showing them that her words were true. Xie Yan's eyes showed a hint of confusion. He had sold things at the market many times, but he had never seen a booth with a lottery. Was Gu Xiaomai really that lucky? Looking at her with some disbelief, Xie Yan listened as she continued chatting. Remember the last time we sold baskets? They sold really fast, thanks to that food stall nearby. Their lottery drew a lot of people. Some bought things and couldn't carry everything, so they bought baskets from us. That's why we sold so quickly. They sell sweets, so the big prize was candy. That's normal, right? I got so much candy that I was worried others might be jealous, so I hid it at the bottom of the pole. That's why you didn't see it. I was so happy when I got back that I forgot to tell everyone about it. Although Xie Yan found her story a bit hard to believe, he still trusted her because she wouldn't lie about something like this. Sun Suizhu, hearing this, smiled and said to Gu Xiaomai, I always said Xiaomai is lucky, and now it's clear that's true. Winning so much candy from a simple lottery, that's real luck. Xie Qingshan, sitting on the bed, nodded in agreement. Yes, ever since Xiaomai joined the Xie family, our life has been getting better and better.
Xie Yan, this is all thanks to Xiaomai.
You must treat her well and not bully her, or I won't forgive you. Hearing his parents' words, Xie Yan looked a bit uncomfortable and quickly replied, I know, parents.
I would never bully Xiaomai.
Just then, Xie Yao and Xie Mo, who had gone out earlier, returned excitedly. It's true. Sister-in-law's words are right. There really is a big jar of candy in the kitchen, and it's different from any I've seen before, like snow, so beautiful. No wonder the goat's milk tastes so good. With sugar added, even water can taste sweet. Sister-in-law, you're so lucky. What is this merchant selling? They're offering such a great prize. Gu Xiaomai didn't expect Xie Mo to ask that, so she quickly tried to explain. It's just a kind of sweet cake. I've never had it before, but it's very pretty. Let's not talk about that now, parents, Xie Yan, younger siblings. I have an idea and want to ask for your opinion. After saying this, Gu Xiaomai looked seriously at everyone, as if she had something very important to say. Seeing her like this, everyone also became serious. Sun Suizhu said straightforwardly, Xiaomai, just tell us what you want to say. Well, I heard Yaoer say that the Hu family raises a lot of sheep. People find sheep milk too strong and don't like to drink it, so they just throw it away. That's such a waste. I read in books that sheep milk is very nutritious. What do you think about talking to the Hu family? We could pay them some money to buy their sheep milk, then process it and sell it in town. Would that work? After hearing this, Sun Suizhu's eyes lit up immediately. She thought this was a good idea. She had tasted the sheep milk earlier, and it was really delicious. If it wasn't too expensive, surely someone would buy it. But at the same time, she had another worry. After thinking for a moment, she said, but this sugar is so precious. If we sell it too expensive, no one might buy it. Mom, we won't need much sugar to cook a pot. We can sell the sheep milk one bowl at a time, so it doesn't use much sugar. Plus, all this sugar was given to us for free. No matter how much we sell, it's profit. A big jar of sugar can last us quite a while. It will definitely make more money than making baskets, Gu Xiaomai earnestly persuaded everyone. She believed this business idea would work. Given the era's love for sweets and how rare they are, her sweet sheep milk would definitely sell well. Seeing her confident, Sun Suizhu nodded directly and said, All right, if you want to do it, let's give it a try. If we need to talk to the Hu family about buying sheep milk, your mother can take you there later. I think they will agree. If they don't sell to you, their sheep milk will just be wasted. Better to exchange it for some coins. Okay? Thank you, Mom. Later, please take me to the Hu family. Gu Xiaomai was happy when her mother agreed, and the others seemed to have no objections, so she felt very pleased. Xie Yao immediately started to cheer when she heard they were going to the Hu family. I want to go too. I want to go. I want to play with Sister Hu for a little while. Okay, then let's go together. Sun Suizhu looked at her lively daughter and felt happy. She quickly agreed. Xie Yan watched everyone happily discuss, and also supported Gu Xiaomai's idea. He thought Gu Xiaomai had a special strength. She was brave to think and act. Unlike him, who liked to think carefully before doing anything, weighing the pros and cons first. Then he would decide if it was possible to do. Sometimes thinking too much could be a disadvantage and cause missed opportunities. In this way, the family reached a consensus. Sun Suizhu took Gu Xiaomai and Xie Yao to the Hu family. On the way, she briefly explained the Hu family situation to Gu Xiaomai. The Hu family situation was quite simple. The couple were honest villagers who worked hard all their lives, facing the land every day. Because they had 5 daughters and no sons to carry on the family name, the Hu elders looked down on them, and the family split apart. At first, they had only a few sheep, but over time, the sheep had lambs, and their numbers gradually increased. Since sheep eat grass and don't need much grain, the family kept raising them over the years. The pair village was near the back mountain, full of wild grass. Except in winter, when the grass withered and the sheep had to eat dry grass, life was a bit harder. Most of the time, the Hu family's life was pretty good. Although mutton wasn't expensive and couldn't compare to pork, they could sell it for about 15 cents a pound. Now, the Hu family had more sheep, so they relied on selling mutton to live a better life than the Xie family. The Hu daughters were many, and they took turns going to the mountain to graze sheep. Yao played quite well with the 3rd daughter of the Hu family, so Sun Suizhu knew quite a bit about the Hu family. The oldest 2 daughters had already married. Now, the 3rd was 32, the 4th 40, and the 5th 8. Grazing sheep was no problem for them. Gu Xiaomai felt a bit stunned upon hearing this. 15 coins per gene of mutton? In this era, mutton is actually cheaper than pork. It's quite different from modern times. Maybe it's because mutton has a strong smell. They don't seem to have the best pairings for mutton, like cumin and chili powder. Usually they just boil it in water, so the smell is quite noticeable. Some people might find it hard to accept, which is normal. Sun Suizhu noticed her daughter-in-law's strange expression and misunderstood her thoughts. She explained, Hujia's situation is understandable. It's not that they don't want to raise pigs, but they can't afford it. Everyone knows pork sells well, especially fatty pork. But pigs eat grain, and we common folks don't have enough stored food for them. We don't have enough grains for ourselves, let alone for pigs. If they only eat grass, they won't gain weight. Sheep are different, they only need grass. That's why Hujia can afford to raise sheep. It's hard to let them graze every day, but it helps bring in some extra money. That's how Hujia has been raising sheep all along. Now their numbers have increased, and they can sell a sheep now and then. It's a small victory. If they knew that sheep's milk, which they used to dislike, could also be sold for money, they'd be very happy. Gu Xiaomai listened to her mother-in-law's rambling and gained a rough understanding of the situation. Overall, in the Great Zhou dynasty, mutton didn't hold as high a status as pork and was sold at a lower price. This was a good opportunity for her. First, she had a large stock of cumin, chili powder, and various modern seasonings in her warehouse. She could make all kinds of delicious dishes with mutton, hot pot, skewers, lamb spine hot pot, and more. These were her favorites from modern times. When she had the chance, she planned to recreate these dishes in this era. Plus, compared to pork, mutton costs less and offers higher profit margins. So, this sheep's milk was just the beginning of her cooperation with Hujia. If everything went smoothly, she wanted to take full control of their mutton business in the future. Gu Xiaomai's thoughts were far-reaching, but Hujia was already nearby. Xie Yao had just entered the yard and called out, "Third sister Niu, I came to play with you." Soon, a young girl in her teens came out of the house. When she saw Xie Yao, she was very happy and said cheerfully, "Yao, you're here. Auntie Xie, you came too? Are you looking for my mother?" "Yes, San Niu. I have something to discuss with your parents. Are they at home?" Sun Suizhu greeted San Niu warmly and asked loudly, "They're inside. Auntie, please come in." As she spoke, San Niu led Xie Yao's family into the house. At the same time, she looked carefully at Gu Xiaomai, who was a bit unfamiliar to her. It turned out she was Brother Xie's wife. She was very beautiful. Yao really wasn't exaggerating. She was the most beautiful person Gu Xiaomai had ever seen. Seeing Sun Suizhu approach, the Hu couple immediately stood up to greet her. It was clear they were very welcoming. According to the mother-in-law, before her husband had an accident, He had helped them a lot. They always remembered this kindness, so the relationship between the two families was quite good. After the Xie family had trouble, the Hu family also helped a lot. The mother-in-law said the Hu family was trustworthy and close friends. While chatting, Gu Xiaomai quietly observed the Hu couple. She thought her mother-in-law was quite accurate in judging people. The couple really had a sincere and honest look about them. Seeing that the adults had something to talk about, Hu Sanyu took Xie Yao to go herding sheep. Curious, Gu Xiaomai followed to take a look. She discovered that behind the Hu house, there was a large sheep pen surrounded by a fence, filled with many sheep. Gu Xiaomai estimated there were about 50 or 60 sheep. That was quite a lot. Also, the Hu family had a shepherd dog. Its breed wasn't clear, but it was tall and strong. When the sheep moved, the dog started working, keeping the sheep obedient and well-behaved. Hu Sanyu proudly said to Xie Yao's sister-in-law, "Big Yellow might not be very big, but he's very capable. Our sisters rely on Big Yellow to keep all these sheep safe. With him around, not a single sheep gets lost. Thank you for sharing the story." Here's the improved and simplified version. Xie Yao also agreed and said, "Yes, big sister-in-law. Da Huang is very strong. We're leaving now. I'll go home by myself later. You should go inside and find your mother and the others." After that, Xie Yao and Hu Sanyu led the sheep happily toward the foot of the mountain. It's spring now, and the wild grass is lush and tasty. So, the sheep are growing well during this time. Hu Sanyu also plans to let the sheep eat more now to make up for what they lost during winter. When Gu Xiaomai returned home, Sun Suizhu had just finished chatting with the Hu family. Then, everyone started talking about serious matters. Gu Xiaomai looked at the honest-looking Hu couple and said directly, "Uncle Hu, Aunt Hu, I want to start a food business. I'd like to work with you. I need to use your sheep's milk and meat. At first, I only need the milk. In a few days, there's a market in town and I want to sell sheep's milk there. Can you sell me 2 buckets of sheep's milk?" Aunt Hu's face changed immediately when she heard this. She quickly said, "Are you trying to trouble us? If you want sheep's milk, we'll send some over. It's not worth much, so why are you talking about buying?" "Suizhu, it's just a small matter. Just tell us. Why did you send Xiaomai all this way? It's a bit too formal, isn't it?" Sun Suizhu wanted to explain, but Gu Xiaomai spoke first. "Aunt Hu, don't blame my mother. It's like this. I don't just want this once or twice. I want to work with you long-term. I plan to sell sheep's milk at every market in town. So, you might need to supply me with milk regularly. 1 or 2 times is fine, but for long-term cooperation, we should settle accounts properly. Even brothers settle accounts clearly, right? That way, we can help each other and build a good relationship. So, the day after tomorrow, could you squeeze 2 buckets of milk for me? I'll try selling it at the market. How does that sound? As for the price, I'll pay 30 coins per bucket. Is that okay?" Gu Xiaomai roughly estimated. The wooden buckets in this era are quite large. Each can hold about 50 to 60 bowls. She plans to sell each bowl for 5 coins. The 2 buckets could sell for at least 5 or 600 coins, but their cost was only 60 coins, making the profit nearly 10 times higher. It was very profitable. She dared to set such a high price because she knew how expensive sugar was in this era. Even a small piece of candy could sell for 2 coins, and her big bowl of sweet sheep milk was only 5 coins, which was very affordable. Although sugar isn't worth much in modern times, this is ancient times. Doing business is all about making money. The higher the profit, the more interesting and promising the business is. Plus, maybe everyone thinks she's selling at a good price because the sugar prices are high here. Everyone's thoughts are clear as a mirror. When the Hu couple heard Gu Xiaomai say that 1 bucket of sheep milk was worth 30 coins, they both opened their eyes in disbelief. Really? Such strong-smelling sheep milk can still be sold for copper coins. Although they were happy, Aunt Hu didn't want to cheat Xiaomai. She quickly said, "Xiaomai, it's not that I don't want to help you, but this sheep milk is very smelly. No one can drink it. I don't want you to waste effort and lose money. Just thinking about helping my family already makes me happy." She knew the Xie family was trustworthy, but she didn't expect that the new daughter-in-law they married would also be so helpful. She was glad that she was thinking of her own family first. She was truly touched. Brother Xie used to help their family a lot when he delivered goods, even though now his legs are not good and he can't go out easily. During festivals, they still visit him at the Xie family. Knowing they wanted to repay kindness, they definitely wouldn't cheat their daughter-in-law. Xiaomai was young and didn't realize the full importance, but she understood that she needed to be sensible and clear about the situation. Gu Xiaomai, hearing Aunt Hu's words, felt even more fond of her. She didn't chase after money or forget her morals, which showed she was a kind person. Gu Xiaomai was willing to help someone like her. She quickly explained, "I know, Auntie. I have a secret recipe to remove the smell, so you don't need to worry." Really? When Aunt Hu heard that the smell could be removed, her eyes lit up. She never imagined that such a disliked smell could be eliminated. Could Xiaomai's business really succeed? Sun Sueju saw her smile and also chuckled, saying, "That's true, Hu girl. Can I really fool you? I'm not stupid. I wouldn't let Xiaomai suffer.
She's part of my family.
Since Xiaomai says your family's sheep's milk costs 30 coins a bucket, you should accept it honestly. As for whether you sell it later or not, that's not your worry. I trust Xiaomai's skills. The worst case is that we keep the rest. At most, we'll drink it ourselves, huh?" After tasting the sweet sheep's milk, Sun Sueju felt confident about Gu Xiaomai's idea. She believed it would definitely sell. At least, children couldn't resist such a sweet taste. Hua Andy heard even Sun Sueju say this and finally smiled happily. Next to her, Hu Daju still looked a bit surprised. He stared at Gu Xiaomai and asked, "Xiaomai, are you really willing to buy our sheep's milk and meat regularly?" "Yes, really. First, I'll pay you half as a deposit. Here's 30 coins. The day after tomorrow morning, bring 2 buckets of sheep's milk to my house. I'll pay you the other half then. Is that okay?" Gu Xiaomai explained while taking 30 coins from her purse and handing them to Auntie Hu. Good, good. Of course, that's fine. Don't worry. I'll get up early every day to milk the sheep, so I won't delay your use. Xiaomai, thank you, sister-in-law. Thank you all. She knew they were trying to help her, so they had a way to do business and thought of her family. They understood that they couldn't help much with other things, but they would definitely deliver the sheep's milk on time. Hu Dezhu felt grateful and patted his chest to promise. Auntie Hu held the 30 coins, feeling deeply touched. Although it wasn't much money, it was earned from their sheep's milk, which they had thought was useless. That made it special. This way, their family gained extra income without any effort. 60 coins could buy a few pounds of pork for the 3 girls to eat. They loved pork the most because it was fragrant, unlike mutton, which had a strong smell. Everything was settled. Before leaving, Gu Xiaomai reassured the Hu couple again. She said they could talk about the sheep meat later. For now, they should focus on the sheep's milk work. But it wouldn't take too long. Watching the 2 figures leave, Aunt Hu suddenly said, "Dezhu, pinch me. Am I dreaming? Those stinky sheep's milk, someone really bought it, and 2 buckets sold for 60 coins? It feels like a gift from heaven. Ouch, that hurts. No, I'm not dreaming. Someone really wants that stuff. God is truly on our side. Great. Maybe the little wife from the Xie family is really our good luck. Let's go to the back mountain and find Sanyo. We can count how many milk-producing sheep there are." After saying that, Aunt Hu hurriedly went with Dezhu toward the back mountain. After Gu Xiaomai left the Hu family, she felt quite happy. She and Sun Sueju returned home chatting and laughing. They discussed setting up a stall in town the day after tomorrow to sell sheep's milk. Carrying these 2 buckets of milk on a pole is too tiring. Later, I'll ask Yenner to go to the Lijing family. They have a cart and we can borrow it. Let Yenner push it and you can go to the market. The basket is enough for 1 sale. Okay, that's good. With a cart, it'll be more stable than carrying on a pole. We can use 2 buckets, each half full, and cover them. They won't spill. Mom, do you know where to buy bamboo tubes? I thought if customers drink at the stall, bowls are fine, but if they want to take it away, bamboo tubes are better. Gu Xiaomai thought for a while. She realized that in ancient times, bamboo tubes were mainly used as disposable containers. She needed to prepare some, but she didn't know where to buy them. So, she had to ask her mother-in-law. Sun Sueju immediately said, "Why buy those broken bamboo sticks? There's a big bamboo grove on the back mountain. We have a carpenter in the village. Later, let Yener go cut some bamboo and send it to Carpenter Gu. He can make some for us. That way, we only need to pay for his craftsmanship, which is much cheaper than buying. Really? That's great. Mom, let's go quickly. Gu Xiaomai was overjoyed. She never expected that the back mountain would be such a treasure, with a bamboo grove. That was just perfect. Setting up a stall sounds simple, but it's actually quite complicated. There are many preparations to be made. When they returned home, Xie Yan was washing clothes in the yard. Sun Suizhu quickly took over and advised, "Oh, I can handle these small chores. You go and visit Xiao Mayagua Carpenter's house. Cut some bamboo and send it over so he can make bamboo tubes for our sheep's milk. Okay, Xiao Mai, let's go." Hearing this, Xie Yan immediately put down his work, grabbed his tools from the corner of the yard, and called Xiemo to come along. They left together with Gua Xiao Mai. Although Xiemo was only 10 years old, he was still a boy and had some strength, so helping to carry the bamboo was no problem. They headed toward the back mountain, but this time they turned at a fork in the road. After walking a while, Gua Xiaomai saw a large bamboo forest. The land here was flat and easy to walk through. Seeing the bamboo, Xiaomai was almost overjoyed. She not only saw thick, old bamboo but also many fresh spring shoots just emerging. It was spring now, the perfect time to enjoy tender spring shoots. She immediately said, "Wow, so many spring shoots. Xie Yan, why didn't you tell me there was a bamboo forest here?" The Leaf family's village is really in a great location. Seeing Xiao Mai so happy, Xie Yan was puzzled and explained, "This bamboo forest has been here since I was a child. But these things aren't very useful. Sometimes, villagers come to cut some to make bamboo stools when they need furniture. Why are you so excited about this? Don't you eat spring shoots? These are so fresh and tender." Xiao Mai was confused. Such good food, and they don't eat it? Hearing her, Xie Mo smiled and replied, "Sister-in-law, these spring shoots don't taste good. Some villagers tried them before, but they're bitter, astringent, and make your mouth numb. They're not edible. Yes, I also dug some up before, but they really don't taste good, hard to swallow. Luckily, they're not poisonous. They make your mouth numb, and the villagers thought they were poisonous at first, so they were scared to death. The taste is even worse than wild vegetables." Hearing this, Xiao Mai understood that they thought spring shoots were not tasty because they didn't know how to prepare them. Processing these shoots is indeed tricky, so no wonder people didn't like them. However, if handled well, it can be a delicious springtime dish. Coincidentally, Gu Xiaomai, a food host, naturally knows how to make spring bamboo shoots. While her brothers were chopping bamboo, Gu Xiaomai began her task of harvesting spring bamboo shoots. Only the inner core of the bamboo shoot is tasty. The outer layers need to be peeled away. It also requires boiling in water with some sugar and salt, then soaking in cool water for an hour. This process is not only troublesome. These days, who would be willing to put salt and sugar in water to boil bamboo shoots dug from the wild? That's why the bamboo shoots often taste bitter and astringent. After Gu Xiaomai collected a full basket of bamboo shoots, Xie Yan and his brother also cut down enough bamboo, which was almost enough. Then, Xie Yan and Xie Mo carried the bamboo to Carpenter Gua's house. Gua has 3 daughters, all married now. He and his wife live alone, usually helping villagers make furniture. A few days ago, he made cabinets and beds for a wedding in the village. Recently, there hasn't been much happening in the village, so Gua has had no work and has been resting for several days. When Xie Yan asked if he could help make bamboo tubes, Gua agreed without hesitation. However, he had never made bamboo tubes before and was worried about doing it wrong and causing trouble, so he nervously explained, "But I don't know exactly how to make these bamboo tubes." Gu Xiaomai picked up a branch from the ground, walked over to Gua, and explained while drawing on the ground, "Here's the thing, Uncle Gua. I want to use these to hold sheep's milk. So, they need to be sealed tightly. Each section of bamboo can be a tube with a small hole on top and a stopper to close it. Also, leave some bamboo on the side, make 2 small holes, and tie a rope through them for easy carrying." Uncle Gua, is that clear enough? Do you understand?
Got it.
It's not hard. I can do it. Don't worry, I'll make them look nice. Do you want all of these bamboo to be made into tubes? There should be about 50 or 60, right? Gua, hearing this, looked at her drawing on the ground and immediately understood her idea. This task was really not difficult for him. Gu Xiaomai saw that Uncle Gu understood everything quickly and was very happy. She nodded and said, "That's right. I've finished everything. I can use it sooner or later. But I will be selling things the day after tomorrow. You need to make at least 20 of these for me. Is there enough time?" "Yes, there is enough time. I will start making them soon. Do you have any other requests, miss?" Uncle Gu said this and immediately picked up his tools to start sawing bamboo. After getting a positive answer, Gu Xiaomai remembered she hadn't discussed the price with Uncle Gu yet. He was starting to work now. She quickly asked, "How much do you charge for your work?" Uncle Gu thought for a moment and offered a price. 2 coins each, is that okay? Even though Uncle Gu usually makes wooden items, he only earns about 40 or 50 coins a day. Making bamboo tubes is simple, and he can make 30 in a day. The bamboo tubes that the Xie family's young wife wanted can be finished in 2 days. At 2 coins each, he could earn 50 or 60 coins a day, which is quite good. So he boldly said this, thinking his price was fair. He wasn't trying to cheat them. "All right, that works. Let's agree on that. 2 coins each. Please make all these bamboo tubes." Gu Xiaomai thought Uncle Gu's price was fair. After settling this, she felt relieved. She then chatted with Uncle Gu for a while before leaving his house. Uncle Gu was honest. Before they left, he specifically said, "If you need more bamboo tubes next time, just tell me. I can go cut bamboo myself. My house is closer to the bamboo forest, so it's more convenient." "Okay, no problem. Thank you, Uncle Gu." Gu Xiaomai liked dealing with sincere people. Although it was their first meeting, she liked Uncle Gu very much. Back home, the Xie family was busy preparing for the market the next day. Xie's parents were carefully weaving baskets and bowls. Sun Suizhu found some old porcelain bowls that weren't used anymore. Xie Mo and Xie Yao sat by the well helping to wash them. Xie Yan was also busy copying the family rules they had brought back earlier. Thinking about going to the market the day after tomorrow to pay off the debt, then he can earn a silver coin or 2 and pay back some more. Just thinking about how their debts are slowly decreasing makes Xie Yan feel more hopeful about life. He looks up and sees Gu Xiaomai in the kitchen, busy preparing food, and his gaze becomes even gentler. Because of her positive attitude, he can feel that the family's atmosphere has changed. Before, they lived normally, but everyone often felt tired and unmotivated. Now, everyone's face is full of smiles, and they seem excited about each new day. Xiaomai's cooking skills are a big reason for this happiness. Although no one said it aloud, at mealtime, everyone is very eager and happy. They wonder what delicious food Xiaomai has prepared today. Xie Yan never realized before that eating could be something to look forward to so much. Xiaomai says that eating is the most important thing for ordinary people. Otherwise, there's a saying that people regard food as their heaven. When they eat well and feel satisfied, life becomes more enjoyable. In the past, Xie Yan didn't agree much. He thought eating was just to fill the stomach, and any food was fine. But after tasting Xiaomai's cooking, his opinion changed. He used to think that way because he had never eaten food he truly liked. Now he understands that good food can soothe tiredness and bring happiness. He now agrees with Xiaomai's words. The saying people regard food as their heaven is simple, but contains deep meaning that books don't teach. Soon, amidst busy preparations, the day of the market arrived. Early in the morning, Carpenter Gu brought 60 bamboo tubes he had made, and Xiaomai paid him 120 coins as promised. Then, the family pushed a cart and carried a pole as they headed to the market. Today, except for Xie Qingshan, who couldn't move easily, everyone went out. Xie Yan pushed the cart, with Xiaomai and the 2 children helping, while Sun Suizhu carried a pole with woven baskets and containers inside. Everyone was full of hope for today's sweet goat milk because it really tastes very good. In the morning, each family member drank a bowl and also soaked a multi-grain bun in it. The bun became soft and sweet, very delicious. When they arrived at the market, street vendors had already started setting up stalls. This time, they went to the busiest part, West Street, where the crowd was largest. It was a good place to sell, But there was a downside. They had to pay a 5-cent stall fee. Unlike East Street, where they could set up without paying, just taking up space. So, items sold on East Street were generally cheaper. People from nearby villages often sold mountain vegetables, eggs, and other local products there. Although sales were slower, they didn't have to pay stall fees. 5 cents was a lot for ordinary farmers, so everyone was reluctant to spend it. Last time, when Xie and Xie Yan came, they also set up a stall on East Street. But this time, Gu Xiaomai chose West Street because products like sweet goat milk were expensive for families without much money. 5 cents wasn't a lot, but it was still a significant expense. Poor families might prefer to spend that money on food instead. People shopping on West Street were different. Most were servants of local gentry or small merchants with some assets. Gu Xiaomai's target customers for her goat milk were these people. After paying the 5-cent stall fee, they quickly found a good spot. Gu Xiaomai set up her stall, and Sun Suizhu also arranged her basket-selling stall nearby. Since they had already paid, they decided to sell here and look out for each other. After setting up, Gu Xiaomai whispered something into Sun Suizhu's ear. She was first surprised, then she smiled and happily called her daughter. Holding hands, they left together. Xie Yan and Xie Mo watched from the side, confused about what Gu Xiaomai was up to. Xie Mo asked curiously, "Big sister-in-law, what are mom and sister doing?" "Nothing much. I told them to go for a walk and buy a red ribbon for Yaoer."
Why?
"Do you want one too?" Gu Xiaomai teased him playfully. Hearing this, Xie Mo frowned and said with dislike, "I don't want one. I'm not a girl. I don't need a red ribbon." "Yes, that's right. Just sell your baskets properly. Don't ask so many questions." Xie Yan watched the two argue but said nothing, only smiling as he looked at them. Soon, Gu Xiaomai started calling out her stall. "Come and see. Fresh sheep milk that's sweet and fragrant. Free tastings. If you don't like it, no need to pay. Madam, try a sip. Big sister-in-law, give some to your child. It's good for kids' health." As Gu Xiaomai called out, more passers-by stopped to look at her small stall, curious. "What's she selling?" "Sweet sheep milk." "Isn't sheep milk too strong? Can it taste good?" "Yes, sweet sheep milk. We process it specially, so it's not strong at all. It's sweet, fragrant, and very tasty. Come try a free sample." Gu Xiaomai smiled warmly, scooped a spoonful into a small ceramic bowl, and handed it to a woman, inviting her to taste. It was really delicious. "It's free? I can try it without buying?" The woman hesitated. If it's free, she really wanted to try. Whether it's good or not, she'd just not buy it. It's silly not to take advantage of a freebie. She thought if it's really sweet, she'd be getting a great deal. Thinking this, she took the small cup from Gu Xiaomai, sniffed it, and found it didn't smell strange. Actually, it smelled quite nice. Then she took a sip. It was surprisingly good, fragrant, sweet, and very tasty, just as she was told. She never expected sheep milk could taste this wonderful. But she was just trying to get a free sample, not planning to buy. After a few chews, she said, "It tastes okay." Gu Xiaomai wasn't upset. She still greeted her with a smile, even though she didn't buy anything. The woman thought she might get ignored, but the girl remained friendly, which made her feel a bit embarrassed. Seeing that the samples were free, the onlookers also wanted to try. Gu Xiaomai happily poured small cups for everyone, warmly welcoming them. I didn't expect her to be so calm herself. However, Xie Mo, who was nearby at the basket stall, couldn't stand it anymore and worriedly said to his older brother, "Big brother, these people just want to take advantage and taste without buying. This way, we won't lose much. They added a lot of sugar there and it's very precious. What should we do?" Even the older sister-in-law can still smile. Xie Yan patted his little head and calmly explained, "Don't worry, let's watch a bit longer. Look at your sister-in-law. She's so calm. She must have already thought of this. We need to trust her and focus on selling our baskets." Actually, Xie Yan was a little nervous too, but he believed in Gu Xiaomai. Since she didn't ask for help, it meant she was confident she could handle it. Sure enough, after a little while, Xie Mo and Xie Yan suddenly saw their mother and younger sister return. But they acted as if they didn't recognize the two men, walking straight to the sheep milk stall. pushing to the front and curiously observing everything like ordinary onlookers. Yao remembered her mother's instructions and immediately shouted loudly, "Mom, can we try some?" Yao also wants to drink. It looks white and seems very tasty. Sun Sueju was pleased with her daughter's performance and immediately said to Gu Xiaomai, "Could the stall owner please give us 2 samples to try?" "Of course, please wait a moment." After saying that, Gu Xiaomai quickly poured a small cup for each of them. Yao picked up her cup and drank it in one gulp, then exaggeratedly praised, "Wow, it's really delicious. Fragrant and sweet. Mom, buy some for Yao." Yao hasn't had enough. While saying this, she shook Sun Sueju's arm and acted spoiled. Sun Sueju looked a bit dizzy from her shaking and asked helplessly, "Hey, stop shaking. I'm getting dizzy." "Sorry, young lady. How much do you sell this sheep milk for? This child has been spoiled too much. She's very greedy, but your sheep milk is indeed good." Seeing the right moment, Gu Xiaomai spoke loudly for everyone to hear. "Fresh sheep milk is 5 won per bowl for tasting. It's different from the small sample cups. This is a big bowl, full. If you want to take some away, you can use this bamboo tube, which costs 6 won. The amount is the same. My dear lady, your daughter has good taste. Our sweet goat milk is not only delicious but also good for beauty, health, and strengthening the body. Especially for children like your daughter, it's completely safe and beneficial. Would you like to drink here? Or take some with you?" Sun Sueju listened and repeated in surprise, "Really? So many benefits? Well, my child has been weak and sick since birth and eats little. Look, if she could just lose some weight like this? In that case, I'll take a few more bottles. I'll try it first. If it works, I'll come back often. Let's start with 3 bottles. All right, I'll pack them for you. If they cool down, you can reheat them. They'll taste even better." While speaking, Gu Xiaomai packed 3 bottles of sweet goat milk and handed them to Sun Sueju. She paid 18 coins and happily left with her daughter. Yes, this was what Gu Xiaomai had just told Sun Sueju to do. They are like her modern-day helpers. This method may be simple, but it works every time. Even many new shops today still use this trick. People love to join in the fun. When they see a place crowded, they can't help but go see what's happening. Once the first person buys, the second and third quickly follow. Her product is really good, so as long as she opens the market, loyal customers will come more and more. People watching the crowd saw the woman buy so much and started whispering. Suddenly, a female voice asked, "Excuse me, young lady, can your sweet goat milk be given to a 5-month-old baby?" The speaker was the housekeeper's wife from the local gentry family. The family had recently welcomed a new baby, and everyone was very happy. But surprisingly, the little boy was very picky. He only liked to drink his mother's milk. Unfortunately, the young lady's milk was not enough, so they hired a wet nurse. But for some reason, the little boy refused to drink the wet nurse's milk, no matter how many tried. He would cry loudly and only want his mother's milk. The young master was only a few months old but was very thin, like a monkey. Recently, the housekeeper found a cow and tried to milk it for the boy. The little prince liked the milk, but after a few days, he started to get sick. The doctor said the milk was too cold. Little young master is small and has a weak stomach, so he can't handle it. So they had to stop giving it. The doctor suggested giving him sheep's milk, which is not cold. However, when the butler brought back the sheep's milk and squeezed it, it was too strong and unpleasant. Little young master refused to drink even a sip. This matter is now the top priority in the household, and everyone is trying to find a solution. During the first taste test, the housekeeper's wife also tried a small cup. It really had no strong smell and was sweet and tasty. Because of this, she thought about bringing some home for little young master to try. If he liked it, she would have done a great job for the household and would surely be rewarded. At first, no one was interested in buying, and she felt uncertain. But after seeing the mother and daughter buy some, she became hopeful. Gu Xiaomai quickly answered when asked, "Of course, sheep's milk is very good. It's perfect for children. Then give me a jar first. I'll take it back to try with my family. How long will your stall be open today? If my young master likes it, I'll come back later to buy more." Gu Xiaomai was pleased to hear this, thinking she had a big customer. She quickly replied, "Probably until the afternoon." "Auntie, take a jar home to let the child try." Soon, another jar of sweet sheep's milk was sold. With the first and second customers, more and more people came to taste and buy. Most buyers were women. Some heard it was good for beauty and health, others bought it for their children. After all, such a tasty and beneficial drink was quite rare. People visiting West Street were well off, and 5 coins were nothing to them. Soon, Gu Xiaomai's stall became lively. More and more people came to taste the sweet sheep's milk. Those who liked it bought some for their children to try. Gu Xiaomai didn't expect so many customers, and her business was very good. Moreover, not only her stall was busy. Some people bought too many bamboo cups and found it inconvenient to carry, so they went to the neighboring stall run by Xie Yan to buy baskets or crates, making it easier to carry. Gu Xiaomai didn't expect such a good result. It was a lucky accident. So, Gu Xiaomai and Xie Yan and Xie Mo were all very busy. Just when there was not much goat milk left, and Gu Xiaomai was thinking about reserving some for the first customer, she saw the housekeeper woman waving at the goat milk stall from afar. Breathless, she hurried over and said, "Is there still sweet goat milk? I'll take all the remaining ones." "Yes, Auntie, there are 6 bottles left." "You want them all? But does the young master like to drink it?" "That's right. Our young master doesn't mind this sweet goat milk at all. He loves it." The stall owner is really clever, managing to remove that strong smell. "It's a big help to our family." The housekeeper woman looked very happy. What she didn't say was that the family was very pleased to see the young master enjoying the goat milk without any bad reactions. They happily rewarded her with 10 taels of silver and told her to make sure everything was done well. No matter how much money it cost, the young master must eat and drink well. Gu Xiaomai was happy to hear that everything was settled. She quickly poured the goat milk into 6 bottles and handed them over, then warned, "Since the weather is getting hotter, it's best to put the goat milk in a well to keep it cold. It's good to drink today and tomorrow, but don't keep it too long, or it will spoil." Make sure the young master doesn't get an upset stomach. Since he was just a few months old, Gu Xiaomai was careful not to cause trouble, so she made sure to give proper advice. Other customers didn't buy as much, so there was no problem there. When the housekeeper woman heard this, she realized there was another issue. The young master had enough food for today and tomorrow, but what about the day after tomorrow? Or the day after that? The next market wouldn't be for 5 more days. Where could she find more supplies? She couldn't let the young master go hungry. Thinking this, the housekeeper woman asked. Gu Xiaomai, hearing her concern, smiled kindly and reassured her. "Don't worry, Auntie. I'll give you an address. You can send someone to pick up more goat milk from my home every 2 days. I promise the young master won't run out of food. We live in Xie Yan's house in Lihua village, below Chunshui town. Just ask around for Xie Yan and you'll find us." When manager Li Jinyang heard this, she felt much more at ease. The Pear Blossom village was not far away. She patted Gu Xiaomai's hand and kindly advised, "All right, then I feel better now. Since your sheep's milk is something our young master likes to drink and will need regularly, I will pay you 1 or 2 silver coins in advance. In the future, please prepare it on time for our young master. I will have my servant send a carriage to pick it up." Gu Xiaomai happily accepted the money and agreed readily. The process of making sheep's milk was quite simple. She planned to tell her mother-in-law the method later, so she could help with cooking. Earning money this way was much easier than weaving baskets. After convincing Manager Li to leave, Gu Xiaomai had sold all her sheep's milk and successfully achieved her goal. At that moment, Sun Suizhu returned from shopping with Xie Yao. She was very surprised to see all the milk sold out. She hadn't expected it to sell so quickly. Her daughter-in-law had given her a task to act as a middleman, saying that after the sale, she and Yaoer would stroll around the town. Yaoer had never really explored the market before, so Sun Suizhu didn't think much of it and thought it was good to take her daughter out. Unexpectedly, they returned with such a big surprise. Xiaomai also said she met a big customer who would come to their house every 2 days to pick up sheep's milk and pay 1 or 2 coins. Seeing the real silver coins, Sun Suizhu finally believed that their family had truly encountered such good fortune. The speed at which they earned money from sheep's milk was much faster than weaving baskets. Xiaomai was truly amazing. They all continued to sell for a while longer until all the baskets and containers were sold out. Then they pushed the cart home together. Since they had already sold a lot of milk, only a few scattered baskets remained on the stall, which sold quickly too. While everyone was busy, Xie Yan also went to the study to hand over the family rules he had copied last time to the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper looked them over and was quite pleased. He then handed Xie Yan the reward of 1 or 2 silver coins that the master had previously left with him. Thus, the Xie family members returned home full of success from their outing. When they got home, Xie Yan and Gu Xiaomai took out all the money and copper coins they had earned today and carefully counted them. The main amount was 2 taels of silver, and the rest were copper coins. They counted a total of 782 coins, all earned from selling sheep's milk and baskets. Having so much silver suddenly in hand made Xie Yan very happy. He looked up and asked, "Since we still have some copper coins at home, and now we've earned so much, can we first pay back the villagers? Or maybe, should we pay back the 1 or 2 silver coins I earned from studying?" Xie Yan is a very proud person. Unless there's no other choice, he really doesn't want to owe money. Now that he had a little extra money, he thought about paying off his debts first. But then he remembered that 1 or 2 silver coins were earned by Xiaomai. Using her earned money to pay back seemed a bit unfair, even though she once said she was willing to pay off the debt with him in the future. So he added that sentence, mainly to avoid upsetting Gu Xiaomai. Gu Xiaomai thought for a moment. Buying sheep's milk didn't cost much, and these copper coins were enough. So she happily nodded and agreed. "All right, then let's pay back the 2 taels of silver first. The villagers aren't doing well, and since we have some spare money, we should pay back as much as we can." Seeing her agree, Xie Yan felt very grateful. Gu Xiaomai took out the 2 taels of silver and handed it to Xie Yan, saying, "Later, you should go and pay back the 2 taels of silver. I'll go cook now. The bamboo shoots we dug last time are perfect for trying out tonight's meal. They're very tasty." As she spoke, Gu Xiaomai got up, planning to go to the kitchen. After working hard all morning, she was really hungry. She still couldn't get used to eating only 2 meals a day. Although it was still early, she wanted to prepare dinner soon. Xie Yan also stood up immediately and agreed. "I'll light the fire. After dinner, you and I can go together. I want to pay back Uncle Lu's family. We owe them 2 taels of silver." His son used to be a student of Master Gu's. He opened a shop there and now he's doing business in the county. He just came back these days. "I thought you should meet him. He's been worried about your safety." When Gu Xiaomai heard that Lu's son had once been a student of her father, she nodded in agreement. It was rare for them to have such feelings, and she thought it was normal to visit their elders. Living in Lihua village in the future, it wouldn't hurt to interact more with neighbors and friends. So, Gu Xiaomai and Xie Yan went together to the kitchen to cook. Yao and Mo were still playing with the 2 kittens as usual, while Sun Suizhu went inside to talk with Xie's father. Xie Yan was skilled at lighting the fire, doing it quickly and well without smoke. Gu Xiaomai peeled the bamboo shoots and sliced them into pieces. Then she put them into water, added a spoon of salt, and boiled for about 15 minutes. Afterward, she took them out and soaked them in a basin of water. It's best to soak them longer to break down the oxalic acid in the bamboo shoots so they won't be numb or bitter when cooked. After soaking, Gu Xiaomai looked at Xie Yan and said, "Yes, these bamboo shoots need to soak a bit longer. Why don't we go and pay back those 2 taels of silver first? It's still early, and we can cook later when we get back." Xie Yan glanced at the sky outside and nodded in agreement. They extinguished the fire, washed their hands, and left together. Lu's house was behind Xie Yan's, not too far. Overall, Lihua village wasn't very big, and everyone lived close by. But what they didn't expect was that as soon as they approached Lu's house, they heard a commotion from the yard, surrounded by villagers who seemed to be watching the scene. They exchanged a quick look, sensing trouble, and quickly ran over. When they arrived, they saw the yard in chaos. Xie Yan immediately recognized the man being held down by the burly men as Lu Qi, the person who had studied with him at Gu's place before. However, the reasons they stopped studying together were different. Xie Yan left because of family difficulties, while Lu Qi was uninterested in the imperial exams and thought he wasn't suited for it. After learning some basic knowledge, Lu Qi planned to go into business. He did just that later, opening a shop in the county town. In the past, he only came back home during the new year for a few days. This time, for some reason, he had stayed in the village for several days, as Xie Yan heard from the villagers. He hadn't seen Lu Qi for a long time. He didn't expect that their next meeting would be under such circumstances. Since they were former classmates, Xie Yan couldn't hold back and rushed out, shouting at a few burly men. "Stop! What are you doing?" The leader of the men noticed Xie Yan and said in a harsh tone, "We're just here to collect a debt. You look like a scholar, so I advise you not to get involved in this mess, or you'll get into trouble." Xie Yan and Lu Qi grew up together, so he knew something about Lu Qi's character. He believed Lu Qi would never do anything illegal or wrong. How could he owe money to these people? These men didn't seem to be good folks. Although Xie Yan was a little scared, he didn't have martial skills and wasn't their match. This was still Lihua village. If a fight broke out, the villagers would definitely not stand by and watch their own people be harmed. So, Xie Yan gathered his courage and asked, "Lu Qi, what's really going on? Uncle Lu and the others are getting old. Don't let them worry too much." The family was in chaos. The two elders beside them trembled with fear, comforting the children while nervously watching the scene. It was clear they had been frightened by these men earlier. Seeing Xie Yan come, Lu Qi felt a glimmer of hope and explained, "I borrowed money from you. My shop was not doing well, and I couldn't pay the rent. I only borrowed 20 taels just to get by. But now you're demanding 50 taels after only 3 months. That's extortion. Our bank has clear rules. The terms say that with interest it's 50 taels. You didn't read carefully, so don't blame us." The leader of the men seemed used to this kind of thing and looked very calm. Lu Qi was even angrier after hearing this. "You wrote the contract so small, like a fly, in the corner. Who can read that clearly? You're just cheating people. I refuse to accept this. Why should I pay 50 taels? Let go of my elderly and children. If you have the guts, come at me directly, you cowards." Lu Qi twisted his body in anger, speaking fiercely, his face growing paler. Hearing this, Xie Yan understood what was going on. He quickly reviewed the laws of the Great Zhou in his mind, then stepped forward and said, "According to our laws, all loans at the bank are at a monthly interest rate of 6%. Lu Qi borrowed 20 taels of silver for 3 months, so he should repay 21 taels and 2 qian. But you are asking for 50 taels, and you still ignore the laws of the Great Zhou." As soon as Xie Yan finished speaking, the leader of the group laughed arrogantly, as if he had heard the funniest joke. Everyone looked at him, feeling confused. Although they didn't know much about the laws of the Great Zhou, they knew Xie Yan and trusted his character. He was a reliable person. He would never lie. If he said the laws said so, then it was true. They didn't understand why the moneylender was laughing so wildly, but seeing Lu's young man being bullied made them very angry. He was from Lijiang village too, and it was terrible that these people were lawless and so cruel. A few uncles and brothers watching secretly clenched their fists, glaring at the group, worried they might attack Xie Yan. The moneylender looked at Xie Yan again with disdain and said contemptuously, "No wonder people say scholars are poor and boring. Today, I see it's true. Talking about the laws of the Great Zhou is just a joke. Look around. This is Linen County. Here, we collect as much as we want. For many years, we've always done it this way. So what? Now it's not working for you? You better be smart and return the silver. Otherwise, starting today, I'll have people come to visit your family every day." The Qinji Bank had been in Linen County for many years, and they had always operated like this. They had never had any problems, so the moneylender was not afraid. Instead, he found Xie Yan naive and funny. Xie Yan heard this and didn't get angry. He just slightly smiled and said seriously, "Just because you've always done it this way doesn't mean it's right. If you insist on getting 50 taels, then we'll fight to the end and won't let you succeed. Uncle Lu, let's go and call the village chief to help us fight back. Let's go to the county and complain to the magistrate. The laws of the Great Zhou clearly state that I don't believe they dare act so boldly." Hearing Xie Yan's words, Uncle Lu was still very scared, but he immediately stood up and agreed, saying, all right, I trust you. I'll go right now. If they don't release my son, I will risk my life to report these wicked people. As soon as he finished speaking, someone from the crowd responded, Uncle Lu, wait here. I'll go call the village chief. The people of Lihua village are united. We all stand with you to file a complaint. Then he ran off quickly. At this moment, the crowd was full of excited voices. That's right, this Chen's money shop is too greedy. Charging such high interest is just too much. Exactly. 50 taels of silver. How can ordinary folks like us afford that? More people, more strength. Let's all go to the county to see the magistrate. We can't let Lu's family suffer in silence. Yes, I'm so angry. They're just too mean. Are they trying to push people to death? People in Lihua village have been farmers for generations. Only in this generation did a few clever ones go into business, including Lu Qi. But who would have thought that such a good kid would be pushed to this point by a greedy money shop? Seeing how Lu Lao looked just now, it really broke people's hearts. He used to run a shop in the county. When people went to the county, they sometimes stayed there for a rest or to get a drink. The boy was very thoughtful. They couldn't just watch outsiders bully him like this. Before Xie Yan came, they wanted to help but felt powerless. They had never borrowed money from the money shop, so they didn't understand the tricks involved. The villagers grew their own grain and vegetables, and they rarely had more than a few taels of silver all year. Whether it was 20 or 50 taels, it was beyond their reach. But now, they knew that the money shop's manager was acting improperly. They were just bullying Lu Qi because he was honest. They simply couldn't stand by and watch such things happen. Even if I can't be of much real help, I should at least make some noise. After all, this is in Lihua village. Gu Xiaomai has now realized that this is a pawn shop charging high interest. She thought such things were common in modern times, but she didn't expect them to happen in ancient times too. These people seem to be used to bullying others in the county town, typical local bullies. Maybe they are connected with the officials. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so arrogant. She looked at Xie Yan's back, feeling worried. Conflicting with these people wouldn't be good for the Xie family. But it seems Xie Yan has a good relationship with a man named Lu Qi. He doesn't look like he would just stand by and watch. Gu Xiaomai plans to observe objectively first. She also wants to see what Xie Yan will do. While everyone was talking loudly, Xie Yan took a step forward and looked confidently at the leader of the group, saying, Manager, are you sure about this? The reason your pawn shop has been so domineering in Linen County is because of your good relationship with the former county magistrate, right? But he was transferred away a month ago. The new county magistrate, your master, probably hasn't even met him yet. I also heard that this new magistrate is young but honest, fair, and clean, unlike the previous one. Are you sure you want to fight us in court? That might not be good for your master. After speaking, Xie Yan looked meaningfully at the pawn shop manager, hoping he would back down. He didn't want to go to the county to complain. Lihua village is a bit far from the county town. It's troublesome and worries the family. It's best if they can settle this peacefully. He had heard these things from other students while in the study. He liked copying books not only because he could earn some coins but also because he got the latest news there. The students often bought books and chatted, and he could hear things elsewhere that he wouldn't otherwise know. He believed these rumors weren't baseless. Since everyone was talking about it, the new county magistrate in Linen must be a person of principles. So if they really went to complain about the pawn shop charging high interest, they might not lose. 50 taels of silver. Lu's family definitely doesn't have that much. This is clearly pushing their whole family toward ruin. It might be better to take a chance and gamble. Maybe there's still a slim hope. Manager Chen heard that this young man knew so much, and he started to feel a bit nervous. Indeed, what he said was true. The new county magistrate hasn't even seen his family's master, let alone give them any help. Recently, the master has been worried about this issue too. If someone really reports them at this critical moment, it would be very bad. It might even affect Chen's money-lending shop. So, after thinking for a while, Manager Chen looked meaningfully at Xie Yan. Then he sighed and said, Is your name Xie Yan? He had heard a neighbor call him that just now. Yes, I am Xie Yan. Please, Manager Chen, show mercy. It's good for Lu Qi, for you, and for Chen's money-lending shop.
Good, good, good.
I'll remember you. Lu Qi, today, because of Mr. Xie here, I'll let you go. You have 3 days to pay back the 21 taels and 2 coins you owe us. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. Even if we take this to court, Chen's money-lending shop isn't afraid. After all, you borrowed our silver, and that can't be denied. In the end, it will be you who suffers. After saying this, Manager Chen looked at Xie Yan again, then led his people away from Lu's house in a grand procession. No one expected that after hearing Xie Yan's few words, Manager Chen would actually back down. 50 taels turned into 21 taels. This was already very good. After all, the fact that he borrowed money from the shop was true. Lu Qi also didn't expect that Xie Yan's words would be so effective and that Manager Chen and his group would really leave. Once they were free, Lu Qi and his father hurried over to thank Xie Yan. Xie Yan, it's really thanks to you this time. If it weren't for you, our family would be finished. I could never come up with 50 taels of silver. Lu's father also bowed to thank Xie Yan, then immediately pinched his son's ear, scolding and reprimanding him. You brat, you've really grown wings and stopped listening to me. Didn't I tell you that you should eat as much as you can handle? But no, you even learned to borrow silver? What did you do with the 20 taels of silver you borrowed? This 21 taels is not a small amount. Can you still pay it back? I'm really about to be angry enough to explode. Old Lu was both anxious and furious. This kid has been clever since he was young, refusing to study properly or do farm work. He just wanted to run a shop. The family's life was okay, so he let him do it. Actually, he had earned some silver for the family before. He thought his son had improved, but it didn't take long before he caused such a big problem. Over 20 taels. Just taking all the family's money wouldn't be enough. Lu Qi was crying out in pain as his father pinched his ear, begging for mercy and explaining, Dad, it hurts. It really hurts. Please be gentle. I was tricked by fate. I used all my silver to buy goods, but who knew last winter wouldn't be cold at all? The furs I collected didn't sell at all. That's why I lost everything. Please give me some time. I believe I can sell everything this winter. Then I'll have money to use. Old Lu was even angrier after hearing this. He cursed loudly. Winter this year? Didn't you hear what people said? I'm giving you only 3 days. How can you wait for winter? You brat, I told you many times to be careful and work steadily. You can't get rich overnight. Why did you buy so much stock? It's no wonder you're losing money. In Liaoning County, there aren't many people who can afford to buy fur goods. Hearing this, Old Lu got even more furious. He grabbed a broom from the yard and scolded him while chasing to hit him. When the villagers saw how serious Old Lu was, they quickly tried to stop him. Just then, the village chief arrived. Seeing what was happening, he also hurried over to help persuade. Xie Yan looked at the scene with some helplessness. Seeing Gu Xiaomai nearby looking confused, he explained, Old Lu used to be a hunter with some skills. Lu Qi learned a bit from him and often went hunting in the mountains with his father. But now that he's older, he stopped hunting and started farming seriously. He's been good at skinning fur since he was young. Later, he opened a general store in the county. He used to buy fur from hunters in nearby villages. Last winter, when it was cold, the fur sold pretty well. Last year was a warm winter, but unexpectedly, he stocked up a lot of goods. Probably because of this, he couldn't pay the rent and had to borrow money from the pawn shop. Then he was cheated, and it seemed like trouble kept coming all at once. After hearing Xie Yan's explanation, Gu Xiaomai finally understood. No wonder the Lu family was doing well and had extra money to lend to Xie Yan. It turns out they are hunters. While they were talking, the chaos on the other side finally ended. Since the village chief arrived, Old Lu couldn't hit anyone in front of him, even if he was angry at Lu Qi. The village chief listened to everything and sighed, saying, At this point, even if you beat him to death, it won't help. We need to gather money first. Old Lu, quickly gather all the silver you have at home and try to make it work. See how much more we need. Luckily, Xie Yan is here today. We must pay back these 21 taels of silver. Otherwise, the interest will keep increasing. Start gathering what you can. If we're short, the villagers will help. Hurry up. Okay, I'll do as you say. I'll ask my wife to find all the silver now. After saying that, old Lu took his wife into the house. They were asked to bring out everything they could to help, as at this moment, only parents could lend a hand. Seeing their need for silver, Xie Yan quickly explained his purpose and repaid the 2 taels he owed. It was a small amount but better than nothing, and it could ease their burden a little. However, he had limited ability and no extra money to help. After a while, Lu's wife came out holding a wooden box, tears shining in her cloudy eyes. She looked sad as she spoke to her husband and son. All the money we have is in here. Some is saved by us, and some is the silver you gave as a gift. It's only 8 taels and 6 chien. Plus the 2 taels I paid back, that makes 10 taels in total. But we still owe 11 taels. What should we do? Lu's wife felt very regretful. If she had known this would happen, she should have asked for more money earlier to save for them. Sigh, she thought. She understood their business was not easy and needed funds to run, but she never expected it would cause so much trouble for them. Old Lu also sighed when he heard they still owed so much silver. He didn't know what to do. The village head sighed as he looked around and suggested, I have 1 or 2 silver coins left. I will give them to the Lu family to help them in this urgent time. Does anyone else have some spare money? Please, share what you can to help Lu's family. Once they get through this, they will repay you. Our Lihua village has always been united and friendly. Everyone faces difficulties sometimes. As soon as he finished speaking, someone from the crowd responded, Uncle Village Head, it's not that we don't want to help, but right now, we really have no money. We had some copper coins and silver, but we already lent them to Xie Yan. Not long ago, we truly have nothing left. Yes, before, Xie Yan said that Gu Fuzi's daughter was in trouble. We couldn't just watch and do nothing. Now, we really have nothing. We are all simple villagers. We barely have enough copper coins for the year. Uncle Village Head, it's not that we don't want to help. Hearing this, Xie Yan quickly spoke up. Uncle Village Head, they are right. I still owe some silver coins. After saying this, Xie Yan began to think about whether there was any work he could do to earn some money quickly. Truly, even a hero can be stumped by a lack of money. He and Lu Qi never expected to encounter so many problems at once. Despite this, the villagers of Lihua village, under the village head's leadership, started gathering small silver and copper coins. They managed to collect about 2 taels. Old Lu looked at everyone trying their best and didn't want to cause more trouble. He suggested, if it really can't be helped, maybe we should sell some land? That's the only option left. Everyone has tried their best. The neighbor from Xinghua village, Old Ju, has always said my land is good. Maybe I should ask him if he wants to buy it. When the village had heard about selling land, he became anxious and advised, Lu, are you sure about this? Land is the foundation of our lives. If you sell the land, how will your family survive? What will you do in the future? Brother, I don't want to do this either, but I really have no other choice. This is the only way. Old Lu knew this well, but at the moment, he couldn't think of any better solution. His son's mistakes were his responsibility to pay for. Lu Qi, standing nearby, dared not speak but also thought selling land was not a good idea. Suddenly, he said, Father, I will go to my older sister and second sister tomorrow to see if I can borrow some silver. Shut up. Your 2 older sisters are also having a hard time. When they marry into other families, they have to listen to their mother-in-law. And you still have the nerve to ask them for money?
Fine then.
Let's sell the land. At that moment, Gu Xiaomai suddenly spoke up. Uncle Lu, if you trust what I say, why not wait for a day? I have a plan to make some money. Tomorrow, Brother Lu and I will go to the county town. If I can't bring back the money, then you can sell the land the day after tomorrow. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone in Lihua village looked at Gu Xiaomai. They didn't expect that the new daughter-in-law married by Xie Yan would suddenly say something like this. Even Xie Yan, standing beside her, was surprised. He looked at her in disbelief and asked uncertainly, Xiaomai, are you joking? We still need 8 taels of silver. That's not a small amount. I know. Don't worry, I have a way.
she replied.
Gu Xiaomai looked at him, winked, and signaled him to trust her. Seeing her like this, Xie Yan could only nod. He knew she wasn't the kind of person who acted without thinking. Since she dared to say this, she must have a plan. So, Xie Yan chose to believe her. Old Lu was unfamiliar with Gu Xiaomai. He didn't expect her to say such a thing. Feeling grateful, he quickly responded, "Miss, that's not a small sum. I appreciate your kindness, but don't overestimate yourself. Are you really sure you have a way?" "Yes, I have a plan. Uncle Lu, don't worry. I won't overreach. Just let me try. I know how important land is to farmers. We shouldn't sell unless it's absolutely necessary." Gu Xiaomai truly wanted to help them. She was moved by the unity of Lihua village and the villagers' sincerity. If it weren't for their kindness and honesty, Xie Yan probably wouldn't have been able to gather the 10 taels of silver to marry her. She genuinely wanted to help them. It was their good deeds in the past that brought about this good fortune. Plus, she was confident in her skills. Xie Yan also looked at Uncle Lu and said, "Uncle Lu, why not let Xiaomai try? There's still time. If it really doesn't work, we can sell the land the day after tomorrow without delay." Xie Yan had seen how successful Gu Xiaomai's goat milk business was today. Since she said so, she must have a plan. Hearing Xie Yan's confident trust in Gu Xiaomai, Lu Qi felt a glimmer of hope. Could she really have a way out? So he immediately said, "I think it's possible, sister-in-law. Tomorrow I will go with you to the county town. Whatever you say, I agree. I promise to listen to you. If I can really get through this difficult time, you all will be my benefactors. I will repay you with my life." Lu Qi became more and more excited. If it weren't for Xie Yan holding him back, he might have knelt down to them. Gu Xiaomai could see that he was truly at his wit's end. "Big brother Lu, don't be like that. You've helped Xie Yan a lot before. Also, if it weren't for everyone in Lihua village helping him gather 10 taels of silver, I wouldn't have escaped from the wolf's den of the Gu family. It's all because of your kindness." "All right, it's settled then. Big brother Lu, you'll go to the county town with us tomorrow. Xie Yan, let's go. We need to prepare before we leave." "Okay, let's go." "Ah, Qi, we're leaving first. See you tomorrow. Don't worry too much. When there's a way, it will appear." Xie Yan patted Lu Qi on the shoulder to comfort him, then nodded to the village chief and left. This matter was temporarily resolved, so everyone gradually dispersed, planning to wait for news about their trip to the county town. If it didn't work out, they would have to sell the fields. There was no other way. Meanwhile, on the way home, Xie Yan couldn't help asking, "Xiaomai, do you really have a way to earn 8 taels of silver so quickly? How will you do it? Do you need my help? Just tell me, I'll do my best." "Yes, I'm quite confident. As for how to earn it, let me keep it a secret for now. Let's go home and have dinner first. After we eat, I'll tell you everything in detail." After saying that, Gu Xiaomai quickly took a few steps ahead. Xie Yan felt a bit confused but hurried to catch up. When they got home, Gu Xiaomai took out the soaked bamboo shoots and also retrieved the pork she had frozen in the well. She sliced the pork into pieces. She planned to make stir-fried bamboo shoots with pork. This was also her secret weapon for earning money this time. Spring was the best time for bamboo shoots. When cooked, they were tender and fresh, incredibly delicious. Once you tasted them, there was no one who wouldn't like it. The difficulty lies in handling the ingredients properly. If not done well, the dish becomes bitter, sour, and extreme in flavor. Because of this, the mountain full of spring bamboo shoots has been ignored. In the kitchen, smoke rose gently, and soon a simple yet delicious dinner was ready. After Xie Yan returned, he also told his parents about Lu's family. Since the two families have always had a good relationship, Sun Suizhu and Xie Qingshan were worried when they heard about Lu Qi. During the meal, everyone was a bit distracted. It wasn't until a fresh, fragrant smell reached their noses that they noticed a new dish on the table. Gu Xiaomai scooped a piece of spring bamboo shoot for Xie Yao and said with a smile, "Yaoer, try this and see if it's good." Xie Yao now trusted Gu Xiaomai completely. In her small heart, her sister-in-law's cooking was the best. So she didn't doubt the taste of the food on her plate. She immediately put the bamboo shoot in her mouth and chewed eagerly. The more she ate, the brighter her eyes became. When she swallowed the last piece, she exclaimed in amazement, "Oh wow! These bamboo shoots are so delicious. They're incredibly fresh and tasty. Big brother, parents, you must try it. Sister-in-law, you're amazing. Even something so hard to make taste so wonderful." Hearing Yao's praise, Gu Xiaomai felt very happy. She also took a piece for herself. Sure enough, it was tender, fresh, and crispy. The pork fat and the tender bamboo shoots blended perfectly after stir-frying. It was as if spring itself was in this dish. It was really delicious, and Yao's words weren't an exaggeration. Gu Xiaomai liked it very much too. Sun Suizhu, Xie Qingshan, Xie Yan, and Xie Mo looked at their expressions and couldn't help but start eating. Only after finishing a bite did they realize how truly amazing the flavor was. It was an unforgettable taste. So delicious. Wow, it turns out bamboo shoots can be this tasty. We thought they were bad because we didn't know how to cook them. Yes, they're so fresh. Xiaomai, you're incredible. This is the first time I've had such delicious bamboo shoots. They taste better than meat. Xiaomai, are you going to the county town tomorrow? Could it be related to these bamboo shoots? That's right. Not at all bitter, sister-in-law. You're really amazing. The Xie family members kept talking excitedly, all expressing their love for the spring bamboo shoots and admiration for Gu Xiaomai. Sun Suizhu was the most excited. She couldn't wait to eat the bamboo shoots from the bamboo forest. After hearing her son's words, she looked at Xiaomai nervously again. Gu Xiaomai took another bite and calmly explained, "Yes, I plan to go to the county restaurant tomorrow to discuss selling the recipe for stir-fried bamboo shoots with sliced meat, along with the method for preparing the bamboo shoots. Since it's spring now, the restaurant should be interested in adding a fresh new dish." Xie Yan nodded. Indeed, this was a good idea. Only by selling such rare recipes could they quickly earn a lot of money. Bamboo shoots themselves are not expensive. What matters is how to cook them and remove their natural bitterness. After hearing her explanation, Xie Yan also thought it was a good plan. A delicious and unique dish is quite important for a restaurant. No wonder she wanted to go to the county town. Only the restaurants there have the ability. Feeling reassured, Xie Yan slept soundly that night. After some time of getting used to it, Gu Xiaomai gradually adapted to waking up early and sleeping early. Waking up with the sunrise and resting at sunset felt pretty good. Without staying up late, Gu Xiaomai felt her complexion was much better than before. Her health also improved. The next morning, after breakfast, Lu Qi arrived early at the Xie house. Then the three of them went to the town together, riding a donkey cart toward the county. Lianan County was a bit far from Chunshui town, and walking was not practical. The three of them decided to indulge a little, each paying a copper coin to ride the donkey cart. Gu Xiaomai carried a basket with her prepared bamboo shoots, planning to use them at the restaurant. After all, no matter how much she talked, it was more convincing to let them taste how fresh and delicious it was. She also had a folded piece of paper in her sleeve. With instructions, she asked Xie Yan to write on how to prepare the bamboo shoots. While sitting on the donkey cart, they didn't talk much. There were other people from different places also heading to the county, so the conversation was limited. The road from the town to the county seat was much easier to travel than Gu Xiaomai expected. At least it wasn't very bumpy. They traveled like this for nearly half an hour before reaching the county town. This was Gu Xiaomai's first time visiting Lianan County. It was indeed more lively than Chunshui town. Lu Qi first took them to his general store. He planned to let them rest a bit and have some water first. Gu Xiaomai and Xie Yan looked around at the surroundings of the town while following Lu Qi to the store. Lu's general store was not on the main street, but in a quieter area. The further they went, the fewer people they saw. Lu Qi looked a little embarrassed and explained, "There's no choice. The rent on the main street shops is too high. I can't afford it. Plus, in my store, except for some furs that are worth a bit of silver, the other small items don't sell for much. If I rented on the main street, I would have closed down long ago." At first, Gu Xiaomai thought Lu Qi was just being modest. But when she saw the small store, she realized he wasn't exaggerating. Because the place was really full of all kinds of things. Bowls, plates, combs, umbrellas, rattles, kites, baskets, straw hats, and more. All everyday items. As he said, not many of them were valuable. Lu's general store had only one helper. When he saw the shopkeeper return with guests, he hurriedly greeted them warmly. After Lu Qi took them inside and sent the helper out, he asked seriously, "Little sister-in-law, you've seen how my shop is doing. How do you think I can make some money? Can you tell me a little?" "I'm really worried." Gu Xiaomai didn't answer but asked back out of curiosity, "Big brother Lu, are there many restaurants and taverns in Liaoning County?" "Yes, there are. 3 big restaurants are on the main street. There are quite a few mid-sized ones, maybe around 70 or 80. I haven't counted exactly. The rest are small shops, countless. What about you? Little sister-in-law, are you thinking of ways to make money related to food?" Lu Qi was a businessman, so her question made him start to guess. But the food business was also very hard to do. Good chefs had already been hired away by the big restaurants with high salaries. Or some families had their own traditional cooking skills and just opened small eateries to make a living. They definitely don't belong to people like them. Hearing this, Lu Qi's heart sank suddenly. His younger sister-in-law might be thinking too simply. Silver isn't easy to earn. But this is her sincere effort, and he can't hold her back. At least he should let her try. Otherwise, it would be a waste for her to make a trip to the county town for nothing. That's right. Let's not waste any more time. After finishing this cup of tea, we should go straight to talk to the restaurants and inns. Brother Lu, you take us from place to place. As long as we sell it, I'm sure it will be enough to pay back your debt. Gu Xiaomai didn't originally plan to sell the bamboo shoot recipe. She was thinking of opening her own shop someday and adding it there. But plans often change. This is the least suspicious and most natural way she can think of to make money without raising suspicion. In fact, selling sugar, salt, or other seasonings directly would be faster. But she couldn't explain where those came from, so she gave up that idea. The two nodded, quickly finished their tea, and then left together. Lu Qi led them to the main street, which had many shops. There were places to eat, jewelry stores, cloth shops, and more. The crowd was noticeably larger than in other areas. After wandering for a while, it was almost noon. The restaurants and inns were busy with people coming and going, very lively. They stood in front of a large restaurant called Delicious Feast. Lu Qi explained, "This restaurant is probably the best in Liaoning County and also the most expensive. Do we want to go in?" Lu Qi's words sounded very uncertain. He had no money in his pocket. He couldn't afford to go to such a place. He had never been there himself, only heard from friends in business that a single meal could cost several taels of silver. Before Gu Xiaomai could speak, she saw a young waiter come out from inside, looking impatient, shouting loudly, "Hey, you guys, you're blocking the entrance to our restaurant. Hurry up and move. Don't delay our business. This place isn't affordable for you." Gu Xiaomai and the others were dressed in rough cloth clothes typical of farmers. Although they were clean, there was a big difference compared to the silk and satin worn by people from the county. At a glance, it was obvious they were living a modest life. This shop assistant judged people by their appearance. Seeing their clothes, he was sure that the food at the gourmet pavilion was beyond their means. He thought they were in the way and started to chase them away. Gu Xiaomai saw the attitude of the shop assistant and realized that this was not a place she wanted to work with. Lu Qi saw how rude the shop assistant was and immediately got angry. He was only having a hard time now. Otherwise, he would insist that Xie Yan and Gu Xiaomai eat at this place no matter what. How dare he look down on them? "Hey, little shop assistant, what are you saying? Who are you insulting? It's just a shabby restaurant.
Who cares about it?
Bah, let's go." He quickly pulled Xie Yan and Gu Xiaomai away. Gu Xiaomai didn't want to argue with such a person. Later, they would realize how many good things they missed by not choosing the right place. They would regret it then. So, the three of them went to a nearby restaurant called Baiwei Zhai. Compared to the luxurious Jinbi Hui of the gourmet pavilion, this place was much simpler. It was called Baiwei Zhai. The decoration was modest, but the taste was excellent. It was clearly a place that scholars liked. Gu Xiaomai glanced at the people around her and saw that Xie Yan also looked impressed. Lu Qi explained, "This Baiwei Zhai was once owned by an old master who passed the imperial exam. Now, his son runs the place, but they still keep some scholarly traditions. It's a favorite restaurant among the talented students of Linen County. Unlike the gourmet pavilion, which mostly attracts merchants. Yes, you can tell from the decor that the words Bai Wei Zhai are written very well, Xie Yan naturally added, staring at the signboard. Lu Qi suddenly seemed to remember something. He leaned in and whispered, "Let me tell you secretly, these two groups of people actually look down on each other. The wealthy merchants think the scholars are poor and boring, only talking about classical texts all day. The scholars think the merchants are full of greed and vulgar. It's quite interesting." Lu Qi's face showed a bit of schadenfreude. Anyway, neither group would visit his grocery store. He saw their conflicts as entertainment, adding some fun to his boring days. There is no shop assistant at the entrance of Bai Wei Zhai, only customers passing by occasionally. Gu Xiaomai cannot tell how the people in this restaurant treat the common folk. However, just based on the decoration style, she feels more favorable toward Bai Wei Zhai. Then, looking at the other two, she speaks. "Let's go inside and take a look. If it's not suitable, we can leave." Xie Yan nods and follows the others into Bai Wei Zhai. Unexpectedly, the shop assistant here shows no disdain like the one at the treasure pavilion. Instead, he bows politely to welcome them, as if he doesn't notice their rough cloth clothes. "Dear guests, please come in. There are seats over here." Hearing this, Gu Xiaomai gives him a slight smile and straightforwardly says, "No need, little brother. We're not here to eat. Do you know if the shopkeeper is available? I have a business matter to discuss with him." The shop assistant is surprised at her words, but doesn't say much. He discreetly observes the group for a moment, then replies, "The shopkeeper is here. Please follow me." After that, he leads them inside. Once inside, he tells them to wait there while he goes to find the shopkeeper. Lu Qi, seeing no one around, immediately gives Gu Xiaomai a thumbs up and praises, "Young sister-in-law, you're really brave. The way you spoke just now was very confident. Not at all like someone new to business. You'll surely succeed in the future." His tone is full of admiration for Gu Xiaomai. He knows many women from their village, but none are like her. Although this is her first time in the county, she remains very calm. Thinking back to how he was when he first came to the city, Lu Qi feels that her composure is truly impressive, more steady and calm than he could ever be. Gu Xiaomai nods slightly at him, just giving a faint smile, without speaking. Soon, the shop assistant who had just left returns with a man who looks to be in his 40s or 50s. From his clothing, he seems to be the shopkeeper of Bai Wei Zhai. Sure enough, when the man sees Gu Xiaomai and the others, he straightforwardly asks, "May I ask what business you have with Mr. Kai?" Gu Xiaomai quickly stood up and respectfully said, "Shopkeeper Kai is straightforward. I won't beat around the bush either. I have a unique delicacy from the mountains I want to sell to your restaurant. Would you be interested?" "Oh? What is it? Could you show me to open my eyes?" Hearing this young woman speak like that, Kai Lin was genuinely interested. Since opening the restaurant, the owner often said, "There are always better things outside the mountains and better people outside us." He was told to encourage the kitchen to develop new dishes to bring freshness to the guests. They needed to ensure the food was tasty, but also not always the same. So, whether this young lady's words were true or not, he wanted to see and hear more, just in case. Developing new dishes was not easy. The old cooks were stubborn and getting older, making it hard for them to try new methods. A few days ago, they tried once, but the taste was strange and not impressive. Yesterday, the owner told him something else, but he had no idea where to start. When the young waiter came to find him earlier, he was overwhelmed and worried. So, when he heard this young lady say her dish was unique, he became curious. Gu Xiaomai understood from his reaction that he was interested. She quickly took out the prepared spring bamboo shoots from her basket and asked, "Shopkeeper Kai, do you recognize this?" Kai Lin leaned in to examine it carefully, but still couldn't tell. He was very sure that this was not an ordinary ingredient, otherwise, he wouldn't be unfamiliar with it. Although he was now the restaurant manager, he had been a head chef 20 years ago. He knew a lot about ingredients for cooking. He had never seen this before. So, Kai Lin shook his head humbly and asked, "I haven't seen it. Is this the mountain delicacy you mentioned?" "Exactly. Words are empty, without action. Shopkeeper Kai, would you mind letting me use the kitchen?" I want to make 2 dishes with this ingredient for you to taste. Then we can discuss further, okay? Gu Xiaomai was very confident. Once you tasted the freshness of the spring bamboo shoots, you couldn't help but be moved. This ingredient would surely win shopkeeper Kai's favor. Its texture was irreplaceable by other ingredients. This request was a piece of cake for Kai Lin. Seeing how confident the young woman was, he actually felt a little moved. Could he really have an unexpected gain today? So, shopkeeper Kai immediately agreed and personally led the 3 of them to the back kitchen. Baiwei Restaurant has 2 floors. The first floor is for casual seating, and the second floor has private rooms, which are quite large. Naturally, the kitchen is also quite spacious. When they arrived at the back kitchen, shopkeeper Kai told the staff to cooperate with her and to give her whatever she needed. He wanted to see what kind of delicious dishes this young woman could make. The kitchen staff saw that she was the shopkeeper's personal guest and that she was sitting nearby waiting, so they naturally didn't dare to slack off. They responded eagerly to her requests. Kai Lin sat down with Xie Yan and Lu Qi to drink tea, chatting and waiting. From time to time, he looked toward the stove. He saw Gu Xiaomai busy cooking with skill and speed, clearly experienced in the kitchen. It seemed she really knew her way around cooking. Gu Xiaomai didn't have many spring bamboo shoots with her, but after looking at the ingredients prepared in the kitchen, she quickly decided. She planned to make 2 dishes: stir-fried bamboo shoots with pork slices and a fresh preserved soup. Originally, she didn't plan to make the preserved soup because it was quite time-consuming. But just now, she saw meat and ribs on the cutting board, and the idea of a springtime fresh soup immediately came to her mind. Since the ingredients were so complete, she decided to make it. After all, it was still early. The preserved soup was truly delicious. 1 sip of the broth, and it was unforgettable. It was also considered a signature dish for spring bamboo shoots. With her plan in mind, Gu Xiaomai started working. She chopped and prepared the ingredients, planning what to do first and what to do next. She was very organized, busy but not chaotic, calm and confident. Seeing her skillful movements, shopkeeper Kai smiled and asked, "This young woman is quite talented. No wonder she dares to do business at Baiwei Restaurant. She really has real skills." Xie Yan and Lu Qi just smiled politely, not daring to say much, worried that they might ruin Gu Xiaomai's plan. Master Kai looked at the 2 dishes and didn't mind. He wasn't upset and quickly turned to chat about other interesting topics. Soon, half an hour passed. Gu Xiaomai's 2 dishes were all prepared. The staff in the back kitchen of Baiwei Restaurant saw how good they looked and were very curious. They didn't know what these dishes were. At this moment, they all lost interest in working and secretly or intentionally looked toward the shopkeeper. Master Kai looked at the dishes and smiled brightly. He leaned in to smell them and, sure enough, the aroma was very tempting. He excitedly asked, "What are these dishes called? They look very elegant." Gu Xiaomai thought for a moment and smiled as she answered. "This one is called pickled fresh fish, and this one is spring dawn white." "Master Kai, try the taste and see how it is." Hearing these names, not only Master Kai but also Xie Yan and Lu Qi couldn't help but turn to look at her. Xie Yan, who had studied for many years, naturally recognized how impressive and fitting these names were for Baiwei Restaurant. At this moment, he understood why Gu Xiaomai changed the name of the stir-fried bamboo shoots with sliced meat. She was trying to match the preferences of Baiwei Restaurant and Master Kai, making him feel that these 2 dishes should be on the menu. Sure enough, her idea worked. When Master Kai heard such beautiful names, his face lit up with joy. He couldn't wait to pick up his chopsticks and grab the dishes. He first tasted the spring dawn white and was truly amazed. He didn't expect this yellowish-white-looking dish to be so delicious. It was just as good as, if not better than, the meat slices inside. Then he hurriedly served himself a bowl of pickled fresh fish, and after a few bites, he finished it all. It was really too tasty. He had never eaten such fresh and delicious ingredients before. At this moment, Master Kai couldn't hold back anymore and asked eagerly, "Delicious, tasty, tender? Lady Gu, stop keeping us in suspense. Quickly tell me, what exactly is this ingredient? I've never seen it before. Honestly, I really like these 2 dishes of yours." I want to buy the recipe. But if you don't tell me what this ingredient is, how can I buy it? Haha, don't you think so? When Gu Xiaomai heard him say that, she finally relaxed and smiled as she explained. Shopkeeper Kai, you're joking. If you like it, that's good. This thing isn't rare. It's just spring bamboo shoots from the mountain forest. Right now is the best season to eat spring bamboo shoots. What? This thing is actually spring bamboo shoots? Can you eat these? No, wait. I remember when I was young and poor, I dug these up and tried to cook them as vegetables, but the taste was really hard to describe. Even after all these years, I still remember how bad it was. It was really hard to swallow, definitely not as delicious as you think. Shopkeeper Kai couldn't believe it. He was shocked that such a tasty-looking thing was made from something he used to look down on. Gu Xiaomai continued to explain. Fresh bamboo shoots are quite bitter and astringent if prepared simply, and they can even feel a bit numbing. But if handled properly, these bad flavors will disappear, leaving tender and tasty food. Since I want to sell you the recipes for these two dishes, I will also share how to prepare the bamboo shoots. Please rest assured, Shopkeeper Kai. All right. How does Lady Gu want to sell them? How about this? For these two dishes plus the method of preparing the bamboo shoots, I will ask for 20 taels of silver. That's not a small amount. If you don't believe me, you can check elsewhere. Shopkeeper Kai was very excited. He slapped the table and made a quick decision, directly offering a price. He was straightforward and disliked hesitation. Since he liked it, he wanted to be generous. He was confident that these dishes, spring dawn white and pickled fresh fish, would sell very well. Especially now, in spring, there are many scholars here, and these two dishes have great potential. Hearing Kai's shopkeeper name his price directly surprised Gu Xiaomai. She didn't expect him to be so quick and generous. Moreover, the price exceeded her expectations. It seemed her luck was good. Choosing to cooperate with Baiwei Restaurant was the right decision. She quickly said, I know that shopkeeper Kai is generous. 20 taels of silver is indeed a good offer.
Let's agree on that.
But I have one more small request, and I hope shopkeeper Kai can agree. Master Kai was very happy because Gu Xiaomai's visit today solved a big problem for him. His mood was exceptionally good. So, when he heard Gu Xiaomai speak, he was not upset and replied generously. You say? As long as it's reasonable, I can agree. Master Kai, in the future, when you add new dishes, you will definitely need fresh bamboo shoots. To be honest, our pear blossom village is not far from the foot of the mountain where there is a large bamboo forest. If possible, could we have the villagers supply these bamboo shoots? This way, they can earn some extra money to support their families. Of course, we won't let you lose out. Bamboo shoots are all about freshness, seasonal vegetables. If they are too old or too tender, they won't do. After this period, you won't be able to find them even if you want to. I will teach our villagers how to pick the best bamboo shoots, so you don't need to worry about that. Also, these two dishes are unique to us, with no other shop offering them. You can set a higher price. We will supply bamboo shoots at 50 coins per jean. How much you sell them for is none of our business. We only want to earn our fair share of hard work. Does that sound good to you? Before Gu Xiaomai arrived, she had already planned this. Selling bamboo shoots could benefit all the villagers of Pear Blossom Village, which was nothing to Master Kai. During her time living in the village, she was touched by the kindness of the people here. She genuinely liked Pear Blossom Village. She also hoped to do her small part to help improve the villagers' lives. Selling a few batches of bamboo shoots could at least allow the children in the village to enjoy some meat happily. When Master Kai heard Gu Xiaomai's request, he was quite surprised. He truly didn't expect that such a young woman would have so many considerations. Their own lives didn't seem very wealthy, yet she was still thinking about the villagers and wanted to help them find a way to make a living. This kind of kindness, in his view, was truly rare. It also proved that her character was admirable. She was someone worth deep friendship. So, Master Kai agreed, without hesitation. As Gu Xiaomai expected, for him, it was just a small effort. Their restaurant plans to introduce these two new dishes, which will definitely require a good amount of spring bamboo shoots. Since these bamboo shoots are unique and taste very delicious, their price will naturally be high. Moreover, they have two beautiful names, which makes them even more special at Baiwei Restaurant. Perhaps students will also use these dishes to compose poems and write essays. In their Great Zhou dynasty, only those from well-off families could afford to attend academies and read books. Spending a few silver coins on a meal at Bai restaurant was quite common. Just now, Lady Gu also mentioned that 50 coins per jean of spring bamboo shoots is very cheap. Plus, she personally teaches villagers how to select good bamboo shoots, so he doesn't have to worry about their quality. Therefore, this proposal is a good deal for both sides. Of course, he wouldn't disagree. Additionally, Kai Lin has his own reasons. He also intends to help Lady Gu. Based on his experience with people, he thinks that although this young lady comes from the countryside, she is brave and skilled in cooking. These two dishes are ones he has never even heard of before. Since she can make these two dishes, she might also have other rare and valuable recipes. Soon, the annual food festival in Linen County will be held. This year, it is scheduled for spring, called the Spring Festival Banquet. Without a doubt, these two bamboo shoot dishes have become their unique selling point at Bai restaurant. Therefore, all participating restaurants and inns must name their dishes accordingly. Lady Gu's two bamboo shoot dishes really touched his heart. The food festival in Linen County has been held for many years as a tradition. Moreover, this grand banquet is special because it doesn't happen at a fixed time. It rotates through spring, summer, autumn, and winter each year. Today happens to be spring. Not only local gentry and wealthy merchants attend, but the county magistrate also comes to show support every year. When the new county magistrate took office, he was known for being fair and honest. He didn't meet with anyone who handed in petitions. Everyone was just waiting to build connections with him at the Spring Festival Banquet. This year's Spring Festival Banquet is especially important, more so than any previous year. If their business can leave a good impression on the magistrate, it will be very helpful in the future. That's why the host is so attentive. Previously, he and his boss were both worried about this matter. Now it has been solved and one big problem is gone. How could he not be happy? He plans to officially introduce these two new bamboo shoot dishes at the spring banquet in a few days. This will surely attract curiosity and attention. There is no need to worry about the business at Baiwei restaurant. Therefore, Master Kai thinks the 20 taels of silver he spent are really worth it. Building good relations with Gu Xiaomai is only beneficial for their Baiwei restaurant. Business in Linen City is also tough now. There are 3 big restaurants like theirs, and the competition is very fierce. To make their restaurant's business grow, they need clever ideas. For example, this new bamboo shoot dish. Both sides sincerely want to cooperate, so this time, Gu Xiaomai and his team are very smooth in their dealings. After discussing the main points, they added some details. Then, Xie Yan personally wrote 2 copies of the cooperation agreement, and both sides signed and stamped their seals. Master Kai looked at Xie Yan's beautiful handwriting and was a bit surprised. He praised, "Wow, Brother Xie writes so well. Are you also a scholar? Your demeanor suggests you and your wife are extraordinary people. Old Kai feels very lucky today to meet you both."
Nice to meet you.
Although Master Kai didn't read many books, he sincerely admired scholars. Their boss's family also had a history of passing the imperial exam. Even though later generations didn't pursue studies, they still respected scholars. That's probably why they created this kind of Baiwei restaurant style. Later, the 2 of them chatted with Master Kai for a while. They also told him the address of Lu Qi's general store. If he needed anything in the future, he could go to Lu Qi's shop and ask him to find them. Lu Qi was happy to do this job. Being the manager of Baiwei restaurant and having a connection with him was something he had never dreamed of before. Even though their businesses are different, they are both merchants. He understands the idea that having more friends means more options. After signing the agreement, Gu Xiaomai handed over the secret recipe for handling the bamboo shoots, carefully reminding, "Master Kai, you must keep this secret recipe safe. When preparing the dish, find the most trustworthy person to do it. This step is very important. Once the dish made with spring bamboo shoots started selling, I believe your competitors at Baiwei restaurant wouldn't just sit and wait. They would easily figure out that the main ingredient is spring bamboo shoots and would likely copy the idea. However, as long as they don't know how to remove the natural bitterness and numbing sensation of the bamboo shoots, they won't be able to steal this business. Manager Kai, who has run Baiwei Restaurant for many years, understands this well. He quickly hides the recipe close to himself and nods firmly. He plans to find his trusted assistant, who has been with him for years, to help with this. Then, Gu Xiaomai personally teaches a few head chefs how to make chunxiao, white, and pickled fresh fish until their taste is close to hers. Only when they succeed does Gu Xiaomai feel satisfied and nods, then says goodbye to Manager Kai and leaves Baiwei Restaurant with Lu Qi and Xie Yan. Back at the grocery shop, Lu Qi is very excited. He can hardly believe it. In just half a day, Gu Xiaomai earned 20 taels of silver? This is simply amazing. He feels like he's dreaming. What just happened seems so unreal. Earlier at Baiwei Restaurant, he didn't dare show any weakness, afraid of holding back Gu Xiaomai and Xie Yan. But now, back in his own place, he realizes his palms are sweaty. Lu Qi's voice trembles as he excitedly pulls Xie Yan and says, "Xie Yan, pinch me. Am I dreaming? It was so easy. Did we really gather enough silver? It's true. Now your debts can be paid off."
This is all thanks to Xiaomai.
Lu Qi, you must promise me never to borrow money from those people again. Xie Yan is also very happy, but he doesn't show it as obviously as Lu Qi. Gu Xiaomai, who has earned such a large sum with her own hands in ancient times, feels very excited. Thinking about Lu Qi still owing money, she suggests, "Let's pay back the moneylenders now, so we don't have to worry anymore. Then we can go back to the village and share this good news with everyone." Spring bamboo shoots are only available for a short time. Once the season passes, they will be old and no longer edible. By then, even if we want to sell, no one will buy. "All right, I'll listen to you. I'll go get the silver now, and we'll head to the moneylender together." After hearing this, Lu Qi nodded repeatedly. When they set out in the morning, his parents had told him to bring all the silver they had saved. They thought that if they really managed to earn some silver, they could quickly pay back the 21 taels they owed. Otherwise, the whole family wouldn't sleep well. So, the three of them hurried to the moneylender and found the manager who had previously helped them with the Li family village. They paid back the 21 taels they owed. The manager was surprised they managed to gather the silver so quickly, but he didn't say much. Yesterday, the landlord had come and warned them to be more careful recently, since he hadn't yet sorted out the new county magistrate. After finishing this, Lu Qi felt much lighter. He looked at Gu Xiaomai and solemnly promised, "Little sister-in-law, this time it's really thanks to you. From now on, you will be my benefactor. Whatever I can do to help, I will do without hesitation." "I really don't know how to thank you enough." Gu Xiaomai smiled and replied, "Uncle Lu also helped Xie Yan before. This time, I'm just returning a favor. We're from the same village, so no need for formalities. Are you going back to the village with us?" "I'll go back with you. I need to tell my family about this in person. I can't let them keep worrying. Business at the shop isn't good right now, and the young shopkeeper is enough to handle things. Let's go together." "All right, let's go." So, the three of them headed back to Lihua village together. But they felt much lighter on the way back. Being debt-free really is a relief. After arriving in Lihua village, Lu Qi went home early to share the good news and stop his family from worrying. Xie Yan and Gu Xiaomai went straight to the village chief's house. This was a task they took on for the villagers. But they knew they had to inform everyone through the village chief. Gu Xiaomai wasn't planning to hide anything. She wanted everyone to know she had found a good job to help support her family, and she wanted the villagers to remember her kindness. Living in the village and maintaining good relationships with neighbors is very important. Everyone should remember her kindness. In the future, no matter what she wants to do, people will be more willing to listen to her. She did a good deed, so she deserves recognition. Sure enough, the village chief of Lihua village was stunned when he heard from Xie Yan that the villagers could go to the bamboo forest to dig bamboo shoots and sell them to the Baiwei restaurant in the county town. He had never been to Baiwei restaurant, but he had been to the county town and heard of the place. Xie Yan's young wife had managed to cooperate with Baiwei restaurant. That was amazing. No matter what, The village chief never expected that Lihua village would have such a day. He knew how good this news was for the village, like a pie falling from the sky. It hit their village suddenly. How could he not be excited? So, the village chief didn't hesitate. He immediately called his son and ordered, "Xuanzi, go get the gong and call everyone. Tell them to gather at the ancestral hall for a meeting. Say I have big news to announce. Each family should send at least one person."
Got it?
Okay, Dad.
I'll go right now.
Xuanzi heard this and quickly grabbed the gong to call people. The village chief looked at Xie Yan and smiled. "Xie Yan's wife, Xie Yan, let's go to the ancestral hall together. When everyone gathers, you and I will tell them this good news ourselves. Our Lihua village is truly blessed by our ancestors. Thanks to Xie Yan marrying such a talented wife. The whole village is benefiting. Isn't that wonderful? All right, let's go. Uncle Village Chief, you're too kind. It's because of the villagers' help. If it weren't for them helping Xie Yan gather the money, I wouldn't have been able to get out of Gu's family's trap." Gu Xiaomai thought the village chief was being overly generous and started thanking the ancestors. She quickly humbly responded with some polite words. The village chief of Lihua village was Yang Degue, in his 50s, and had been the village chief for some time. He believed he was good at judging people. After seeing Gu Xiaomai's recent behavior since she came to the village, he truly thought this girl was extraordinary. Not an ordinary girl. Although Xie Yan had given a lot of bride price to Gu's family to marry her, which was a loss, he thought maybe they had found a treasure. This girl was clever, brave, good at cooking, and most importantly, kind-hearted and grateful. If it weren't for her this time, the matter with the Qi family wouldn't have been resolved so quickly. Moreover, she found such a good opportunity for the villagers. I truly admire her from the bottom of my heart. From now on, her position in his heart has become very special. Just like that, the three of them talked as they walked and soon arrived at the old ancestral hall in the village. They had only just sat down and exchanged a few words when villagers outside started to come over one after another. The newcomers looked excited and couldn't help but ask, "Uncle, what's going on? Such a big fuss. It's been a long time since our village held a meeting, huh?" "Yeah, I heard Brother Xuanzi shouting over there, so I came right away. Is it about the Lu family? Do you need our help with anything? Just tell us directly. We're all from the same village, and we can't just watch others bully him." Everyone kept guessing eagerly, and the hall gradually became more lively. Finally, after nearly every household had arrived, the village chief spoke to explain, "All right, everyone, quiet down and listen to me. Today I called you all here to announce a big good news. You might have heard about it already. Xie Yan and his wife went to the county early this morning to help Lu Qi pay back the silver he borrowed from the bank. They worked hard all day and finally brought back good news. Lu Qi has paid back all his money, so everyone can rest assured. Also, Xie Yan's wife found a way for everyone to earn some extra money. If any of your families have free people, they can go do it. After I finish speaking, you can follow Xiaomai to learn more. Listen carefully and finish your words first." "Exactly. It sounds like we're not clumsy at all, haha." Hearing the villagers teasing, the village chief couldn't help but smile and said, "Everyone is right. Why are you in such a hurry? I will speak soon. As for the details, let Xiaomai and you all discuss it. I'm afraid I might not explain clearly and cause confusion. Come on, Xiaomai, step to the middle and tell everyone about what you discussed with Bai Weizhai." The villagers below saw the village chief say this and also called Gu Xiaomai to his side, asking her to speak to everyone. They were a bit surprised. They didn't expect that in just a few days, this young wife, who just got married, would be so valued by the village chief. It seems she is really impressive. Currently, not many people in Lihua village know Gu Xiaomai. Since she married into the village, she has only appeared twice in front of everyone, once at her wedding feast and once during Lu's family incident. Not many people know her, and many are still strangers to her. Seeing the respect the village chief showed her, everyone started to look at Gu Xiaomai more carefully. While everyone was observing her, Gu Xiaomai was also looking at the villagers of Lihua village. Most of their skin was a bit dark, a sign of years working in the fields under the sun. Although some people were strangers to her, It didn't affect the sincere look in their eyes when they looked at her. Gu Xiaomai has the memories of the original owner. She remembers what life was like in Xinghua village before, so after coming here, she cherishes every kind gesture they show her. Not every village is as united and friendly as this. Villages like Lihua village are rare. Because of their kindness, she was able to escape the fire pit of the Gu family. She had seen the debt ledger of Xie Yan before. It was densely written, and although it only listed 10 taels of silver, it was borrowed from nearly 30 or 40 families to add up. Loans like Lu's family borrowing 2 taels of silver are very rare. Most of the money was pooled together by everyone with copper coins. So, she also wants to help them and repay their kindness. Good people will be rewarded. Gu Xiaomai stood in the center of the ancestral hall courtyard and spoke loudly. Everyone, uncles, aunts, elders, and ladies, I have something to tell you. I sold 2 recipes to the county's 100 Flavors restaurant. Lu Uncle's debt to the moneylender has been paid off, so don't worry. Also, these 2 dishes are made with spring bamboo shoots, which are very common in our mountain bamboo forests. I've talked with shopkeeper Kai, and our village will supply the spring bamboo shoots. They will be sold at 50 coins per jean. If you're not busy, you can come with me to the bamboo forest later to learn how to pick tender bamboo shoots. Starting the day after tomorrow, I will rent a village cart to deliver bamboo shoots every morning. When the money is collected, I will distribute it to everyone so you can also earn some extra money for your families. As soon as she finished speaking, the crowd immediately became excited. From their expressions, everyone in the village was shocked by Gu Xiaomai's words. Soon, people started whispering, "Oh my, is this true? 50 coins per jean, that's more than meat." Yes, spring bamboo shoots. Did Wang Mozi's family dig those up before? I heard they're very bitter and not good to eat. What kind of place is the 100 Flavors restaurant in the county? They actually buy this stuff. Are they crazy? You village women don't understand. Don't talk nonsense. The 100 Flavors restaurant is the best restaurant in Linen County. It's a big place. They must have good ways to make delicious dishes. We just don't know how.
Exactly.
Their business is so big, they must know more than us. It's foolish not to make money. Since Sister Xie Yan found us such a good opportunity, we should just work hard. I'm going too.
50 coins per jean?
That's like picking up silver. I'll take my whole family to go later. Sister Xie Yan is really amazing. I saw it at the last banquet. Her skills are unmatched. I never thought she could sell recipes to big restaurants in the county. That's incredible.
Right.
The Xie family's luck is really good. They married such a talented wife. Things will only get better for them. Can Sister Xie Yan really make money from this? This sounds too good to be true. Is this really happening to us? Listening to the disbelief among the crowd below, Gu Xiaomai understood. After all, it was hard to believe that something grown in the mountains could sell for 50 coins per jean. In their usual thinking, no matter how delicious a dish is, it's still just a vegetable. And it can't compare to meat. But now 1 jean of bamboo shoots could buy 2 jean of meat. It's amazing. Gu Xiaomai didn't explain much, just smiled lightly and said to everyone, "It's okay if you don't believe. You can watch first. If anyone wants to learn how to pick tender bamboo shoots, come with me. Today we'll learn how to do it. Tomorrow, we can start digging bamboo shoots officially. After digging, we'll send all of them to the Xie family. The day after tomorrow, I'll have a cart take them to Baiwei restaurant. When we exchange them for silver, you'll see if it's real or not. By the way, Xie Yan, can you handle this matter?" After speaking, Gu Xiaomai looked at Xie Yan beside her. When they went to Baiwei restaurant earlier, he was there too. Manager Kai knows him, so it's best for him to handle this. "Okay, don't worry. I'll make sure to do this well for you." Xie Yan nodded quickly and agreed happily. Inside, he was very grateful to Gu Xiaomai. Lihua village was where he grew up, and he naturally cared about the neighbors. But Gu Xiaomai, who didn't know them well, still managed to secure such a good job for them. There must be a reason behind it. No matter what, she was a blessing for Lihua village. He felt very thankful. And the more time he spent with Gu Xiaomai, the more he admired her. Deep down, he truly respected her. After Gu Xiaomai finished speaking, Everyone agreed that it made sense. In the end, the village chief made the final decision, and everything was settled. Then, Gu Xiaomai took the willing people to the bamboo forest to teach them how to pick the tenderest bamboo shoots. Many villagers from Lihua village came, some unfamiliar, but many familiar faces too. For example, Xie Yao, Xie Mo, Hu Sanyu, Lu's wife, and others. There were also some neighbors they had met before, but didn't know well. Everyone trusted her. Gu Xiaomai felt warm inside and became more motivated to do her work. On this afternoon, many villagers in Lihua village learned how to dig delicious, tender spring bamboo shoots. The next morning, as soon as it was bright, someone went into the bamboo forest to start digging. They hoped to dig more today and sell more bamboo shoots to earn some money to improve their family's meals. Although everyone was a bit nervous, unsure if it would succeed, they thought, what if it works? Since they were free at home anyway, and it was only a day's work, even if it failed, they wouldn't lose much. Plus, everyone digging together in the bamboo forest was lively and fun. They chatted while working, which was much more interesting than doing chores alone at home. Xiaomai, the girl, said that this work could only be done for a few days because spring bamboo shoots are best when fresh. After a while, they grow older and aren't worth selling anymore. So, even if there was no urgent need at home, everyone decided to wait and do it later when they had more time. While digging, some villagers share their thoughts. I never thought this bamboo forest would grow so big. It's really growing fast. I remember when I was a kid, it was only a few acres. Now, I can't see the end of it. This bamboo really grows fast. Haha, that was 30 years ago when you were a kid. Bamboo naturally grows quickly, and it doesn't need much care. If we can sell spring bamboo shoots for money, it's like a treasure for our Lihua village. Don't you think?
Exactly.
In the past, if any family needed tables or stools, they just cut bamboo. It's all good stuff. And in summer, it's cooler here than other places. That day, most villagers from Lihua village went to the foot of the mountain to work in the bamboo forest. The peaceful forest was filled with cheerful laughter from time to time. By late afternoon, the yard of the Xie family was crowded with people. Xie Yan weighed the bamboo shoots, Gu Xiaomai registered everyone, and Xie Yao and Xie Mo were busy too. They moved benches for the elders, brought water, and kept the mood light with sweet words, making the elders laugh happily. They worked like this for a long time until the yard finally quieted down. Gu Xiaomai checked the account book and calculated that they had dug 156 jin of spring bamboo shoots that day. If they sold the bamboo shoots at 50 coins per jin, they would earn a total of 7,800 coins, which is equivalent to 7 taels and 8 qian of silver. This amount of silver might not seem like much to the owner of the restaurant in the county, but for the villagers of Lihua village, it is a very large sum. Today, the family that sold the fewest bamboo shoots was the Hu family. The Hu family raises sheep. Hu Sania took her sister to dig bamboo shoots in the bamboo forest today. Their mother went to herd sheep, and their father went to the town for errands. The sisters collected 8 jin of bamboo shoots. That still earned them 400 coins. For their family, this was a huge amount of money. Everyone was eagerly waiting for Xie Yan to return with the money. Gu Xiaomai knew that only when they saw the money would they feel secure and work harder to dig bamboo shoots. So, that night, they finished their dinner early and went to bed. Xie Yan left early the next morning with the ox cart to go to the county. Not only the villagers were worried, but Gu Xiaomai also felt a bit nervous. Although Manager Kai had promised quickly at first, she thought carefully. Selling bamboo shoots at 50 coins per jin was not cheap. She was afraid he might go back on his word. She hoped he was a man of his promise. It wasn't until noon that Xie Yan returned to the village with Uncle Niu driving the ox cart. After Xie Yan left, villagers would occasionally pass by the Xie house to see if he had come back. Some couldn't sit still at home and went to the village entrance to chat and wait. As they talked and waited, everyone knew when Xie Yan arrived. Seeing that the bamboo shoots on the cart were gone, everyone excitedly asked, Xie Yan, did you sell the bamboo shoots? Did the shopkeeper pay you the silver? Yeah. Did he keep his promise? Won't he cheat us just because we sold so many bamboo shoots? Xie Yan didn't expect everyone to be so enthusiastic. He quickly explained, "Everyone, don't worry. The silver has been paid. Later, everyone can line up at Xie's house to collect their share. I've brought it back." As soon as he said that, Lihua village erupted in excitement. Everyone looked at each other in disbelief. Could it really be sold? Could those bamboo shoots really turn into money? Although very excited, as soon as they heard about sharing the money, the family who sold the bamboo shoots quickly spread the news, saying, "Xie Yan is back. Hurry and go to the Xie family to get your copper coins." Everyone's face was filled with happy smiles. After Xie Yan returned home, he immediately handed a heavy bag of silver coins to Gu Xiaomai with a slightly excited look on his face. He said, "Shopkeeper Kai was very kind. When he arrived, he looked at the quality of the bamboo shoots and directly had someone weigh and settle the bill. Also, he knew we wanted to share the money with the villagers, so he specially had the second shop assistant bring copper coins and broken silver coins." "Xiaomai, Shopkeeper Kai is really a good person." "Yes, that's wonderful. Thank you, Xie Yan. You worked hard. I knew I didn't make a mistake in trusting Shopkeeper Kai. Everyone is eagerly waiting, and now that we have the money, let's share it. It feels good to hold the money in our hands, and it gives us strength to work." Gu Xiaomai looked at all the copper coins and broken silver, feeling a bit excited herself. Especially when she saw the villagers outside waiting with excited expressions, a sense of achievement suddenly filled her heart. It turns out that helping everyone earn silver and improve their lives makes them so happy. Just like that, the Xie family yard formed a long line again, but this time, everyone was there to receive their silver coins. Seeing each person in front of her truly receiving copper coins and broken silver, everyone's smiles couldn't be hidden. Sanio held the 400 won in her hand, so excited she could hardly contain herself. After saying goodbye to Gu Xiaomai, she hurried back home. She wanted to tell her parents so they could also dig bamboo shoots later. She really believed they could make money this way. It wasn't just Sanio who had this idea. Guomujiang, holding his broken silver, was also very excited. He decided that he wouldn't do any other work these days, just focus on digging bamboo shoots. Making money this way was just too easy. He used to go to that bamboo forest to cut bamboo, but he never realized that the newly sprouted bamboo shoots could be so valuable. They understood that if Gu Xiaomai's cooking skills weren't so good, they would never have had such a good opportunity in Lihua village. This rare chance needed to be seized quickly, without wasting time. The village chief smiled happily as he watched everything, feeling very satisfied. Thanks to this good opportunity, the villagers' lives will improve a lot. This is all thanks to the daughter-in-law of the Xie family. Lihua village has also produced a talented person. If things continue like this, the Xie family's days will definitely get better, and Xie Yan might even have a chance to go to school. Maybe someday, he could pass the imperial exam and bring honor to the village. The village chief increasingly believed this was possible, so he grew more fond of the Xie family. The villagers' accounts were settled. Gu Xiaomai looked at the remaining silver coins, which were about 2 or 3 taels of silver. All of this was earned by the Xie family digging bamboo shoots. Knowing that bamboo shoots could be sold for money, everyone in the Xie family worked hard. Xie Yao, Xie Emo, Sun Suizhu, Xie Yan, and of course Gu Xiaomai. However, Gu Xiaomai only went to dig bamboo shoots in the afternoon. In the morning, she still had to prepare goat milk. The old lady who managed the shop when they sold milk in town had now become a regular customer of theirs. She came to pick up the milk at scheduled times. Gu Xiaomai thought this was a good business, so she kept doing it. Despite that, the Xie family also dug a lot of bamboo shoots. She counted the remaining silver and copper coins. Xie Yan was very excited and happily said to Gu Xiaomai, "Great. If we keep this up, in a few days, we'll be able to pay back all the silver we owed before." Although Gu Xiaomai had earned 20 taels of silver from selling prescriptions before, after lending silver to Lu Qi, she only had less than 10 taels left. Originally, Gu Xiaomai planned to use this money to pay off the family's debts. But Xie Yan stopped her. He thought that since they would soon sell bamboo shoots, and the whole family would dig and pay back the debt together, Gu Xiaomai's silver should not be used for this purpose. He felt that using her earned silver to pay debts would make him feel guilty. Xie Yan spoke sincerely, and Gu Xiaomai agreed to follow his advice. Currently, all the money in the house is managed by her, so it doesn't matter who it belongs to. As long as the household debt is paid off, they won't have financial worries. At least, she can focus on working hard without stress. Since the family has a lot of money, she can buy raw materials more easily. This also makes it easier to explain the items taken from the storage. Because the family earned money, Gu Xiaomai decided to reward everyone. When Xie Yan returned from the county town, she asked him to buy some pork. That evening, the Xie family made pork buns. They also used some wild vegetables they gathered while digging bamboo shoots during the day to make delicious pork and vegetable buns. Everyone in the Xie family enjoyed the meal very much. These buns were even tastier than the last batch with fried pork bits. Xie Yao was so happy she couldn't stop smiling. Even her two little cats, who were nearby, kept meowing anxiously. Unable to resist, Xie Yao tore a small piece of bun skin for them to eat. The bun skin was soaked with meat juice, and the cats ate happily, purring loudly, looking very cute. On the third day, when Xie Yan and the others returned with spring bamboo shoots, they brought an unexpected guest. It was Li Ran, the young master of Baiwei Restaurant. Li Ran is about the same age as Xie Yan. They met at Baiwei Restaurant and quickly became friends. Master Li also wanted Li Ran to gain experience outside and not just study books. So, when he had free time, he was allowed to manage some affairs at the restaurant. Since Xie Yan and Li Ran met by chance, Master Kai didn't have much to do with him anymore. It was Li Ran's people who coordinated with Xie Yan. Li Ran usually studies at Songha Academy in the county town and only returns home during holidays and at night. Today was his day off, and he happened to meet Xie Yan, who was delivering goods to Baiwei Restaurant. Both of them are scholars and had many topics to talk about. Li Ran also tried the two dishes that Manager Li planned to introduce at the spring banquet, which he knew were made by Gu Xiaomai, Xie Yan's wife. Last night, Li Ran overheard his father and Manager Kai discussing plans, so he volunteered to go with Xie Yan to Lihua village to invite Gu Xiaomai. It turned out that this year's spring banquet was different from previous years. In past years, each restaurant or inn would prepare 2 seasonal dishes and a soup. But this year, Xie Yan County appointed a new county magistrate who changed the rules. Besides the old rules, he added a new one. During the competition tomorrow, they also need to include a main dish. A seasonal main dish. Shopkeeper Kai and the kitchen chefs thought for a long time but couldn't decide what main dish to prepare for the contest. It was really a difficult problem for them. Their town is in the northern region, where the common main foods are noodles, steamed buns, and rice. Slightly better options include millet, brown rice, and whole wheat flour. What could they possibly compete with? Everyone was confused and couldn't figure it out. But since the county magistrate requested it, they had to follow the rule. Shopkeeper Kai couldn't think of a good idea, so he suggested to Mr. Li, "Sir, maybe we should invite Miss Gu, the girl who made the spring bamboo shoot dish, to come tomorrow? Let her give us some ideas and help out. She is skilled and clever, full of good ideas. She's definitely better than us old folks. The rules don't say we can't ask for help." Every year, the Gourmet Pavilion spends a lot to invite top chefs from the capital. They're so shameless. If they can do it, we can too. In the past, the 100 Flavors restaurant was often beaten by the chefs from the Gourmet Pavilion. This year, they finally had something new, but the sudden change in rules disrupted everything. Shopkeeper Kai was really unwilling to accept this. They had a real chance to win this year, and giving up now felt so disappointing. So naturally, Kai thought of Gu Xiaomai. He believed Gu Xiaomai definitely had a solution. After hearing this, Li Ran immediately volunteered. He liked Xie Yan very much. Although he was no longer studying, he could tell from his words and manners that he was a very learned person. At least, he was much better than himself. He wasn't very educated, but he liked talented people. Moreover, he had heard that Xie Yan's wife was very impressive. He also wanted to meet her, so he decided to come along today. Li's carriage entered the village and immediately attracted many people's attention. In their remote and poor town, they usually only saw donkey carts and ox carts. Carriages like this were only used by wealthy families, tall, strong, and shiny. People were curious, but only dared to watch from afar, afraid of offending the important guests. He came with Xie Yan, so maybe he is from Baiwei Restaurant. Baiwei Restaurant is now the wealthiest place in Lihua village. They respect it very much and almost worship it. As for the Xie family, not many people visit except villagers.
So it has been a long time since they had guests.
Sun Suizhu heard that this young master in fine clothes is the young owner of Baiwei Restaurant. She quickly brought out her best tea to serve him. No matter if they liked it or not, they did their best to treat him with their finest things. Li Ran got off the carriage and looked around the Xie family house. He looked a bit surprised. He grew up in luxury and never worried about money. He rarely visited the countryside, so seeing the poor condition of the Xie family was a shock. Now he understood why Xie Yan couldn't afford to go to a good school. But he didn't show these feelings. It's basic manners to stay calm. When he saw Gu Xiaomai, he was also surprised. She was different from what he expected. He thought Xie Yan's wife would be a simple country girl. But Gu Xiaomai, in appearance, manner, and attitude, didn't seem like a country person. Although he hadn't been to the countryside much, he had seen many people and things in restaurants. Sometimes, villagers came to Baiwei Restaurant to improve their meals. They were shy, with timid eyes, and curious about everything. But some were also timid, afraid to touch or move things, worried about breaking something and having to pay. Gu Xiaomai was different. She was confident and generous, friendly and straightforward, which made Li Ran like her. He was right about her. Xie Yan and his wife are good people to be friends with. After drinking some tea, Li Ran finally explained his purpose. Sister-in-law, Xie Yan is 2 months older than me. Can I call you sister-in-law? You're too polite, young masterly. Gu Xiaomai smiled and looked at Xie Yan, speaking calmly. Hey, don't call me young masterly anymore. We are about the same age, just call me Li Ran. Honestly, sister-in-law, Xie Yan, I came today because I have something to ask. Please, I hope you can help me. Li Ran spoke directly and honestly, without beating around the bush. Gu Xiaomai was still a bit confused and said, I will definitely help if I can. Gu Xiaomai also remembered the good reputation of Baiwei Restaurant, so she was especially tolerant of this young master. This Li Ran clearly seemed like a naive young master who didn't know much about the world, similar to her cousin in her previous life. However, she liked dealing with straightforward and honest people like him. Simple and not tiring. So, Li Ran then told her what he had heard from his father and manager Kai about the spring festival banquet. After a while, he cautiously asked, Sister-in-law, do you have any good ideas for the main dish for the spring festival? We can't just serve a bowl of fried rice, right? Manager Kai and the kitchen staff discussed it for a long time and concluded that this was the best option because they thought the golden egg flour represented spring. I think fried rice won't win. It's too ordinary. Many restaurants could think of it. Also, why did the county magistrate wait until the last day to announce? It must be on purpose, to catch everyone off guard and leave us no time to find help. But the helpers at the Delicacy Pavilion were chosen long ago, top chefs from the capital. We really can't compare. Ugh, it's so frustrating. Actually, there's one more thing. The eldest son of the Delicacy Pavilion, Lu Yunfan, and I have been at odds since we were in the academy. We often argued, and I was annoyed with him for a long time. We even fought before. If they win again this time, I won't have the face to go back to the academy. Li Ran couldn't stop talking once he started, and he also shared how Lu Yunfan had mocked him at the academy. He sounded pitiful and quite sad. Sun Suizhu listened quietly beside them, watching without saying a word. She didn't understand everything, but she liked hearing stories from outside. The more she listened, the better she could tell her father later, which might help cheer him up. After hearing all this, Gu Xiaomai finally understood what was going on. It turned out that the newly appointed county magistrate had changed the usual competition for the spring festival banquet. She did have some ideas for the main dish, for spring. Then she looked at Li Ran and said, Li Ran, I can make some main dishes you've never seen before. However, I cannot guarantee that I will make Baiwei Restaurant win, as no one knows what the judges or officials are thinking. But I will do my best. Is that okay? All right, no problem. I understand. We would be very grateful if you help us. Whether we win or not, you and Xie Yan are our benefactors. When Li Ran heard Gu Xiaomai agree so quickly, he was overjoyed. His father initially didn't want him to come and wanted shopkeeper Kai to invite him personally, worried he might mess up. It took a long time persuading his father before he finally agreed. But he really managed to invite Gu Xiaomai so quickly. He was very happy. Then he continued, "Older sister-in-law, don't worry. We won't let you work in vain. If we win, the 100 taels of prize money will all go to you. Baiwei Restaurant only wants the plaque with the official's calligraphy. Even if we don't win, Baiwei Restaurant will pay you 50 taels for your hard work." Honestly, everyone participating in this spring festival banquet is aiming for that plaque. In our Linen County, it's like a gold signboard, prestigious and honorable. It will also bring many benefits to the restaurant. Hearing about such a high reward, Gu Xiaomai was even more willing. She happily waved her hand. "It's nothing. Since you consider us friends, helping you is only natural. Moreover, Baiwei Restaurant has genuinely helped the villagers of Lihua Village. We should thank you." "Not at all, not at all. Older sister-in-law, you're too polite. It's the villagers' own hard work. Besides, after tomorrow, we'll be relying on those 2 dishes with spring bamboo shoots to make money. It's mutual benefit and mutual help, hee." Seeing his enthusiasm, Xie Yan also spoke. "Baiwei Restaurant is kind and loyal. Naturally, we will do our best." And so, Li Ran chatted with the Xie family and the others for a long time before returning to the county town. The 3 agreed that early the next morning, a carriage would come to pick them up. Gu Xiaomai thought of this idea because it was quite poetic. She wanted Xie Yan to write a poem about spring, as his calligraphy is so beautiful. Paired with her work, it would surely be perfect. Actually, this was her first time participating in a formal cooking competition. In modern times, she often watched videos of cooking contests online. She never thought she would one day join such a food contest herself. She felt very excited. She didn't care much about the award plaque, but she was very interested in the 100 taels of silver prize. With that money, she could start her own food business. Even opening a small shop would be enough. Xie Yan also thought this was a good chance. They and Baiting Restaurant had different goals, but he also trusted Gu Xiaomai. After the villagers from Lihua Village and the Li family's carriage left, they all came to ask about the competition. They thought Baiting Restaurant no longer accepted spring bamboo shoots, since it was a big matter for the whole village. But they didn't expect it to be different from what they thought. It was actually the young master himself who invited Xiaomai to represent Baiting Restaurant at the spring banquet held in the county town. When they heard this, some people immediately agreed. Spring banquet. Wow, Xiaomai, you're really impressive. I heard it's a big event in the county. Even the county magistrate will attend. So you'll get to see what the county magistrate looks like? That's amazing, really impressive. Yes, Xiaomai, when you come back, tell us what our local officials look like. I've never seen them before. I heard only the most prominent restaurants in the county can participate. Small stalls aren't qualified. Xiaomai, you must do your best and show off for Lihua Village. Right, whether you win or lose doesn't matter. Just being able to participate is already great. Keep it up, Xiaomai. Everyone gathered around the Xie family, talking excitedly, as if they were the ones going to compete. Gu Xiaomai could feel everyone's kindness and patiently responded to each of them. The lively talk went on for a while before the Xie family finally quieted down. The next morning, the Li family's carriage arrived in Lihua Village. They picked up Gu Xiaomai and Xie Yan. When they reached Baiting Restaurant, shopkeeper Kai came out excitedly to greet them and respectfully led them inside. He also instructed everyone in the kitchen that this spring banquet would be entirely led by Gu Xiaomai, and everyone should follow her instructions. A spring banquet at a restaurant usually only allows 5 participants. So, besides Gu Xiaomai and Xie Yan, Baiwei Restaurant also sent 3 experienced chefs to assist her. Then, a large group set out together. When they arrived at the event venue, they found that many people had already arrived. Opposite Baiwei Restaurant was Zhenping Pavilion. It seemed that the chef across the street knew the chefs from Baiwei Restaurant. They had just exchanged a glance, and the other chef looked at them with disdain and contempt. One of the chefs in Gu Xiaomai's team was annoyed. Just as he was about to speak, Gu Xiaomai said, "Don't act impulsively. Focus on preparing the ingredients. When the time comes, let's face them in the competition. Isn't it better than just showing off with words?" Everyone thought about it and agreed. They ignored the provocation. Manager Kai said that with Gu Xiaomai here, they had a good chance of winning. With that, the gong sounded, and the 10 restaurants participating in the spring feast began their intense cooking. Gu Xiaomai glanced at the judges' platform and saw no officials in official robes. Xie Yan then said, "Usually, the county magistrate comes last to taste. He is busy with official duties and doesn't have time to stay on stage all the time. That makes sense." "How do you know that?" "I heard it from Li Ran when I met him this morning and chatted." As Xie Yan spoke, he remembered Li Ran's anxious look earlier. Li Ran had classes at the academy today and couldn't come to join the fun. When they parted in the morning, Li Ran was very upset. He kept complaining that while the dean of their academy was here enjoying the food, they students should stay focused on studying. There was such a big event in town. How could they stay calm? He also said the dean was unreasonable. When big events happen, the whole academy should take a holiday and everyone should come join the fun. It's really unfair. Only officials can have fun, common people can't. In the end, Xie Yan convinced him to get on the carriage, and Li Ran reluctantly went back to the academy. Gu Xiaomai found Li Ran so amusing that she couldn't help but laugh. As they chatted, she prepared for the cooking tasks. It was as relaxed as if she were in her own kitchen. Besides helping write poetry, Xie Yan also assisted with other tasks. The two of them truly worked well together, like a perfect team. The chefs at Baiwei restaurant saw the two people relaxing and couldn't help feeling less nervous. They must be very confident to be so at ease. If that's the case, then there's nothing else for them to worry about. Meanwhile, the busy event was going on and many villagers gathered around to watch. For Linen County, this was a big event, and the villagers had been looking forward to the spring banquet for a long time, because they also had the right to participate. Besides the votes from local gentry and scholars on stage, the remaining delicious dishes would be shared with the villagers outside watching the event. Each person held a wooden token to vote for their favorite dish. They bought these tokens at the entrance for 5 coins. Once inside, they could taste dishes from 10 different restaurants and join in the fun. So, many villagers from Linen County came to join the excitement. Among them, there was someone who surprised Gu Xiaomai. It was her former fiancé, Zhou Yushan, who was a young scholar her father had arranged for her. Today, Zhou Yushan was supposed to go to the academy to study, but his wife suddenly said she was feeling unwell and had a headache. She insisted he stay and take her to see a doctor. Reluctantly, he took a day off from the academy. After seeing the doctor, they found there was nothing serious, just some poor sleep, and bought some calming medicine. They planned to go home. But halfway there, they happened to pass by the spring banquet. Zhou Yushan's wife, Lu Ranyan, was the beloved daughter of a county official's family. She had been spoiled since childhood. Seeing the lively event, she insisted on going in to taste the food. No matter how much Zhou Yushan tried to persuade her, she wouldn't listen. In the end, he had no choice but to go with her. To his surprise, he saw a familiar face from afar. He felt a bit dizzy, wondering if he was sick or hallucinating. Could it be that he saw the daughter of his former teacher's family? She was a countrywoman. How could she appear at such an important event? Hearing this, he couldn't help but sneer. The Gu family's manners were still as ugly as ever. Since Mr. Gu passed away, he didn't want to have anything to do with the Gu family. They were all narrow-minded and ignorant. Actually, he had some good feelings toward Gu Xiaomai. After all, she was pretty, well-educated, and kind to him. She was the daughter of a gentleman, clearly much better than the girls in the village. But the Gu family was too poor. After Mr. Gu died, she was just a lonely girl with no help for his future. He needed to take the imperial exam to become a top scholar and couldn't be held back by her. Once he became a top scholar, he could marry anyone he wanted, whether it was a wealthy daughter or a noble lady. There were many beautiful women, so why stay stuck on one? Thinking this, Zhou Yushan looked at the woman beside him with some disdain. In appearance, she was far worse than Gu Xiaomai. But she had a wealthy father, which was like having a treasure chest. Marrying her meant he wouldn't have to worry about money and could focus on studying until he became a top scholar. He knew how expensive studying was. The Zhou family was just a farming family. Supporting him to study with Mr. Gu was already difficult. Going to a good school was something he never dared to dream of before. But now, with his father-in-law's help, he was attending the best school in the county, Songha Academy. Becoming a top scholar was his goal. And now, Gu's wife was pregnant with his child. Their future depended on him. Although he was living in the Gu family house, he was living like a noble. Gu Yuanwei was a businessman. He was clever but couldn't read much. His only wish was to secure a good future for his daughter and grandson. In this dynasty, merchants had low status, so they had to work hard to improve their lives. Didn't that mean they had to support him? His life now was very comfortable. While Zhou Yushan was lost in thought, he suddenly heard someone calling him. Young master, what are you looking at? You're so absorbed. Oh, nothing. Wife, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Zhou Yushan finally came to his senses and quickly looked at his wife, asking about her health and showing care and concern. Mrs. Gu smiled and explained, I'm fine, but dear, the baby in my belly is hungry. I think the competition will last a long time before we can taste the food. Let's go find a place to eat something. As she spoke, Mrs. Gu pointed to her slightly rounded belly, feeling proud. Since she became pregnant, her husband has been more caring than ever. Even her father said she was lucky to find such a thoughtful and attentive husband. When he becomes a top scholar in the future, the good fortune for her and their child will continue. Hearing this, Zhou Yushan immediately agreed, saying, All right, let's not join the crowd. Feeding our child is the most important thing. Come on, wife, I'll support you. There are many people here, be careful. He stood up carefully, helping his wife leave the competition scene. At the gate, he couldn't help but look back at the busy scene on the stage. It really looked like her, but it definitely wasn't her. Her life must be hard now, especially since the Xie family has heavy burdens, an old father paralyzed in bed, and a young brother and sister. Girls from good families in the village wouldn't look at such a family, let alone the educated and kind Gu Xiaomai. It's truly tough for her. Maybe someday, after he wins the top scholar title, he'll go back and find out how she's doing. If her life is really difficult, he can help her a little. After all, she's the daughter of his mentor. Meanwhile, Gu Xiaomai and her team were busy preparing delicious dishes. The competition only lasts half an hour, so time is tight. Gu Xiaomai asked the 3 chefs from Baiwei restaurant to make chun xiao bai and salted fresh fish. She and Xie Yan focused on the spring-themed pastries. She had already decided that since it was spring-themed, she would create a picture with the pastries. Plus, with Xie Yan's calligraphy, it would look beautiful and match the theme. It would definitely be very creative. And she was confident that using modern techniques like coloring dough with vegetable juices, which ancient people wouldn't have thought of, would be a big highlight of this spring feast. Previously, Gu Xiaomai asked shopkeeper Kai to prepare green spinach, golden pumpkins, black sesame powder, red carrots, and purple wild vegetables. These ingredients could be used to make colorful flour. With her skillful hands, she created a beautiful spring scene. There were tender green willow branches, bright flowers, lively little birds, and a quaint small bridge with flowing water. As Gu Xiaomai kept working, her spring picture became more and more complete. Even Xie Yan, who was helping nearby, was amazed. At that moment, he finally understood why Gu Xiaomai had brought so many colorful fruits and vegetables. It was truly a clever idea. With only 2/4 of an hour left before the contest ended, Gu Xiaomai's work was finished and placed in the steamer to cook. Meanwhile, Xie Yan went to the side to do his part. He wanted to write a spring poem to go with her work. This was a challenge for him, as he hadn't written poetry in a long time. Although he had been able to compose poems since he was very young, his teacher once praised him as a little genius, saying his early poems were unique. But later, when his father had an accident, the family's heavy responsibilities fell on him, and he lost the leisure to write poetry. Poetry is closely related to one's mood. He spent days dealing with trivial matters and hadn't felt like writing poetry for a long time. But just now, seeing the spring scene Gu Xiaomai created, he suddenly had inspiration. Soon, he wrote a poem on paper that he was very pleased with. In the last 15 minutes, the county magistrate arrived. The judges, who had been sitting, all stood up and saluted him. Gu Xiaomai looked from afar and was a bit surprised. She didn't expect that the legendary county magistrate of Linen was actually a handsome middle-aged man. He was probably in his 30s, tall and elegant, with a refined appearance. His official robes made him look noble, and his every gesture carried a sense of dignity. He seemed like an extraordinary person, but that didn't matter to her. She was still focused on perfecting her pastry. The prize of 100 taels of silver was too important to her right now. With this money, she could skip the hard work of setting up a stall and own her own small shop. Just thinking about it made her excited. Soon, half an hour had passed, and everyone was ready. They carefully brought out their prepared dishes. Besides the judges, the townspeople also set up a long table with their own dishes. They would walk around, taste the food, and then vote for their favorite dish. The whole competition was fair, honest, and open. Because of this, the four-season feast became the most respected event in the county. The restaurant that wins first place each year will have great business for the next year. Plus, they get a special plaque with the county official's calligraphy, an honor that money can't buy. Because of this, the Jinping Pavilion spent a lot to invite top chefs from the capital to compete. They knew that with their own chefs, winning without doubt would be very hard. Other restaurants in Linen City also managed to stay open, but they weren't just lucky. After serving the dishes, all the chefs went back to their spots, waiting for the final results. They felt nervous and anxious. Even shopkeeper Kai, waiting below the stage, had a pounding heart. This was a crucial moment for his success or failure this year. When the lids were lifted, wonderful aromas filled the air. The people on stage tasted and whispered, discussing which dish was the most delicious and suited the spring theme of the day. The townspeople also talked excitedly. After tasting, their faces showed satisfaction, as if they were saying they loved the food. This went on until Gu Xiaomai's pastry was brought out. Her tray was very different, even when covered. Unlike others, who brought small steam baskets or fancy plates, her dish was served on a large, round wooden tray. It was much bigger than the others, which made it very eye-catching. But what surprised everyone even more was what was inside when they lifted the lid. Was that food? It looked more like a piece of art. It was so beautiful that no one dared to blink. Director Chu from the Songha Academy was the first to stand up. He walked in front of the spring scene painting and asked in disbelief, "Is this a painting? Can you really eat it? It's so beautiful. Is it made from flour? How can it have so many colors? Such a lovely piece, I almost don't want to eat it, haha." The chef at Bai restaurant is truly talented. His skills are so clever. There's also a poem. Would you like to see it, sir? County merchant Louis Shu took the poem written by Xie Yan and handed it to County Magistrate Tang Jingyi. Tang Jingyi didn't expect that even in this small linen county, there were hidden talents. When he was in the capital, he had never seen such exquisite and creative pastries. So, after reading the poem, he couldn't help but recite it aloud. Snow kneaded into the base, shaping a leaning willow. Silver needles pick out green shoots anew. Spring steam rises from the basket, flying out. Whose home does the peach blossom fall into? He thought it was very good. He didn't expect to see such a beautiful painting and poem at this cooking competition. But looking good isn't enough. It must taste good too. The flavor is what truly matters. Everyone, please feel free to taste it. After speaking, Magistrate Tang picked up chopsticks and pinched a small fish from the pond in the painting, placing it in his mouth. To his surprise, it tasted quite good, and inside was a filling with black sesame flavor, fragrant and tempting. He couldn't help but want a second bite. The other judges also took turns picking a flower, a small swallow, or a piece of white cloud from the sky in the painting to taste. Director Chu, while still picking, sighed regretfully. Such a wonderful piece of work, a good poem matching a beautiful painting, and now we're eating it, what a pity. I think, no matter how it tastes, it should be the champion of this year. It clearly represents spring, fitting the theme you mentioned, sir. As soon as he finished speaking, Director Chu was amazed by the taste of this beautiful pastry because it was much better than he had imagined. He decided he must vote for this piece. It truly pleased him. The other judges also leaned heavily toward this spring scene painting. The common people were very curious about the two new dishes, chun shao bai and salted fresh. They didn't even recognize the ingredients inside, but they thought they were fresh and fragrant, making people want to eat more. Also, the painted pastry caught everyone's attention, but in the eyes of the common folk, no matter how beautiful it looked, it was less important than how tasty and practical it was. They didn't bother to read the poem on the paper next to it. Most of the common people couldn't read or write well, and many didn't even recognize big characters, let alone understand poetry. They simply couldn't read it. However, they were surprised to find that after tasting the pastry, it was very delicious, and they liked it very much. Even the appearance, which they initially thought was just for show, looked more appealing now. They disliked food that looked good but didn't taste good, feeling it was a waste. But food that was both beautiful and tasty, everyone liked. When they saw the voting results, it was no surprise that the highest votes went to the 100 Flavors restaurant, from both the judges and the common people. According to tradition, the head chefs from each restaurant had to come forward to explain their ideas. After the draw, 100 Flavors restaurant was last. One by one, the other chefs appeared. When it was the turn of the chef from the gourmet pavilion, Gu Xiaomai felt confident. This was because the three dishes from the gourmet pavilion all used seafood. Liaoning County was quite far from the sea, so using live seafood to make dishes took a lot of effort. But rare ingredients weren't necessarily the best. Seafood was precious and rare in Liaoning County, but expensive didn't always mean better. First, seafood didn't match the theme of the spring banquet. Second, the people of Liaoning might not be used to eating it. Gu Xiaomai herself liked seafood very much. In her modern days, she often traveled to seaside cities, and every time, she enjoyed fresh seafood. Eating seafood in coastal cities was always a delight. Soon, it was her turn to explain her ideas. At this moment, everyone finally realized that the white and yellow ingredients in the two dishes were spring bamboo shoots. Spring bamboo shoots turned out to be so delicious. This surprised everyone greatly. After the event, the person in charge who had been waiting to announce the results began to do so. As expected, Baiwei Restaurant won the first place in this year's spring banquet competition. When he heard the result, Gu Xiaomai was very excited. She grabbed Xie Yan and started to spin around. Shopkeeper Kai and the other three chefs were also very happy, tears of joy almost falling from their eyes. After 5 years, Baiwei Restaurant finally won this competition again. It was truly a hard-earned victory. At this moment, some people were excited and happy, while others looked disappointed. But one person seemed a bit out of place. That was County Magistrate Tang Jingyi. From the moment he saw Gu Xiaomai, his expression changed completely. He was shocked, in disbelief, suspicious, and excited, but not the usual look of recognition. It was because Gu Xiaomai's face looked too much like someone from his memories. He chose to transfer to Linan County as a small magistrate because he had received some news. She was someone he could never forget in his life. He wanted to know everything about her. He felt guilty for not helping her when she needed it most. It haunted him. When he learned that her last known location was in Linan County, he decided to come without hesitation. Seeing Gu Xiaomai just now, he was stunned. He never expected that her face would suddenly appear before him again. But upon closer look, he noticed some differences. He could only say she had her own shadow, and her features were about 70 to 80% similar. He didn't believe such coincidence could happen in the world. Could she be her daughter? Could she have run away to this remote Linan County, married, and had children? Thinking this way, the age seemed to match. Tang Jingyi felt restless. At this moment, he just wanted to fly back to the county office and send people to find out everything. Because this was a serious matter, it couldn't be known by anyone with bad intentions. So, even though he was excited inside, he dared not speak to Gu Xiaomai rashly. For safety, He decided to wait until everything was clear before taking any action. After all, even though she has passed away, her identity still cannot be revealed publicly. Therefore, Tang Jingyi only spoke a few official words and then let her go. Gu Xiaomai felt that the county magistrate looked at her strangely, but she didn't think much of it. She was now overwhelmed with happiness, her mind full of the 100 taels of silver prize money. Moreover, she was sure that she and the county magistrate didn't know each other and had no relationship. Maybe he just liked her artwork. When they announced that Baiwei Pavilion won first place, Manager Wang from Gourmet Pavilion was very unhappy. He looked over here with anger. He had previously looked down on Baiwei Pavilion, thinking they had fallen behind and that they had hired a woman as the head chef. They would surely fail soon. He didn't expect that this woman was so talented and capable. Who was she? He didn't know when such a talented female chef had come to Linen City. She had defeated the top chefs they had spent a lot to bring from the capital. He decided to investigate her thoroughly when he returned. Thus, the annual food competition ended. Manager Kai received the plaque with the official seal of the county magistrate, a great honor, and proudly led everyone back to Baiwei Pavilion. Li Fugui, the owner of Baiwei Pavilion, also received the news. He had prepared good wine and dishes, waiting to celebrate their victory. He hadn't had high hopes initially, since in previous years, Gourmet Pavilion always won. Baiwei Pavilion's business had been declining year after year, almost pushed into a corner by the dominant Gourmet Pavilion. But unexpectedly, this year, that young woman gave him a big surprise. At this moment, Li Fugui believed that this young woman was a blessing in his life. He decided to maintain a good relationship with her in the future. After Gu Xiaomai and Xie Yan returned to Baiwei Pavilion, they happily received the 100 taels of silver prize money. Li Fugui smiled happily as he looked at the two and said, "Lady Gu, thank you for your hard work. Young Master Xie, thank you as well. Today's success is thanks to you. As we agreed before, the prize money is yours, and the plaque belongs to us." Gu Xiaomai held the silver tightly in her arms, feeling very happy. She thought that Li Ran's father looked kind and honest, a person worth making friends with. So, he quickly and humbly said, "Master Li, you're too kind. This is a win-win cooperation, and both sides benefit. We wish Baiwei Restaurant continued success and growing prosperity. Haha, then I'll take your good words as a blessing. Please come inside. You've worked hard today, and must be hungry. I've prepared some simple food, please don't mind." Li Fugui led them into a private room while speaking. Gu Xiaomai and Xie Yan exchanged glances, then followed him inside. They were indeed very hungry, and they also wanted to build a good relationship with Li Fugui, so they showed some respect. Although the food at Baiwei Restaurant was quite ordinary, it tasted good. Gu Xiaomai had eaten here many times. This was the first time she enjoyed such a rich meal since crossing over: chicken, fish, meat, and eggs. However, Li Fugui had prepared too much. Even though Xie Yan and Gu Xiaomai ate a lot, there was still a lot left. Gu Xiaomai looked at the remaining food on the table, feeling a bit tempted. It would be great if she could pack some to take home. Yaoer and Amoer would love it. But since they had been invited to eat, it seemed a bit rude to take leftovers and carry them away. Just as Gu Xiaomai was hesitating, Li Fugui seemed to notice her thoughts and quickly said, "Eat up, both of you. I prepared too much by mistake." Since Ranner mentioned that Master Xie's family has younger siblings, why not take some of this food home for them? Let them taste our Baiwei Restaurant's cooking. In the future, if you have time, Lady Gu, please bring your family to visit Baiwei Restaurant. It's a good chance for us to host you. He then called someone to bring 2 food boxes, helping them pack up the leftovers without giving Gu Xiaomai and Xie Yan a chance to refuse. Hearing this, Gu Xiaomai politely accepted after a few words. She really wanted to take some home, so she wouldn't seem so insincere. In the future, she would also help Baiwei Restaurant again. She wanted to thank Master Li for his kindness. After packing up the food, Li Fugui arranged a carriage to take them back to Lihua village, carrying the food boxes and silver happily. On the way back, Gu Xiaomai was very excited, smiling as she talked to Xie Yan about her plans. "Xie Yan, after we get home, Let's pay off all our debts, okay? Okay, I'll listen to you. Xie Yan also felt very happy. Gu Xiaomai is truly a blessing for their family. Ever since she came into their home, everything has gone smoothly. They even met helpful people when they went out, and it seemed like their luck had improved a lot. He never thought they could earn 100 taels of silver in just one day. That seemed like a dream to him. Although he had heard about the seasonal banquets in Linen before, he never paid much attention to them because he felt they were too far from his life. He usually didn't like to focus on things that didn't concern him. He knew his family wasn't good at cooking, so such things had nothing to do with the Xie family. Who would have thought that the daughter of the master was such a talented cook? And no one expected that such an excellent girl would end up becoming his wife. Xie Yan noticed a small change in Gu Xiaomai's expression, a change he didn't even realize himself. Gu Xiaomai had no idea about Xie Yan's thoughts at that moment. She was busy thinking about what kind of snack shop would be best to open. After thinking for a while, she made a decision. Since she was taking care of the Hu family's sheep, she decided to sell lamb skewers and lamb soup first. She would pair them with crispy baked flatbreads. It sounded perfect. Moreover, in the Great Zhou dynasty, not many people ate lamb, so the cost of lamb was cheaper. Her storage space was filled with various seasonings for grilling, including cumin and chili powder. These unique flavors would definitely make her lamb skewers popular. After all, cumin and chili are the perfect match for lamb. Through a recent food contest, she learned that the spicy flavor here mainly comes from Sichuan pepper or ginger. Cumin hadn't yet become popular in the Great Zhou dynasty. So, these two seasonings could be her secret recipes. And then there's salt. For grilling lamb skewers, they need to be sprinkled with fine salt, but the common people in the Great Zhou used coarse salt. Salt is very expensive and not affordable for most families. Unrefined salt has a bitter taste, which affects the flavor. But she is different. She has so much refined salt in her warehouse that she can use it freely. She is confident that her small eatery will become popular. Her plan is different from large restaurants like Baiwei Restaurant. She wants to open a small snack shop to sell tasty food to ordinary people. She wants common folks to be able to enjoy delicious meals. Eating at a big restaurant can cost a lot of money, which is too luxurious. Remember, in any era or kingdom, the wealthy are few, while the common people are the majority. Even if her shop is small, just a snack stand, if her business is good and grows bigger, she can open more branches and become successful. Gu Xiaomai feels more excited the more she thinks about it. She can already see herself becoming the richest person in the Great Zhou dynasty. She wishes she could start preparing for her shop right now. Xie Yan looks at her, not sure what she's thinking, and smiles a little foolishly. He finds Gu Xiaomai even more adorable. Soon, the carriage arrived at Lihua village. Gu Xiaomai and Xie Yan got out with their food boxes. They thanked the coachman and asked Xie Yao, who ran out, to bring him a cup of water. The coachman drank the water to quench his thirst, thanked them, and then drove away respectfully. Xie Yao and Xie Mo were very excited to see their older brother and sister-in-law return. They also wanted to know if they had won the competition in the county. The carriage's arrival also drew the attention of many villagers. When they saw Gu Xiaomai and her group, they gathered around and asked questions, very curious about the result. Everyone knew that the young master of Baiwei Restaurant personally came to their village to ask Gu Xiaomai for help. Seeing everyone so interested, Gu Xiaomai happily shared the result. When they heard that Baiwei Restaurant had won, everyone cheered. They also gained a deeper understanding of Gu Xiaomai's skills. This girl really is full of surprises. It was a bit unfair to ask her to help at the village banquet before. No wonder her cooking is so much better than the town chefs. She must have real talent. Having got the answer they wanted, everyone gradually dispersed. They still needed to go to the bamboo forest to dig for bamboo shoots. Baiwei Restaurant won the competition, so their business will definitely get better. As a result, the demand for bamboo shoots will also increase. They want to take this chance to earn more money to support their family. After everyone left, Gu Xiaomai finally took out the packed meals they brought back. Sun Suizhu saw so many delicious dishes, and her eyes lit up. She nervously asked, "Xiaomai, what are these?" "Mom, in the afternoon, I heated these dishes for our family to eat. The owner of Baiwei Restaurant invited us to a feast to thank us for helping him win the competition. There's still many leftovers, so they asked us to pack them home. Since they know we have children, they specifically wanted to satisfy their cravings. Gu Xiaomai knew that if she didn't explain clearly, her mother wouldn't feel at ease eating. So she told her everything that happened at Baiwei Restaurant. Sure enough, after hearing this, Sun Suizhu felt relieved. She happily carried the dishes to the kitchen and also called Xie Yao and Xie Mo to come help. When they saw so many tasty dishes for dinner, they were very excited. They hurried back and forth, taking the dishes to the kitchen. Who wouldn't be tempted by such delicious food? After finishing with the dishes, Sun Suizhu asked, "Then, should I wash these boxes and plates tomorrow before returning them?" The plates had beautiful patterns and looked very expensive. They were clearly used in a fine restaurant. Very exquisite. Gu Xiaomai waved her hand and said, "No need, Mom. Just leave these at home for us to use." Shopkeeper Kai said we don't need to return them. These things aren't important to their restaurant. All right, I trust you, Xiaomai. Yenner, next time you see Shopkeeper Kai and the owner of Baiwei Restaurant, make sure to thank them properly. They are really important people in our village. Because of the bamboo shoot business, the villagers of Lihua village have been very excited these days. Every household is filled with happiness, and sometimes, you can smell the aroma of meat while walking on the street. Everyone's life has improved. The children are happy because they can eat meat. These days are truly promising and make people feel secure. The villagers all remember Xiao Mai's kindness and are very grateful to her. Sun Chuizhu often feels lucky to have married such a good daughter-in-law. Xie Yan listened to his mother's chatter and replied, "Mom, don't worry. Xiao Mai and I are aware of everything. Then I'll leave the cleaning to you. We won the competition and earned quite a bit of silver. Xiao Mai and I plan to pay back the money we owe first. We'll check the account book now." "Good, go ahead. Leave it to me. Don't worry." Sun Chuizhu smiled and nodded, quickly telling the children to go do their own things. The packed meal they brought home included fish, shrimp, meatballs, and roasted pork, all delicious. Tonight, they could treat the family well. After Gu Xiaomai and Xie Yan returned to their room, they immediately took out the list of debts they had written earlier. One read aloud, and the other divided the money. Soon, they prepared the small silver and copper coins needed to settle the debts. Gu Xiaomai had already thought about how paying with silver bars was inconvenient, so she asked shopkeeper Kai to exchange 10 taels of silver into small coins, which now came in handy. Once everything was ready, they didn't rush to leave. It was still daylight, and they guessed some people might not be home. They could be digging bamboo shoots in the bamboo forest. It would be better to go after dinner when everyone was likely at home. That evening, the Xie family had their most lavish meal ever. Besides Gu Xiaomai and Xie Yan, everyone else ate very happily. Even the 2 little cats in the house got to enjoy 2 pieces of fish. Gu Xiaomai and Xie Yan had already eaten lunch, so they had little appetite and ate less at dinner. After eating, Sun Chuizhu tidied up at home, while Gu Xiaomai and Xie Yan went from house to house to visit those they owed money to before. They wanted to thank them and also repay the debts. Everyone knew about their help to buy Wei Zhai and also knew they now had silver, so they happily accepted the repayment. When paying back the money, the women in the families were all very friendly to Gu Xiaomai. Everyone now knew how capable she was, and they thought it was a good idea to build a good relationship with her. So, after settling the debts, Gu Xiaomai felt like she was becoming quite popular. Xie Yan watched the scene and felt very warm inside. Xiaomai sincerely treats the villagers well, and everyone knows it. Genuine kindness earns genuine kindness, so it's normal that everyone likes her. The last family to repay their debt was the Hu family. They are sheep farmers. Because Gu Xiaomai had something to discuss with them, she saved them for last. Gu Xiaomai was a bit eager and urged, "Xie Yan, hurry up. Once we pay back the Hu family, we will owe no one any money. It feels so good to be debt-free." "Haha, yes, being debt-free is really great. Let's go." Xie Yan nodded and quickened his pace, keeping close to Gu Xiaomai. When they arrived at the Hu family's house, they were having dinner. Although life was tight for the Hu family, they had once borrowed 500 coins from the teeth of the village, which was a lot for them. The couple and their 3 daughters ate simple food: a few coarse grain buns, thin millet porridge, a small dish of pickled vegetables, and wild vegetables mixed together. They kept their sheep to sell for money, never eating them themselves. Life was hard, but the family was still happy. Recently, they dug up a lot of spring bamboo shoots and sold them for many coins, saving up a lot of money. So, when Gu Xiaomai and her companion came to repay the debt, the Hu family was very happy. They quickly brought stools and asked if they had eaten. If not, they invited them to eat at home. Gu Xiaomai politely declined, and everyone sat down to eat and chat. After repaying the 500 coins, Gu Xiaomai then brought up her main reason for visiting. "Aunt Hu, do you think our sheep's milk business is doing well?" Aunt Hu sipped her thin porridge, excitedly looked at them, and replied, "It's great, Xiaomai. I should thank you. If you hadn't sold that sweet sheep's milk, all the milk from our sheep would have gone to waste. Now, being able to exchange it for coins makes me very happy. Thank you. I know I can't do much to help you, but later, when you go back, I'll pick some young green vegetables for you. They just sprouted and are tender. You can try them when you return." The small green leafy vegetables they grew in the backyard were at their freshest now. She was reluctant to eat them herself, thinking they would be tastier when they grew bigger. However, she really couldn't think of anything good to give from her family. This small green vegetable was one of the best things they could offer. Although there are many wild vegetables outside now, this small green vegetable tastes better. Xiaomai will definitely like it. Gu Xiaomai listened to Aunt Hu and didn't refuse. She nodded and said, "Okay, thank you, Aunt Hu. I really like tender leafy vegetables. Actually, Aunt Hu, I came today not only to repay the money, but also to discuss an important matter with you. Please listen and see if you're willing to work with me." Aunt Hu and Uncle Hu looked at Xiaomai seriously. They exchanged glances and quickly put down their chopsticks, asking earnestly, "Xiaomai, as long as we can help, we will. Here's the thing, Uncle Hu, Aunt Hu. I won a good prize in a competition at Baiwei restaurant, so I plan to open a small snack shop in the county town. I want to sell lamb skewers and lamb soup. The most important raw material is lamb. I want to ask if you're willing to sell your family's lamb to me. It will be at market price, 15 cents per jean, but I need the freshest and healthiest lamb. You must guarantee the quality." When Uncle Hu heard this was such a good opportunity, he was overjoyed and excited, even stumbling over his words. "Xiaomai, really? Are you serious? You really want to buy our lamb? Don't worry, I can't say much else, but I promise the lamb will be the freshest and healthiest." "That's right, Xiaomai, don't worry. My family has raised sheep for many years and has a lot of experience. We're willing to supply you with lamb. Although the county town is a bit far, it's not a problem. We can even arrange for Uncle Neo's truck to run there daily." Aunt Hu was also very excited. Xiaomai was paving a bright road for their family. What do they fear most about raising sheep? It's that after all their hard work, they can't sell the sheep. In the past, they took the sheep to the market in town or the county, sometimes waiting all day to sell only 2 or 3. So, they didn't dare raise too many, afraid they wouldn't sell. But now it's different. It's as if someone is guaranteed to buy all their sheep. In the future, they can increase their flock. Anyway, whether they release 20 or 50 sheep, it's all the same. The more they earn, the better. This was definitely great news for their family. Gu Xiaomai saw that the two of them agreed without much thought and was very happy. She also knew this was their trust in her. Sheep meat is full of value. She is confident she can grow her small shop with it. Sheep meat can be used for skewers, sheep bones for broth, sheep spines for hot pot, and even sheep liver can be made into cold dishes. Plus, there are valuable wool and cashmere. But these are too advanced for now. Let them handle and store the sheep first. When the numbers grow, they can expand. No matter what, she won't let their trust down. After discussing for a while, they made a decision. Gu Xiaomai told them to raise the sheep freely and boldly, as many as possible. She hoped they could gradually grow into a larger scale without worries. They could work confidently, and she would eat it all. After finishing this plan, Gu Xiaomai brought up another matter that made the Hu family very excited. That was sweet sheep milk. Since she planned to open a snack shop in the county town, selling sweet sheep milk in the town was no longer possible. But after selling it for a while, the response was quite good. Gu Xiaomai already had a few regular customers, including the maid who took care of the little children. Later, she introduced 2 more customers. So, there were quite a few people coming daily to buy milk. Gu Xiaomai didn't want to give up such a good business, so she decided to help the Hu family. She taught them how to remove the sheep's strong smell from the milk, so they could do this business. Although they needed to buy sugar or honey for flavoring, the profit from selling sheep milk was high enough to cover these costs. When Aunt Hu heard that Gu Xiaomai was handing over this business to her, she was even more excited, especially when she learned that a bowl of sweet sheep milk sold for 5 cents and a bucket could sell for over 200 cents. Her eyes widened. They used to sell Gu Xiaomai a bucket of sheep milk for 30 cents. Just after some processing, it could sell for so much money. It was really a big profit. Although sugar and honey were expensive, considering the profits, it was still a very profitable business. Moreover, Xiaomai also brought them several regular customers, ensuring the lowest sales volume. For their family, goat milk is practically free to produce. After hearing Gu Xiaomai's secret recipe for removing the unpleasant smell, Aunt Hu became even more excited. It was just some common ingredients like tea leaves, sugar, or honey. It turned out that such simple things could eliminate the nasty taste. The Hu couple was truly grateful to Gu Xiaomai. They thanked her for sharing such an important secret. With this sweet goat milk business and raising sheep to sell, their life was getting better and better. In their hearts, Gu Xiaomai was their lucky star. Without her, they would never have thought of this method. Both sides were sincere and grateful, so their business partnership went smoothly. Gu Xiaomai secured the supply, feeling happy, and left the Hu family happily with Xie Yan. Meanwhile, the Hu family suddenly had 2 new ways to make money and was very excited. Aunt Hu's hands trembled with excitement as she looked at Dezhu and said, "Hubby, pinch me." "Am I dreaming?" Dezhu pinched himself hard and then grinned foolishly. "It's real. It hurts a lot, not a dream." "Wife, our family has truly met a benefactor. Our days ahead will probably get better and better." "That's wonderful. That's wonderful. We can finally see the light after hardships." Hearing this genuine response, Aunt Hu was so moved she shed tears, feeling she could stand tall again. Because they didn't have a son, she always felt she was a step below others. But now, with money coming in, she prepared a generous dowry for her daughter. Who would dare look down on their Hu family without a son to carry on the family line? Who would dare underestimate her daughter's maternal family without brothers? Hu Sanyo was already 12. When they talked, she could understand most of it. At this moment, she couldn't help but sigh. "Thank you, Sister Xie, for selling our goat milk at 30 coins a bucket. Adding some tea leaves and sugar, you can sell it for over 200 coins a bucket." Truly clever. Hearing her daughter say this, Aunt Hu's face suddenly changed and she scolded. "Quiet, Sanyo.
Don't say such things about Xiaomai.
That is her secret recipe and she deserves it. Without her, we wouldn't even earn 30 coins. We must remember our place and not wish for things that aren't ours. No matter how much others earn, it's their own skill." Moreover, Xiaomai shared her secret recipe with us. She truly cares for our family. You shouldn't talk behind her back. Even if she is your own daughter, Aunt Hu wouldn't allow her to speak badly about Gu Xiaomai. She works hard, and her secret recipes, tea leaves, and sugar are valuable. She's just trying to earn more money. Even if she didn't teach her the secret recipe, he wouldn't allow his daughter to speak badly of Hu's benefactor. Hu Sanyu was startled by her mother's sudden sternness and quickly explained, "Mom, don't be angry.
I didn't mean it that way.
I was just saying that Sister Xie is really clever to think of such a method. I know she's a good person. I won't speak carelessly anymore. You can rest assured. Unintentional words can be misunderstood." After hearing her mother's scolding, Hu Sanyu realized how inappropriate her words were. She quickly apologized and promised she wouldn't do it again. Seeing her daughter like this, Aunt Hu finally relaxed. From now on, Xiaomai is Hu's benefactor, and no one is allowed to speak ill of her. Meanwhile, on her way home, Gu Xiaomai also talked to Xie Yan about her plans. "Xie Yan, I've thought about it. I want to open a small snack shop in the county town. So, when I go home later, you and I will talk to our parents and persuade them. Let's move to the county town together. Hearing this, Xie Yan was a bit surprised. He wasn't surprised that she wanted to open a snack shop. Her cooking skills are excellent, and her business would surely do well. But he didn't expect her to want the whole family to move to the county town. That would put a lot of pressure on her snack shop. After all, in the county, they would need to rent a place, buy food, and support several family members. In the village, they farm the land so they don't have to buy food. He then said, I think opening a snack shop is a good idea and I support it. But I think we should stay in the village. If your shop needs help, I can go there every day to assist. Hearing this, Gu Xiaomai suddenly stopped and looked at Xie Yan seriously. Xie Yan, I have my reasons for wanting to do this, and I know you still long to read books, right? The Songha Academy in the county town is very famous. I want you to go study there so you can take the imperial exams, become a scholar, a recommended student, or even a top scholar. When Xie Yan heard this, his eyes widened without thinking. He never expected these words to come from Gu Xiaomai's mouth. He naturally didn't want to give up on studying, but he also knew how expensive studying was. It wasn't something a poor family could afford, especially in these years when he was the main support of the family. He understood how hard it was to earn money. Many uncles and older men in the village worked hard all year, but still earned only a little silver. He didn't need to think hard to know how heavy the burden of supporting someone's education was. So, when Gu Xiaomai said such words, he was truly touched. A strange feeling filled his heart, hard to describe. Looking into her bright eyes, Xie Yan felt a warm wave in his chest. His whole heart felt warm. Ever since his father became bedridden, the Xie family's world seemed to fall apart. All the responsibilities fell on him. His mother cried every day, and he had to hold everything together. He was very unwilling. He was also scared and anxious inside. But he knew it was his duty. Although he was just a young boy at that time, he was the eldest son of the Xie family. His younger brothers and sisters were even smaller, so he had to shoulder this heavy burden. Since then, he slowly learned how to be an adult, how to be a responsible man. He got used to comforting his injured father, encouraging his tearful mother, and taking care of his young brothers and sisters. He couldn't remember how long it had been since he last felt protected and cared for. That feeling was really wonderful. He treasured her caring heart. But he couldn't. As a man, he couldn't let all the heavy burdens of life fall on her. He knew she was capable, but he still couldn't. So, Xie Yan steadied his mind, looked into Gu Xiaomai's eyes, and said carefully, Xiaomai, I understand your kind feelings, but I cannot accept them. I don't want to burden the whole family with everything. Your snack shop also needs people to help, so I will work with you. I'm already happy that we can pay off the debt so quickly. Thank you. Truly, as my mother said, being able to marry you is a blessing for me and our family. Hearing this, Gu Xiaomai understood his thoughts. So, she changed her approach and continued to persuade Xie Yan. Actually, it's not just for you. Think about it. My skills and intelligence will surely make the snack shop grow bigger and bigger. Maybe I will open a second, third shop. Maybe in the neighboring county, the provincial capital, or even in the capital city. If the business does well, people will be jealous and envious, right? Look at what happened with Lu Qi before. The reason the moneylender dared to act so lawlessly was because their boss had good relations with the former magistrate. So, no matter how much money we make, we must maintain good relations with officials. Otherwise, a single word from them could ruin us. Right now, it seems I am paying for your education, but actually I am investing. You are so smart and talented in your studies. I remember when we were young, my father praised you, saying you had a talent for learning. I trust my father's judgment. I can't bribe officials like that. It's better to have a capable protector at home. If you really manage to become a top scholar someday, I have nothing to fear. With you backing me, I can protect even a mountain of gold and silver. So, this is mutual benefit. You shouldn't feel like you owe me. I do have expectations of you. When you enter Songha Academy, next year, you must pass the imperial exam and become a scholar. How about that? After speaking, Gu Xiaomai looked at him intently. Her words made Xie Yan feel overwhelmed and restless. He had never thought her vision would be so far-reaching. She said her snack shop would keep expanding, and he believed her. She was a strong girl. As long as she wanted to do it, she definitely could. But the fact that she even thought about having a strong backing truly surprised him. She truly is the daughter of a scholar. Her outlook is different from that of ordinary girls. She is right. Without her own support, no matter how much money she earns, she might not be able to keep it. The imperial exams are indeed the best way. After Gu Xiaomai said this, he was truly tempted, but he still felt uneasy and couldn't help but argue. But, father, he was interrupted before finishing. I know what you're going to say. Your idea is wrong. Who says father is a burden? We are a family, so we should live together. Look, our land isn't very big, so we might as well rent it out to the villagers to farm. Later, we can rent a house in the county town, one with a shop in front and a yard behind. We can bring the whole family there. Then it will be easier for you to study at the academy. I can run the shop peacefully, and mother, Yaoer, and Emoer can help me. Even father can lend a hand. And our 2 little cats can come too, to help catch mice. You know, hygiene is very important when making food. If there are mice in the shop, that would be terrible. Gu Xiaomai spoke seriously, making plans for everyone, even thinking of the family cats. Hearing this, Xie Yan couldn't help but smile. He looked at her tenderly and said, Father's legs are not convenient. How can he help you? At home, he can weave baskets and such, so he won't feel useless. No, you're wrong. Father is very useful. My shop really needs his help. Did you hear what I said earlier? I want to cooperate with the Hu family to sell lamb meat. One of the dishes is called lamb skewers, cutting lamb into pieces and skewering it to grill. Since that's the case, we need a lot of bamboo skewers. Father's hands are so skillful. I want him to help me cut bamboo skewers. When we get home, you have to help me talk more nicely. Gu Xiaomai felt a bit shy at this point. She was truly a relentless businesswoman. Everyone in the family had been arranged for, with no one left idle. At this moment, Xie Yan finally understood that Gu Xiaomai was very thoughtful. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about his family while studying. Living in the county town is more convenient, closer to home, and able to return at night. She also considered her father's pride. Although he couldn't walk, she still let him feel useful. She thought he would be very happy about it. She was so thoughtful that if he refused now, it would seem ungrateful. Xie Yan hesitated for a moment, as if making a decision. He looked up, met Gu Xiaomai's eyes, and said seriously, Okay, Xiaomai, I promise you. Don't worry, I will do my best to study and aim to become the top scholar. His eyes were firm. It seemed he was speaking both to Gu Xiaomai and to himself. Gu Xiaomai was happy when he agreed. She nodded happily, took his hand, and said cheerfully, Great. It's settled then. Let's go home. When we tell the family later, you have to stand with me and help me convince them. Xie Yan looked down and saw her small hand holding his large one. Her fingers were long and fair, and the warmth from her fingertips reached straight to his heart. His heart started pounding wildly with her voluntary hand-holding. Afraid she might notice his unusual feelings, he quickly matched her pace and awkwardly replied, Yes, okay. When they returned home, everyone in the Xie family was very surprised to hear Gu Xiaomai's suggestion. They didn't expect their family to be ready to open a restaurant in the county town so soon. Hearing this, Xie Qingshan, Sun Suizhu, and Xie Emo were silent. Only Xie Yao was the happiest. She cheered and rushed over, her big eyes shining as she looked at her sister-in-law seriously and asked, Really? Sister-in-law, we can live in the county town now and open a restaurant? Then Yaoer will have endless delicious food? That's so wonderful. Yes, Yaoer, you're right. From now on, whenever we make new dishes, I will let you try them, okay? That's your task. Seeing her innocent and adorable look, Gu Xiaomai couldn't help but smile and tease her a little. The little girl was even happier when she heard this. She pounded her chest confidently, saying she would definitely complete the task perfectly. Seeing her sister's silly expression, Xie Mo couldn't help but tease her. All you do is eat. That food is for selling, and you should give your opinion even when tasting. In your eyes, is there nothing that doesn't taste good? Second brother is mean. I won't listen to you. I'll listen to big sister-in-law. Listening to the siblings joking, Xie Qingshan seemed to make a decision and suddenly spoke. I think it's a good idea. Xiaomai's cooking skills are so good, it would be a waste not to open a restaurant. Xiaomai, Dad supports you. When the time comes, let your mother and Yena help out. I can stay at home without any problem. Although my legs are not in good shape, I can still take care of myself. Before Mother leaves, just put some water and steamed buns by my bed. Hearing her father-in-law say this, Gu Xiaomai quickly explained, Dad, what are you talking about? There's no way we would leave you alone at home. Yenner and I have already discussed it. Our whole family is moving to the county town. I was hoping you could help us. Yenner doesn't have much free time. I plan to let him go to Songha Academy to continue studying. What? Yenner can keep studying? As soon as Gu Xiaomai finished speaking, Xie Qingshan and Sun Suizhu exclaimed together. This was a huge shock to them. It had always been a worry for the old couple, and they felt guilty for not doing enough for Yenner. They never imagined that their son would have a chance to continue studying. Compared to Yenner's opportunity to study, moving the whole family to the county town seemed less important. Next, Yenner and Gu Xiaomai discussed the plans they had previously agreed on. After about 15 minutes, Xie Qingshan made the final decision. All right, that's settled. Yenner will go to the academy and, Suizhu, you take the two younger ones to help at the small restaurant. I won't go. I don't want to cause trouble. I can't be a burden with my weak body. Sun Suizhu was also worried about her husband staying alone at home, but since Xiaomai was willing to support Yenner going to the academy, she saw her as a great benefactor. She was willing to work hard to repay her. So, she nodded firmly in support of her husband's decision. Gu Xiaomai had already expected this, so she mentioned her plan to ask her father-in-law to help carve bamboo sticks. In their surprise, she added, Dad, don't underestimate this task of sharpening sticks. Most people really can't do it. It's a physical job and easy to hurt your hands. Mom, Emoa, and Yaoer definitely can't do it. After thinking carefully, only you are suitable because you've practiced martial arts before and know how to use strength. I need a lot of them. If you don't agree, I'll have to ask the village carpenter, Gua, to do it. But he won't help for free. He'll want some payment. It will cost quite a few coins. Seeing this, Xie Yan quickly agreed. Yes, Dad. Only you can help with this. Since you're good at weaving baskets, maybe you can help at the restaurant too, which will save some money. We only have 100 taels of silver as starting capital, so we need to be careful with our spending. Sun Suizhu, hearing her son and daughter-in-law, also advised. Yes, you should go too. With you there, I feel more at ease. Seeing the whole family hoping for this, Xie Qingshan's eyes turned slightly red, and his voice choked with emotion as he agreed. All right, I'll go with you all. Thus, the Xie family decided to move to the county town. Of course, even after deciding to move, Gu Xiaomai still kept some things in the village. She entrusted the sheep and milk business to the Hu family, and daily delivery of spring bamboo shoots was handled by an honest young man chosen by the village head. They also left their small farmland to neighbors. She still planned to come back often because the sheep from the Hu family were her treasures. Lihua village was now her base. The villagers there were honest and kind, and she wanted to help them whenever she could. A family's wealth isn't as important as the whole village's prosperity. She also encouraged villagers to learn sheep farming from the Hu family, believing it would bring in money. The village head agreed with her. Since Lihua village is next to the mountains, with lush green grass everywhere, raising sheep is very cheap. People used to worry that the sheep wouldn't sell well, but now, seeing the Hu family, they knew it was possible. With Xiaomai around, there's no need to worry. Not only can they sell mutton, but sheep's milk can be sold too. Xiaomai also said that wool and cashmere will be useful in the future and shouldn't be discarded. So, everyone in Lihua village became very excited. Having tasted the profit from selling spring bamboo shoots, everyone is now very motivated and fully trusts Gu Xiaomai's words. They all started taking action, buying lambs at the market, learning from the Hu family, and busying themselves with great enthusiasm. Once the logistics were arranged, Gu Xiaomai began looking for a house in the county town. Lu Qi knew she wanted to open a restaurant there and was very excited. So, When he heard she was looking for a shop, he immediately volunteered to help. After all, he had been in the county town for a long time and knew more about the people and the area than others. These days, Lu Qi had been taking them around everywhere. Gu Xiaomai felt a little embarrassed and said, "Big brother Lu, you've really been a big help these days, taking us to see shops every day. You haven't had time to take care of your own store." "Oh, no need to be polite. Sister-in-law, last time you helped me so much. I should do this for you. It's just a small matter.
Don't worry about it.
My shop's business has always been slow. Whether I'm there or not, it doesn't make much difference.
We just managed to get by.
It might be a bit slower to pay you back, haha, but please don't mind." Lu Qi said this while awkwardly scratching his nose. He didn't want to be like this, but his shop just wasn't doing well. The weather was getting warmer and no one was buying furs anymore. Selling miscellaneous small goods daily brought very little profit. He just wanted to pay back quickly but had no money to do so. Gu Xiaomai smiled generously and said, "Big brother Lu, there's no rush.
Don't worry about it."
Haha, sister-in-law, you're so straightforward. Think Yan is really lucky to marry someone like you. Brother Lu, you're too kind." And so, Gu Xiaomai and Xie Yan followed Lu Qi around the east side of Linan County for several days until they finally found a suitable shop. The shop used to be a tea house. It wasn't very big, about 60 or 70 square meters in the main hall, with a kitchen at the back and a yard behind it. The yard had 4 main rooms. It was originally a family residence, passed down from ancestors, and every part of it suited Gu Xiaomai's preferences. The only downside was that the owners only sold the property, not rented it. His family's son made money from his business, so they all planned to move to the provincial city and will no longer return to Linan County. Therefore, they only want to sell the house, not rent it out, to avoid the hassle of collecting rent later. However, this is a good property with a shop and the location is quite nice, close to the county office, so the security should be good. The price naturally isn't cheap. They asked for 60 taels of silver. This price really shocked everyone. But Gu Xiaomai was very interested. First, she liked this place a lot. Second, renting wouldn't be as stable as buying. Once the shop is open, if people stop renting or something unexpected happens, moving around again would be very troublesome. Most importantly, 60 taels of silver was something she never thought she could afford before. But now, her situation is different. She has that much money. Although paying all at once might make her tight on cash for ingredients and dishes later, once the shop is running and money is coming in, she's confident it will get better and better. Also, the owner said they would give her the tables, chairs, and some ready-made items in the tea house, which would save some costs. After discussing with Xie Yan, they decided to buy the shop. Gu Xiaomai also used her bargaining skills and successfully negotiated a 2-tael discount, finalizing the price at 58 taels. Both sides were eager to complete the deal, so they went to the county office that same day to handle the paperwork. When she finally received the property deed with her name on it, Gu Xiaomai was stunned. She now owned her own property in the Great Zhou dynasty. This feeling was wonderful. It was earned by her own efforts, which made her feel especially secure. Even in modern times, her house was bought by her parents before they passed away. She worked for a few years, but her savings weren't enough to buy a house. Thanks to the reasonable property prices in the Great Zhou dynasty and the opportunity given by Baiwei Zhai, she could buy a shop so quickly. This feeling was truly amazing. Gu Xiaomai was determined to start from this small shop and build her own food business empire. After finishing their work, the 3 quickly returned to the shop. Xie Yan fetched a bucket of water from the backyard well, and they all used cloths to clean the tea house and the back room thoroughly. Although they were tired and sore, they felt very happy inside. They talked and laughed happily, working very quickly. Once everything was cleaned, Lu Qi said goodbye and went back to his own shop. Lu Qi's shop was arranged like the front shop with a backyard behind. Since he paid off the moneylender, he moved back with his wife and children. He had been out all day and was worried his family might worry, so he hurried back home. Gu Xiaomai looked at the clean, bright tea house and said to Xie Yan with a sense of achievement, "Xie Yan, let's move in tomorrow. After moving, we have many things to prepare." "Okay, We'll rent a donkey cart at the market later, and tomorrow Uncle Nyo can also come to help. That should be enough. I see there are quite a few things here. Just bring some clothes and blankets. No need to move the big items. Gu Xiaomai nodded. Indeed, the previous owner had already packed up and was just waiting to sell the house and leave, so they moved lightly. Most of the belongings were left for them. This saved them a lot of trouble. Before leaving, the old owner kept talking about how he wouldn't have sold the place if he wasn't in a hurry. He said his tea house and small yard were very nice. Gu Xiaomai and Xie Yan just smiled and said nothing, knowing they had gained something. That evening, Gu Xiaomai and Xie Yan rode a donkey cart back to the village. Xie Yan was clever. The shop assistant at the rental place taught him how to drive the donkey cart for 15 minutes, and he learned quickly. He drove confidently all the way, and Gu Xiaomai sat beside him, praising him non-stop. The setting sun shone on their faces, and the fields were golden. If she leaned closer, she would notice Xie Yan's slightly red ears, revealing his restless feelings. When they got home, Sun Suizhu had already prepared dinner. After working so hard all day, they were very hungry. They quickly finished their dinner, then talked with their family about what happened in the county today. Sun Suizhu and Xie Qingshan were both surprised and happy to hear they bought a house in the county. I heard that you are moving tomorrow. Sun Suizhu quickly took her two little ones to pack their things, feeling excited about the future life. The next day, after packing everything and helping her father onto the ox cart, Xie Yan drove the cart ahead. The villagers knew that the Xie family was going to live in the county town, so they all came out to see them off, especially the Hu and Lu families. They were grateful to the Xie family, but felt sad to part ways. Luckily, Gu Xiaomai said she would come back often, so everyone felt a little more at ease. After all these events, the villagers saw that Gu Xiaomai, though just a young woman, was very capable. Following her was definitely the right choice. Soon, someone in the crowd asked, "Xiaomai, don't forget your fellow villagers when you get to the county town. If you need any help, just say the word. We'll definitely support you." "Yes, that's right, Xiaomai. We all remember your kindness. If you get a chance to make some money in the future, don't forget us." Haha. Exactly. We're boldly saying this. Our village hasn't had such a clever girl in a long time. Don't mind us. Safe travels. We wish your restaurant lots of success. In the future, when you have time, come to the county to try your cooking. Old Xie, take good care of yourself in the county. There are many talented people there. Maybe a famous doctor can treat your leg someday. Yaoer, here's the egg pancake I made this morning. Take it and eat on the way. Xiamo, when you return, let's go bird's nest hunting together. Xiaomai, we've already raised sheep. We may not have much, but we will always listen to you. Go ahead and make your way. Lihua village will always be your home. Everyone followed behind the ox and donkey carts, chatting and saying goodbye. Gu Xiaomai and the Xie family responded to everyone's concern, feeling very reluctant to part. Parting is always sad, but Gu Xiaomai kept everyone's words in her heart. She would never forget the help she received from the people of Lihua village. In the future, she would definitely bring everyone along to prosper together. When the people of the Xie family saw their shop and courtyard, their faces were full of happiness. It was much better than they had imagined. This house is even nicer than the one in their village. And there are more rooms. Gu Xiaomai led everyone on a tour and said, "Mother, you and father can live in this room. Xie Yan, you carry father to bed. The bed is softer. Yaoer, you stay in this room. Moer, you stay in this one. Since you are both getting older, it's better to have separate rooms. We have these ready-made rooms, so one for each of you. Next to us, Xie Yan, and I will stay here. Does this arrangement sound good?" Yes, that's perfect. Xiaomai, you've worked hard. This plan is very good, and thank you for thinking so carefully for us as parents. Sun Suizhu listened to Xiaomai's thoughtful plan, even arranging rooms for Yaoer and Moer, and felt deeply touched. These were things she, as the mother, should have considered, but Xiaomai thought of them first. The two children are getting older and no longer suitable to share a room. So, hearing Xiaomai's plan, Sun Suizhu was very grateful. Yao was so excited to hear she had her own room. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at her mother and sister-in-law, repeating in disbelief, "Do I really have my own room now? Of course. Come on, sister-in-law will show you. Mother, you go ahead and do your work. We can take our time. There's plenty of time." After saying this, Gu Xiaomai happily took Yaoer to see her room. Seeing her sister so happy, Xie Yan also looked at her with love, then said to his younger brother, "Come on, Emoa, I'll show you your room too." When they first came to see the house and saw this place, Xiaomai immediately said, "This courtyard is very good, perfect for our family to live in. And these 2 rooms, although they are side rooms and not very big, are just right for Yaoer and Emoa. As they grow older, they can't share one room anymore." At this moment, seeing Yao's excited expression, Xie Yan realized that although he had tried his best, he still overlooked some things. For example, the fact that his sister had grown up. In his mind, his younger siblings were still children. He never thought about them living separately.
He was not as careful as Xiaomai.
As the eldest brother, he felt he had failed in his duties. That day, the Xie family worked late into the night and finally finished cleaning their new home. Everyone was tired, but their mood was very happy. From now on, they would start their life in this town. So, after tidying up that evening, Gu Xiaomai didn't cook. First, because everyone was exhausted and had no energy to cook, and second, because she wanted to celebrate a little. She asked Xie Yan to go to Baiwei restaurant and bring back a few dishes. Everyone gathered together and enjoyed a hearty dinner. Although the takeout wasn't as delicious as freshly cooked food, it was the best they could do. Xie's father couldn't walk well and couldn't go to a restaurant, so this was the best option. The food from Baiwei restaurant was tasty, and Xie Yan ordered simple, affordable dishes, so it didn't cost much. The Xie family ate happily and felt very satisfied. That night, they all slept very peacefully, looking forward to better days ahead. Only Xie Yan, lying on a much larger bed than before, felt a bit uncomfortable. In Lihua village, his room was small, and the bed was small too. When they slept together, even if they kept some distance, they would sometimes touch each other. But now, in the new house, the bed was big and the space was much larger. Seeing Gu Xiaomai sleeping peacefully inside, Xie Yan felt very uneasy. She was too far from him. There was even enough space for another person to lie between them. The border between Chu and Han was very clear. When Xiaomai first came to the Xie family, he had said that he would not offend her before they were officially married. She seemed to trust his character, and although they shared the same bed, they never showed any intimate gestures. They deliberately kept a certain distance. In the past, Xie Yan didn't think there was anything wrong with this. But now that the bed had suddenly become larger, he felt very uncomfortable. He still preferred to stay close to her. In the past, he could even smell her unique fragrance with his nose. She was very clean. Although the weather wasn't very hot now, she washed herself every day. Her hair was washed every 2 or 3 days. Every time she washed it, she would complain that her hair was too long and it was troublesome to wash, but she still did it without fail. After so many days together, he had gotten used to it. He would always prepare hot water and fetch well water to bring into the house for her. He waited until she finished washing before entering the room. She was truly a very interesting woman. Now, she was so far from him that he could no longer smell her fresh scent. Because of this, he had trouble sleeping. Xie Yan turned over, facing Gu Xiaomai, and with the moonlight, he could see her delicate face. Looking at her figure, Xie Yan gradually became enchanted. His mind couldn't help but imagine a future where they would spend their lives together. For the first time, he felt that days could be so full of hope. Having Xiaomai by his side was really wonderful, very wonderful. After watching her for a while, Gu Xiaomai suddenly turned over and moved closer, lying face to face with Xie Yan. Xie Yan's heart suddenly tightened. He thought he had been caught secretly looking at her, but he saw she just turned over and went back to sleep. He let out a breath of relief. Looking at her face, Xie Yan couldn't control himself anymore. He slowly moved closer to her. He reached out to tuck her in, then his hand involuntarily moved upward, touching her cheek. Her smooth, tender skin made his heart tremble. His heartbeat quickened, as if it might jump out of his throat. Then, Xie Yan couldn't help but remember the feeling of her holding his hand while walking. In the quiet night, the young man stared at the sleeping girl on the bed for a long, long time. Suddenly, driven by an inexplicable impulse, he leaned down and gently kissed her forehead. By the time he realized what he was doing, it was too late to regret. Xie Yan was very upset, feeling angry at himself for losing control and doing such a beastly thing while she was asleep. Xiaomai trusted him enough to sleep openly on the same bed with him. How could he betray her trust like this? This was not the behavior of a gentleman. Xie Yan felt very ashamed and blushed all over. He immediately moved far away from Gu Xiaomai and slept on the very edge of the bed. Turning his back, he silently recited a calming spell in his mind. He couldn't accept this version of himself. After all, he had studied the wise teachings since childhood, but now it felt like they had all gone into his stomach. How could he be like this? He was betraying Xiaomai's trust. How could he face her in the future? In the past, he could sleep peacefully beside her without any inappropriate thoughts, feeling honest and open. But he didn't know when his thoughts became no longer pure. It seemed he could no longer be as simple and innocent with her as before. Deep inside, he started to hope and desire to be closer to her. So, in a mix of regret and self-blame, Xie Yan, lying at the very edge, finally fell into a deep sleep just before dawn. Gu Xiaomai slept very soundly. Maybe because she was exhausted from tidying up the new home yesterday, and she had eaten well and felt full, so she slept until the sun was high. When she woke up, the sun was already very high, and everyone else was up. She was the last to wake. After leaving the house, she saw her mother washing clothes with Yaoer. She quickly greeted them. "Mom, Yaoer, you're already washing clothes so early? Why didn't you call me? I slept until the sun was almost up." Her voice carried a hint of embarrassment. Yaoer was already awake, but she was still sleeping lazily. She felt she was even lazier than a child. Sun Sueju heard her daughter-in-law's voice and kindly replied, "Oh, Xiaomai, you're awake? Hurry and wash up. Breakfast is warming on the stove for you. You finally get to sleep a little longer. There's nothing urgent. You must be tired from yesterday." "Yes, big sister-in-law. I can help my mom with chores too. I'm already 10 years old." Yaoer felt extremely happy. Last night, she slept in her own room, and it was the most comfortable sleep she'd had. Since her big sister-in-law came to the house, the food has been better and better. Now life is improving more and more. Her mother was right. Big sister-in-law is a blessing for the family. She shouldn't tire herself out. She's grown up now and should help with some chores around the house. Seeing her mother-in-law and Yaoer caring so much for her, without any blame, Xiaomai felt very satisfied inside. Having family members around gives her energy to do everything. After washing up, she moved the small table outside, enjoyed breakfast in the sun, and chatted with her mother and daughter. Until she finished eating, Gu Xiaomai didn't see Xie Yan or Xie Mo, so she asked curiously, "Mom, where's Xie Yan? I didn't see him. That boy got up early." After breakfast, he took Amoer to the restaurant in front to wipe tables and sweep the floor. He said once it's cleaned, you'll have an easier time opening your business. This kid, I don't know what's wrong with him today. He's acting strange, like he's full of energy. Yes, sister-in-law. Big brother woke up very early today. He even made breakfast. When I got up, Big brother had already finished cooking. I think he's probably too excited about moving into the new house and can't sleep. While Sun Sueju washed clothes, she nodded along with her daughter's words. Hearing this, Sun Sueju replied, "No way. I think he's probably just excited about going to the academy soon. He can't sleep because he's happy. Xiaomai, don't look down on him. I know he loves studying very much. Thank you for supporting him to keep reading." As she spoke, Sun Sueju's eyes started to turn red, and her voice choked with emotion. Seeing this, Xiaomai quickly changed the subject. "Mom, we're family. No need to talk about other families. If my husband really becomes a top scholar in the future, I'll enjoy the good life too. Haha. Yes, yes. If this kid really becomes successful later, he won't let you down. Mom dares to promise you. This child has been good since he was young. Your happy days are ahead. Hearing this, Sun Sueju's face lit up with a smile, and she couldn't help but imagine the future. After finishing her breakfast, Gu Xiaomai washed her dishes and then said, "Mom, you all wash up. I'm going to check the front. I'm planning to go to the village this afternoon to buy some lamb and bamboo. Tomorrow we'll open for business. Okay, go ahead." Gu Xiaomai arrived at the tea house in front and found it had changed a lot. Xie Yan had rearranged the layout according to her previous instructions, making it more suitable for dining. Right now, he was cleaning the tables, chairs, and benches with Xie Mo. It was still Xie Mo who first noticed Gu Xiaomai and called out, "Big sister-in-law, you're here." "Yes, Xie Mo. Thank you for your hard work." Hearing her sincere thanks, Xie Mo felt a bit shy and rubbed the back of his head, saying modestly, "No need to thank me, big sister-in-law. I didn't do much, just wipe the table." After saying that, he lowered his head and continued working. Gu Xiaomai walked over to Xie Yan and said, "Xie Yan, after you finish here, come with me to Lihua village. We need to get some lamb meat and bones, then cut some bamboo. We can open tomorrow." "Okay, once I finish here, I'll rent a donkey cart." Xie Yan looked up and saw Gu Xiaomai's face. Suddenly, he remembered his silly mistake from last night, and his face turned hot. He quickly looked away and didn't look at her anymore. Gu Xiaomai found his reaction strange. She wondered why Xie Yan had become so cold toward her after waking up. She also felt like he was avoiding her. What's going on? They didn't seem to have argued, right? But since he didn't want to talk more, Gu Xiaomai didn't mind. She thought he might just be having a teenage mood swing. At 15 or 16, it's normal to have mood swings. Confident that she was a mature adult, Gu Xiaomai didn't care about Xie Yan's little awkwardness and went back to tidy up the counter. When they finished cleaning the restaurant, Lu Qi and his assistant arrived, carrying a signboard. It was the sign they had asked Gu Xiaomai to order earlier. They uncovered the red cloth, revealing the words, "Xie Family Small Restaurant." Seeing the restaurant's name, Xie Yan couldn't help but ask, "Why isn't it called Gu Family?" "After all, you started it yourself. It has to be called Xie Family," she replied. "It's obvious it's our family's restaurant. If it were called Gu Family, I'd worry about trouble. Even though I've cut ties with the old Gu family, some people only care about money. I'm afraid they'd cling to it, thinking they should have a part of the restaurant. That's disgusting and troublesome. I'm not afraid of the worst, only of unexpected problems. But it's okay to call the Xie family. Our family is trustworthy. Even if the Gu family finds out, this is my in-laws' property and has nothing to do with them. They can't think about taking over our restaurant." "Yes, I agree with you." After hearing her reasoning, Xie Yan surprisingly thought it made sense. Also, she values her family more than the Gu family, which made Xie Yan very happy. Lu Qi didn't care about all the fuss. He only knew that opening a new shop was a happy event. So, he quickly asked the staff to hang the sign. Gu Xiaomai was very grateful for his help. She told him about her opening tomorrow and invited him to come and try her cooking. She said it was on her. Lu Qi naturally agreed. In the future, in Linen City, he would have a brotherly friend and a business partner. If anything happened, he would have someone to talk to. It was really good. They both came from Lihua village, so they would definitely help each other. After hanging the sign, Lu Qi remembered they still needed fireworks. The opening had to be lively to attract customers. So he hurriedly left to buy fireworks. Gu Xiaomai felt happy that he cared so much about her shop. She also thought she hadn't helped him in vain before. After giving the shop tasks to Sun Sueju and Xie Mo, Gu Xiaomai and Xie Yan took a donkey cart back to Lihua village. They first went to the Hu family. They told Hu Zhu to help slaughter a sheep and clean it. They would come later to pick it up. Hu Dazhu happily agreed. When they went to cut bamboo in the bamboo grove, they immediately went to the sheep pen. They picked a sheep they liked and took it out to kill. During the slaughter, Hu Dazhu was careful not to get blood on the wool and fleece. Although he didn't know why they needed to keep those parts since Gu Xiaomai told him to, he trusted her. Her reasons must be right. When Xie Yan and the others arrived at the bamboo grove, they saw many villagers digging for spring bamboo shoots. They heard that the dishes at Baiwei restaurant sold very well. They especially loved spring bamboo shoots, taking as many as they could find. Everyone thought that while the bamboo shoots were still fresh and tender, they should dig more to save some money and prepare for emergencies. Knowing that they came to cut bamboo, many villagers put aside their work and helped Xie Yan. Everyone eagerly wanted to lend a hand since there was a chance to be useful. Soon, they gathered enough bamboo for Xie Yan and his companion, even more than expected, enough to make many bamboo sticks. When the two of them returned to the Hu family with the bamboo, the sheep had almost been slaughtered. The couple helped weigh and pack the meat and bones separately. Gu Xiaomai estimated that the sheep weighed about 20 jin of meat, around 25 jin with bones, and 4 jin of pure bones. They valued the meat at 15 won per jin, the meat with bones at 5 won per jin, and the bones and sheep liver were given to them by the Hu family. So, Gu Xiaomai paid Hu Dazhu for 25 won for one sheep. Gu Xiaomai thought this was very fair. Because people in this era don't like lamb, she was able to buy so much meat at a very low price, an unexpected joy. Low costs mean higher profits. Hu Dazhu and his wife were also very happy. They had been very busy lately, digging spring bamboo shoots, selling sheep milk, and selling meat. They wished they could split themselves into 8 to do everything. Even their 2 youngest children were sent out to dig bamboo shoots. Although they were busy every day, they earned copper coins daily, and life felt hopeful. Hu Dazhu felt full of energy, as if he couldn't use all his strength. All of this was thanks to Xie Yan's wife. They were grateful and remembered her kindness. They didn't know how to repay her, but the best they could do was listen to her advice. Raise more sheep so that the meat stays fresh and healthy. This way, Xie Yan's restaurant could earn more silver, and they could also make more money. After Gu Xiaomai and Xie Yan left, Hu's wife looked at the pile of copper coins in her hand and said in disbelief, "Her father, am I dreaming? Xiaomai just paid us the money directly?" Yes, she really paid. Go quickly and put the money away safely. This girl is good. From now on, we must do our best in everything. While tidying up the mess, Hu Dazhu reminded his wife, then headed to the sheep pen. He planned to let the sheep out again today so they could eat well and grow more meat. Aunt Hu was very excited. She had raised sheep for many years, and this was the first time she sold so many at once and earned so much money. In the past, she only sold at the market, and even after a whole day of selling, she might not sell all her sheep. But Xiaomai managed to take all the edible parts of the sheep at once. Before leaving, she also said that if the business went well, she would need even more sheep next time. Aunt Hu seemed to see the god of wealth waving to her. This made her believe even more strongly in Xiaomai's words. As her restaurant's business improved, her own life would surely get better too. Meanwhile, after the two returned home, they started working non-stop. The whole family was busy following Xiaomai's arrangements. Even Xie Qingshan, who was paralyzed and sitting on the bed, began cutting bamboo sticks under Xiaomai's instructions. Only when he started working did he realize that this job was not so easy. If he didn't have some skill in this, it would have been very difficult. Sun Suizhu was helping to cut the lamb meat. Xie Yan, along with Xie Yao and Xie Mo, used the pre-cut sticks to string the meat into small bunches, just as Xiaomai had said. Xiaomai herself went to the kitchen. She threw the lamb bones into a big pot to make lamb soup. The soup needed to simmer for a long time to taste good. When it was ready, it could be used the next day. The lamb and offal soup with some chili oil would be very delicious. She liked to add some chili oil because it was fragrant and spicy, making it more appetizing to look at. Although this era didn't have chili peppers, Xiaomai's spice storage had some, along with vegetable oil. Thinking of the fragrant chili oil and its spicy taste, Xiaomai couldn't help but salivate. Since she was making lamb skewers, chili oil was a must. It wasn't a big deal to add a little. She decided to fry the chili oil soon. If anyone asked why, she could find a reason to explain. So, while Xie Yan and the others were inside the house eating lamb skewers, suddenly they smelled a very new and strong aroma coming from outside. Xie Yao sniffed eagerly and asked curiously, "Wow, it smells so good. It must be my sister-in-law cooking something delicious again. Achoo. This smell is quite strange and a little bit sharp. But it really smells good. It makes my craving grow. Little Wheat, that clever girl, always has one idea after another. I believe our business will definitely succeed." Sun Sueju kept busy with her work, but whenever she mentioned her daughter-in-law, her tone was full of praise and pride. The others in the Xie family clearly agreed with Sun Sueju, nodding along happily. Soon, the family was busy and time flew by quickly. Before they knew it, it was already dark outside. For dinner, Gu Xiaomai didn't prepare anything special. She just made a few flatbreads with the dough she had kneaded, cooked a simple stew, and boiled some porridge. Although simple, everyone ate very happily. After all, for the Xie family, plain flatbreads were still very good food. And Gu Xiaomai's flatbreads were golden and crispy, with added seasonings like pepper and salt. Each bite had the fragrant taste of wheat and a salty, spicy flavor that made everyone feel very satisfied. It was the first time everyone tasted Gu Xiaomai's flatbreads, and they were very surprised. They didn't expect that she not only cooked well, but also made such excellent bread. Xie Yao's belly was full, and her little mouth looked as sweet as honey. "Sister-in-law, your flatbreads are really delicious. I ate a whole one. The guests will definitely love them tomorrow. As long as Yao Yao likes it, that's good. The bone soup isn't ready yet, but I was going to let you taste the lamb offal and lamb soup. Those are the perfect match for the flatbreads. But it's okay. Tomorrow morning we'll have that for breakfast." Hearing that they would have lamb soup with flatbreads tomorrow morning, everyone suddenly looked forward to it. Although they were already full at this moment. Xie Yan swallowed the last piece of flatbread and looked at Gu Xiaomai sincerely. "Yao Yao is right. Business will definitely be good tomorrow. Don't worry, Xiaomai. Yes, Xiaomai, after you finish eating, go rest. I'll clean up the rest. You've been busy in the kitchen for so long. You must be very tired," Sun Sueju said worriedly while eating. The small restaurant relies entirely on her daughter-in-law to manage. They can't do much else, so they just follow orders and work. Tomorrow is the first day of opening, so it will definitely be busy and tiring. Therefore, she must rest well. Gu Xiaomai nodded. She had been busy in the kitchen for a long time and was indeed tired. But before leaving, she thought for a moment and still reminded her mother. "All right, I won't overexert myself. Please, Mother, take care of the cleaning. Oh, and there's one more thing. Mother, Xie Yan, since we opened this small restaurant, we need to serve 3 meals a day. I thought that tomorrow morning we will sell lamb offal soup, lamb soup, and baked buns. Lamb skewers will only be available at noon and evening because no one wants to eat so much meat early in the morning. Before sleeping, turn the big bone broth on the stove to low heat. Let it simmer slowly. That way, the lamb soup will taste better." "Okay, we understand. Don't worry." After eating and drinking enough, Gu Xiaomai went back to her room to wash up and sleep. She was truly exhausted today. As soon as she lay down, she fell asleep, and she slept very soundly. Since arriving in this ancient time, Gu Xiaomai's sleep quality has improved. Following their routine, working at sunrise and resting at sunset, she no longer has insomnia or trouble sleeping. Her schedule has become very regular and healthy. For her, this was truly a happy surprise. The next day, as soon as dawn broke, Lu Qi arrived. With the crackling sound of firecrackers, Xie's small restaurant officially opened for business. In the morning, the street wasn't very crowded. Most people were out buying vegetables. When they heard the noise, they gathered around. Some people in the crowd couldn't read and asked, "Oh, a new shop is opened. What do they sell?" Hearing this, Gu Xiaomai immediately stepped forward, smiling warmly, and said, "Today, Xie's small restaurant is open. All dishes are 20% off. Would you like to come in and sit? A bowl of hot lamb offal soup or lamb soup. What a delight. And the fragrant, crispy baked buns, delicious and filling." Everyone heard this and felt a bit confused. What exactly is mutton soup or lamb soup? They had never tried it before. It sounded like it was made from lamb, which has a very strong smell and doesn't taste good. People usually don't buy lamb unless they are very poor and can't afford pork. It was strange that the shop was now selling lamb soup. Seeing that everyone was hesitant and didn't dare try, Gu Xiaomai had a plan. She signaled to Sun Sueju, who nodded and went to the kitchen. She brought out small samples of the lamb soup she had prepared earlier on a tray. Gu Xiaomai picked up a small cup and said to the woman earlier, "This lady seems a bit unsure. Why not try a taste of our lamb soup? I promise there's no strong smell, and it's very delicious. These small cups are free samples. No need to pay. If you have time, please give it a try." "No need to pay? Then I'll try and see what it tastes like. Give me a small bowl too, I want to see what it's like. It smells pretty good." The taste is really good. It's still a bit cold this early in the morning, but drinking hot soup makes me feel warm all over. If it were winter, that would be so comfortable. How much do you sell this lamb soup for? How much per bowl? Yeah, what's the price? If it has meat, it probably isn't cheap. When people heard that Gu Xiaomai offered free samples, those who weren't planning to try suddenly became interested. After someone took the lead, everyone started reaching out and taking small bowls to taste. Since it was free, no one would mind trying. Even if they didn't buy a meal later, it was no big deal. Sun Suizhu handed out small bowls to each person, busy as can be. Once everyone tasted the soup and found it was really good, some started to feel tempted. But they also worried that the price might be too high to be worth it.
Soon, someone asked about the price.
Gu Xiaomai quickly explained, "There are two kinds of lamb soup. One is lamb meat soup, costing 10 coins per bowl. The other is mutton offal soup, 8 coins per bowl. Baked flatbread costs 2 coins each. Today's opening special gives an 80% discount, and we also give a small plate of pickled vegetables for free. Everyone passing by, don't miss out. 80% discount is only for today. Tomorrow, the price will return to normal. Don't miss this opportunity, as it won't come again." Gu Xiaomai uses a set of persuasive words to attract customers, and everyone listening feels a bit excited. When they hear that the discount is only for today, they become even more eager to buy. Additionally, she offers a small plate of pickled vegetables with each order. Some customers with extra money start heading into the shop. After all, the taste of her soup is really good, delicious, and fresh. They've never had such tasty mutton soup before. Of course, some people think it's too expensive and whisper, "What? A bowl of mutton soup costs 10 coins? Why don't you just go and fight for it? On the market, lamb costs only 15 coins per jean. It's just boiled lamb soup.
What's so hard about that?"
I'll buy a jean of lamb and cook it myself at home." Yes, it's indeed too pricey, but she must have her secret recipe because her soup isn't greasy at all. I bought lamb before, but no matter how I cooked it, it always had a strong smell. It was terrible. Making good lamb soup isn't easy. Right, shopkeeper, I'll have a bowl. I'm hungry. The crowd at the door is talking all sorts of things. Gu Xiaomai doesn't mind. She lets them decide for themselves. If that woman could make her lamb soup taste exactly the same as hers, she wouldn't need to keep her small eatery open. Not to mention, that big pot of bones simmered all night, and the lamb they use isn't the kind already cut and old from the market. So, there's no need to worry about what others say. For a food business, the most important things are cleanliness, hygiene, freshness, and good taste. Only then can she win customers' hearts and keep them coming back. Right now, her main goal is to take good care of the customers who have already come in, making sure they feel special service and a good experience, along with her delicious lamb soup and baked buns. She doesn't believe she can't keep them. As more customers enter the shop, Gu Xiaomai goes to the back kitchen to work hard. She leaves the front to Sun Suizhu and Xie Yan to serve. Even Xie Yao and Xie Mo are running around helping. They are already 10 years old and can do many chores. They are happy to help their family. Soon, the first orders of lamb soup and baked buns are served by Gu Xiaomai. The sesame seed cakes are baked early in the morning, the lamb soup is prepared the night before, and even the sliced lamb and lamb offal are processed in the morning. So, after a customer orders, Gu Xiaomai just needs to put the lamb or offal into the hot soup, warm it up, and add a small green vegetable. The food can be served quickly. While serving the dishes, Gu Xiaomai said with a smile, "Your lamb soup is here. Please enjoy. Here is some small pickled vegetables for you, and this is chili oil, a secret recipe of mine. If you like spicy food, you can try adding it to the lamb soup. The flavor of this chili oil is a bit different from that of Sichuan pepper, but it's more fragrant." "Oh, really? The color is bright red, very pretty. I'll try it." I like spicy flavors. The customer looked curious and eager to try. Gu Xiaomai finished with a cheerful smile and then left. Although she was curious about how the customer would react, she had to prepare for the next table and couldn't delay too long. Enjoy your meal. After that, she went back into the kitchen. As more orders from Sun Suizhu and others came in, Gu Xiaomai became busier. She really couldn't pay attention to what was happening at the front anymore. In the small restaurant run by the Xie family, the first customer was a scholar named Lu Wenqing. He was a student at Songha Academy, and his family owned a fabric shop. On his way to the academy that morning, he happened to hear about a new restaurant opening nearby, so he decided to try it. He didn't like the food at the academy because it was too bland. But he never expected that the lamb soup would be much tastier than he imagined. Especially after adding a spoonful of chili oil, it looked and smelled amazing. The bright red chili oil floated on the white lamb soup, and a small green vegetable added a fresh touch, making it look like a beautiful painting. The sesame seed cake was crispy and fragrant with each bite. Because he bit into it, some crumbs fell off, and the aroma of the dough mixed with the salt and pepper was very delightful. Even the small pickled vegetables, which seemed simple, tasted better than others. He wondered how they made it so delicious. Lu Wenqing ate happily, enjoying each bite of lamb soup and sesame seed cake. He felt this was the best breakfast he had ever had in his life. When Gu Xiaomai finished her work and came out, Lu Wenqing had already finished eating. Seeing her, he quickly called her to settle the bill. Gu Xiaomai smiled warmly and asked kindly, "Did you enjoy your meal, sir?" "Yes, very much." "Shopkeeper, your lamb soup and baked flatbread are truly delicious. I will come again." Lu Wenqing praised sincerely, clearly really liking the food. Gu Xiaomai was very happy and immediately calculated the bill. One bowl of lamb soup costs 10 coins, and a baked flatbread costs 2 coins. The total is 12 coins. With a 20% discount, it's 9.6 coins. "I'll round down the change, so you only need to give 9 copper coins." Lu Wenqing was surprised and paused for a moment, but he didn't think much and mechanically handed over 9 coins to Gu Xiaomai. Later, Gu Xiaomai said something, but he couldn't remember exactly what. However, on the way to the academy, his mind kept feeling something strange, though he couldn't quite pinpoint what was odd. They walked for a while, and seeing that the sun was already high, Lu Wenqing suddenly realized he was almost late. He quickened his pace toward the academy. Lu Wenqing became more and more excited, feeling as if he had uncovered something very important. He forgot he was in class and suddenly slammed his hand on the desk, standing up and talking to himself. "That's right. That's what it is. No wonder I felt something strange." The classroom was originally quiet, with only the sound of the abacus being moved. But Lu Wenqing's sudden outburst disturbed everyone. All eyes turned to him, until the dean, Chu Mushuan, looked at him with displeasure and said, "Lu Wenqing, what are you doing again? Even if you don't understand your calculations, you can't disturb your fellow students' learning." Chu Mushuan was quite familiar with Lu Wenqing. His other lessons were okay, but he always struggled with abacus calculations. So, seeing him disturb everyone, he couldn't help but scold him. Lu Wenqing was reprimanded by the dean. Plus, the loud noise he made earlier also woke Li Ran, who was sleeping nearby. Li Ran looked at him with annoyance and said, "Exactly, Lu Wenqing, what are you doing? Can't you just sleep like me?" The teacher promises not to say anything. Hearing Li Ran, Chu Mushuan shook his head helplessly. Li Ran was even more troublesome than Lu Wenqing. Li Ran was bad at all his lessons. He spent his days in the academy either joking around or sleeping. It was a real waste of his family's money. But this child was quite self-aware. He just didn't like studying and wouldn't disturb the class discipline. Moreover, his father once said that he could learn as much as he wanted, just to let him be influenced by the academy environment. So he turned a blind eye. But today, Lu Wenqing was so disruptive that he caused trouble in class. When Lu Wenqing was scolded by the teacher, he suddenly realized that he had blurted out his thoughts. He quickly apologized. Chu Mushuan nodded helplessly and told him to sit down. He hadn't taught students in a long time. Recently, he was busy teaching abacus calculations because the teacher's family had some issues, so he took over for a few days. After Lu Wenqing sat down, Chu Mushuan asked everyone to continue practicing with the abacus. Lu Wenqing felt more and more that something was wrong. After class, he went to the dean and asked curiously, "Dean, do you know if there is a way to do math well without using an abacus?" Chu Xian listened and thought he was just tired of counting and wanted to take a shortcut. He smiled and comforted her. "Wenqing, when we learn counting, we need to be steady and take it step by step. You haven't even learned to walk yet and you're already thinking about flying? Go back and practice hard. I'm sure you'll get it. Your family is in business. Learning abacus skills will only help you in the future, not hurt you. Do you understand? In their school, most students are from merchant families who will eventually take over the family business. So, the abacus lessons are very important." Lu Wenqing frowned and asked, "No, headmaster, it's like this. This morning, I had breakfast at a small restaurant. Lamb soup costs 10 coins, and baked flatbread costs 2 coins. Today is their first day offering a 20% discount. The shopkeeper's wife could instantly calculate that the total should be just over 9 coins, and she even gave me a small change. She didn't use an abacus. How could she be so good at mental math?" When Chu Xian heard this, he also found it hard to believe. If it was just simple addition or subtraction, mental calculation was fine. But calculating a 20% discount instantly? That was incredible. Even he, after many years of study and experience, had only gained some skill in math. But a small restaurant owner's wife, she was surprisingly talented. Wenqing's words made Chu Xian interested in her. So he asked, "Really? Where is this small restaurant? Can I visit during lunch? It's just over on South Street, not far from the county office. Their lamb soup and baked flatbread are delicious. I'll go with you at noon." As soon as Wenqing finished speaking, Li Rand and a few students overheard and quickly gathered around. "Where's the lamb soup? Is it new? Teacher, we want to go too." "Yes, take us along. We want to see how amazing this girl is. Let's open our eyes." Everyone was excited and talking eagerly. Chu Xian found it amusing and looked at the students with kindness, saying, "Humph, I think you all heard that the lamb soup is tasty and want to go eat. And you're using studying as an excuse. I know you well." Although she said that, Chu Mushuan did not refuse them. After class, he immediately went to find his close friend, Guilin, Vice Dean Gua. He planned to go see it together. Although he was different from himself, he focused all his energy on managing the academy. He was truly a talented person, with notable achievements in classical essays. But both of them were also very picky about food. Lu Wenqing said the lamb soup was delicious and should be good, so he decided to take him along to taste it. The food at their own academy was so bad that not only the students disliked it, but even he and Old Gua found it very unsatisfactory. So, right after noon class, the two of them, along with more than 10 students, headed together to the Xie family's small restaurant. Meanwhile, Gu Xiaomai didn't know that just because she was quick at doing calculations, she had attracted so many customers to her small restaurant. It was now past breakfast time, so there weren't many people there. They were preparing for lunch. Xie Yan was helping Gu Xiaomai set up a rack for grilling lamb skewers at the restaurant entrance, and he asked, "Xiaomai, you pay the bill so quickly. I haven't finished calculating yet, and you've already paid. Do you not use an abacus for such quick calculations? That's impressive. Did you learn it from your teacher?" Gu Xiaomai was stunned, and only then realized she seemed to have slipped up. But since her real father was already gone and he couldn't verify it, she quickly followed his words and explained, "Yes, my father taught me. He figured it out himself. It's actually similar to the 9-9 multiplication table in abacus calculations, but you don't need an abacus, just paper and pen. I do a lot of mental math, so I can tell the answer just by thinking about it. It's simple, really." And he didn't know if it was good or not, so he didn't teach it in the school, only to me. I think it's quite useful. Whether for bookkeeping or calculating money, it's fast and accurate. I'm not very good at using an abacus. Gu Xiaomai wasn't lying. She really didn't know how to use an abacus. Although she remembered learning a little when she was young, she had long forgotten it. In modern times, she used mental math for small numbers and calculators for large ones. She truly didn't know how to use an abacus. They all learned the multiplication tables and vertical calculations from a young age, so they are very familiar with these numbers and calculations. After hearing this, Xie Yan sincerely praised, "I think you're really impressive. Teacher is truly amazing." Gu Xiaomai saw that he seemed very interested and generously said, "How about I teach you tonight? It's very simple. You're so smart, you'll learn it quickly." Really, hearing this, Xie Yan felt very excited. He didn't expect that Gu Xiaomai would teach him just because she said so. He was genuinely interested, so he was very happy. Of course, if more people learn and use the method my father left behind, he would be very happy in heaven. Gu Xiaomai thought that spreading this good thing would be a blessing for the great Zhou dynasty. The more people learn, the easier it is for everyone to do business or do other calculations. After all, it's not a secret. Every modern primary school student learns this. After they agreed, Xie Yan's mood clearly improved. Gu Xiaomai secretly admired him. He really loved reading and studying. When she was young, she couldn't do that. She had to learn. But look at Xie Yan, he actively wanted to learn. He even used his bedtime to study. His dedication was truly extraordinary. If he lived in modern times, he would definitely be the favorite kind of obedient and eager-to-learn genius student teachers love. Near noon, Gu Xiaomai took out the lamb skewers they had prepared earlier and started grilling them at the shop entrance. She handed over the tasks of making baked buns and boiling lamb soup to her mother. Although her mother said her skills weren't perfect, these were semi-finished products prepared in advance. She just needed to follow the instructions, which wouldn't affect the taste. Helping with the later tasks was no problem. At first, no one noticed that the small restaurant had set up another stall outside. After all, many kitchens are small, and it's normal to set up a stove outside. Nothing unusual. But gradually, as the strong aroma of grilled lamb skewers wafted over, everyone couldn't help but sniff and breathe in deeply because it was just too fragrant. Xie Yan was also attracted by the smell and came out to take a look. He saw Gu Xiaomai standing by the charcoal fire, grilling skewers and humming a tune, looking very relaxed. She was flipping the lamb skewers and sprinkling seasonings with skill. When Gu Xiaomai saw Xie Yan come out, she smiled and said, "Can you smell the delicious aroma of the lamb skewers? These seasonings and fine salt are my secret recipe, unique and exclusive. I promise, no one will dislike lamb skewers." As she spoke, Xie Yao and Xie Mo also came out, watching their sister-in-law grill the skewers with shining eyes. The smell was just too tempting. Seeing how they looked like little greedy cats, Gu Xiaomai quickly said, "Isn't it fragrant? Wait a little while and you can taste them." The shop wasn't very crowded at the moment, just some people drinking lamb soup and eating baked flatbreads, so they had some rare free time. Hearing their sister-in-law say they could taste first, everyone got excited. Gradually, the aroma spread further and caught the attention of many people, who noticed the humble stall of the Xie family's small restaurant. "What's that smell? It's so fragrant. That seems to be coming from over there, from that new small restaurant. Aren't they selling lamb soup? I had some this morning, but it doesn't smell the same. Not sure, let's go see. That's a smell of oil and fat. Are they grilling something?" As they talked, people slowly gathered around, and soon they saw Gu Xiaomai grilling lamb skewers. The meat on the charcoal sizzled as it cooked, releasing a crackling sound. The fatty parts oozed shiny oil, which dripped onto the charcoal, creating blue smoke and a roasted aroma. Seeing this, everyone in the crowd couldn't help but swallow hard, feeling very tempted. Soon, someone asked, "Hey, young lady, how much do you sell these skewers for? They smell so good." Gu Xiaomai quickly replied when asked, "These are lamb skewers, 6 coins each. 2 skewers for 10 coins. You can eat them plain or put them in baked flatbreads. Guests are welcome to come in and try. They're very tasty." Hearing this, everyone thought the price was quite high. The skewers weren't big, only about 4 or 5 pieces on a stick, and they were quite small. Yet, they cost 6 coins each. The prices are almost the same as a bowl of lamb offal soup. Not very cost-effective. So, most people, after hearing the price, hesitated a bit. But they still eagerly sniffed the strong, tempting aroma in the air. At that moment, Gu Xiaomai's first batch of lamb skewers was ready. After adding seasoning, she divided them among Xie Yan, Xie Yao, and Xie Mo. Then she took a bite herself.
Still that familiar taste.
So delicious. Xie Yao received her skewer, didn't wait for it to cool, and took a big bite. She chewed happily and praised. Smells so good. Tastes amazing. Sister-in-law, you're really talented. This lamb skewer is the best I've ever had. Xie Yan also took a bite, tasting the freshness of the lamb, the rich flavor of the fat, and the spicy seasoning. All burst in his mouth, making it very tasty. He immediately praised sincerely and gave Gu Xiaomai a thumbs-up gesture. Xie Mo kept eating silently, not saying a word. But judging by how quickly he ate, he definitely liked it. Seeing the three of them like this, someone in the crowd couldn't hold back and shouted, "Boss, give me 2 skewers of lamb, 1 baked bun. I'll eat it while holding it. Give me 20 coins worth. It looks so delicious. And 2 more buns, a bowl of lamb offal soup. I eat a lot. I want some too. 2 skewers, I want to try how good they are." Soon, the lamb skewer stall became lively. Customers kept ordering. Gu Xiaomai saw this and smiled warmly. "Everyone, don't worry. Go inside and sit down. The staff inside will take your orders and bring the cooked skewers to you. We have everything. While inside, you can also enjoy some tea and rest." Xie Yan heard this and quickly told everyone to follow him into the shop to sit down, so that they wouldn't have to stand by the grill outside. The crowd that was watching then followed into the shop. Once inside, they realized what made this Xie family's small restaurant different from others. Although it wasn't as big or fancy as the large restaurants, the staff here were very friendly. Even if they only bought 2 skewers of meat, they showed no favoritism. They enthusiastically served tea and cleaned the tables for everyone. In other restaurants, such treatment would be impossible. Just a few coins paid for the food, so there was no special service. But the Xie family's small restaurant made everyone feel very comfortable. It shows that this family is truly good. Most people came alone or in pairs, so they sat together at the tables to save the effort of cleaning so many tables. While observing the new restaurant, everyone chatted. Recently, the people of Linan County are really lucky. New delicious dishes keep coming one after another. Really? Besides this new small restaurant, are there any other places with tasty new dishes? Yesterday, my uncle took guests to Baiwei restaurant. They said 2 new spring dishes were added there, and they are very delicious. They are the same dishes that won a contest at the Spring Feast. What's the names? Spring Dawn White and Pickled Fresh Fish, right? Those names sound so nice. It's definitely Baiwei restaurant style. Fancy words, haha. The prices are high too. Ordinary folks like us can't afford them. My uncle said 1 Spring Dawn White cost him 2 taels of silver. The pickled fresh fish is even more expensive, 3 taels per dish. Oh my. Are these dishes made of gold? Why are they so expensive? Can they even sell? Of course they can. Many people order them. They say these dishes are only available during spring. After that, they won't be sold anymore. Many wealthy people rush to try them because they say they must taste the freshness. After trying, everyone is amazed. The taste is really good. It's probably because we're too poor to afford such things. I don't even dare to think about it. Baiwei Restaurant's business has really improved recently. Since the Spring Feast, it's even better than the Treasure Feast Pavilion. No, those high-end restaurants are too expensive for us. Small restaurants like this are better for ordinary folks. The smell of this lamb skewer is so tempting. While chatting, their lamb skewers were soon served. Everyone couldn't wait to taste them. Once they took a bite, they found them incredibly delicious. Their eyes lit up again and again. Wow, this flavor, this seasoning, I've never tasted anything like it. It's so fragrant. Plus, the unique mutton smell actually becomes delicious here, perfectly matching the sauce. It's so tasty. Give me 4 more skewers, please. It smells so good. It even pairs well with bread. I've already eaten half of it in just a few bites. I wasn't even that hungry, but now I'm craving more. Waiter, 1 bowl of lamb soup, please. As the aroma of the lamb skewers spread further, more people came to the Xie family's small restaurant to try it. Sun Suizhu and Xie Yan didn't expect the skewers to sell so well on the first day. They were very busy, And even Xie Yao and Xie Mo were put to good use. Luckily, Lu Qi was here to help today. Without him, they really wouldn't have managed. While the two went outside to get more skewers, Xie Yan sincerely thanked him. "Brother Lu, thank you so much today. I didn't expect so many customers on the first day. If you weren't here, we really couldn't handle it. Hey, we're family. No need to be so formal. You and your wife helped me a lot before. I just did a little, so don't worry about it. I was just free at the shop, so I came to help. My shop only needs one worker." As they talked, they brought more skewers inside. Coincidentally, Gu Xiaomai overheard everything. Gu Xiaomai also felt grateful to Lu Qi. Over time, she realized that Lu Qi was truly a good friend. They only borrowed a few taels of silver from him, but he helped them find a shop and came to support their opening. It was only natural that Lu Qi helped because he was grateful. He remembered their kindness and helped them in many ways. That's rare and valuable. So, Gu Xiaomai really wanted to help him too. How could such a good person end up with such a small business? His current savings were mostly tied up in furs. Once he sold this batch, he could turn things around completely. If he waited until winter, it would be almost a year. By then, the season might be over. What could he do to make money with furs in spring and summer? So, Gu Xiaomai was grilling skewers while thinking. As she thought, she suddenly remembered a short video she saw online. It showed plush toys and decorations made from animal fur that were very cute and could be turned into small backpacks. Spring and summer are not good seasons for buying for clothing, but making plush little bags is a good idea. In ancient times, clothes didn't have big pockets, so carrying things in the chest or sleeves was inconvenient. A pretty small bag was very useful. Especially for young girls, they loved cute things and would definitely like such bags. With this idea in mind, Gu Xiaomai decided that after closing today, she would talk to Xie Yan and Lu Qi about making a few samples. It could be a new way to sell things. Meanwhile, Director Chu asked Lu Wenqing to lead the way as everyone headed to the Xie family's small restaurant. As they got close, they smelled a strange, wonderful aroma. Curious, they asked, "What is that smell?" "It smells so good." "Lu Wenqing, is this the smell of the lamb soup you mentioned?" "It really does smell nice," Li Ran sniffed and praised. "It doesn't quite smell like the one this morning." "I don't know, but we'll see once we get there." Lu Wenqing was unsure. The smell was nice, but she couldn't tell where it was coming from. Director Chu also sniffed and agreed it smelled very good. He urged Lu Wenqing, "All right, stop chatting. Let's go and see for ourselves." "Yes, Director." "Follow me." Lu Wenqing agreed and led everyone to the restaurant. When they arrived, they were surprised to see many customers inside. Deputy Director Gu asked, "Wenqing, didn't you say this place just opened today? Why are there so many people?" "Yes, I didn't expect so many to come. I told you their food was good."
See?
I wasn't lying. Lu Wenqing was also surprised. There were definitely more people than in the morning. They couldn't all sit at one table. At this moment, Chu Mashuan smelled the aroma and saw a woman cooking at the side of the shop entrance. The strange fragrance was coming from her. For some reason, Chu Mashuan found her face very familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere before, but he couldn't remember where. Just then, Gu Xiaomai looked up and saw a large group of people standing not far from the shop door. From their clothing, they appeared to be scholars and teachers. Without thinking much, Gu Xiaomai quickly started to think. "So many people, these are important guests." She immediately asked warmly, "Are you here to eat? Please wait a moment, I will call someone to serve you." Then she called inside, Xie Yan, come out quickly and serve the guests." Xie Yan, hearing his name, immediately came out. Gu Xiaomai instructed him, "Xie Yan, one big round table won't be enough. Find a corner and push 2 tables together so these teachers and students can sit together." Xie Yan nodded and saw the dozen or so scholars at the door. He respectfully led them inside. At that moment, a cheerful voice suddenly came from the crowd. "Xie Yan's sister-in-law Xie, so this small restaurant is yours?" "I knew it. Only sister-in-law's cooking could attract so many customers." Hearing this, Xie Yan and Gu Xiaomai realized that Li Ran was also among the crowd. Dean Chu and the others, hearing Li Ran, asked in surprise, Oh, are you old friends? Yes, sister-in-law Xie helped us at Baiwei restaurant with a spring feast before. She is a great benefactor to us. Li Ran spoke sincerely. Ever since they won the spring feast competition, Baiwei restaurant's business had been booming. Especially the dishes Chun Xiao Bai and Yan Du Xian, which were loved by wealthy merchants and local gentry. Although Baiwei restaurant also made things easier for Xie Yan and others by allowing villagers to sell bamboo shoots there, they earned more from the sales than from the bamboo shoot money. Bamboo shoots were cheap to produce, but sold at high prices. And because these dishes won the top spot at the spring feast, they became very famous. Anyone who came to Baiwei restaurant would definitely order these two dishes. From the way his father kept smiling all day, it was clear that this spring, Baiwei restaurant was making a lot of money. Li Ran naturally felt more respectful toward these two people. Gu Xiaomai, hearing Li Ran praise so highly, quickly waved her hand modestly and said, "Young Master Li, you're exaggerating. It's because Baiwei restaurant manages well that we have so many repeat customers. Our small eatery can't compare to a big restaurant, but we serve simple, down-to-earth snacks. If you and the scholars don't mind, please come in and try some." Yes, thanks to Baiwei restaurant support, life in Lihua village has gotten much better. Brotherly, to scholars, everyone, please come inside. Xie Yan spoke as he led the group into the shop. Hearing this, Chu Moshuan finally remembered why the young lady looked familiar. He had seen her before at the spring day banquet. Good. These are all familiar faces. After the meal, he planned to be a bit bold and test the young lady to see if she could quickly calculate how much silver they owed, just as Lu Wenqing had said. Gu Xiaomai looked at everyone's backs and felt happy. Li Ran was studying at Songhe Academy, so the group that came earlier was from the same school. And there were 2 scholars among them. She had already intended to help Xie Yan get into Songhe Academy, so this was like a gift from heaven. It was such a lucky coincidence. After Xie Yan finished ordering their dishes and came out to give Gu Xiaomai the bill, she quietly pulled him aside and said, "Those 2 older scholars are from Songhe Academy. Don't be rude to them. Maybe when you take your exams later, you can ask them for some help, understand?" "I know, don't worry." Xie Yan patted her hand to show she need not worry. He was confident about the barbecue. Since they had a large group, they ordered a lot of food, almost everything on the menu. They ordered lamb skewers, lamb soup, offal soup, and baked buns, among other things. Because of this, Gu Xiaomai and Sun Suizhu immediately started working busily. Xie Yan, worried Gu Xiaomai couldn't keep up, also came out to learn how to grill. It was a bit of a stretch, but they managed. Once the delicious food was served, everyone at the Pine and Crane Academy was amazed. Especially the lamb skewers. They were incredibly tasty. Everyone praised Lu Wenqing for finding such a great place. The food here is much better than what they usually have at their academy. Chu Moshuan and Guilin didn't expect that this small, unassuming restaurant could make such delicious dishes.
They were truly surprised.
And they hadn't come just to eat. Today's trip was definitely worth it, as they gained something unexpected. Lu Wenqing thought the lamb soup they had in the morning was already delicious, but then they served these lamb skewers at noon. They were even better. It was such a pleasant surprise. Li Ran also really enjoyed this meal. He had never realized that lamb could taste so good. His family runs a restaurant, so he could tell that Sister Xie from the Xie family intentionally made affordable, tasty food. That's why they used lamb and kept the prices low. Among all these dishes, the most expensive was the lamb soup, which only cost 10 coins. Their food is very different from Baiwei restaurant. Their customers come from completely different social classes. Even if both are in the food business, they don't compete with each other. The big restaurants that compete with Baiwei are places like Xinxiu Pavilion. So, everyone at Pine and Crane Academy ate happily and contentedly. While eating, they also chatted lively. The teachers explained some current political affairs, and everyone listened eagerly. Although they didn't understand everything, it was much more interesting than listening to a storyteller. Plus, they were enjoying such delicious food, which made the day very happy. After discussing some court affairs, Chu Moshuan and Guilin started talking about essays and studies. They explained things to the students who came along, speaking earnestly and patiently. Gu Xiaomai came over to serve food and overheard their conversation. Seeing the students with their heads drooping, listening carefully, she felt quite warm inside. It reminded her of being scolded by her teacher in modern school. This scene felt so familiar. When they finished eating, fewer people were left in the small restaurant. The busy period was over and Gu Xiaomai, Xie Yan, and the others could finally take a break. Today, the business was much busier than they expected. Everyone was very busy, but all of them had happy smiles on their faces. Sun Suizhu also smiled and said, "Being busy is good. It means we're making money. I hope the shop stays busy every day." Andy, you're right. Being busy means earning money. If my shop were as slow as some others, I'd be worried. That would be the end of it. If I hadn't sold so much of my stock, I'd think about closing the shop and doing something else. Lu Qi immediately agreed, knowing well how painful it is to have no business. Gu Xiaomai listened and knew he was probably thinking about his own grocery store. So she walked over to him and said seriously, "Brother Lu, after we close tonight, Xie Yan and I will come to see you. I have something to discuss." "Okay, no problem." Lu Qi thought she was going to buy some supplies from a shop, so he agreed right away. Just then, the students at another table finished eating and called for the bill. Sun Suizhu saw this and quietly said to Gu Xiaomai, "Xiaomai, you go settle that bill. They ordered a lot and I can't add it up. Here's the menu for you." Earlier that morning, she noticed that her daughter-in-law was really good at running a business. Her quick thinking was impressive. She could instantly figure out how much money they owed for what they ate. She was even faster than Xie Yan at the counter, doing calculations on the abacus. It was truly remarkable. That table was their biggest customer today, ordering the most food. She really couldn't add it up, so since Xiaomai was free now, it was best to let her handle it. Gu Xiaomai nodded and calmly went over to settle the bill. She looked at the menu, announced the order to the customers, and quickly did the math. "Dear guests, you finished eating. This table ordered 50 skewers of lamb, 6 bowls of lamb soup, 7 bowls of offal soup, and 15 baked buns. The total is 356 coins. Today's opening has an 80% discount across the store. So, after calculating, it comes to, 284 coins. I've rounded down the small change, so you only need to pay 280 coins." Gu Xiaomai was counting, while Xie Yan was quickly moving the beads on his abacus at the counter. After Gu Xiaomai finished speaking, it took a moment for him to calculate the final amount of money to be paid. At this moment, Xie Yan admired the teacher's way of teaching math even more. It was really impressive. He looked at Gu Xiaomai with excitement. She might not realize how great the method her teacher taught her was. But he knew. Xie Yan was excited, and Chu Maxuan and Guilin were also very happy. As soon as Gu Xiaomai finished speaking, Chu Maxuan turned to one of the people and said, "Peiji, use your abacus to check if it's correct." "Yes, teacher." Peiji received the order, immediately took out his abacus from his bag, and carefully started moving the beads. After a while, he looked serious and said, "Teacher, it's all correct." Gu Xiaomai was also surprised. She really didn't expect that these students would carry their abacus to eat. Had they been cheated before? Overcharged? That's why they had to double-check themselves to be sure? Well, if that's the case, it makes sense. Gu Xiaomai didn't understand, but she respected it. She quietly watched them, waiting for them to pay for the meal. But just as Peiji finished speaking, everyone's eyes on Gu Xiaomai showed disbelief. She actually managed to calculate the correct amount so quickly and perfectly. For those who had been learning abacus, this was a very shocking thing. Especially Li Ran and Lu Wenqing. They hadn't learned abacus very well either. Since Chu Maxuan was the leader of the group, he was the first to react. As she said, he took out 300 coins and paid the bill, smiling and saying, "Little lady, your math skills are amazing. Do you have time? I deeply admire you and would like to learn from you." Gu Xiaomai had something she wanted help with, so she naturally wouldn't refuse such a friendly request. She was originally thinking about how to connect with the 2 scholars from Songha Academy. Now, it was perfect they had taken the initiative to approach her. Since there were no guests at the moment, she truly had time. So, Gu Xiaomai called Xie Yan over and asked him to prepare some ink, paper, and brushes. Sun Suizhu and Lu Qi tidied up the table after eating. A group of people gathered around, listening to their conversation. What's the method this young lady uses? She can calculate faster than an abacus and with such accuracy. You're flattering me. It's nothing special, just a small skill. Honestly, my father is a scholar and used to teach. The method was inspired by an old man he met when he was young, which is how he developed it. My husband was also curious about it before. I'll demonstrate it for you all. The method I use is called Arabic numerals and vertical calculation. Once you learn these two, you can quickly add even large numbers without an abacus. Hearing this, Chu Mashwan and everyone else became even more curious. Arabic numerals and vertical calculation? What are those? It was truly something they had never heard of. So, Chu Mashwan asked, "What is this?" "I've never heard of it before." Gu Xiaomai smiled slightly, took a brush from Xie Yan, and carefully wrote down the digits 0 to 9. Then, she explained to everyone, "These are Arabic numerals. This one is 0, this is 1, this is 2, this is 3. As Gu Xiaomai explained, everyone focused on the paper, where she drew several symbols they had never seen before. They were all confused, including Chu Mashwan. Xie Yan couldn't help but ask, "Are these related to your quick mental calculations?" He recognized the numbers as familiar, and he thought he had seen similar symbols in Xiaomai's small notebook before, but he didn't realize they represented numbers. Gu Xiaomai looked at everyone and proudly said, "Of course. Now, master, how about you give me a large sum to add? I'll have my apprentice, who uses an abacus, compete with you to see who can calculate faster." Gongsun Peiji never expected that, although he was just an onlooker, the fire would actually burn onto himself. Helpless, he looked at his teacher for help. His mental calculation skills were not very good, so he hoped the teacher wouldn't let him embarrass himself. Their Songha Academy also cared about its reputation. His personal loss was small, but losing face for the academy was a big deal. Chu Mashwan also didn't expect that this young lady had such courage, daring to compete with the students of their Songha Academy. It seemed she was very confident in her unique method. He was very curious, so he chuckled and agreed. "Peiji, just have a match with this young lady. Losing isn't a big deal." "Yes, teacher." When the students heard about the competition, they all became excited. They never thought that coming out with the teacher would be so worthwhile. Not only did they enjoy delicious food, but they also saw such an exciting contest. You should know, Gongsun Peiji was one of the top students in their academy. Although his mental calculation was a bit weak, he was very good at writing classical essays. He was still an impressive figure that students like Li Ranyan and Lu Wenqing couldn't match. So everyone was curious. Would he lose? Or would the young lady lose? They had all seen how impressive her mental math was. Gu Xiaomai smiled and said, "Please wait for me a moment." Then she ran to the counter, took out her homemade charcoal pencil, and quickly ran back. Guilin was puzzled and asked curiously, "Young lady, what is that?" "Oh, this is my homemade charcoal pencil. I'm not used to writing with a brush, it's slow. I prefer this to avoid affecting my performance, haha." Gu Xiaomai was very familiar with this charcoal pencil. No one knew why she liked to write with it. Although her writing wasn't very delicate or pretty, it was very convenient. Even Yaoer and Emoer loved to use it to draw on walls. Soon, both sides were ready. They waited for Chu Mashwan to give the question. He thought for a moment and then slowly said, "Let's see, what is 389 plus 568? As soon as the words were spoken, both of them started working. One kept clicking the abacus, while the other used a charcoal pencil to write and draw on paper. It was unclear what they were doing. The students watching the scene whispered among themselves, "Wow, that's so hard. Such a big number. Yeah, we rarely use such large numbers in daily life. I wonder if they can get the right answer. Even if they are wrong, I can't tell. Don't worry, you can't see it, but the teacher definitely can." Before they finished talking, Gu Xiaomai had already stopped her work. She looked at the teacher and smiled. "I finished. The answer is 957. Is that correct, teacher?" Gongsun Peiji, who was nearby, heard her say she had the answer and was shocked. He even accidentally moved a bead the wrong way, but quickly corrected himself before anyone noticed. Hearing this, Chu Mashwan's eyes widened in disbelief. Not only him, but everyone present looked at this scene in surprise. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe it. Gongsun Peiji hadn't finished his calculation yet, but Chu Mashwan couldn't wait any longer. He was eager to check if the young girl's answer was correct. So, he interrupted Peiji, reached out his hand, and said, "Peiji, pass me the abacus. I will do the calculation myself." His speed with the abacus was well known, except for the teacher they hired earlier to teach abacus skills. In the courtyard, he was one of the fastest. Peiji quickly handed over his abacus, then let out a relieved sigh, wiped the sweat from his forehead. He had been under a lot of pressure, especially with so many senior brothers watching him. Luckily, the teacher took the abacus away just in time, helping him save face. Chu Mashwan focused intently on his own calculation. After a moment, he also arrived at the answer, 957, exactly the same as the young girl's. But it took him much longer, more than twice as long. Realizing this, Chu Mashwan was truly shocked. He exchanged a glance with Guilin, both understanding each other's thoughts. This method was so good that it was definitely worth promoting and learning instead of just using the abacus. So, Chu Mashwan stood up, bowed to Gu Xiaomai, and respectfully said, "Young lady, you really are quick and accurate, even better than me. I truly admire you." Gu Xiaomai didn't expect this old man to suddenly give her such a big bow. She was startled and quickly helped herself up, modestly saying, "You're too kind, sir. I just learned from those before me. I didn't come up with this method myself." "Oh? Who taught you?" Guilin looked at Gu Xiaomai with a gentle smile, thinking she was very earnest, unlike some young people who are eager to show off and take credit for others' work. Gu Xiaomai thought for a moment and spoke confidently. "My father learned it from an older relative named Allah. Because of him, people call these numbers Arabic numerals. This method is called vertical calculation. It can do more than just addition of large numbers. It can also handle subtraction, multiplication, and division. It's very useful. I used to be very good at mental math because I practiced a lot with vertical calculation. The more I practiced, the faster I got. Simple calculations I can do in my head right away. It's nothing special. If you learn it too, you can do it as well." Multiplication and division? Chu Mashwan asked softly, unable to hide his curiosity. "Yes, just like how you learned the 9-9 multiplication table for abacus. It's a bit more complicated, but very convenient. The only prerequisite is that you must first learn these 10 Arabic numerals." Director Chu nodded. As someone who teaches and educates, he understood these simple principles well. Learning is like building a house. You must lay a solid foundation first, so the house will be strong and stable later. Looking at this unexpectedly clever young lady, Chu Mashwan suddenly made a bold decision. He thought, since heaven brought this young lady into his life and led him to discover this method by chance, there must be a deeper meaning. He couldn't imagine how great it would be if this method spread throughout the great Zhou dynasty. Everyone would benefit, and he believed these Arabic numerals were simpler and easier to remember. Even children could learn them quickly. For early education, this method is more suitable than abacus calculations. After thinking carefully, Chu Mashwan looked seriously at Gu Xiaomai and said, "I have a humble request, and I hope young lady will consider it carefully." "What is it?" "Please tell me. I would like to invite you to teach at our Songha Academy as a mathematics teacher, to teach our unruly students how to use Arabic numerals and the vertical calculation method. Do you think this is possible? Of course, I won't let you work for nothing. I will pay you a monthly salary, just like a regular teacher, 5 taels of silver a month. I know this amount isn't as much as you earn running a small restaurant, but I really hope you will come. This method of calculation is too valuable to be forgotten." Chu Mashwan looked a bit excited, and his expression was like he was looking at a rare treasure. Guilin, who also cares about academic work, understood him. But he was worried that old Chu might scare the young lady, so he tugged at his sleeve and said, "Yes, young lady, if you agree, this would be a great act to benefit the people of our great Zhou dynasty." We would be very grateful. Gu Xiaomai and Xie Yan looked at each other in surprise. They both saw shock in each other's eyes. They couldn't believe that just because of this, they were being asked to become teachers at the famous Songha Academy in Linen, specifically to teach Arabic numerals. They wondered what kind of people these two teachers were and what positions they held inside. But the fact that they could make such a decision on their own, without reporting to their superiors and directly invite her to teach, suggested they were probably leaders themselves. And the fact that Xie Yan was accepted into the academy under special circumstances might also be justified. Gu Xiaomai was surprised too, but soon she had an idea. This was such a good opportunity that she had to take it. So, she pretended to hesitate and asked, "May I ask, who are you two? Can you speak on behalf of Songha Academy?" Hearing this, Chu Moshwan smiled and introduced himself again. "I am not talented, but I am Chu Moshwan, the head of Songha Academy. This is Guilin, the vice head of the academy and my close friend." Guilin, upon hearing old Chu introduce himself, quickly and respectfully bowed to Gu Xiaomai. "Young lady, your skills are truly impressive. Not only do you make delicious food, but your knowledge and learning also deserve admiration. We sincerely invite you to teach us and hope you won't refuse." When Gu Xiaomai and Xie Yan heard that these two old gentlemen were the dean and vice dean of Songha Academy, they both looked surprised. No wonder they dared to speak directly to her. Gu Xiaomai felt happy inside. It was great. She had been searching everywhere for a way into Songha Academy, and now the dean had come directly to her. Plus, she was the one they needed. This was a very good situation. After thinking for a moment, she politely declined. "But I am just a woman. Teaching at the famous Songha Academy might make others feel uncomfortable. Also, my small restaurant just opened, and I am very busy. I really can't spare the time." When Chu Moshwan heard this, he quickly assured her, "Who would dare? Young lady, don't worry. As long as you agree to come, I will protect you. At Songha Academy, knowledge is the most important. I have personally seen your skills. If anyone talks badly about you, just come to me, and I will give you a clear explanation. As for the schedule, it will be a bit tiring for you. You don't need to go to the academy every day. I think they won't learn very quickly, so you can come every 2 days. You can leave some practice work for them on the days you don't go. That's perfect. Also, I think your free time is in the afternoon. It's not mealtime now, so I can free up my afternoon for you. Thank you in advance." Old Chu Moshwan was very humble, which made the students nearby stare in amazement. They had never seen the dean ask so earnestly before. It seemed that this method of calculation was truly powerful. Otherwise, their dean wouldn't be so eager. Gu Xiaomai saw that the moment was right, so she stopped hesitating and thought for a moment before seriously replying. "Dean Chu, I am very pleased that you value this method of calculation. It is our blessing to have a teacher like you in Linen County. I am willing to teach this method to others. My young lady also has 2 modest requests, and I hope Director Chu will agree. If the adults agree, I will naturally have no objections." When Chu and Mo Xian heard she was willing to make conditions, he was even happier. It's good that she has conditions. That makes negotiations easier. I was worried she might have no demands at all. If she didn't and they refused, I would have no way to handle it. So he quickly smiled and said, all right, you speak. As long as I can do it, I will do my best." Gu Xiaomai pulled Xie Yan over and explained to Director Chu, "This is how it is, Director Chu. This is Xie Yan, my husband. He was my father's student when he was young. He is very talented, but due to other reasons, he never had the chance to study at a school. So, I want to ask the director to make an exception and admit Xie Yan to Songha Academy." As soon as she finished, Guilin, standing nearby, suddenly spoke, "But our Songha Academy recruits new students every fall. It's not the right season now." Before he finished, Director Chu raised his hand to stop him and quietly said, "Old Gua, don't say more. It's precisely because it's not the right time that she mentioned making an exception. Otherwise, there would be no need for special treatment. Rest assured, I won't be so strict." "I understand." After that, Director Chu looked at Xie Yan and Gu Xiaomai and asked, "What's the second condition?" Gu Xiaomai continued, "The second is that I will only teach at Songha Academy for 1 term. Your academy must find a teacher to learn this set of skills, and then he will teach the students afterward. I don't want to spend too much time on this. My goal is to run my small restaurant well. Even Li Ran and Lu Wenqing, who are not very knowledgeable, had their parents invite teachers at home to teach them. If they truly knew nothing, the teachers would not have accepted. After all, they are training future scholars and top students for the great Zhou court, not just teaching children basic lessons. Gu Xiaomai and Xie Yan were very happy when they heard this. They looked at Director Chu with excitement. Gu Xiaomai bowed to Director Chu and thanked him. Thank you, Director Chu. That's enough. I trust him. He will pass. Xie Yan also bowed respectfully and sincerely said, Thank you, Director Chu and Director Gu. Chu Moshuan laughed loudly, helped them stand straight, and said happily, All right, it's settled then. In 3 days, at the hour of Shin, you'll take the entrance exam at Songhe Academy. Little lady, how about you come teach at our academy in 5 days? Also, at the hour of Shin. That should be a good time for you. Okay, it's a deal. Thank you, Director Chu and Director Gu. See you later. And don't call me little lady anymore.
My name is Gu Xiaomai. You can just call me Xiaomai.
Ha ha ha, no problem, Xiaomai. We'll see you in 3 days. After saying this, Chu Moshuan and the others happily left the Xie family's small restaurant. Li Ran was the last to walk behind. After everyone had gone, he happily approached Xie Yan and said, Ha, this is great. Xie Yan, you have to work hard. I'm looking forward to studying with you. Sister-in-law, you're amazing. Not only do you cook delicious food, but you also became our academy's teacher. Don't worry, when you teach, I'll listen carefully and never fall asleep. We'll meet again later. I'll go ahead now. He then hurried to catch up with the crowd ahead. Gu Xiaomai watched his back with a big smile and teased him. Who would have thought Li Ran is quite eager to be your classmate, Xie Yan? You'd better review hard these days. You must pass the Songhe Academy exam. I believe in you. Yeah, I will. Don't worry. Xiaomai, thank you. Xie Yan nodded heavily. This opportunity was rare, and he would cherish it. He didn't know how to fully express his gratitude to Xiaomai. She did so much for him, thought so much for him. Although today was an unexpected event, without wheat, he wouldn't have easily gotten this opportunity. Xie Yan secretly made up his mind to work hard. He would definitely pass the top exam and become an official, supporting her and creating a better future for her. Just as she said, he would be her strong support, so that no matter where they were, they could live the life they wanted, free and happy forever. Xie Yan looked at Gu Xiaomai with a serious and sincere expression. His hand unconsciously clenched into a fist, as if he had made a firm decision. Gu Xiaomai felt his gaze was a bit intense, making her uncomfortable. She quickly looked away and pretended to be casual, saying, All right, go ahead and get busy. Since there are fewer people now, go to the back and wash those used bowls. Okay, I'll go right now. As soon as Xie Yan finished speaking, Sun Suizhu, Lu Qi, and Yao Rimoer gathered around. Sun Suizhu was so excited she almost cried, happily holding Gu Xiaomai's hand and saying gratefully, Xiaomai, this is really wonderful. Mother doesn't know how to thank you. If it weren't for you bringing us to the county to open a small restaurant, we wouldn't have had such a good chance. Now Yenner finally has the opportunity to go to a school to study. Xiaomai, you are truly a benefactor to the Xie family. Xie Yan, you're really lucky. Going to the school was the right choice. You're so smart, you should aim to be the top scholar. Congratulations. I never thought my younger sister-in-law would be so impressive. Even the dean of Songhe Academy is amazed by her. She's truly incredible. Wow, big brother can go to school now. That's fantastic. Big sister-in-law, Yao wants to learn cooking well from you. In the future, she also wants to run a restaurant and be as impressive as you. She saw everything about her big sister-in-law just now. If mother hadn't stopped her earlier, she would have run over to hug her big sister-in-law. She thinks she's amazing. Not only is she good at cooking. Before, her biggest admiration was for her big brother, but now she thinks her big sister-in-law is number one, and her big brother is second. Although Mo Xie didn't say anything, his eyes were shining, and it was clear he was also very happy for his older brother. Gu Xiaomai was surrounded by many people who kept praising her seriously, which made her feel a bit uncomfortable. However, she still felt quite pleased inside. It felt really good to be the top student. Only she knew that she had simply taken advantage of her crossing to bring over things from 1,000 years in the future, opening their eyes. She had just seized the opportunity. In modern times, these are basic subjects that elementary students learn, so it's nothing special. Maybe that's the benefit of her crossing. It's like these delicious foods, just a matter of timing, relying on the fact that these ancient people had never tasted them before. If she really opened a restaurant in modern times, she might not be able to run it. Thinking this way, crossing over isn't so bad. Because she is a unique presence in this era, she seems more valuable. In modern times, she's just an ordinary, unremarkable woman, good at cooking but nothing else special. Perhaps some dreams that are hard to realize in modern times could be easier here, in this great Zhou dynasty. She could achieve a social breakthrough. The more she thought about it, the more excited she became, feeling like success was just within reach. Seeing everyone's gaze on her, she shyly said, "You're all too kind. I just agreed to give us a chance to take an exam. If Xie Yan really gets into Songha Academy, we must celebrate properly. As for now, we need to stay alert. There will be more guests this evening, so we have to serve them well. All right, everyone disperse. Do what you need to do. Xiaomai is right. Yaoer, let's go. You and Mom go clean up the tables." Thus, everyone started another busy round. During dinner time, the guests at the Xie family's small restaurant were as busy as at noon. Everyone was busy, but happy. Finally, after sending the last group of guests out, everyone let out a long sigh of relief. Gu Xiaomai sat on a bench, massaging her legs, and said, "Mom, don't cook tonight. Let's just have some lamb soup and pancakes. I'll go grill a few skewers of lamb. Just a simple meal. Everyone has worked hard all day. Let's tidy up and go to bed early." "All right, I'll do as you say. I'll go behind to prepare the lamb soup now. Yaoer, come help your mother." Sun Suizhu listened to her daughter-in-law and nodded in agreement. Their lamb soup is very tasty, and she wouldn't get tired of drinking it for days. How delicious it is. Life now is something she never dared to imagine before. Xie Yan looked at Gu Xiaomai, noticing she was tired. He stood up and said, "Xiaomai, take a rest. I'll go roast some lamb skewers. I've learned enough today, and since it's for our family, a little overcooking doesn't matter." Gu Xiaomai thought for a moment, smiled, and nodded, accepting his kind offer. After Xie Yan left, she turned to Lu Qi and said, "Big brother Lu, after we finish eating, Xie Yan and I will go to your place. I have something important to discuss with you." "It's so late, and you still want to go? Can't you tell me what's so urgent here?" Lu Qi was puzzled. He knew how tired they were today. He had seen them busy all day, running around nonstop. Although they could rest a bit when there were fewer guests, it was still a long, tiring day. He was a man, so it was easier for him, but his sister-in-law was a delicate girl. Otherwise, Xie Yan wouldn't have been so worried about his wife earlier. Gu Xiaomai shook her head. She only had a rough idea in her mind. She needed to see the details at his shop herself before deciding what kind of design to draw. This trip was really necessary. She couldn't figure things out here. Seeing her insist, Lu Qi nodded in agreement. Her serious attitude meant she had something very important to say. Otherwise, she wouldn't be in such a rush. Today, Lu Qi helped out here, and they ate lunch and dinner together at the Xie family's house. They also satisfied their craving for lamb. Whether it was the lamb soup or the skewers, the flavor was incredibly delicious. That's the secret to their small restaurant success, attracting many customers since opening. Lu Qi also realized for the first time that properly cooked lamb could have a unique flavor, even richer than pork. After dinner, they closed the shop. Sun Suizhu took the two children to wash up and go to bed. Xie Yan and Gu Xiaomai then headed to Lu Qi's general store. They said it was very late, but it was actually only around 8 o'clock in modern times. For Gu Xiaomai, who often stays up late, this was the perfect time to be alert. Recently, her schedule had become more in line with local customs, and she was gradually improving her health. However, thinking about important work to do, Gu Xiaomai felt quite energetic. In County, at this time, it wasn't as dark as in Lihua village. Apart from the occasional dog barking, there was little noise. Since it was still the county town, many shops were open for business. Especially large restaurants like Baiweizhai and Jinxiugo, where the front was brightly lit and bustling with people. From a distance, it looked very lively. Fortunately, the general store wasn't far away. After walking for a while, they arrived. The general store was quiet, and it was already closed. So Lu Qi took the two of them directly through the back door to go home. Hearing the noise, Lu's wife came out of the house. Seeing her husband return with guests, she whispered, "So, it's the Xie family's younger sister-in-law. Come inside quickly." Lu Qi quickly introduced. "Xiaomai, Xie Yan, this is my wife Chuanqing. You met her last time in Lihua village." "Hello, sister-in-law Chuanqing. Sorry for the sudden visit." Not at all, not at all. We're honored to have you here. Last time, thanks to your help, we paid off the debt to the silver shop, and our family can live peacefully now. We remember your kindness in our hearts. However, business at the shop has been slow lately, so it might take some time to repay your money." Seeing the couple arrive, Chuanqing's first thought was that they probably came to ask for money. She felt a little worried, even though her husband had gone early in the morning to help the Xie family. Still, they couldn't forget the fact that they owed money. Gu Xiaomai understood her misunderstanding and quickly explained, "Don't worry, sister-in-law. No need to rush to repay the money. Today, I came to suggest a new idea for your shop's fur products. I want to discuss it with you and see if we can try it out. It's better than just waiting until winter." When Lu Qi heard this, his eyes lit up immediately. The fur stored in the shop had become his biggest worry now. If they couldn't sell even one day, he felt weighed down every single day. "Is there any hope? Brother Lu, Sister Chunin, please take me to see that batch of furs." "All right, come with me." After saying that, they all went from the backyard into the front shop. Lu Chunin carefully turned on the lamp, then they moved to the shelf, where the furs were stored. Gu Xiaomai looked and immediately understood why Brother Lu had no cash on hand. All the money was tied up in the goods. There was a large pile and the quantity was quite a lot. There were many types, everything from common rabbit and lamb fur to rare mink and fox fur. It was a big investment. Seeing the surprise in Gu Xiaomai's eyes, Lu Qi awkwardly scratched his head and said self-deprecatingly, I was hoping to make a little profit in winter. But I didn't expect the weather to be so warm this year, so my furs haven't sold and are just sitting here. The longer they stay, the worse their quality gets. When that happens, I'll have to sell them cheaply, which means a loss. I just hope I won't lose too much." Gu Xiaomai picked up a processed rabbit fur, touched it, and found the feel quite nice. She sighed and said, "Brother Lu, if I help you sell these furs, can you agree to a small favor from me?" "No problem. Just tell me what you need, I'll do my best." "Are you sure you really have a way?" Lu Qi agreed, without hesitation. If she could really sell this batch, Gu Xiaomai would be like his lucky charm. He would listen to whatever she said. Not just one request, but 10, he would agree to all of them. Gu Xiaomai looked at the furs and couldn't help but think of a public service ad from her past life. In modern times, she would never buy real fur. Even if she liked fluffy things, most of the time she chose synthetic fur. Eating meat is part of the food chain, and there's no way to avoid it. Humans raise chickens, ducks, rabbits, pigs, sheep, and cattle in large numbers to provide meat for everyone. I hope these animals have contributed to humans in their lifetime, and that in their next life, they are born into good circumstances and no longer suffer in the cycle of rebirth. However, these mink and fox furs clearly come from wild animals. They are small creatures that once lived freely in the mountains and forests, but now they are hunted by humans. This kind of business makes her feel uneasy. So, she told Lu Qi that she hoped he would stop buying fox and mink fur in the future, because without buyers, there would be no killing. As soon as Gu Xiaomai finished speaking, Lu Qi immediately agreed. "Xiaomai, I won't hide it from you. Your sister-in-law has told me several times already. Don't worry, I have no plans to continue this fur business. Just looking at these furs makes me feel sick. I can't do it anymore. I'm just happy to get rid of these leftovers." This was the first time Lu Qi had stored so much fur, and he didn't expect to fall into such a big problem. He definitely didn't want to repeat the same mistake. Gu Xiaomai smiled happily and added, "If you really want to do something, you could raise some rabbits. They grow fast and have many babies at once, which makes them easy to care for. Plus, their meat can be sold, and rabbit dishes are delicious. But there's no rush. We can talk about that later. For now, let's focus on selling these goods." When Gu Xiaomai was a child, she lived at her grandmother's house. Her grandmother used to treat winter illnesses in summer, and she often talked about how rabbits breed quickly and in large numbers, 6 or 7 times a year, with many babies each time. Rabbits grow into large adults in just 3 months, and their reproductive ability is very strong. Lu Qi kept shaking his head and refused. "I don't want to see these furs anymore." "Xiaomai, do you have any ideas?" "Don't keep me in suspense, just tell me." "Sister-in-law, do we have any paper in the shop?" "Yes, follow me over here." So, when the 4 of them sat around the 8 immortals table, Gu Xiaomai started drawing. She had just looked at the fur and decided that rabbit fur was the most abundant and also the cheapest. She thought she could try with that first. If it didn't work, the loss wouldn't be too big. So, she decided to start by making a cute plush rabbit bag. It didn't need to be complicated, just a round bag body with rabbit ears and a tail sewn on top. The cute and lovely appearance will definitely appeal to the girls. She drew a very simple sketch, just enough to show the general shape. Gu Xiaomai explained as she drew, "Brother Lu, later you should find a skilled embroidery girl to make a few rabbit-shaped bags based on my drawing. Hang them in the shop to sell and try. Although everyone doesn't need to wear fur for warmth now, carrying a fur bag won't make you hot. That's a good idea. You can try it. No need to find someone else. We have a skilled embroidery girl at home. Your sister-in-law is very good at embroidery and often helps with sewing to earn extra money. She can do this work." Lu Qi looked at his wife and asked, "Chuanxing, look at Xiaomai's drawing. Do you think you can sew it?" When Gu Xiaomai heard this, she immediately looked up with excitement, surprised that Chuanxing had such skill. Lu Chuanxing looked at the drawing and softly said, "It doesn't look too hard. Xiaomai, can you explain it to me carefully? I don't quite understand this part." "Sure." So, the 2 women gathered together to discuss how to make the rabbit bags. Xie Yan and Lu Qi sat nearby, quietly chatting about village matters. After they finished talking, Gu Xiaomai and Xie Yan went home. On the way back, Xie Yan sincerely thanked Gu Xiaomai. "Xiaomai, thank you. You came up with such a good idea for Lu Qi. As the saying goes, teaching someone to fish is better than giving them fish. This method is really better. No need to thank me. We're from the same village, helping each other is what we should do. And who knows if it will work? Let's wait and see if Chuanxing's embroidery turns out well and sells." Gu Xiaomai didn't think much of it. She just suggested an idea. The most important thing is her sister-in-law's skill. They kept talking until they reached the door. Suddenly, Gu Xiaomai said, "By the way, Xie Yan, can you accompany me back to Lihua village tomorrow? First, I want to buy some mutton again. Second, I want to go to the village to see if I can find 2 suitable helpers. In a few days, you'll go to the academy and Lu Qi can't always help out. Right now, it's just me and my mother managing the shop, which isn't enough. I see that our shop is doing quite well. Let's hire 2 more helpers so we can relax a bit. That way, I will have time to work on new dishes. The people in our village are kind and trustworthy, so we can be confident in them. When the time comes, you can help me choose. Since you grew up here, you probably know them better than I do. Is that okay?" Xie Yan didn't expect her to agree with him. During the day, he was worried that if he went to study later, the shop might be too busy for them to handle. He was also thinking about how to persuade her to hire another helper, but now it's settled. He quickly nodded and agreed. When they got home, they saw that the light was still on in their parents' room, so they hurried inside. Seeing them return, Xie Yao jumped off the bed happily and said excitedly, "Big brother, big sister-in-law, you're back. Come quick. We're counting the coins. So much money." Sun Suizhu saw them come back and warmly invited them to sit down, speaking excitedly. "Xiaomai, I listened to you. After you left, I brought these 2 here to count. Guess how much we earned altogether?" Seeing their happy faces, Gu Xiaomai knew it must be a lot. Even her father-in-law, lying on the bed, looked very excited. She had never seen him like this before, so she boldly guessed, I think 5 taels of silver. No, that's too little. We earned 6 taels today. 6 taels. Do you know? We couldn't believe it ourselves. It's so much. We counted several times.
Absolutely no mistake.
Xiaomai, you're amazing. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't be living such good days. Sun Sueju was so excited. With this small restaurant business, their family would have a steady income, and paying for Yenner's education would definitely not be a problem. Gu Xiaomai didn't expect the earnings to be even higher than she had estimated. She had roughly calculated that the lamb, flour, and seasonings would total about 1 tael. Adding the shop rent and their wages, it probably wouldn't exceed 2 taels. The profit has tripled, which shows that the food business is really profitable. Although they are a small business, they serve 3 meals a day and new customers keep coming into the shop. They have also served many tables. Many customers buy sesame seed cakes with lamb skewers to take away and eat. When they heard about the money, Gu Xiaomai and Xie Yan were very happy. Sun Sueju handed over the money box and said happily, "Xiaomai, all the money we earned today is in here. Keep it safe. In the future, let's work hard together to make our life better." Sun Sueju felt that since Gu Xiaomai came to the family, she had gained confidence. Her daughter-in-law is smart and capable. With her here, the Xie family's days will get better and better. So, she feels secure having her in charge of the family. Gu Xiaomai calmly took the money box, opened the lid, and took out a few strings of copper coins. She gave each person in the Xie family 1 string. Sun Sueju saw her giving out money and quickly refused. "No need, Xiaomai. You don't have to give us copper coins. We live and eat at home, so we don't need to spend money. You should keep it." Hearing this, Gu Xiaomai smiled and explained, "Today is the lucky day for our small restaurant's opening. These coins are a good sign. Even though we don't need to pay for food and lodging, you can keep the money to buy snacks. It's not much, and everyone has worked hard today. It's just for good luck. Mother, please don't refuse. Everyone has some." After saying that, she quickly pushed the money back into her mother-in-law's hands. Xie Yan also advised, "Mother, listen to Xiaomai. Just accept it." Everyone in the Xie family received a string of copper coins, including Xie Yao and Xie Mo, who each got 1. Gu Xiaomai patted their shoulders encouragingly and handed the coins to them. "Yao, this is for you.
Keep it to buy snacks.
And Moer, you can play with small toys." Holding the heavy copper coins, the 2 children felt very excited. It was the first time they earned money with their own hands. They could earn money now. They could help out. They were no longer a burden to the family. They could do some things within their ability. This feeling was really wonderful. So, the 2 of them looked at Gu Xiaomai and said together, "Thank you, sister-in-law." Even Xie Yan and Xie Qingshan each received a string of copper coins. Although they didn't say much, it was clear they were quite happy. This feeling is like receiving red envelopes during the new year. It's not about the amount of money, but the small surprise. After giving out the lucky money, Gu Xiaomai remembered the important matter and quickly said, "Mom, tomorrow morning, Xie Yan and I need to go back to the village. We don't have enough lamb, so we need to bring back more. The lamb soup in the morning will still be enough to sell, but the lamb skewers for lunch might not be enough. So, tomorrow morning, you'll have to handle the shop." "Okay, no problem. You can go worry-free. I'll take care of the shop. There won't be any discounts tomorrow, so customers probably won't come as many as today. Besides, Yaoer and Moer will help me, so it should be fine." Sun Sueju quickly agreed. This was an important task. Otherwise, what would they sell at noon? After today's practice, she was already familiar with everything. The lamb soup was already prepared, and the sliced lamb and offal were cooked by Xiaomai. She just needed to watch the oven for the baked pancakes and serve the soup. She felt confident she could handle it. Lying in bed, Sun Sueju suddenly realized her husband was very different today. He had a gentle smile on his face all day, and it was obvious he was in a very good mood. So, she teasingly said, "What's wrong? Did your daughter-in-law give you a string of money? You're as happy as those 2 little ones. Ha, Tsueju, I am indeed happy today, but not because of the copper coins, rather because I feel needed. Today, watching you and the others take out the skewers I prepared and hearing you talk about how well our shop is doing and how popular the lamb skewers are, I really felt a sense of achievement. I haven't felt this way in a long time, since my leg was injured. I haven't felt the feeling of truly living. Although I used to help make baskets at home, that work was very different from carving sticks. When I made baskets, I didn't even know if I could sell them or get a few coins. But now it's different. I have to work faster and faster, worried that I might not meet your needs. I feel quite nervous about it. At this moment, I truly feel that I am still alive. I am still needed by the children. I am not a burden to them. I can still help a lot at home. Seeing Xie Qingshan like this, Sun Sueju feels both sour and bittersweet inside. She has always known that these years, he hasn't been happy, and he has held back a lot of anger. He thinks he has been a burden to them. She never expected that Xiaomai's action could help him open his heart. She is really happy to see him so cheerful. Sun Sueju's eyes turn red with excitement. She pulls his hand, gently squeezes it, and asks with care, "Carving sticks all day must be tiring, right? Let me give you a massage." "I'm not tired. Compared to the times I used to go on errands and fight, this little bit of hardship is nothing. Don't worry, I will take care of all the skewers for our lamb skewers. Now that I can stay with you, run a small restaurant, and earn some money, Yenner can continue studying. Later, the young couple might have a big, chubby son or a granddaughter. Just thinking about it makes me happy." Xie Qingshan speaks while dreaming of the future, feeling completely different from when he was in the village. Sun Sueju also feels a bit moved by his words, but looking at Xiaomai and Yenner, she thinks there might still be some waiting involved. Yesterday, she went to their room to deliver clean clothes and found that their beds were surprisingly far apart. It seems they haven't yet shared a room, but she understands. They haven't been together long, and their feelings are still new. Young people are shy, so they need to take it slow. She believes that with time, they will surely like each other. Both are good children, and they're a good match. They are elders, so they just pretend not to know about such matters and don't need to be urged. When their feelings deepen in the future, naturally it will happen. At that time, her grandson or granddaughter will not be far away. The next morning, as soon as it was light, Gu Xiaomai and Xie Yan got up. After breakfast, they drove the rented donkey cart back to the village. Today, they needed to bring back more mutton. As soon as they entered the village, they headed straight to the Hu family. On the way, they met a few neighbors working in the fields, who greeted them warmly. Because of the matter of selling spring bamboo shoots, Xie Yan and his wife now have a very high reputation in the village. Even the village chief has praised them publicly many times. They truly brought great benefits to the villagers, and everyone felt very grateful. Xie Yan was also very happy. Although they had moved away from Lily Blossom Village, it was the place he grew up. He loved everything about it. Seeing the honest and friendly smiles of the villagers again made him feel very close. Gu Xiaomai happily greeted everyone. As they drove the donkey cart, they chatted casually and soon arrived at the Hu family's gate. However, what they didn't expect was that the Hu family was already very lively early in the morning. Neighbors from nearby houses had gathered in the Hu yard, talking excitedly. "This girl's in-laws are really unreasonable. They're just bullying people. I think they just don't want to spend money to treat her husband's illness, so they kicked them out. Basically, it's because they're not related by blood. If it were those two little ones, they'd probably be eager to get a doctor for them. A broken arm isn't a small matter. It takes 100 days to recover from a bone injury. Besides the cost of treatment, they have to rest at home for months and can't do any work. Yeah, the Tao family just doesn't want to spend that money and thinks Tao Taiju is no longer useful. That's why they kicked out the whole family. It's so unkind. Old Hu, I think it's actually good. Your family doesn't have a son to continue the family line, right? Why not take in this son-in-law? Let him stay with you. The young couple is still young and can have more children. If they have a boy, it would be great to have him take your surname Hu." "Yes, haha. I think that's a good plan. Your family's life is getting better since you're with the Xie family. Having a few more people to support is manageable." He hesitated inside but finally made up his mind. If he had to become a son-in-law, so be it. As long as his wife and daughter could eat well and stay warm, he was willing to give up his pride. The Tao family no longer had a place for him. He knew from a young age that he was not his mother's biological son. She had found him in the mountains. She favored his two younger brothers, and he couldn't say anything about that. After all, they weren't related by blood. But still, his parents had raised him. He had always naively thought he held a special place in their hearts. He never expected that he would only get hurt when he accidentally stepped into a hole while hunting in the mountains and broke his arm. He believed he could recover after a few months of rest. But the Tao family's reaction was truly heartbreaking. They not only refused to call a doctor for him, but also used the opportunity to kick him and his family out. Tao Xie felt as if all the wild chickens and rabbits he had hunted for the family had been fed to the dogs. Heartbroken, he decided to cut ties with the Tao family and never contact them again. Now he was injured, his daughter was still young, and his wife was a fragile woman. He couldn't carry such a heavy burden. Helpless, he had no choice but to go back to his wife's parent house for help. He knew that his wife's family only had her and her sisters, with no brothers. That was why Tao Xie followed her back. He also had some hopes. As long as his in-laws didn't dislike their family and were willing to take them in to recover, he promised that once he was better, he would treat them like his own parents and be very respectful. He believed that as a son-in-law, it was his duty. But he was worried that his father-in-law and mother-in-law might dislike him because he needed money to heal. He feared they wouldn't accept them. In the past, he had to give all his earnings to his family. He had no savings himself. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in such a miserable situation. Moreover, the Hu family's house was small and probably couldn't fit everyone. So, Tao Xie felt very nervous and uncertain about what his in-laws thought of him. Dania looked at her injured husband and her 2-year-old daughter, kneeling beside her mother and begging, "Mother, please let me and Taijing stay here. We really have nowhere else to go. My mother-in-law is too cruel. She's pushing us toward a dead end. My little Tsue is so small. Please, take pity on her." Mother sob. "All right, stop crying. You're part of my family, and I can't turn you away. But we only have these 2 rooms. There's no space. Your family of 3 has come, but where will your 3 sisters sleep?" Dania was stunned. Yes, she knew her own situation very well. She couldn't just think of herself. Daju sighed softly and said, "There's no other way now. How about this? I'll set up a makeshift bed with a cupboard in our room. Let Taijing rest and recover from his injury first. Luckily, we earned some silver from working with Xiaomai these days. We can afford to hire a doctor. Let's see how things go. That's all we can do. Dad, you go set up the bed later." Whose mother also couldn't think of a better solution, so she had to make do for now. When Dania heard this, her face finally lit up with a small smile, tears in her eyes. "Thank you, Dad. Thank you, Mom. Taijing is a good person. He will repay you someday." Taijing also hurriedly thanked them, feeling relieved. As long as they had a roof over their heads, that was enough. Just then, some people outside the door noticed the Xiao couple from the Xie family had returned and asked quickly, "Hey? Xie Yan, Xiaomai, why are you back?" "Grandma Yang, we came to buy sheep from Uncle Hu." Xie Yan smiled and, holding Gu Xiaomai's hand, walked out of the crowd to Hu's house. They had overheard what happened. It was quite a coincidence. Gu Xiaomai carefully looked at Hu's family and asked, "Uncle Hu, Aunt Hu, did we come at a bad time? I want to ask you to help me slaughter 2 more sheep. The one we bought earlier is sold out. It seems your small restaurant is doing very well. There's nothing unlucky about it, just some family matters. It's not serious. As the head of the family, you should go to the backyard. Pick out 2 sheep for Xiaomai to handle so they don't have to wait too long." Okay, I'll go now. "Thank you, Yan. Xiaomai, you and Xie Yan sit here and rest. Have some water. I'll be back soon." Daju isn't stupid. When he saw Gu Xiaomai come over, it was like seeing a lucky god. Right now, the family really needs money. With such a good opportunity, he definitely wants to do his best. After telling his wife a few words, he immediately grabbed his knife and went to the backyard to slaughter a sheep. Aunt Hu also quickly invited Gu Xiaomai and Xie Yan to sit down. As soon as they sat, San Niu brought over 2 bowls of water for them to drink. San Niu now really admires her sister-in-law, Gu Xiaomai. Since she came to the Xie family, life has gotten better for them. Even their own family's life has improved. Now, they not only sell sheep's milk, but also provide lamb for her small restaurant. The sheep they release every day can turn into money very quickly. For little San Niu, this was something she never dared to imagine before. After all, she used to go to the market with her parents to sell sheep and knew how hard it was to sell just one. Now, she truly admires her sister-in-law and thinks she is a very capable person. Aunt Hu also hurriedly introduced Gu Xiaomai. Xiaomai, this is my eldest daughter, Hu Daniu. Sorry to make you laugh. Our family has had bad luck. My Dania's life is hard. She married into a harsh family. You might not know, but I initially liked Taizheng because he was honest and capable. That's why I agreed to marry Daniu to him. But after just a few years, that old man started causing trouble and even drove his son out. He's not even her real son, but he treats her that way. It's not right to treat someone like that, especially since she's been raised since she was a child. When they got engaged, she knew that Tao Tiezhen was adopted by Tao Laopa. But this boy was really good. She thought that, as a foster son, it didn't matter. Her daughter was with Tiezhen, not with that old woman. As long as he was a good boy and treated her daughter well, that was enough. And this boy could hunt, was strong, and knew a few skills to protect her daughter. She never expected that things would turn out like this now. Hu Daniu was the first to see Gu Xiaomai. After hearing her mother introduce her, she realized that she was Xie Yan's wife. She quickly and quietly greeted her. Hello, Xiaomai. Sorry to bother you. Her face showed a bit of embarrassment, as such things happening in her family were not something to be proud of. It was her first time meeting, and she felt a little awkward being seen as a joke. However, after hearing her mother talk about how the Xie family had helped their family recently, Hu Dania genuinely felt grateful to the couple. Having such good neighbors in their village was a blessing their Hu family had worked hard for over many generations. Hello, Sister Hu. It's okay, we're all from the same village. No need to be formal. Aunt Hu, seeing that Hu Dania's husband looked injured, asked, Do you have enough money? If not, I can lend you some first. You can pay me back later with some mutton. Aunt Hu didn't expect Gu Xiaomai to say that. She quickly expressed her gratitude. No need, it's enough. Once his father finishes slaughtering the sheep, I'll ask him to take Taizheng to the town to see the doctor. We have enough silver now, thanks to you. You've helped us dig spring bamboo shoots and sell sheep milk and meat. Without you, we wouldn't have saved so much silver. The more Aunt Hu spoke, the more she felt that Gu Xiaomai was a true benefactor to their family. Her gratitude was overflowing. Gu Xiaomai nodded and added, All right, if you need any help in the future, just ask. You also lent money to Xie Yan before. Helping each other is what neighbors do. Then everyone sat together and started chatting. During their talk, Gu Xiaomai noticed that although San Niu was only 12, she kept busy helping at home, doing laundry, boiling water in the kitchen, and helping to take care of Xiao Cui. She was never idle. There was also Xie Niu, who was about the same age as Yaoer but seemed more mature. While San Niu was working, she was also helping out nearby, showing a strong bond between the sisters. Gu Xiaomai couldn't help but praise Aunt Hu. Aunt Hu is very good at teaching children. I see San Niu and Xie Niu are both very hardworking. Aunt Hu listened to Gu Xiaomai praise her 2 daughters and couldn't help but smile happily. Yes, although some people say I am unlucky for not having a son, I don't think so. I have 5 daughters, and each one is obedient and sensible. Our 3 girls, even though they are only 12, can do all the chores at home, washing clothes, cooking, herding sheep. There's nothing they can't do. Hearing this, and seeing Hu Saniyu nearby washing vegetables with her younger sister, Gu Xiaomai suddenly had a bright idea. She wasn't just looking for helpers. She wanted to find 2 hardworking apprentices. First, children are easier to manage than adults. Someone willing to teach a girl from a poor family like Hu Saniya's would probably be happy to learn. Second, no matter how clever an employee is, they're never as useful as someone trained personally by her. Plus, tasks like making lamb soup, grilling meat skewers, and baking bread aren't very physically demanding. Husaniu and Husiniu could definitely handle them, and she wouldn't need them to carry heavy pots or stir large ladles. Even Yaoer could help out, and since they are a bit older than Yaoer, it wouldn't be a problem. In her shop, skill matters more than strength. She also believed that women tend to be more attentive than men. But since they're girls, if they go to work in her shop, they would have to be in the public eye. Maybe, possibly, it could interfere with their chances of getting married. Her family didn't mind, but others might. So, Gu Xiaomai thought for a moment and decided to ask Aunt Hu how she felt. She said, "Auntie, it's like this, Xie Yan will be going to the academy to study. My shop is a bit busy, so I was thinking of finding 2 clever girls in the village to be apprentices. Do you think that's a good idea?" "That's a good plan. If you pick the right girls, it's a blessing for a village. Life isn't easy for women, and having a skill is the best thing. If they can earn some silver, they'll be more confident whether they stay at their parents' home or go to their husband's house." So, she took the opportunity and asked, "Do you think Annie, how are Sanyo and Sinyo doing? I just saw them working quickly and efficiently. They are about the same age as Yaoer, and they usually like to play together. Since they're going to the county town, they can sleep in the same room as Yaoer. That way, your family will have more space at home. When you earn more money in the future, you can rebuild the yard. Then everyone will have a place to stay." Gu Xiaomai saw that the Hu family's place was quite big, with a large yard and a big backyard, but few rooms. If they rebuilt the house, it would be very comfortable to live in. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone looked at her in surprise, including Hu Daniu and Tao Tiezhen, who had just returned home. They had just learned about the relationship between the 2 families and couldn't believe that this girl was willing to help them so much. Moreover, Hu Dania thought that if the 2 younger sisters could learn some cooking skills from this girl, it would be a great blessing. Even if they couldn't work at a small restaurant later, they could set up a stall in town to make a living. That would be much better than staying at home and herding sheep with their parents. Auntie Hu and Xie Yan were also stunned. They hadn't expected Gu Xiaomai to have such plans. Auntie Hu knew she was helping her family because they couldn't afford to stay at home, so she was willing to let the 2 girls go to the county town. She felt both worried and happy and softly said, "Xiaomai, is what you said true? Sanyo and Sinyo are so young. Can they really help you? They usually do some rough work at home. I'm worried they might be clumsy and delay your work." Although the neighbors who had come to watch had already left, Auntie Hu's voice was still very quiet. The door was open, and neighbors passed by from time to time. She didn't want others to take this good opportunity away. Gu Xiaomai whispered back, "Yes, it's true. I think they can do it. But we should also respect their own wishes. Auntie, why don't you call them over and ask? If they're willing, let them come with me. The first month, they'll learn without pay, but I'll provide food and accommodation. After that, they should get the hang of it. I'll pay them 1 or 2 silver coins each month. If they do well, the pay can increase. They'll get 2 days off each month. What do you think? Do you still get paid?" Aunt Hu was surprised. In their village, young people used to go to town to work as apprentices in shops, but in the first 2 years, they didn't get paid at all. Their master often scolded them. So, she really didn't expect that Gu Xiaomai would start paying them in the 2nd month. And the money was quite good. These 2 girls were almost as strong as 2 grown men. Of course, I can't let them work for nothing. I'm not like that mean boss. Don't worry, Auntie. I will teach them well and protect them. Gu Xiaomai smiled playfully and promised seriously. Aunt Hu's eyes filled with tears of happiness. She quickly called the 2 girls over and told them about this. Husani was very excited. She didn't expect that sister-in-law Xie would be willing to take them as apprentices. She wanted to see the county town and learn some skills. So, she agreed immediately. Husini saw her sister agree and also nodded. Her sister knew more than she did, so she would go too. Gu Xiaomai looked at the 2 girls and nodded with satisfaction. She said, "All right, it's settled then. Do you want to leave today or wait until I come to pick up the mutton next time? Let's go today. That way, we won't bother Dad and the others to pack up the place. I and Cindy will leave, and Nyo and Mom and Dad can rest." Our old room will be for my sister and brother-in-law, who Sanyu almost didn't hesitate and answered immediately. Good, go pack your things. We'll leave with you soon. Thank you, sister-in-law. The two girls bowed to Gu Xiaomai and quickly went to pack their things. Husani was very excited, not just because she was going to the county town, but also because she would soon see Xie Yao. They had grown up together. To her, Xie Yao was no different from Xinyu. Aunt Hu felt very grateful and took the initiative to suggest, Xiaomai, your small restaurant is quite busy. How about this? From now on, I'll ask your uncle to deliver the mutton to you every morning. That way, you won't have to go back and forth, and you can also see the girls from time to time. That would be great. But wouldn't it be too much trouble? We don't have a donkey cart at home. Gu Xiaomai was overjoyed when she heard this. If it really worked out like that, she would save a lot of trouble. It's okay. Our village has a cart, so we can talk to Uncle Nyo and reserve his morning time. There are no customers now, so it won't delay anything. Aunt Hu has already thought about this. Since Xiaomai works so hard to help their family, they should be grateful. If it makes things easier for her, they will do it. Alright, but I have one more question. Aunt Hu, my lamb sales are doing well. I can sell about 1 lamb a day now. We had quite a few sheep before, but they are running out fast. I'm worried we won't have enough supply later. Also, as business gets busier, we might need 2 lambs a day soon. Don't worry, Aunt Hu. Uncle Nyo has already thought of this. Recently, he's been visiting nearby villages to find good sheep to buy. Although they are bought, you can trust the quality. These are good sheep. You might not see it now, but our sheep herd is growing bigger and stronger. Even in our village, more families are raising sheep. Rest assured, we won't run out of lamb meat. We're thinking about making money this way. Hearing this, Aunt Hu understood her worries. But they had already considered and solved this problem, so it's not a big issue. Gu Xiaomai was even more pleased. She knew she hadn't been wrong about the Hu family. They are honest, reliable, and very trustworthy. Xie Yan watched the two talk and solve the problem quickly.
He felt relieved.
Xiaomai's kindness was appreciated by Aunt Hu. That's why she was willing to help Xiaomai with all her heart. Their relationship was based on mutual help, benefit, and sincerity. Only then could it last long. After Uncle Nyo finished handling the 2 sheep, Gu Xiaomai and Xie Yan, along with the 2 young girls, left Lihua village with the meat and some other things. They also agreed that starting the day after tomorrow, they would deliver a freshly slaughtered lamb to the small restaurant every morning. If they ever need to increase the number to 2 lambs, Gu Xiaomai would let them know in advance. Uncle Nyo happily agreed and saw them off with a smile. 3 girls, Si girl and Wu girl, felt more at ease knowing that their father would come to the shop every day to deliver lamb meat. This way, they could see their father daily, and during their rest times, they could conveniently go home with him or visit the shop. After they left, the Hu family immediately tidied up the room where the 3 daughters used to live, and let the eldest daughter and her husband move in. Aunt Hu held Cui and told Hu Dezhu to invite a doctor. Then she advised the 2. Alright, you settle in and stay put. Taizheng should rest well and recover. Big girl, I'll help take care of the children. You need to get stronger too. Our family still has a job selling goat milk. You'll learn how to do it soon. I'll teach you. I'll take care of the house with Cui. When it's not busy, I can go dig bamboo shoots in the bamboo forest. Everyone work hard together. I believe soon we'll build a new house. That way, your sister won't have nowhere to sleep when she comes back. Okay, mother, we'll listen to you. Hearing this, Danyu finally felt at ease. It was great. They not only had a place to live, but also a good job. Tao Tiezhen looked at his mother-in-law with gratitude and said seriously, Thank you, mother-in-law. Once my injury heals, I'll help support Hu's family. After Gu Xiaomai took the lamb meat and the 2 Hu sisters back to the shop, she told the others in the Gu family about it. Everyone supported her. Xie Yao was the happiest, happily taking the 2 sisters to their new room to settle in. Husania saw how warmly the Xie family welcomed them, and her heart finally felt at ease. When she saw how bright and clean their new room was, she was even more grateful to Xie's sister-in-law. It was better than the place they used to live at home. The 2 sisters secretly decided to work hard, learn well, and do good work to repay Sister Xiaomai's kindness. Wu Girl was still young and might not understand everything, but Hu Sanyu, who was 12, was not much younger than Xie's sister-in-law. She genuinely wanted to help her family by speaking up at this moment. She showed her sincerity. After settling in, Gu Xiaomai and everyone started working. Sun Suizhu took the 3 little girls to roast lamb skewers. Xie Yan and Gu Xiaomai wrapped the remaining lamb in oil paper and placed it in a bucket, then hung it in the water well to keep it cold. Use it when needed. The weather is getting hotter, and to keep the lamb fresh, I have to use this method. After all, there is no refrigerator here. But well water is very cold and works well, just a bit troublesome. Xie Yan looked at the previous bucket of lamb bones and asked curiously, Xiaomai, that bucket of lamb spine and ribs, why not remove the meat and make skewers? If we wait a couple more days, it might not be fresh anymore. No. Whether it's lamb spine, ribs, or tail, these are all good parts. Removing the meat would be a waste. They also have a way to eat it called lamb spine hot pot. Yes, that last one really can't be kept anymore. Tonight, I will cook it for you all to try. If everyone likes it, we can add a new dish to our menu. Hearing Xie Yan's reminder, Gu Xiaomai suddenly remembered she hadn't eaten the lamb bones from before. They were originally meant for making lamb spine hot pot. But she had been too busy and forgot. So, after thinking for a moment, Gu Xiaomai decided immediately. Tonight she would make lamb spine hot pot for everyone to taste. Business was good as usual that day. Word of mouth brought more and more customers to Xie's small restaurant. Even tonight, a few officials came for dinner. Seeing they were satisfied, Gu Xiaomai was very happy. Building good relationships with officials is quite important. In the afternoon, Gu Xiaomai boiled all the lamb bones. She also sent Xie Yan to the market to buy some tofu, vegetables, and radishes. She also prepared some dough for pulling noodles, which would make the hot pot broth taste even better. Back in her modern days, Gu Xiaomai was a big fan of lamb spine hot pot. Thinking about it, she realized she hadn't had it in a long time and was quite craving it. There was a lot of meat and vegetables in this big pot, so Gu Xiaomai asked Xie Yan to call Lu Qi and his family over. They could eat together, drink some wine, and enjoy the lively atmosphere. Lu Qi and his family ate early and didn't have much for dinner. When Xie Yan went to call them, they were indeed a bit hungry. Hearing it was a new dish Gu Xiaomai developed for tasting, they were very curious. Soon, they came over with the children. Lu Chuanqing had been busy all day. She sewed a few rabbit fur pouches according to Gu Xiaomai's idea. She was quite happy with it, thinking it was very cute, and Lu Qi also thought it was very nice. However, she still felt a little unsure of herself, so she decided to ask Gu Xiaomai for advice. Today, she made 5 of these, and one of them was specially made with a shorter strap because she wanted to give one to Gu Xiaomai and one to Xie Yao as a thank you gift. It was her way of returning their kindness. No matter whether it was successful or not, she and Lu Qi both appreciated Xiaomai's idea. So, when Gu Xiaomai saw Lu Chuanqing, she saw the adorable fluffy bunny small bag. Gu Xiaomai held the bunny bag and loved it so much, she didn't want to put it down. It was one thing to like it, but seeing the real thing was another. She didn't expect Lu's sister-in-law to be so skillful, making this cute bunny small bag. Not only was the bag itself adorable, but even the strap was embroidered with a lively little bunny by her clever hands. She used a soft, milky white cotton linen fabric, sewn into 3 layers, making it very sturdy. Plus, the small embroidery made it both practical and cute. Lu Chunying saw how much she liked it and shyly said, I was thinking, since you're busy every day at the shop, a small shoulder bag like this would be more convenient for carrying money when paying. So I made one for you and Yaoer. Please don't dislike it. How could I dislike it? Sister-in-law, your craftsmanship is amazing. This bunny bag is way cuter than I imagined. I like it so much, and Yao will love it too. Thank you on her behalf. Gu Xiaomai really liked the bag, so she happily accepted it. Lu Chuanqing helped Gu Xiaomai busy at the stove and humbly asked, Little sister, I have one more question. How much do you think we should price these bunny bags? How much did you sell your rabbit fur for before? Gu Xiaomai thought for a moment and asked. Lu Chuanqing considered and replied, This rabbit fur isn't fresh anymore, so it doesn't sell for much. In previous years, a regular rabbit fur pelt sold for about 20 coins. My bag uses about 1 pelt, so maybe 25 coins? But is it too expensive? Would anyone buy it? Sister-in-law, you still have labor wages to consider. Making a bag is not easy, and the cotton fabric for the strap also costs money. Moreover, since ancient times, people believe that rare things are more valuable. I dare say, this item is definitely one of a kind in Linen County. If I had to guess, it would sell for at least 40 or 50 coins. Gu Xiaomai thinks sister-in-law Lu is being too cautious. Such a cute bag will surely attract attention. Even if the price is a bit higher than rabbit fur, someone will want to buy it. Although it looks simple, it still requires some skill to make. At the very least, someone like Xie Xiaomai, who only knows how to mend socks, definitely can't make it. Even more experienced artisans would need to study the finished product carefully before they could copy it. So, at first, it's better not to set the price too low. When Lu Chuanxing heard that the price might be so high, she hesitated and repeated in disbelief. 40 or 50 coins. That's so expensive. Will anyone really buy it? But I think you're right. Rarity makes things more valuable. Alright, let's go with that. I'll listen to you. Tomorrow, I'll put it in the shop to try selling at 50 coins. If it doesn't sell, we can just keep it ourselves. Lu Chuanxing thought for a moment and finally decided to follow Gu Xiaomai's advice. Try it first and see what happens. Gu Xiaomai was happy to see her being so cooperative. It was rare to find someone like sister-in-law Lu who takes advice. After everyone sat inside the clothes shop, they started eating their lamb spine hot pot. Looking at the bubbling pot in the middle, Xie Yan couldn't help but ask, "Is this the lamb spine hot pot you mentioned? So, you even bring the charcoal fire to the table. That would be very popular in winter." "Yes, Xiaomai. I can tell the meat is cooked, but why are the radish, tofu, and vegetable leaves still raw and served like this?" Sun Suizhu looked at the few plates of raw vegetables beside the pot and asked curiously,
How are we supposed to eat this?
"But it smells so good, and it looks very appetizing." "Yes, it smells wonderful. Sister-in-law, can we eat now?" Everyone took turns asking questions, full of curiosity. It was their first time seeing such unusual food. Husaniu and Husiniu felt nervous. They never expected that on their very first day helping at the small restaurant, they would get to eat such a good meal. Mrs. Xie actually gave them meat. Even though their family raised many sheep, they had never cooked this much lamb for themselves. After all, the sheep were meant to be sold, not eaten at home. The food looked so good that they almost didn't dare to start eating. Gu Xiaomai heard what they said and smiled as she explained, "This is how you eat lamb spine hot pot. Try the meat first. These vegetables are meant to be cooked in the pot, like this. Put a few pieces of tofu in to boil, and soon they'll be ready to eat. Everyone try the lamb spine and ribs first. There's chili oil here too. If you like spicy food, you can add some to your own bowl. Come on, everyone, try it. I'm waiting for your opinions. Let's eat." Encouraged by her words, everyone picked up a piece of lamb spine or rib and began to eat. Xie Yan also took a piece of lamb spine. The tender meat clung to the bone, soft and rich from long simmering. He took a bite, and the meat easily came off the bone, tender yet pleasantly chewy. Gu Xiaomai picked up a piece too. She especially enjoyed tasting the rich flavor near the bone. Using her chopsticks carefully, she picked out a bit and placed it in her mouth. The smooth, savory taste melted instantly, full of the deep aroma unique to lamb. Everyone was soon captivated by the flavor. After eating a piece, Xie Qingshan sighed with delight. "This is delicious. I never thought lamb bones could be eaten like this. It's completely different from lamb soup or skewers." "Yes, Xiaomai, you're amazing," Sun Suizhu added with a smile. "You found so many ways to cook one lamb. It's really tasty. And this hot pot is steaming and warm. It makes you feel cozy all over. It's a bit chilly tonight, but after eating this, I'm even sweating a little, huh?" Lu Qi truly loved the lamb spine hot pot. It was just too good. He also enjoyed the lively, steaming atmosphere. After speaking, he poured himself a small cup of wine and clinked glasses with Xie Qingshan and Xie Yan. Xie Yan doesn't like to drink alcohol, so he only takes a small sip to join in politely. He hasn't seen his father so happy in a long time. Not only they, but also Lu Chuanqing and a few children, all praise the deliciousness of the lamb spine hot pot. Especially after they added radish, cabbage, tofu, and noodles, everyone liked it even more. The cabbage is cooked until soft and tender, with a natural sweet aroma that blends perfectly with the fragrant lamb. The tofu absorbs the flavorful broth, and each bite is rich and tender, with a hint of bean flavor, hot and soft. The sliced white radish is cooked until semi-transparent, easily broken with chopsticks. Its natural sweetness and slight spiciness are tamed by the warm lamb, becoming soft and juicy, removing any greasy feeling from the meat. The freshly pulled wide noodles are boiling in the soup. Picking one up and biting into it, it's chewy and full of wheat aroma. Combined with the savory broth, the taste is just right. Every dish here has its own special flavor, perfectly blending with the lamb spine hot pot. Everyone at the table is very satisfied with the meal. They all praise the lamb spine hot pot. Yaoer's belly is round from eating so much, and she exaggeratedly says, "It's really so delicious." Sister-in-law, this lamb spine hot pot will definitely be loved by everyone just like the lamb soup and lamb skewers. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone agreed and nodded in agreement. Seeing how much everyone loves it, Gu Xiaomai feels completely at ease. That's great. Since everyone enjoys it, this lamb spine hot pot can also be added to the menu of the Xie family restaurant later. Lu Qi took a few more noodles, scooped some chili oil, and sighed, "I still love this chili oil the most." Whether it's meat, vegetables, or noodles, adding a spoonful makes it so tasty. By the way, sister-in-law, where did you find this thing called chili? And cumin, I've never tried it before. After Lu Qi asked, everyone looked at Gu Xiaomai. Indeed, neither of these seasonings had they seen before, let alone tasted. Gu Xiaomai felt a little nervous when she heard this, but she quickly calmed herself and explained, "These two spices are bought from a shop that sells seasonings at the West Street Market." The shopkeeper said they were brought from a faraway place, either from the west or south. It hasn't spread here yet. One is called chili, and the other is cumin. Both are well known in ancient books as delicious seasonings. I've been experimenting and accidentally discovered that their flavors go very well with lamb. In the future, if anyone encounters these two plants, please help me keep an eye out. I hope we can grow them ourselves, so it's more convenient to use. Otherwise, once I run out of this batch, I'll have to spend more effort asking others to find more, which is quite troublesome. Gu Xiaomai thought that maybe chili and cumin were slowly spreading. They hadn't seen them in Linan County yet, but that didn't mean they weren't there. The Great Zhou Empire is so vast, perhaps they really exist somewhere. If she could find a place to grow these plants, she could better explain her seasonings. As for where they came from now, she could just make up a story. West Street is so big, with many shops selling seasonings. No one would bother to verify every detail. Xie Yan listened when she mentioned ancient books also recorded these spices, and silently kept her words in mind. He thought that if he could get into Songha Academy someday, he could help her keep an eye out. He had long heard that the library of Songha Academy stored all kinds of precious books, far richer than those in the study. It was the place with the most diverse collection of books in Linan County. But it was only for students to browse and not open to the public. He had long yearned for it. If he was lucky enough to get into Songha Academy to study this time, that place would definitely become one of his favorite spots. Lu Qi listened and understood. If these seasonings weren't so precious, they wouldn't have taken so long for his sister-in-law to find them. They had been widely talked about all over the street. He immediately patted his chest and promised, "Don't worry, sister-in-law. My general store is busy every day, with many people coming and going. If I come across any new or rare items, I'll keep an eye out for you." Right, Xiaomai, our general store doesn't just sell things. We also accept items. Some villagers often go up the mountain to pick wild mushrooms and sell them. If there are fresh items, we will keep an eye out for you. We can definitely find seeds for things like chili and cumin. When the time comes, we'll ask the villagers to help plant them. You can have as much as you want. Lu Chuanqing also kept agreeing with her husband's words. She really admires Gu Xiaomai now and thinks she is very impressive. Whether it's her small restaurant or her ideas for raising rabbits, it shows she is a clever person. She is definitely not an ordinary woman, so Lu Chuanqing genuinely wants to get along well with her. First, they're from the same village. Second, Gu Xiaomai is very straightforward. Lu Chuanqing doesn't like gossip like some other women in the village, nor does she like causing trouble. So, in the past, she didn't have many interactions or friends among the village women. But Gu Xiaomai is different. She truly likes her. Gu Xiaomai didn't expect that just saying a few casual words would get such a warm response. She felt very happy inside. She didn't say anything else, just drank her wine. Gu Xiaomai raised her glass and drank with everyone. That night, the lamb spine hot pot was enjoyed until late. Not only Xie Qingshan and Lu Qi drank happily, but Gu Xiaomai and Lu Chuanqing also drank quite a bit. Lu Qi bought the wine when he arrived. The men drank strong liquor, while the women drank fruit wine. Gu Xiaomai was trying fruit wine for the first time in this ancient time. It smelled sweet and fragrant, and it was very tasty. It was even better than the cocktails she used to drink in modern times. Lu Chuanqing also said that this wine wouldn't make her drunk, so she didn't hold back. They chatted and drank, and before she knew it, she had drunk quite a lot. When Xie Yan noticed, she was already a little tipsy. Before leaving, Lu Chuanqing held Gu Xiaomai's hand tightly and pouted. "Chuanqing, don't go yet. We haven't had enough fun. I still have so many good ideas to share with you. Your skills are so good. We'd make a perfect team, always staying trendy." Xie Yan helped the slightly drunk Gu Xiaomai, listening to her rambling. She said goodbye to Lu Qi and Lu's wife while studying her, worried she might fall if she stood up. Li Chuanqing held her sleeping child and shyly said to Xie Yan, "I'm really sorry, brother Xie. I didn't know Xiaomai couldn't handle her alcohol. If I had known, I would have let her drink less. It's okay, sister-in-law. It's late now. You and Lu Xiong should go home and rest. Lu Xiong has drunk quite a bit too. I'm fine. Xie Yan, I can handle my drink. Who do you think I can't handle? All right, hurry and go home with me. Don't disturb others here. Let's go now." After Xie Yan helped Gu Xiaomai back to her room and laid her on the bed, he quickly grabbed a basin to fetch water from the kitchen and ran into his mother, who was tidying up dishes. Sun Suizhu asked with concern, "Is Xiaomai okay?" "Nothing serious. She just drank too much and was talking nonsense." "Don't worry, mother. Good, that's good. You take good care of her. The children are all asleep, and your father is sleeping too. I'll clean up here. I haven't seen your father so happy in a long time." Yan, mother's right. Xiaomai is our family's lucky star. She's a good girl. If it weren't for her, you wouldn't have the chance to study at Songhe Academy. No matter how high you rise in the future, you can't let her down. You must treat her well, understand? Sun Suizhu watched Xie Qingshan's behavior tonight. He hadn't drunk so much in a long time, nor had he experienced such a lively night. All these changes were because of Xiaomai. If she hadn't wanted to open this small restaurant, he wouldn't have felt useful again. He was truly grateful from the bottom of his heart for this daughter-in-law. She knew her son's intelligence. When Master Gu visited the house before, he said more than once that he had the talent of a top scholar, gifted and extraordinary. If he had the chance to study, he would surely succeed in the future. She knew her son was smart, so she advised him, "One must not forget kindness. Remember, it was Xiaomai who gave you this opportunity." Xie Yan listened to his mother and nodded in agreement, though his face looked a bit unnatural as he replied, "Mother, don't worry. I understand. In this life, I will never let her down." Hearing this, Sun Suizhu finally relaxed. She knew her son well. When he said that, his ears turned red enough to bleed. It was clear he truly liked Xiaomai. So, he laughed happily, casually took a bowl of the sobering soup he had just cooked, and handed it to her, saying, "Drink a bowl for Xiaomai too, or you'll have a headache tomorrow morning. Okay, I understand." "Don't worry, Mom." Xie Yan took the bowl, quickly returned to his room, then went back to the kitchen, filled a basin with hot water, and mixed in some cool water from the bucket. After being questioned by his mother, his heart was pounding. He finished the water and hurriedly left the kitchen as if escaping. When he returned to the room, he found Xiaomai already asleep. She had even lifted a corner of the blanket, and her legs were casually resting on the bed edge. Xie Yan sighed helplessly, placed the basin down, dampened a cotton towel, and sat on the bed edge, gently wiping her face and hands while softly calling. Xiaomai, Xiaomai, wake up. Have some sobering soup, or you'll get a headache tomorrow. I'm tired. Don't want to. Drink. Gu Xiaomai didn't even open her eyes and directly refused. Seeing her adorable expression, Xie Yan couldn't help but smile, but he still insisted. No, you must drink it. Otherwise, you'll feel very uncomfortable tomorrow. Here, I'll support you a bit. Sit here and I'll feed you, okay? Xiaomai, be good. After saying that, Xie Yan stood up, placed the bowl aside, helped her sit up slightly, and leaned her against the bedhead. He picked up a spoon, scooped a small amount, and coaxed. Xiaomai, open your mouth. Just a little. Although Gu Xiaomai was drunk, she had good manners. Her eyes were still closed, but she listened to Xie Yan. When he told her to open her mouth, she obediently did so. She gulped down the entire bowl of sobering soup. Seeing how obedient she was, Xie Yan was very pleased. Xiaomai was really well behaved. He thought her slightly silly and naive look was especially cute, and his smile grew more affectionate. He turned around, placed the bowl back on the table, and when he looked back, he saw Gu Xiaomai had opened her eyes, staring at him without blinking. Xie Yan wasn't sure if she had noticed his earlier smile at her. Feeling a bit awkward, he asked, Xiaomai, are awake? Do you feel better? While speaking, she sat on the edge of the bed and looked at him carefully. Gu Xiaomai suddenly sat upright, looking very serious, and then said very sincerely, Xie Yan, you look really good. The compliment was so sudden that Xie Yan didn't react right away. He just stared at her blankly until a moment later, he came back to himself. But inside, he felt a little happy because of her words. She said he looked good. Does that mean she also likes him? Xie Yan knew well enough about his appearance. As a man, he didn't take pride in it. He believed that talent was more important than looks. But right now, hearing her say he looked good, he thought, maybe this face isn't so bad after all. At least Xiaomai liked it. A small smile unconsciously appeared on Xie Yan's lips. He was about to say something when suddenly, he was startled by her unexpected action. She suddenly leaned close to his face and gave him a quick kiss on the cheek. She was still muttering, Yes, you look good, my dear. Then, seeming not to be satisfied, she hugged his neck and kissed the other cheek too. Looking at her, her eyes dreamy and very satisfied, she muttered to herself, God is so kind. Poor me, single in my past life, so I started this life with a handsome husband. Hee. So handsome, totally my type. Xie Yan, you look just like the person I dream of. These eyes, this nose, this little mouth. They say thin lips mean a cold heart. Are you also a cold-hearted guy? But still, you look very kissable. Hee. As she spoke, Gu Xiaomai's face got closer and closer to him, as if she wanted to. Xie Yan sat there, afraid to move, worried she might be scared. He could understand some of what she was saying, but some he couldn't understand at all. Until Gu Xiaomai's lips pressed onto Xie Yan's, he felt like a fireworks display exploded in his mind, dazzling and bright. She actually kissed him first? And Gu Xiaomai wasn't just lightly touching him. She was acting like in a romantic drama, passionately kissing him. She took the initiative, inviting him to dance with her. She even took the initiative to push Xie Yan down and kissed him in a very commanding way. Even though Xie Yan appeared mature, he was still an innocent young man. Being kissed by her unexpectedly shocked him, and now, being treated like this, he was completely stunned. He could only let her do as she pleased. Although he was passive, a strange feeling of happiness rose in his heart. But as they kissed, the person above suddenly stopped moving. She tilted her head and leaned on him, falling asleep. Xie Yan lay beneath her, his emotions surging inside him, unable to calm down for a long time. It was only when he heard her steady breathing that he realized she had fallen asleep. With a helpless smile, he carefully sat up, gently brushed her hair away, took off her socks, and covered her with a blanket. Then he lay down beside her and watched her all night without blinking. She was sleeping peacefully, but he was troubled, lost in wild thoughts all night, and unable to sleep. The next day, Gu Xiaomai slept until late morning before waking up. She sat up and stretched a big, comfortable stretch. Looking at the sun already high in the sky, she suddenly realized she had overslept. She thought to herself that drinking alcohol really causes trouble. In her hurry to leave the house, she then noticed Yaoer and Xinyo sitting at her door, eating lamb skewers. When they saw her come out, they quickly smiled and said, "Sister-in-law, you're awake. Don't worry, Mom and Big Brother are busy in the shop. They said for you to get up and go to the kitchen for breakfast." "Oh, okay, I understand." Hearing Yaoer say this, Gu Xiaomai relaxed. Fortunately, her mother-in-law was now very skilled at making baked pancakes and lamb soup, so even if she wasn't there, it wouldn't delay business. She calmly washed up, then brought out the food to eat breakfast. But while eating, she suddenly and vaguely remembered a dream she had last night. A very romantic dream. She had actually been flirtatious with Xie Yan in her dream, holding him and kissing and nibbling on him. It was like she hadn't hugged a man in many lifetimes. So embarrassing. Luckily, it was only a bold dream. Otherwise, she wouldn't know how to face Xie Yan. But soon, Gu Xiaomai comforted herself again. This can't be her fault. Spring has arrived, everything is waking up, and it's normal for her to feel romantic. That's just human nature. And with Xie Yan's face looking like that, it's already impressive that she can control herself in real life. What's wrong with being wild in dreams? I didn't really do anything to him. But what about later? Why does she have no memory at all? What about the key moments? Sigh, I really can't even dream properly. I'm so useless. While Gu Xiaomai was lost in her thoughts, Xie Yan came back from ahead. As soon as he entered the yard, he saw Gu Xiaomai eating. Remembering what they did last night, a suspicious blush appeared on Xie Yan's face. He felt a bit awkward and walked over to her, asking, "Are you awake? Is your head feeling uncomfortable?"
"Yeah, I'm fine. I slept really well."
"I feel full of energy now. After I finish eating, I'll go help up front." Gu Xiaomai looked at Xie Yan's handsome face, full of enthusiasm, like she had been energized. She didn't expect that drinking some wine now, and then was pretty good. Last night's sleep was really peaceful. Seeing her confident attitude, Xie Yan wondered if she wasn't feeling shy or embarrassed about what she did last night. Is it only him who feels awkward? So, Xie Yan pretended to ask casually, "Last night? What about last night? I don't remember. I didn't get drunk, did I? I have a good drinker's reputation." Gu Xiaomai heard Xie Yan mention last night and quickly asked nervously. Hearing this, Xie Yan wanted to ask more but was suddenly choked up. She didn't remember? After a moment of silence, Xie Yan helplessly replied, "It's nothing. You were very quiet last night, just sleeping the whole time." "Good, that's good. I knew it." Gu Xiaomai let out a sigh of relief. She had once drunk too much at her uncle's house. Her aunt said she was very honest and slept straight through until morning, never getting drunk. She has a good reputation for drinking. Feeling relieved, Gu Xiaomai finished her breakfast and threw herself into the busy work at the small restaurant. Watching her walk away, Xie Yan felt a strange feeling in his heart. He originally thought that their relationship would become closer because of what happened last night, but he didn't expect that when he woke up, she had completely forgotten everything. She had forgotten everything. She left casually, leaving him alone here feeling sad. Gu Xiaomai was full of energy today and in a good mood. With the help of the Hu family's 3 girls and 4 girls, everyone wasn't as busy as before. They gathered in the kitchen, chatting and laughing happily. However, today was a bit different from usual. Before working, she took out the 2 rabbit fur bags that Sister Chunxing gave her yesterday. She kept one, Yaoer kept the other. They often carried them while moving around and working in the shop. She did this to help Sister Chunxing. She remembered that yesterday she said she would hang the rabbit bags in the shop today to sell. Her small restaurant was busy with customers coming and going, not a small flow. Yaoer and she carried the bags to store things, which was convenient, and also served as advertising for the rabbit fur bags. Maybe some customers who came to eat would like them, and she could tell them where to buy their own. As the restaurant's reputation grew, more women started coming to eat besides men. The culture in the Great Zhou dynasty was quite open, and women could go out to eat, have fun, visit shops, and stroll in gardens. Gu Xiaomai was quite glad about this. Otherwise, as a woman, she wouldn't be able to open a shop here. Although doing business might affect a woman's reputation a little, she already had a husband, so she didn't care about those false names. For her, money was the most important. With money, she could do what she wanted, lead the Xie family, and even make Lihua village's life better and better. Sure enough, her efforts paid off. By noon, 2 customers, a woman and her daughter, came into the shop and noticed her rabbit bag. The young lady looked very fond of it and couldn't help asking, "Shopkeeper, this little bag you're carrying is so cute. Where did you buy it? What kind of fur is this? Can I touch it?" Gu Xiaomai naturally was happy to help. She took her small bag and handed it to the young lady to look at, explaining, "This is a small bag made of rabbit fur. It's very useful. See, I keep all my copper coins inside. It's easy to carry around, which makes it quick to settle bills with customers. I bought it at Lou's general store on the street ahead. If you're interested, you can go take a look." "Okay, thank you, shopkeeper. I'll go browse later. Also, your lamb skewers are really delicious. I'll come back again." The young lady was innocent and charming, very likable. Her older companion, probably her mother, watched her with a loving smile, both polite. After seeing the customers out, Gu Xiaomai smiled and prayed for Sister Chuanqing, hoping her rabbit fur bags would sell well and start off successfully. Meanwhile, at Lu's general store, Lu Chuanqing had hung 2 rabbit fur bags in the shop for most of the day, but no one had asked about them. This morning, the customers were mostly rough men who didn't even glance at such items, let alone inquire. Last night, Xiaomai's words had made her feel excited, but today's reality was like a cold splash, making her feel very disappointed. Lu Qi knew she was upset and gently comforted her. "Don't worry, Chuanqing. I think your bags look very nice. These rough men just don't appreciate them. Later, I'll talk to old Huang at the fabric shop on the street. We can put your rabbit bags there to sell. There are many women buying fabric and clothes, so someone will like them." Lu Qi believed that was the reason they hadn't sold. His wife's craftsmanship was even praised by old Huang. "Really? Is it because I didn't make them well?" Hearing her husband's comforting words, Chuanqing felt a bit better. It seemed that might really be the case. Just as Lu Qi was about to speak again, 2 customers suddenly entered the shop and asked, "Excuse me, is this Lu's general store? Do you sell small rabbit fur bags?" When Lu Chuanqing heard the voice, she truly felt it was like heavenly music. She quickly smiled warmly and enthusiastically welcomed the 2 female customers into the shop. She happily replied, "Yes, yes, please come in. Here's a small rabbit fur bag. Take a look." As she spoke, she led the 2 women inside and took down the rabbit fur bag to show them. The young girl took the bag in her hands and saw that it was exactly the same as the one the shopkeeper from the small restaurant carried. She was very happy and quickly asked, "How much is this small bag?" Hearing the customer's question, Lu Chuanqing immediately replied, 50 coins each, miss. "You see, we use only the best rabbit fur, with tight stitching. It can last a long time. It's genuine and worth the price." "Yes, I can tell. Mom, let's buy one. I really like it. It's so cute." The young girl was full of love for the rabbit fur bag. She turned to her mother, grabbed her arm, and looked at her with happy eyes. The woman affectionately patted her daughter's forehead and said, "All right, I'll buy one for you. Here you go, shopkeeper. This is exactly 50 coins. We'll take this bag." "Good, I'm glad you like it." After her mother paid, the young girl immediately put the small bag on her back and kept looking at it with more affection. Lu Chuanqing was curious and asked casually, "Miss, how did you know we sell rabbit fur bags?" The young girl, feeling happy with her new favorite item, responded cheerfully, "We were eating at the Xie family restaurant. I saw the shopkeeper carrying one, and I asked her about it." After saying this, the mother and daughter happily left the shop with their mother. Lu Chuanqing and Lu Qi listened to her words and realized that it was thanks to Gu Xiaomai helping secretly. They felt even more grateful to her. Lu Chuanxing successfully sold her first rabbit fur bag. She was very excited. The mother and daughter didn't seem to think 50 coins was too expensive and paid happily. Selling this bag earned much more than selling rabbit skins.
So, she didn't stop there.
She immediately took out a few more rabbit furs, planning to make more when the shop wasn't busy. The Xie family's small restaurant was also busy. Customers coming in for dinner noticed that tonight's menu included a new, delicious dish they hadn't seen before. It was called lamb spine hot pot. Although it was more expensive than lamb skewers and lamb soup, the owner described it as very special and fun to try. Since their lamb dishes, like lamb soup and skewers, were already very tasty, everyone thought this new dish must be equally delicious. Because it was pricier and the owner highly recommended it, a few customers decided to give it a try. Once they tasted it, they found it was indeed very tasty. Even simple vegetables like cabbage and radish cooked in the hot pot became more flavorful and delicious. Even plain noodles, when cooked in the lamb hot pot broth, turned salty, fragrant, and smooth. With meat, vegetables, and noodles, everyone enjoyed a very satisfying meal. They also loved watching the hot steam rising from the table, which added a special charm. Many customers sat for hours, eating, chatting, and drinking happily. Gu Xiaomai and the other members of the Xie family felt proud as their shop became more successful. They had been working harder than before in the village, but life felt more fulfilling now. Most importantly, seeing money coming in every day made them very happy. They could see a bright future ahead, and life was becoming more hopeful. Because of these good dreams, everyone in the Xie family was in a much better mood after moving to the county town than they had been in the village. The biggest change was in Xie Qingshan. He was now much happier and more cheerful than before. His personality was no longer as dull as it used to be in the village. Since the shop was busy, every day with many customers chatting, he often listened in. Sometimes, his wife's son Suizhu would tell him funny stories she overheard. While peeling bamboo sticks, Xie Qingshan would listen to his wife talk about the outside world, and he smiled more and more. The two of them worked while chatting. Gu Xiaomai saw that Lu Chuanxing looked relaxed and happy, and guessed that her rabbit fur bag was selling well. She was about to ask how things were going when Lu Chuanxing spoke up. "Xiaomai, thank you so much. I heard from a customer that it was you who kept the rabbit fur bag in your shop, which is why my first customer came to me. When I gave you those 2 bags, I didn't expect they would be so useful. Business is really good now. I'm busy every day." Today, 2 customers came from the neighboring county. They ran out of stock and paid deposits to reserve their orders. Lu Chuanxing looked at the bag beside Gu Xiaomai and showed gratitude in her eyes. Gu Xiaomai was surprised. She didn't expect people from the neighboring county to buy her bags. She asked in amazement, "Business is so good? Are they selling all the way to the neighboring county?" "Yes, I didn't expect that either." One customer even ordered a fox fur bag. She thought rabbit fur was too common since many people carry it. She wanted something unique, so I took her to see my fur collection. She chose herself. I priced the rabbit fur bags higher than before, about 50% more. But that lady didn't mind the price at all and paid the deposit happily. Rich kids really do spend a lot. Just 1 bag, and they're willing to spend so much money. It opened my eyes. I was curious how people in the neighboring county found out about our rabbit fur bags, so I asked. The customer said it was a wealthy young lady from our county who went to the neighboring county for her friend's birthday gift. She gave her the bag, and everyone at the gathering thought it was both practical and cute. They asked where to buy it, and that's how things developed after that. Lu Chuanxing felt their luck was really good. The rabbit fur bags had only been sold for 2 days, and they already sold to the neighboring county. She thought more customers would come in the future. Just thinking about it made her happy. Recently, the income from selling bags had become the main part of their grocery store's earnings, much more than from other miscellaneous items. Both she and her husband were deeply grateful to Gu Xiaomai. So today, they bought some gifts to visit and thank her. Moreover, I heard my husband say that Xie Yan will take the exam at Songhe Academy tomorrow. I came to cheer him on and to reassure him, since they were classmates back in the day. When I heard that rabbit fur pouches are already in high demand, I was very happy for them. This matter went even more smoothly than I expected. Then, Sister Chuanxing said she was overwhelmed and gave me some advice. Sister-in-law, if you're too busy, you might ask some skilled seamstresses from the village to help you make the pouches. You can teach them the pattern and pay them per piece. I think they would be happy to help. The bamboo shoot business is almost finished. The villagers in Lihua village don't have many busy days ahead. If the women can do some handicrafts to earn extra money, everyone would probably be very happy. When Lu Chuanxing heard this, her eyes lit up immediately. She thought the idea was great. Why hadn't she thought of it herself? Relying only on her own hands, she couldn't make many bags in a day. It's better to ask for help from the village women who are good at sewing. This is a perfect solution. She can sell more bags, and the fur can be sold faster. The women in the village can also earn some hard-earned money. Except for the fox fur bags, which are more valuable and she doesn't want to entrust to others. The rabbit fur ones, she can definitely have others make. So Lu Chuanxing's eyes shone brighter and brighter. Excited, Xie said, "Yes. Why didn't I think of that? Little sister Xiaomai, thank you for reminding me. Now I have a plan. I'll go back to the village tomorrow and arrange this." Hearing that she was going back tomorrow, Gu Xiaomai continued, "Yes, and I think you can also start raising rabbits at home. Rabbits breed quickly, and in 2 or 3 months, they grow into big rabbits. It's much easier than hunting wild rabbits. Starting now, by winter, there will be litters of rabbits. The cost should be low. In the future, rabbit fur can be used not only for bags in spring and autumn but also for gloves, scarves, hand warmers, and ear muffs in winter. With some effort, they can be made warm and cute, and there will be no shortage of buyers. Because the costs are low and the prices are not too expensive, many people can afford them. In the future, it will be more profitable than rabbit fur bags. Sister-in-law, winter is the best time for you to make money. Right now is just a small start." Lia Chengxing listened to Gu Xiaomai and couldn't help but imagine. If only she could make everyday items as cute as this rabbit fur bag, then she wouldn't have to worry about business at all. Most of these items are for women, and women have always loved soft, cute things. That's why her rabbit fur shoulder bag sells so well, because of its cuteness. But how to make things look cute? That's a big question. So Lia Chengxing tentatively asked, "Girl, I won't hide it from you. Your sister-in-law here is a simple person and can't think of many tricks. So if I do this..." Gu Xiaomai immediately understood her meaning and naturally replied, "Don't worry, sister-in-law. I will help you come up with ideas." "That's great. Girl, hearing you say that, I feel relieved. Don't worry, I'm honest and won't let you help for nothing. So you help me design the styles, and the money we earn from selling them, I'll give you a share every month. How about that?" Lia Chengxing knew that helping once was just a favor, but if they worked together long-term, sharing the profits would build a stronger relationship. So, she took the initiative to suggest sharing the profits with Gu Xiaomai. Gu Xiaomai was originally just being kind, worried about Lu's general store closing, but seeing that the business was really picking up and seemed to be getting better. Thinking about the bright prospects in winter, plus Lia Chengxing's encouragement, she nodded in agreement. This profit share could be considered her design fee. No one would mind paying money, and this wouldn't take much effort, just drawing some designs. It was simple for her. After all, she had seen many design styles in modern times. She was a person who hated the cold. Every winter, she would wrap herself up like a bear, wanting to stay warm but also look good. She had bought all kinds of cute warm accessories online. The only difference was, in modern times, she bought fake fur, but here it was real rabbit fur. At that time, she never would have thought that these small, unremarkable things could help her earn money. So, Gu Xiaomai confidently agreed, and Lu Chuanxing was so excited, she wished she could fly back to the village tonight to make arrangements. The two women chatted happily. Outside, Lu Qi was holding the child and talking with Xie Yan. "Ah Yan, don't be nervous tomorrow. Just do your best. You were very good when you studied with Mr. Gu. I'm sure you'll get into Songha's academy. I know, Brother Lu. Don't worry, I will try my best." Xie Yan looked calm on the outside, but inside, he was a little nervous. This opportunity was thanks to Xiaomai's efforts. If he didn't succeed, he would feel guilty toward her. But he couldn't let others see his nervousness. He was the older brother and needed to set a good example for his younger siblings. That evening, Lu Qi had dinner at Xie's small restaurant, but this time no one drank alcohol because Xie Yan had an exam at Songha Academy the next day. It was an important matter and couldn't be delayed. That night, both Xie Yan and Gu Xiaomai went to bed early to be in good shape for the next day. Although he hadn't been to school properly for many years, he still read or copied books every day. Poverty didn't make him neglect his studies. His teacher had told him before that even if he couldn't attend school anymore, he shouldn't give up on books. Reviewing old knowledge helps you learn new things. The world of learning is endless, and reading is a lifelong pursuit. Sun Suizhu was also nervous. Before the time came, she started urging the two. Xiaomai, take Yan to Songha Academy quickly. Don't be late, or it will leave a bad impression on the teacher. The shop is watched over by me and San Niu, so nothing will go wrong. Okay, mother. We'll go now. Gu Xiaomai thought her mother was right, so she took Xie Yan and they headed towards Songha Academy together. The academy wasn't very close to their small restaurant, but it wasn't too far either, about a 15-minute walk. When they reached the gate, they announced themselves, and someone led them to see Director Chu. Along the way, both of them were captivated by the scenery and atmosphere of Songha Academy. Everything looked so beautiful. It was the best academy in Linen County. Dean Chu also remembered today's exam. Because he valued Gu Xiaomai's math skills highly, he also kept her husband's matters in mind. Soon, Gu Xiaomai and Xie Yan met with Dean Chu. After some polite greetings, Dean Chu arranged for Xie Yan to start the exam. Meanwhile, he and Gu Xiaomai waited outside and talked a lot about math questions. This young lady was very busy, and since there was a rare moment to discuss, Dean Chu naturally didn't miss the chance.
Dean que truly admired Gu Xiaomai.
The more they talked, the more he liked her. This girl was not only good at cooking, but also very clever. Most importantly, she was humble and didn't boast about her talents. She also shared her good methods openly with everyone, which made people respect her even more. Later, worried that Gu Xiaomai might get bored sitting inside, Dean Chu personally took her to visit Songha Academy. While explaining, he shared his original idea of running the academy. Gu Xiaomai learned that Dean Chu was a very ambitious person. Although he was not in official politics, his continuous effort to train talented people for the great Zhou dynasty and his sincere desire to serve the people made him admirable. Dean Chu and Gu Xiaomai talked about how their academy had students not only from Linen County, but also from many other counties. Many students came because they admired the academy. He listed some of their achievements since founding, like producing several top scholars, second-place winners, and many other successful candidates. Finally, Dean Chu sighed sadly. Alas, it's a pity. In the past 3 years, our academy hasn't produced a single top scholar. We've had many successful candidates, but most of them are average in talent. It's very hard for them to go further. His tone was full of regret and sorrow, but he also understood that top talent was rare and hard to find. It's all about fate. Gu Xiaomai didn't say much after hearing this. Although she trusted Xie Yan and the original owner's judgment, it was better not to speak carelessly. After all, Xie Yan hadn't even entered Songha Academy yet. Everything else was just talk. While they were happily chatting outside, inside, Xie Yan was slowly working on his exam under the supervision of the academy's teacher. Finally, before the incense in the censer burned out, he finished all the questions. The invigilator, Xie Yan's teacher, specializes in teaching classical essays. Today, he had no classes during this time, so the dean temporarily asked him to supervise the exam. At first, he didn't pay much attention to it. He heard that this young man was the husband of the young woman who ran a small restaurant owned by the Xie family. It was because the dean invited that young woman to teach arithmetic at the academy that her husband was given a chance to take the exam. Until he accidentally saw the writing of Xie Yan, he started to pay more attention. His handwriting was excellent, sharp and full of character. As the saying goes, writing reflects a person's character. So, he thought this young man must be quite promising. However, all his impressions changed after seeing Xie Yan's exam paper. He truly underestimated this young man. His essay was very beautiful, high-minded, with every word precious, flowing smoothly, giving a very satisfying feeling when read. He didn't realize how long it had been since he had read such a good piece of writing. The invigilator was so excited, he didn't pay attention to Xie Yan. He took the exam paper and went to find Dean Chu. Seeing this, Xie Yan felt a bit worried. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to follow the invigilator. When the invigilator arrived at the hall, Dean Chu and Gu Xiaomai had already returned. They were drinking tea and waiting. They had just checked the time and hurried back. Dean Chu saw the invigilator come out, put down his teacup, and smiled. "How is it? If you think he's qualified, just accept him." Dean Chu didn't really want to be too strict. He just wanted to give Gu Xiaomai some face. As long as the student wasn't too poor, he would accept him. If the student's work was really bad, it would be a waste of time. Even if he accepted him, he might not keep up with the other's progress, wasting everyone's time. The invigilator hesitated for a moment and then said straightforwardly, "It's okay to accept him, but, Dean, the student would like you to review his work." "No need. If you say he can be accepted, then I trust you. Let's go with that. Arrange a suitable class for him." "Xiaomai, are you satisfied now? Your husband, I have accepted him, haha. But don't forget to come teach the students in a few days." Director Chu was very pleased. Luckily, this girl's husband also has some real talent and truly managed to get into Songha Academy. Gu Xiaomai was also very happy. She knew that Xie Yan was talented, so she was confident he would do well. She quickly, sincerely thanked Director Chu. The invigilating teacher saw that his own director misunderstood the situation, and the two began to chat again. Feeling a bit anxious, he had no choice but to interrupt their conversation and excitedly said, "No, Director, I didn't mean it that way. This young man's writing is amazing. You should take a look. If properly nurtured, he won't be just an ordinary student in the future. This is a huge blessing for Songha Academy. Please take a look." Having taught at Songha Academy for many years, he knew that the school hadn't produced a top scholar in several years. Although this didn't affect the school's reputation much now, if it continued like this, the school's honor would suffer. They urgently needed a talented student to boost the school's prestige. It's important to note that schools capable of training top scholars and champions are very different. When he said this, Director Chu was so surprised he jumped up from his chair. He eagerly took the exam paper from the invigilating teacher and examined it carefully. Gu Xiaomai was also startled by his sudden action, feeling surprised. Was Xie Yan's writing really that good? Could one exam really reveal a future top scholar? If it was true, that would be a huge blessing. Seeing Director Chu's reaction, if Xie Yan truly had this talent, he would treasure him like a prized disciple. When Chu Moxuan saw the beautiful handwriting, he liked it very much. After reading the content carefully, he was even more satisfied. He thought, heaven has not been kind to him, but finally, he met a gifted young man again. Moreover, this child's future might be even brighter than his previous students. He also heard Gu Xiaomai say that her husband's life was difficult, and he hadn't studied seriously for many years. He spent most of his days working on farm chores and making a living, only having time at night to copy books in the study. Even without much formal education, he could write such an excellent piece. If the school nurtured him properly, just imagine how remarkable he could become. This is truly a gifted person, a genius student, a reincarnation of the star of literature. He knew that Songha Academy wouldn't decline easily. It was as if heaven had opened its eyes. This wasn't just students coming to study. It was as if the academy had found a treasure. Just as Chu Moxuan was excited, Xie Yan came from behind. Seeing that Director Chu was there, he quickly bowed and saluted. Student greets Director Chu. When Chu Moxuan saw Xie Yan come out, he changed his attitude from before, happily walked over, helped him up, and asked, "Xie Yan, please get up. Your writing is very good. I want to take you as my personal disciple. Would you like that?" Hearing this, Xie Yan suddenly looked up, his eyes full of surprise. He really didn't expect the director to notice him. He definitely wanted to become a personal disciple. So, he quickly knelt down and bowed. The young servant nearby was very perceptive. Hearing this, he hurriedly brought over a cup of tea for Xie Yan to offer as a greeting. With that, Chu Mushuan happily drank the tea and accepted him as a personal disciple. Then, he carefully explained what Xie Yan and Gu Xiaomai needed to prepare to enter the academy, gave some rules, and told them to arrive at the academy on time tomorrow morning. After that, he left. It was getting late. They still needed to buy some items, and it was good to go shopping later. After leaving the door, Gu Xiaomai still couldn't believe it. Was Xie Yan really accepted as Director Chu's personal disciple? All of this happened so quickly and suddenly that she hadn't had time to react. After a while, Gu Xiaomai tugged at Xie Yan's sleeve and said happily, "Am I dreaming? You really got into Songha Academy? And you even became Director Chu's personal disciple?" Xie Yan was also very excited. Today's events were beyond his expectations. Seeing Xiaomai like this, he quickly repeated happily, "It's not a dream, it's real. Xiaomai, I really did it. I got into Songha Academy and became Director Chu's personal disciple. From now on, I will study hard and never let you down. One day, I will grow into a big tree, able to protect you and everyone in the Xie family." He still remembered what Xiaomai had said before. He knew Xiaomai's ambitions and also knew she liked to cook and do business. Since that is the case, he will work hard in the direction she hopes for. Gu Xiaomai felt very happy when she heard Xie Yan say this. She thought it was great, and that she had good judgment. This is truly a very happy thing to celebrate. Thinking about the study supplies Director Chu just reminded her to buy, Gu Xiaomai took Xie Yan's hand and quickly walked forward, explaining as she went, "Let's hurry up and go to the study room. We need to prepare everything, so starting tomorrow, you will go to the academy to read every day on time. Let's go quickly. There are many things to buy, and we should also visit the clothing shop. I'll buy you a proper long gown. Since the academy is crowded and noisy, dressing well will help you avoid gossip behind your back." Xie Yan was led by her, listening to her caring words about daily life. Looking at her pretty side face, his eyes grew softer. His heart was slowly filling up with her presence. They bought ink, paper, and brushes at the study shop in the county town, along with some books they needed. Then they went to the clothing shop. Gu Xiaomai liked 2 cotton long gowns for scholars and urged Xie Yan to try them on. The clothes were made in advance, so the size might not be perfect, but there was no time to get new ones now. He would make do for now, and later she would buy fabric from the cloth shop and have her mother make him 2 new outfits. When Xie Yan finished trying on the clothes, Gu Xiaomai's eyes widened in admiration. She knew Xie Yan was handsome, or she wouldn't have fallen for him at first sight and brought him home. But she didn't expect that after wearing these scholars' cotton gowns, he would look so captivating. Indeed, clothes make the man. Gu Xiaomai was very particular about looks. Seeing her husband so handsome and charming made her very happy. She was also very pleased. So, she confidently bought both sets of clothes, thinking each one looked good and she couldn't choose just one. She decided to buy both to change into. After shopping, they headed home with their purchases. Coincidentally, on the way back, they passed by a shop that sold tables, chairs, and cabinets. The shop owner placed the well-crafted chairs and cabinets at the entrance to attract more customers. Gu Xiaomai curiously glanced at them, but unexpectedly, she saw something surprising in the corner. It was a wooden wheelchair. Although it looked stiff and heavy and couldn't compare to modern metal and leather wheelchairs, it was still a wheelchair. This was exactly what her father-in-law needed most right now. Gu Xiaomai was genuinely surprised to learn that wheelchairs existed in ancient times. She immediately pulled Zhang Yan excitedly and led him toward the furniture shop. "Zhang Yan, let's go see over there." "Okay, what do you want to buy?" Zhang Yan glanced in the direction she was looking and saw a furniture shop. He thought she might want to buy some tables and chairs. So, he went with Gu Xiaomai to the shop's entrance. But unexpectedly, Gu Xiaomai didn't look at the attractive tables and chairs. Instead, she squatted in front of a strange-looking, somewhat old chair in the corner. After examining it carefully, Gu Xiaomai asked inside, "Shopkeeper, how much is this chair?" The shopkeeper hurried out when he heard the noise. Seeing her looking at the old chair, he smiled and said, "This thing isn't expensive. If you want it, I can sell it to you for 1 or 2 silver coins." Miss, don't mind its old appearance. It's a good item, mainly for people with trouble walking. Sitting on it, you can turn the wheels on both sides and move forward. This is the only one I have. In the capital city, new ones sell for 10 taels of silver. You found a treasure. He had brought this item back a long time ago, but no one was interested. Such things are really hard to sell in small towns. He bought it 10 years ago when he went to the capital to learn new skills. People would rather buy regular chairs because they thought it was too expensive. As a wheelchair, it was hard to make money, and people didn't want to spend so much on a patient. They preferred to stay in bed rather than spend that money. Back then, he was young and impulsive, thinking this thing was rare and might make a lot of money. He spent 1 or 2 silver coins to buy it and brought it back. Originally, I thought that if it sold well, he would carefully think about it. As a carpenter, he could definitely recreate it himself. However, 10 years have passed, the price has dropped to the cost, and still no one is interested. No one even asks about it. The more it sits, the more it looks old. People who don't know might think it's just an old item. Usually, when the sun is out, he sits on it to enjoy the sunshine. It's almost like his own special seat. Gu Xiaomai saw the shopkeeper's worried face and knew that this wheelchair wasn't selling well. When she touched the handle earlier, she saw thick dust underneath, which showed it had been there for a long time. No one buys it, yet he's asking for a silver coin or 2. He really thinks she's a fool. So, Gu Xiaomai didn't hold back on the price and simply asked, 500 coins, do you want to sell it? What? Miss, you're asking me to cut the price in half right away? I can't sell it, I'd lose too much. I paid much more for it. The shopkeeper was stunned when he heard this. The girl looked gentle and kind, but her bargaining was too fierce. He kept waving his hands in fear. Gu Xiaomai didn't react much or say anything. She turned to leave. Seeing her really about to walk away, the shopkeeper was startled. Why isn't she following the normal way? Shouldn't she try to bargain with him? Why did she just say she doesn't want it after he mentioned the price? It was hard to find someone asking about the price. He couldn't let her go so easily. Otherwise, he might end up with nothing, losing even more. Realizing this, the shopkeeper quickly said, Miss, don't go. Everything is negotiable. How about this, 800 coins, and I'll let you take it away. I'll add one more offer, 600 coins. If you don't want to sell, I'll stop wasting my time. I don't really need this item. I just find it a bit strange and am curious. Gu Xiaomai looked at the shopkeeper casually and spoke nonchalantly, as if she wasn't really interested in buying. At this moment, Xie Yan also understood. It turned out she wanted to buy this special chair for her father. Indeed, if he had this, he could go out on his own instead of lying in that dark room all day. If he knew, he would probably be very happy. Although feeling excited inside, Xie Yan didn't say much. He knew that Gu Xiaomai was currently bargaining and playing a game with the shopkeeper. He couldn't hold her back. Seeing that the girl didn't seem to be joking, the shopkeeper started to feel nervous. Otherwise, 600 coins was fine, better than selling nothing in the shop all day. It was a big loss to keep it, but selling for 600 could at least recover some costs. After thinking it over, the shopkeeper accepted his fate. Forget it. It seemed he wasn't destined for wealth today. He quickly sold the item and decided to forget about it. Every time he saw it, he would remember the money he lost and feel upset. In this way, Gu Xiaomai successfully bought the ancient-style wheelchair for 600 coins. On the way back, Xie Yan pushed it while curious about it. Gu Xiaomai also placed all their purchased items on the chair and stool, which could also serve as a small cart for carrying goods, saving Xie Yan from carrying everything himself. Thinking that his father could sit on this chair and enjoy the sun later, Xie Yan felt very happy. He never imagined that such a magical, walking chair could exist in this world. Thinking of this, he turned to look at Gu Xiaomai, his eyes full of gratitude, and sincerely said, Xiaomai, thank you. If it weren't for you, my father might have spent his whole life stuck inside the house. Gu Xiaomai understood what he meant and quickly waved her hand, saying casually, All right, how many times have I told you thank you? We're family. Your father is also my father, right? It's normal for me to care about him. No need to be so polite. Let's go quickly. My father will be very happy when he sees this. After saying that, she cheerfully walked ahead and waved to Xie Yan, signaling him to follow. Seeing Gu Xiaomai's bright smile, Xie Yan felt as if he was bathed in warm, gentle sunlight. Suddenly, a thought came to him. Having someone like Xiaomai to walk through life with is truly a great blessing. When Xie Yan and Gu Xiaomai returned home, everyone in the Xie family had already been waiting eagerly. It was getting late, and since the guests had already finished eating, they weren't very busy anymore. After a few words with the three girls, everyone gathered together and went back to the backyard. Sun Suizhu came in quickly and asked anxiously, "How did it go? Did you pass?" Xie Yan looked at his mother and then at his eager younger siblings, proudly saying, "I passed. I can start studying at Songha Academy tomorrow. That's wonderful. I knew you could do it. I'll go tell Dad the good news." Hearing this, Sun Suizhu was so excited that tears almost fell from her eyes. Her eyes turned red, and she ran inside to find Xie Qingshan. Xie Yao and Xie Mo also felt happy for their older brother. They kept praising him. "Great. Big brother, you're amazing. Big brother, you must study hard from now on. Don't let mom and sister-in-law down. Don't worry, I'll be here for you." Xie Mo felt that after his big brother left, he was the only man in the family who could stand tall. He decided to learn from his brother and support the family. He wanted to protect their mother, sister-in-law, and younger sister. Xie Yan didn't expect his much younger brother to say such a serious and steady thing. He felt very pleased. He lovingly patted their heads, then took the things they bought and went back inside with them. Xie Yao saw the strange chair and couldn't help asking, "Big brother, sister-in-law, what is this? Is it a new little cart for our family?" Hearing her question, Xie Mo finally noticed what their big brother had been pushing earlier. Gu Xiaomai saw that they finally noticed and quickly explained, "This isn't a little cart. It's called a wheelchair. We bought it for Dad. Come on, let's push it to find Mom and Dad. You'll understand soon." After saying that, everyone pushed the wheelchair toward their parents' room. At this moment, Gu Xiaomai was very happy that this house had no steps or thresholds. That way, there was no need to put down planks. Dad could walk freely inside the house. It was even more convenient than in their old home. When they entered the room, they saw their parents sitting on the bed, chatting happily. Seeing them come in, Xie Qingshan looked at Xie Yan with pride and said, "Yan, congratulations. You really didn't let Dad down. From now on, you must study hard and cherish this hard-earned opportunity. Understand?" "Yes, Dad. I understand. Don't worry." Xie Yan nodded patiently, listening carefully to Xie Qingshan's words and remembering his advice. After they finished talking, Xie Yan finally spoke. "Dad, this is a wheelchair that Xiaomai bought for you from the furniture shop. It can turn by itself and help you walk. It's perfect for someone like you. How about I carry you on it to try?" Sun Chuizhu, hearing her son's words, finally noticed the big thing they brought in. She was surprised and asked, "A wheelchair? So, does that mean Dad can get out of bed now? That would be wonderful. Qingshan, go ahead and try it. It's rare to see Xiaomai so caring. Our family is truly lucky to have such a good daughter-in-law." As she spoke, Sun Chuizhu started to wipe her tears again. Others might not understand, but she knew, if Dad could really get off the bed by himself, it would be a very happy thing for the head of the family.